children, right? You've got people born in Spot, and their parents are still speaking Portuguese and Spanish, and they're saying, oh, we used to have such an amazing culture and lived in this amazing place and so on, but it's far away, and their children are inspired, and they end up becoming, phenomenal promulgators of Sephardic culture in a very different environment.
The Sephardic culture in Sephardic itself did exactly have most of the Roman words?
No, it definitely did. 13th century for sure. Yes.
You mentioned that the Jews and educated, and at the end, the Jews were reading, so are the most educated.
Yes.
When does that change?
10th century, right? That golden period. That's when all of a sudden Jewish letters, and what's amazing about it, as we shall see, our vision of Jewish creativity, especially in the frum world, is, Shas and poskim. But in this period, you've got like poets and philosophers and artists, and they're like mind-blowing. Look at some of the Shmuel HaNagids, phenomenal, and a tremendous range of expression that was still considered part of the regular fabric of Judaism. If you read Yehuda Halevi's poetry, my gosh, you could not sell it in certain parts of Brooklyn today, but it is phenomenal stuff. Mr. Aroshes.
The reason why the Sephardic, the Spanish, the Sephardic Jews that's going to influence all of the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa is because they're more educated and have more things to their behind them, or
we can probably unpack that a lot more. I've never thought about it that much, but I would say that's probably it. It's also kind of like, why is Lakewood so much like Eastern European Haredi culture, right? Because you had these educated Holocaust refugees coming to this place and saying, we're not going to just, become Americans. We are going to take the shtetl and bring it here. And they recreated what they had in Eastern Europe in the shtetl. And it's like, it's powerful, it's convincing. It's like, wow, look at all this Jewish stuff I didn't know anything about.
Why did the Jews there adopt a lot of the Sephardic things? Like, I know the history of each region of Jews is usually very proud of where they come from. I can easily just adopt like an influx of random Jews coming from Spain. They can just take all their culture.
So there's lots of reasons. We definitely unpack it, but I'll give you one simple one: is text, printed text. If you've got a family minhag that people observe, but it's never been written down, never really been codified, and you have someone pull out a sefer, which is only now being printed, right? Printing is invented in the 1450s, right? So the Jews were expelled in 1492. It's a brand new thing, and there it is, literally in black and white. It's pretty convincing. So I'm saying, oh my gosh, I have to use a revius? This is how much a revius is? It's a very different thing. When you have text, it kind of gives a new impetus. Mr. Gross.
You mentioned the Jews that have fled from Spain into South Pacific. I mentioned that was there artistic expression and creativity. Was some of that influenced also by the Renaissance period?
Yeah, definitely.
It also had to be.
Yeah, no, the Jews don't generally live in completely impermeable bubbles. We do, right now we're speaking English, right? And I'm using an Apple computer, and I'm like, I might look weird on the street in New York, but I'm pretty conversant with New York culture. And there's no reason to think it's not like that for most of Jewish history. Okay. Well, Lakewood, even Lakewood, but you're right. Okay, so again, gentlemen, the takeaway, these 4 periods, right? To be intelligent for the rest of this course, recognize these 4 distinct eras. Tuesday, God willing, we'll go back and we'll really focus in on the ancient period. It is mind-blowing. Thank you for your attention. Have an amazing Shabbos. Okay, so today's topic is going to be wild, and I don't know how much you've studied about the history of Christianity, and specifically its connection to the Jews. We're going to be spending a lot of time this course trying to understand how Christianity relates to the Jews on a theological level in order that we can understand how those theological principles were translated into policies on the ground. So warning in advance, fair warning in advance, we're going to do a lot of Christian theology today. We're going to return to, actually we're going to do some Muslim theology, not too much, but Muslim theology, and then we'll go back to Christian theology when we get to the Spanish Inquisition as well. I hope that will not freak you guys out too much, and I will do my best to limit the amount that we have to really discuss, but there it is. That's what we're going to be discussing today, okay? Any last questions before we dive in? Okay, everyone is clear. Let's start with the earliest settlements, which you'll recall when we talked about this last week. We did the broad overview of Spanish Jewish history, and we had the first bubble was the period of the Visigoths, right? So that's what we're focusing on today and on Thursday. Visigoths means the Western Goths. The Goths are the name for this nomadic people that moved somewhere out of Central Europe, perhaps out somewhere near Hungary, and made their way into the western part of Europe and eventually ruled the Iberian Peninsula and a bit of France, what would be France later, for several hundred years. And this is really our first good look at Jews in Spain. But what about the legendary origins, like the data that we have about the Jews of Spain that's not necessarily rooted in what are conventional sources? Like, for example, we have one pasuk in Ovadia that refers to the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. Right? This is the classic passage, which I'm giving the citation. It's Ovadia only has one pair, and this is the second last, the penultimate pasuk. And it says in Hebrew, "V'galus hachel hazeh b'nei Yisrael asher kna'anim ad Sarfas, v'galus Yerushalayim asher b'Sfarad." Right, so you have the Jews who were exiled from the lands of the Knaanim into the region of Sarfas, which the commentators generally equivocate with or make equivalent to modern-day France. Right, Rashi says about that, Galus asher hu mibnei Yisrael shegalu me'aseres hashvatim le'eretz haknanim ad Sarfas. So he doesn't actually say it here. Where does he say that? Yeah, he says in the next line, Sarfas hu amalchim shekorin Francia. Right, this is the kingdom that they call Francia. And then, of course, the line that's really relevant for us is the Galus Yerushalayim asher b'Sfarad. And Rashi, the Targum says here, Targum Yonasan ben Uziel, which is, of course, rooted in antiquity, probably sometime in the 1st century before the Common Era, we have the phrase, Galus Yerushalayim, dibe aspamia. The word Sfarad is translated as Aspamia. Aspamia is the Latin name for Spain. So that word that is in the pasuk in Ovadia, which is written, of course, hundreds of years earlier, was translated to Spain by the Roman era. Remind me, Mr. Ram. Right. What were you about to say?
No, I was just saying Sepharad means Spain.
Right. It means Spain in modern Hebrew for sure, and that's what we have here from the Targum. But is there any problems with this equivalency? Mr. Gross.
Maybe I'm still. I was just thinking that the word constant was outside of Spain.
Yeah, like that word Safarad. Was there anyone else who called the Iberian Peninsula Sfarad at that time?
I'm not sure. I mean, I remember it vaguely from our previous discussions.
Yeah. The answer is no. Nobody knows what people called the Iberian Peninsula at the time Ovadia was written. So in other words, the layering of Targum Onkelos, it's Targum Yonasan ben Uziel, was written hundreds of years after Ovadia, and he's asserting, and the medieval commentators, Rashi, the Radak, everybody follows Rashi and follows the Targum here, that this place is identical with the period of Hispania. Many other secular scholars identify it with Asia Minor, which would be the region of Turkey, because we have some Babylonian inscriptions that refer to it as Saparad, which sounds a lot like Sfarad. And that seems, like, at least in terms of the geographic distances involved, more reasonable. Some also argue that it refers to Sardis, which sounds a little bit like Sfarad and also is in the same region, but we simply don't know. So anyway, that's our first citation of Spain, Sfarad, and the idea of Jews being there from Yerushalayim. We have no other evidence besides the Pasuk, but we have a passage in the Gemara, in the Yevamos, that refers to boats that traveled from Gallia to Aspamia. That's definitely a much more contemporary reference. The Gemara here in this context, I believe it's Rabbi Akiva speaking. That's also the Roman era. So there's definitely this idea of commerce with Aspamia because it was part of the Roman Empire. We've got Jews getting out there at least in the 1st century. If we go back a little further, we have this really interesting inscription that is unfortunately lost. The next two inscriptions are not. Inscriptions basically mean, by the way, like things written on stone. Most common version of things written on stone? Epitaphs, excellent, right? Stuff written on gravestones, matzevos, right? Now, most of these things are matzevos, but we have other things too. So we do have an interesting matzeva that was found by Rabbi Moshe ben Shem Tov ibn Chabib. Unfortunately, and he reported this in the 16th century, and it was found in a town called Moviedro. Unfortunately, the original is lost, and all we have is the description of the inscription. And the inscription apparently read, "This is the grave of Adoniram," who is mentioned in Sefer Malachim, if I remember correctly, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here, i.e. in Spain. So if we take this inscription, which is, again, we don't have the actual inscription today, if we take it at face value, it means that Shlomo HaMelech had his empire reach all the way across the Mediterranean to Spain, and that's where he actually sent out one of his official tax collectors. Kind of a stretch to imagine it historically, because we don't have any other supporting data, certainly not in Tanakh, but it's an interesting kind of thing. But we're left kind of like wondering, because we don't have the inscription, all we have is a 16th century reference, and we don't even know how much he saw it, maybe he heard of it, maybe someone who wasn't trustworthy told him, we don't know. We finally get a good, a fairly reliable inscription, which is unfortunately lost as well, but Juan de Mariana was a much more reputable scholar of the 18th century, so you're already getting into kind of modern period of collecting data and so on, and he made a transcription, meaning he wrote down what it said on this grave marker. Let's read this together. What does that say? What do you notice about it? Sorry, go ahead. Mr. Rubin? Very good. So first of all, we've got 3 dots, meaning the inscription is broken off, right? The stone is not intact. Or when Juan de Mariana saw the stone was not intact, we have these 3 letters, Nia, which is probably the end of a female name. Like maybe it's Julia or something like that. We don't know the beginning, but an A ending is very common in Indo-European languages for a feminine name. Then we have the Latin word Salomonula. I use these for use in Old Latin. And that is one. I can't touch this thing. Don't touch the X on top of those. Thanks. Over this way. I don't know where it is. What do I do? Yeah, hit escape. Let's see if that works. So, Salomonula, the Ula ending in Latin means of. So, this is Solomon's Nia. Wherever Nia was, she is of Solomon. And then they have little asterisks to separate the words, which is really helpful because in a lot of ancient inscriptions, they did not invent the space between the words for a long time. Right? That's a simple kind of thing. Do you remember when you were in school? I do remember that when I was learning to print, I had to put down my finger before I wrote the next word. You guys remember that? Okay. Thank you. So I remember that very well. And that was a great invention because it was so hard to read ancient texts because they wanted to save space and they put all the letters together. So, Nia Salomonula, there's a little asterisk here to separate the word an. The word an means close. I'm sorry?
That's the summer.
Well, Nia is definitely a feminine name, but Año, anyone speak Spanish here? Year, right. So, Nia Salamanula, year, mens, a little bit harder. Mens means month. And then what do these 4 lines mean? Right, 4 months. So 4 months. And then you have D, what does that mean? Close. Year, month, day, excellent. 1. And then look at this last word here. Iudea. What does that translate as? Jewish girl, female, right? Judea, Jewish girl. So this is an inscription, a tombstone that reads, here I have the actual translation here. Translation, here lies, right? That's not, it doesn't say it there, but we assume someone named Nia, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day, a Jewess. Mr. Ram, did I hear you?
I said, oh, you
Yes, it is very poignant, isn't it? But what does this say to us about the settlement of Jews in Spain? And this is, by the way, a 2nd century marker. That means the 100s.
That's how it really
Right, very good. There definitely was at least one Jew there named Solomon who had a young daughter who unfortunately died very young, and he buried her. What does this say about the status of Judaism? What does this say about their community? What does it say about, I don't know, anything? Maybe Solomon's the only guy there? Yeah, probably hired a professional, but he probably paid what should be there.
The daughter of.
Most likely there's something of a community, right? He probably has a wife with him, right? Hard to imagine he's totally out there on their own. In 2nd century, not impossible. What about the fact that he decided to write the word Judea? Do you go to gravestones here and see where it says Jewish? There'll be a Magen David, there'll be a menorah, maybe hands up like this, right? But to say it in English, Jewish or Jew, Jewess, that'd be kind of weird, right? You only say that if they're mainly non-Jews, and you want to let them know that this was a special person. This is Jewish, meaning I want to sing to other Jews who might see this. Mr. Rubin.
Before the beginning in John chapter, I was just getting over all the suggestions. Maybe Solomon died, and the letter before would be referencing Jerusalem, Elia Capitolina.
That's interesting, like the 4th year, but it's in the genitive, meaning it's of Solomon. So that you can't, it would be Solomon who lost. Solomon who lost. If it was in the nominative, it's in the genitive, meaning of Solomon. So it's Solomon's Nia. Good call. Okay, so that's the Jewess of Adra. That's our earliest, pretty reasonable archaeological evidence of Jews existing there. Now, let's try to understand. We know a lot more about them, but in a weird way, as I shall show, from the 4th century. So we've got to understand the reason why we know so much more about the Jews from the 4th century until really the 8th century is because the church is writing about them. We have lots and lots of church records telling us about Jews. Unfortunately, as we shall see, we don't know what Jews wrote about themselves. There's no Shilas and Chuvas that come from Spain over these centuries. All we have to go on is what the church had to say about us, and to a certain degree later with the Visigoths, what the state had to say about us. We don't get a voice. We don't have any records about how we reacted to these policies and so on. So let us understand those policies. Let us understand that Christianity just takes off in the first 2-3 centuries after the founder of the religion died. And it's largely as a result of this man, Saul of Tarsus, who's also known as St. Paul. St. Paul is an interesting guy. He refers to himself as a rabbinic Jew from Tarsus, Tarshish, which would have been in Asia Minor. And he even says at one point, and his writings, by the way, constitute most of the Christian Bible. They are letters of Paul and, describing things that he did and places that he traveled and things like that. He was like a major promoter of Christianity, way more than the founder of Christianity. If it was only after the founder, it probably would not have gone very far. But Paul was like, he was the Nathan of Gaza to Shabbatai's feet. He was like the number one publicist. He famously was on his way to persecute Christians. He has like a conversion moment that's beautifully represented here in Zuccari's Conversione di San Paolo, where he's walking on, by the way, he never met the founder of Christianity, never. He had a vision of him on the road to Damascus, where he's like a soldier and he's going out there to persecute some Jews or something like that, and he's struck blind after he has this vision. That's what's depicted here. I think this is supposed to be some divine figure, lots of little angels around, things like that. And here is Paul down at the bottom, struck blind. He's blind for a few days. But my favorite part is the horse that's right in the center of the picture. And the whole frame is really all around the expression of this one particular horse who's upset or his rider has been knocked off. So Paul has this like dramatic moment where he suddenly realizes he has to become a Christian. And although he's never met, except for this vision, he's never met the founder, he spends the rest of his life selling Christianity to the masses. In terms of Spain, he mentions in one of his letters that he's hoping that whenever he's on the way to Spain, he will one day be able to speak to you. And therefore, when I have performed this and have sealed it to them this fruit, I shall go my way of you to Spain. So we have his own testimony that at least he has intentions to go to Spain. We definitely know that he was all over the Eastern Mediterranean and well up into the Italian peninsula. You can see he's got 4 separate journeys that are recorded in the New Testament. And why do we care about this? Why is it important that we're looking at Paul's journey? Excellent insight, Mr. Lipschitz. It's not just Mr. Lipschitz from Lipschitz. It's not only is he going to convert Jews, but wherever Jews are, there's a lot of other likely candidates for conversion. Jews themselves are sometimes hard to convert, but wherever Jews go in the Roman world, they have
non-Christians there.
a lot of, well, they're not Christians at the time, they're pagans, right? But they're like, let's see, did I put in the screen here? Yes, there are like Gentiles who are like just regular pagans. And then they have God-fearers, is how they're referred to. These are people who are like intrigued by Judaism. We would call them maybe Noahites today. They're like, really, it's Judaism, it's so cool. First of all, they have this great idea, life after death. Wow, like Roman life after death is like Hades, right? It's really dark and miserable and nasty. And they have this idea of like one invisible God that actually listens to you, that you can actually talk to, like the whole concept of prayer, as opposed to like offering sacrifices to kind of appease the gods. There's not a whole pantheon of multiple gods running around fighting each other. This idea of an all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, ubiquitous God, it's like a whole different ideology than anything the Romans were selling. And so wherever the Jews were, there were always like surrounding populations who were interested in Judaism. What kept them from becoming Jews outright? Sorry, Mr. Rubin? Well, especially after the wars, yes, but before the wars, before the Great Revolt of '66, they're not especially persecuted. In fact, they have special status in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion. It was a recognized religion. Romans were actually, up until the revolt, they're actually pretty generous with Judaism. They didn't understand it as a religion, but they said, fine, you do you. And they even gave Jews exemptions from all kinds of public requirements. Like, it was considered perfectly normal for all Roman citizens and Roman subjects, including slaves, to like offer annual sacrifices to the emperor, to bow down before idols as a show of kind of like respect, because the emperor was sort of like a divine figure. It would be a lot like if you imagine going to a ball game and not standing for the national anthem. Like, that would like be really offensive. Can you imagine? I refused to stand for the national anthem. I mean, of course, we did have that, right, with the football player. Yeah, right. So that was a lot of Americans were really upset about that, right? As a chutzpah, we all have. I mean, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm saying he did it specifically because he wanted to send a message. But the idea is the Jews, because the Romans said, fine, you guys have this crazy shtick, we don't quite get it, when it's a visible God, fine, you guys go ahead, you do you, we are going to exempt you from all these requirements, which was actually pretty lenient for them. So Judaism was not actually persecuted at the time. This was actually a pretty good period for Jews. So Paul is traveling all around the ancient world, trying to reach out, that's what I forgot to mention. Jews were actually actively proselytizing. You know, we had a ban on proselytizing that meaning actively trying to convert people to become Jewish. We just gave that up during the period of Yochanan Hyrcanus, which is about 150 years before the period we're talking about. We still had a really, massively effective Kiruv movement that was more like if you want to join us, fine, here you go. The main barriers, that's why I got to this, Mr. Rubin, I got it off on a tangent. I asked the question of what were the main barriers? Why did people just become Jewish? If it's such a cool ideology, so competitive, why don't they become Jewish? Yeah, mitzvahs. Anything in particular kind of difficult? Circumcision, wow, that's a big one, right? What else? Shabbos, right? Although Shabbos was like a mechaya. One of the problems that we'll see over and over again is that when Jews had slaves, of course, there's a period where slavery was common. Slaves have to rest on Shabbos too. You can't make them work on Shabbos, right? So if you're a slave and you get like maybe 1 day off a season, and you say, I don't want to be a slave to this Christian or this pagan guy. I want to be a slave to these Jews because 1 day in 7, I can totally chill. And also the rabbinic rules about what slaves get and so on. So the ownership of slaves is going to be a perennial irritant for the church. They don't want Jews to control Christian slaves in particular, as we shall see. But it was a thing that a lot of slaves wanted, and they would prefer to be under Jewish studies. Yes, Mr. Ram.
What mitzvahs were these Jews keeping at the time? Obviously, it's like it was not like those now. So they would do Shabbos. What else?
Well, Jewish history is always filled with a spectrum, where you will have Jews who are, totally wearing black hats and gartels and shaitels, and that you'll always have that segment on one end of the spectrum, and you'll always have Jews on the other end who are like more lackadaisical about things. The basic set are the same set we have today. So I wouldn't say there's anything intrinsically different. There might be a difference in how many Jews were less observant back then than there are today. I would argue that we probably have a far greater proportion of Jews who are non-observant. But basically the same set of mitzvahs as we have today. Okay, so here we go. So Paul is traveling all around there, and he's trying to sell to Jews with very, very minimal success, but he's especially selling to these God-fearers. And he goes to Jewish communities because the God-fearers are attracted to them, and they are sort of like primed for Christianity. Because when a guy like Paul comes and says, hey, we can give you all the upsides of Judaism. You like that personal deity idea? Excellent, we can do that for you. You like life after death? No problem, we have that down. And we have everything. And you know what? If you join our faith, you don't have to worry about circumcision. You can still eat your pork chops. Everything is pretty easy. All you have to do is accept, that this is your personal savior. And so it's actually a much lower threshold to entry. And so he ends up making a tremendous success in terms of selling this new faith. However, he has to explain the difference of Christianity and Judaism. And this is one of the things that really comes down to Paul and will be developed over the centuries. And I'm going to give you a couple of medieval examples of this, because if you were like a God-fearer and you're hanging out with Jews, maybe you're going to synagogue, as we should see that's happening a lot. There's all these pagans going to synagogues, staying for Kiddush, enjoying things, and saying, wow, I really like Judaism. I just wish they didn't have that circumcision bit. I just wish they didn't have the no pork bit. And then along comes Paul and says, hey, you don't nothing to do with them, to do with us. And the first thing that they ask is, well, how Judaism is an ancient religion. Antiquity was very much respected. Well, how old are you guys? What, 40 years? Seriously? It's like a cult, right? It's like, you guys worship asteroids or something. He said, no, it's the real deal. What you have to understand, he would say, is that God used to love the Jews. They were the chosen people. And then he changed his mind. And now the Christians are the chosen people. We have taken over the Jewish title in that regard. This is especially important because once they get down to codifying the Bible, they're going to use like 4/5 of it is maybe 5/6 of it is the Tanakh, and they're just going to add an appendix to it, which they call the New Testament. So it's all based on Judaism. So you have all this stuff where Tanakh says, "B'ni Bechoria," that you guys are, Am Segula, all these psukim that they have to deal with. How do you explain it? So this is an example that dates from the 12th century. It's a classic Gothic sculpture, and there are literally hundreds and hundreds of examples of this. It was a type of monumental architecture that was used to teach illiterate peasants about this basic relationship of Judaism and Christianity, because it would become a theological irritant that would last forever. Christianity would always have to deal with this question. And it portrayed typically two women. Always on the left-hand side, you have a woman representing ecclesia, or the church. And as you can see, she's got an upright staff, which indicates, temporal power. She's got a crown, that's her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's holding a chalice here, which has a theological implication. And she's sort of looking daggers over at this woman who represents the synagogue, or the Jews. And unlike the ecclesia, she has lost her crown. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more authority, no more power. Here she's holding the Shnei Luchot HaBrit, right? And they're held in an inefficient way. They're slipping from her hands. Her bodice is not done up, and she is literally in a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from her arms. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. That burned down a while ago, but it was up for 800 years. It's a really big deal. And of course, she is blindfolded. Meaning of the blindfold?
She can't see the truth.
Right? And what does that mean for Judaism?
It's antiquated and doesn't be over the times.
Right. It's just not, you can't see the truth of Christianity. And so this message is essentially what Paul developed and was selling to people, saying Judaism, that's old-fashioned, that's old technology. We have new technology. It's way better. The Jews, they have this problem. They just can't keep up with the times. They're obstinate. They're obdurate. We'll see these arguments developing over the next few centuries. I'll show you a couple more examples just to illustrate. We could spend the entire the entire course looking at varieties of ecclesia and synagogue. It is such a popular representation of this because the message had to be taught over and over again. Here is another one. I like this. I forgot where this is from offhand, but anyway, you see the usual things with ecclesia, the staff, the chalice, the crown. What I like about this version of synagogue, you can see the Ten Commandments here. You can see the broken staff. She's also like falling away from the rock. What about this thing around her eyes here, hiding her eyes?
Similar to the blindfold.
Exactly. What's covered by? A snake, right? A serpent is covering her eyes, right? So in Christian mythology, derived from Genesis, the snake is Satan, right? Satan. And so the reason why the Jews are not paying attention to Christianity is because Satan is fooling them, right? Satan is blinding their eyes. That's the idea. Mr. Lipschitz.
Because this 10th century based on verses in the New Testament, the reason why they chose to describe all of them with holding on to luchos and looking down, this is just, once they did it one way, it was easy, they figured you might as well copy it.
Right. It became a trope. Right. Exactly. And you'll see over and over again, they are definitely borrowing the concepts from many passages in the New Testament. But sometimes those concepts, those mashalim that are there, are much more like kind of, they're less powerful. The metaphor of the olive tree. The tree is rotten, you cut it down, but you plant a new shoot on it, and that new branch grows up. That's like the old Judaism. The tree is dead, but if you plant the Christians onto it, then it'll grow. So it's hard to portray that in art. But I'm going to show you one more that's really just to show you how it gets weirder and weirder. And when we study, if you guys take the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz with me next semester, we'll go into this a lot more because it's really big in Ashkenazi art. This is a church, stained glass window from Verben, Germany, 14th century. And here you can see on the right, on the left, excuse me, it's always on the right of the cross here. That's why. There is, the staff, the chalice. She's riding a tetramorph, a four-headed sort of animal, which is reminiscent of Yechezkel. And a hand descends from heaven and crowns her. And so that's a pretty strong statement of divine authorization, right? Divine support. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding onto a ram's head, which is reminiscent of the Akedah, but also in Christian thought it represents carnality, meaning their attachment to sacrifices, korbanos. When Christians are more, spiritual, they don't deal with those kind of things. Broken staff, crown off her head. But check this out, blindfold. A sword descends from heaven and pierces the top of her skull. And so it's a really strong statement in a German church saying that this is how God feels about the church, this is how God feels about the Jews. You can see crowns falling off. The sword is even bloody, which is so gross. Can you imagine seeing this in church?
What is she holding?
She's holding a ram's horn.
No, I'm saying like the white flag thing.
That's her staff, It's like here, you see it's got a banner. It's a symbol of authority.
It's the white thing. It's a symbol of us.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. These things are analyzed over and over, and there's so much to say about them. They're medical. Mr. Arush.
Is there a reason why it's only women that they depict on each side?
Yeah. It's like for a lot of Western art, it becomes a motif, right? So it's repeated over and over again. Women represent ideas, concepts, abstract, as opposed to men who are like individual actors. So they frequently represent, like the virtues as women, female characters, and so on. Also, the grammatical form of the words ecclesia and synagoga are feminine. Okay, so this is how the church is feeling about the Jews, right? This is what's going on at the time theologically. By the way, we do have a counteraction to this. You guys daven this every day, right? The Birkat HaMinim, which is discussed in the Gemara, Brachos, where the Chachamim, following Shmuel HaKatan, said we need a bracha. It's really a klal. We need a statement so that we can be sure that any Jews, this is now not in Spain, of course, this is principally in Judea, around the time of the Korban Bias Sheni, that we need a clear litmus test to make sure that Jews aren't wavering. Because within a few decades of the death of the founder of the religion, there were a lot of Jews who were, joining on with this growing movement. And so the Chachamim said, we're going to add this bracha, which is a pretty extreme measure. We're going to add this bracha to the Shemona Esrei. And when Jews are called to daven from the Amud, and they have to do Chazar Sashat, and they have to pronounce this out loud, then we will know if they are holding true to traditional Judaism or if they are with this new Christian movement. And so a person who refused to read this particular bracha would be evicted from shul. It's believed that John, author of the Gospel of John, was possibly one of these Jews who was evicted because he refused to read this bracha. And there's a tremendous amount of nastiness in that gospel in particular.
Which one?
Okay, that's just a side point. Any questions about what's going on here? Mr. Gross, are you in a little trouble? I don't know. Okay, this is very troubling stuff.
This one?
Now, all of this is like sort of, theological discussions, but it becomes real in terms of policy because in the early 300s, the Roman Empire goes Christian. This religion that was originally not like Judaism or Religio Lakita, that was actually persecuted because it didn't fit the parameters of what were permitted faiths at the time. It grew and grew and grew. It got so many more adherents, including the mother of the emperor himself. And ultimately, the emperor, Constantine, says, okay, that's it. We're going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. And that represents a big turning point for the Jewish population, because now it's not like, the Romans who were pagans were actually fairly tolerant of diversity of religious opinion, because that's somehow the nature of paganism. You have your God, I have my God. It doesn't bother me. Maybe when I come to your house, I'll worship your God for a while with you. It's like, you can be tolerant because there's no exclusivity to my God and no other God. But Christianity becomes an exclusivist faith, and they had this ongoing nagging theological problem called Judaism. How do we keep defining ourselves against the mother religion that we have emerged from? We have to always prove that we are, legitimate. And maybe we'll explore some of that. And so a lot of the religious antipathy is slowly translated into public policy that discriminates against the Jews. This is a period of time when, you begin to see the Jews in Judea in particular decided we had better do things like, for example, fix the calendar. So we have the establishment of the astronomical calendar, a pillar of second that we use today, because you can't rely on being able to cite the moon in precarious circumstances like under the New Christian Empire. The Talmud Yerushalmi is codified at this time because they're beginning to feel that the walls are closing in on Judaism, and we have to get this down and organized. All kinds of interesting things are developing as a result of Constantine's conversion of the state to Christianity. It's about 325. Okay, so that's, now we got lots more to say though. Any other questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Roche.
For the Roman pagans, that Christianity took over. What was their struggle? I don't know. They had to enforce the fact that they were the real.
So think about it like this. And this is like a core theological problem for Christianity up until this present day. I mentioned something to you, and nobody reacted. But when I said that God used to love the Jewish people, and then he changed his mind. Does that statement bother you, Mr. Lipton?
Dance around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how do you imagine? Can you imagine a parent saying, "Oh, I love you so much." Oh no, I don't love you anymore. Right? That's huge for a human parent. That's jarring. So if you're a Christian and you want to believe that you are God's chosen, but the Bible that you're reading over and over again says the Jews were chosen people, then you have to have this whole theology of like, well, yeah, that's true for back then, but now it's different. And then you have to say, to ascribe to God, that God has somehow made a mistake, choosing the Jewish people. It's very challenging. Yeah, absolutely. Where they change well, not really. They have the same manuscripts we do. The only changes they would make, they invented the numbering system. Again, kind of a handy thing, sort of like putting your finger down. Right? They numbered the chapters and the verses, that was the cool thing. But no, they have our texts. Yeah, but they're not reading it the same way. Like they're all of it is kind of like suspended. Right? This is also part of Paul's teachings. Like, oh, don't worry about that keeping kosher stuff. It's true, we're keeping it in the book for historical value, but you don't pay attention to it. They do, absolutely. It's still there. Same book. Mr. Lewis.
2 points. Number one, to add to the that is choosing people like you say you like good question.
Yeah.
And then God fears all the time.
Yeah. Excellent.
Second question.
Also, to the point, it's just not the same God we're talking about. If we're really talking about omniscient, ubiquitous, eternal God, the idea that he could transfer his allegiance like that just does not make sense.
Well, that's my idea of conversion.
Well, again, I am unaware of any, other than in Israel, I'm unaware of, and maybe there was like kind of interesting experiment in Egypt under Akhenaten, but it's a limited experiment, and it was really the worship of a single pagan god, the sun. So the Babylonians also worship the moon for a bit too, but it's definitely the first time, other than in the land of Israel, that a state worships the God of Israel. That a state worships the God that we understand as a God as opposed to an idol. It's a big deal. Huge deal.
This is the concept
Correct. Again, when we say monotheism, we're understanding the Jewish conception of a single God, as opposed to the Egyptians who say the sun is the supreme power, and the others are not powers, and that was only for a brief period of time. So it's hard to call that monotheism. But, yeah, good argument, Mr. Alexis.
After Minister tapping into that, the Christians also started putting that into law to discriminate against Jews in order to prove that they were dominant ones. That
Yes. You're going to see that in the next 20 minutes and next Thursday as well. Let's look at some examples, okay? First, I'm going to just do a little bit more of the theory, and then we're going to look at the laws to see how the laws are an expression of this theological concept. Let me just give you one more metaphor, too, which might help you with the Puritan that Judaism presents for Christianity theologically. Let's say, for example, you have a family that has always made cholent the same way, right? They have a particular cholent recipe, and it's really good, it's delicious, looks nice. And one day, the youngest daughter of the family goes off to college, and she goes to the Hillel house there, and she has a different cholent. And for Thanksgiving, she comes home and says, "Oh, Mama, you won't believe this cholent recipe that I tasted. They put peanut butter in it, and it is gewaltig." So they say, "Okay, let's try it." So she makes the cholent with peanut butter that Shabbos. And after Shabbos, the daughter asks the mom, "Okay, Mom, what did you think?" And Mom says, "Well, it was nice, but I like our old cholent better." And the daughter's really upset because she's so invested in this particular new cholent. And she says, "What are you talking about? My cholent is so much better. It's like got this unusual flavor and the odor and the texture is so beautiful." And I said, "Oh, this is nice, but it's not better than the old cholent." And the daughter gets really angry about it and says, "You know what? You don't know anything. We're going to Bobby. Let's go see what Bobby thinks." So they bring the new children to Bobby, and they say, "Bobby, please tell us what you think." And Bobby says, "Okay, very nice, but there's no question. Our old children is definitely better. We're not switching to the peanut butter joint." And they're frustrated. She's so frustrated. So they we're going to the altar, Bobby. They go to the old folks' home, and they prop her up. Give her a new change. She goes, "No, it's not anything like the children we made in our family for generations." So the daughter gets so angry that not only is she with her right hand, so to speak, elevating her peanut butter cholent, she has to start downgrading the old cholent. She has to say, "You know what? I never want to tell you this, but your cholent is giving me too much gas. Made me really gassy. And you know what? The second day, I could not bear to eat the leftovers of your cholent." And she said all these bad things about the old cholent. It's not enough to say the good things about the new cholent. She has to say the bad things about the old cholent. And so this metaphor is like the Christian, as it were, is like his daughter, right? He's selling the new peanut butter cholent. And she won't be satisfied that her peanut butter cholent is better until someone from her maternal line will confirm it. Until her mother or the Bobby or the altar Bobby will say, "Yes, it is. My cholent is not as good as the old cholent." And furthermore, she will raise her own children. She raises Christianity with her right hand, but with her left hand she pushes down Judaism. This is what a very heroic theologian named Rosemary Ratzinger, she wrote a book called Faith and Fratricide that basically got her kicked out of the church. And then she said that that's basically what Christianity is doing. On the one hand, you're elevating Christianity, but at the same time, the left hand is pushing down Judaism. She wrote this in 1974. So that's the kind of situation we're in, where Christianity is always obsessed with what do the Jews think, because they are the bearers of the true children's recipe. And as long as they don't agree with the new recipe, people are always going to be worried, maybe we don't have the right recipe. Maybe it's not quite as good. Let's see how that plays out theologically. First of all, the kind of arguments that are going on now, these are the period of what they call the church fathers. These are like, for the next 200 odd years, these are early church thinkers who develop church dogma that will have a huge impact on the Jews. One of them is this guy here, Justin, the philosopher, also known as Justin Martyr, because he was killed by the Romans. I am delighted his book. So the title of it is The True Portraits and the Lives of These Greek, Latin, and Pagan People. And I want to tell you, this is the true portrait of Justin Martyr. Please. This is published like in 1700 or something. No, 1584. So how do you know this? They say it anyway, so I'm not usually gullible, I guess. So Justin Martyr wrote a book called Dialogue with Trifo, that for a long time people thought maybe it was Rabbi Tarfon. But the years don't work out. It can't be Rabbi Tarfon. In which he basically lays out all these arguments about why my children is better than your children. He says your children are worse. Your Judaism is very carnal. Like you're always thinking about, this milk spoon is in the meat pot, and I'm going to go to hell for that. And like you're focusing on all these pequeño details that are basically nothing but ethereal, values and spirituality. That's why you guys are so bad. Christians are the true Israel. Like, you guys lost it. This is the Pauline doctrine that we referred to earlier. And the reason you guys don't realize you can join us is because you are obdurate. You are stiff-necked, right? You are refusing to accept what's obvious, like a blindfold on the eyes of ecclesia, of synagogue, excuse me. Here's another one who's extremely influential, especially in the Eastern world. His name is Saint Jean Chrysostom, which means, ironically, golden mouth. If you heard him speak today, I think you would call him potty mouth, because he was like such a nasty orator, and he just lambasted the Jews whenever he had the opportunity. And he's very much of the period that we're talking about now in the later church fathers. And he coined a genre that would later become very, very dominant in literature about Jews in church called Adversus Judaeos. Anyone want to try translating the Latin here? Adversus Judaeos. Against the Jews. Right? It's like a whole genre. It's like when you go to the bookstore, you've got Torah, fiction, non-fiction against the Jews. The whole stuff. And there's like lots and lots of these church fathers who are doing this. And it's really interesting to read the Chrysostom's sermons, because the thing that bothered him so much, by the way, he's active in the area of Antioch, which would be in Asia Minor today, in Turkey. He's really angry that Christians and pagans are going to synagogues. Saying, what are you doing? Why do you begin to say, why are Christians going to shul in year 350 or so? Why are they going to shul? I'm sorry? Well, imagine that you're a Turkish pagan, and you says, hooray, I'm now a Christian. I love Christianity. I think it's great. What do? Yeah, so they had churches, few and far between, but they didn't have devout rituals. They didn't have ceremonies. They didn't have a calendar. They're following the Jewish calendar at this time. It was only the year 325 when they finally said, okay, we are now going to separate Easter from Passover. You guys can no longer, and by the way, Shabbos was the worst, because Shabbos is such a big deal for Jews, right? It's like the anchor to the week, and it's fun, it's enjoyable. So everyone else wants to enjoy it. And the Christians are saying, you guys stop going to the synagogues. It's true they have a really nice kiddush with airing and everything, but you guys stop doing that. And they literally moved their Sabbath to Sunday. in order to try and make more of a distinction. This is largely the work of St. John Chrysostom himself. He's upset that Christians are, going to shul on Saturdays and they're working on Sundays. They're giving each other gifts on Purim, that's upsetting to them. They're eating matzah on Pesach. Who said you're supposed to eat matzah on Pesach? They're saying that, the Last Supper, that was a Pesach Seder, right? Aren't we supposed to do something? No, you guys stay away from the Manischewitz. Feasting and fasting with Jews, even helping out Jews as a Shabbos goy. He was so frustrated with that. And he hated that they would pray, but they're saying it's the same God, isn't it? Did you say that you guys the same God? What's the problem? And of course, they changed the holiday of Passover and Easter to make sure that they were disconnected. So the Easter holiday is always calculated according to the Gregorian calendar as opposed to the solar lunar calendar that the Jews were using. So these are the kinds of public policy things that once the state became Christian, all of these ideas were then expressed. Now, this is the most important one. I'm glad we have 20 minutes left to talk about this guy. This church father, as church fathers go, he is definitely my favorite, and we owe a debt of gratitude to his theology. It's not that he was a great lover of Jews, but he articulated a theological position that allowed Jews to live. I'm going to say that again because it's really important. This guy, St. Augustine of Hippo, which is in North Africa, he articulated a Christian theological position that allowed Jews to live. If you remember, think about this for a second, you're a church father, and it's so irritating that the Jews are still around. I mean, why don't they just go away? Why don't they just let Christianity move on? As long as they're still having their shuls and they're popular and our people are going to the synagogues, things like that, and we always have these nagging, just God forbid, we're all killed or jumbled, fade away. Right? That's a natural sort of intellectual response that we will see happening over and over again in Spain. Mr. Russians. John Chrysostom,
Let it be respond to the Christian saying that it's the same God and all this.
If you look at his sermons, you'll see he just pours invective on people for this, saying that you guys are like dogs hurrying to eat the vomit of others. Licking up their vomit. It's so disgusting what those Jews do, and you want to eat it up. He's a really nasty, foul-mouthed guy. That's why the name Chrysostom is so ironic. Okay, so what exactly did Augustine say and why is it important? This Augustinian doctrine is huge and very significant. So the first thing that he argued is that, and he was a much more calm kind of thinker than a lot of the other guys. He says, first of all, I agree with you that the Jews have missed out on Christianity, but the fact is, God did communicate with them. God did give them the Ten Commandments and the Torah, and we have to respect that they're trying to do what they think God wants them to do. So we should let them. I mean, we don't agree with it. It's not necessary for the rest of us, but if they want to do it, it should not be a problem. Also, he said we have to recognize the historical and theological debt that Christianity has to Judaism. He referred to Judaism as the debt of Christianity, meaning Christianity as a book could only be written on a desk that was Judaism. It doesn't make sense, unless you have Judaism as its foundation. So he said some positive things about Judaism as a whole. And the most important thing he said is something called the doctrine of witness. This is the takeaway message for today's class. The doctrine of witness is, look, we believe that the founder is going to come back and he will institute a new messianic era. But how are we going to know that he's the guy? How are we going to know that he really is come back and not like some imposter? The only way we'll know is if the Jews recognize him. The only way we can confirm it is if the Rabbi were to say, this peanut butter joint is Taka better. As long as we have one of the Jews saying that this guy is the returned Messiah, then we can know. That's the word witness in the sense of both seeing and in the sense of testimony, like swearing that this is in fact the case. So think about what this means. It means that Jews must be kept alive. If all the Jews were dead, God forbid, we would have no witnesses. We wouldn't know. So he said, we have to let the Jews live. He wrote famously, slay them not. Which is a pasuk from Tehillim, that we should not kill them. No killing of the Jews. And Augustine's doctrine became canon law. It doesn't mean that it wasn't ignored from time to time, but it was basically the backbone of state support and legality for Jewish existence. Now there is a double-edged sword to this though. It's very important to understand that while it sounds really good, yes, Augustine says we have to be kept alive in order that we can become witnesses. We also believe, and this is like the nastier part, that we were cursed because we rejected the founder of Christianity. And therefore, the only way this really worked is if we were kept in a subordinate state. I mean, don't kill them, but don't let them succeed in life either. So let's say, for example, you're like an impoverished peasant walking around in dirty, bare feet and eating, hard, dry bread for your meals every day, and you see this beautiful, carriage pull up, and the Jews get out, and they're like wearing furs and diamonds and gold, and they're eating delicacies and stuff like that. What are you going to think about Christianity? You're going to say, wow, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like the other way around. And so Augustine said we should impose restrictions on them so that they should always be felt as second class, and that Christians should see them as lower class. Don't kill them, but don't let them be first class either. And this is basically what's translated into church policy and ultimately state policy for the entire medieval period. That's why we had the ghettos instituted, that's why we had the badges instituted, that's why there are restrictions on employment, there's restrictions on education. It's because of the Augustinian doctrine that on the one hand is very good, keeping us alive, but on the other hand, very repressive. Yes, it's the foundation of it. Yeah, everybody involved in the New Testament is pretty much Jewish, and they're speaking in Jewish language about Jewish things and so on. You can't understand it without the Jewish context. No, they have
this problem of, well, New Testament comes from the Old Testament, which is still branch less than 3 years. So certainly, I'm sure whether they want to admit it or not,
yes, they certainly were cognizant of the problem. Very few of them had any comprehensive solution. Augustine actually laid out a doctrine that made sense, that they could live with, that the church would say, okay, we'll accept it. We'll not kill all the Jews that live, but they have to stay in their place. So it's really important. Meaning the death in the sense of the foundation. Christianity is like a book written on top of the death. You have to have the death. You can't try to write a book on a parchment, holding it in your hand. It's impossible. So let's say Augustine's motivation for making this. Why does he have to stay alive now? Well, he cares because he's a believing Christian. He wants to. When he came up with no, I think he's Stama. He's genuine. He's a believing Christian. His autobiography, Confessions, is a masterwork of spirituality. he becomes Wahabi or Baal Shuba, and he describes his process. He's genuinely religious. I mean, what does religion mean? It's different things for different people, especially with faith. But these actually pretty cool. I like Augustine. As Church Fathers go, he's my favorite. Yes,
Maybe the word church father, what exactly do that mean? You're reading it out like central one. Do they have some kind of authority?
they didn't have centralized authority. The term is used to describe about 20 odd thinkers whose ideas have survived antiquity. And they are frequently quoted as, early church. I mean, let's say use the philosopher, it's not quite precise, but early church theologians were very influential. And it basically runs up from the 1st century to about the 4th century. That's the era that they call these people church fathers.
The official position was
Yeah, not all of them had
it
it.
was
Yeah, they had a church hierarchy and so on, definitely. But the level of authority was limited. He already was in a period where the church had state authority, but he's living in North Africa, which is kind of like movies from where the main church activity was happening in Byzantium, Constantinople. But still, hugely influential. Okay, shall we move on? 10 minutes? Okay. Objections? No. Yes, not here. Please go on. It's so fascinating. Okay, so now let's get specifically to Spain. The time of the period of the Visigoths. I don't know why. I don't know what this arrow is meaning to say, but I like it. I've shown you where the remnants of the Roman Empire was as the Visigoths took over, especially in the 5th century. That's the period we're talking about right now. Now, there are 3 periods of religious orientation of the Visigoths. First, you have they're originally Catholic, right? Because there's only one church at the time, and we have a little bit of evidence from that I'll share with you right now. That's the period of the Synod of Elvira, which is in Spain. Then we have the Arian period with the I, and this is a slightly different version of Christianity that was rendered heretical by Constantine, and then they convert Catholicism in the year 589, which is really crucial. They're still basically Catholic. The church is not very well organized, but they are organized enough to have meetings and to say some things. And of course, once the church gets together and has a synod, which is like a big meeting, they have a lot of things to say about it. So we have a synod that takes place in the city of Elvira. We can see a little bit of a medieval gate from that town. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't know a lot about the Jews living here at this time. We don't have any sense of how big their population is. We don't have any writings on how educated they are. We don't know any of that. They could be entirely imaginary in the minds of the Christians. But I'll let you look at the sources. You tell me if you think they are and what you think. So the Synod of Elvira posted about 65 odd decisions about how Christians are supposed to behave here in Spain. And I will put 3 of them here. Here's one. This is Canon 16, which is like Law 16. And it says, heretics shall not be joined in marriage with Catholic girls unless they accept the Catholic faith. So no intermarriage between pagans and Catholics. Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics because they cannot find a unity when the faithful and the unfaithful are joined. Parents who allow this to happen shall not commune for 5 years. So let's break this down for a few minutes. This is the first period. This is, the very first period. This is the year of the Synod is probably 305, although there's some argument on just a little bit later, but let's say 305. Okay, so let's analyze this for a second. Mr. Rubin, what do you think of the first sentence here? Heretics shall not be joined in marriage with Catholic girls unless they accept the Catholic faith. What is happening in Spain in 305?
For one from the
Right, exactly. But who's getting married to whom? Why do they have to make this law? What would you think? they're joining, right? You have intermarriage between Catholic and pagans. Catholics are not necessarily up on this idea of, I can't marry Juan. I love him. He's so nice. Okay, he worships, rocks. But I love Juan. He says, no, you may not marry Juan if you're a good Catholic girl. Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics. Just tell me they can't marry heretics. So what are Jews? What's going on with them? Why does the canon have to say that?
Before
Exactly. And don't forget, that's not like the internet. He puts out an email and everybody knows. Yeah, he's after it anyways. But you might have the Hava Mina. Estabella. You might have the Hava Mina. You're not going to marry Juan. But you will marry Shlomo because he worships one God. So I'm going to marry Shlomo. No, we're counting Jews like heretics there. And what about this last part here? Second last part. Because they cannot find unity when the faithful and the unfaithful are joined. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. But why do they have to say it?
Like you need help. She's like, yeah, like okay.
I read this people who want to say, well, why not? I love Shlomo. He's great. And he worships the same God as you. Isn't that right, Padre? And they say, no, that's not the case. And so we have to say it. And the last part is just technically, what does it mean? Parents who allow this to happen shall not commune for 5 years. What do you mean by commune? Get away from exactly. Very, very important part of Catholic doctrine, which would be very famous for the Bible that Mr. Rose asked about earlier, that you have to go through this ritual called communion that involves eating a wafer and drinking a little bit of wine. And it's huge in Catholicism. And if you allow your child to do this, then you're out for 5 years penalty, no communion. So very serious. Let's look at this next one here. If any cleric or lay person eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction. What do you think about this?
Before I leave, why did I bring 3 bathing suits?
Why do we pass laws?
3 bathing suits? Am I going to the fucking
Sorry, Mr. River? Right. But why?
Where am I going? The springs?
Okay, you want to show what's important. Also,
all those crazy people there doing aerobics in the water.
Exactly. You're setting up a situation where, though, someone is like the pure philosopher thinking in advance. I just want my society to be outdated laws. Very American Constitution. I want the laws to follow this in the future. But most of the laws that we actually have in the books are reactive in nature. What does that mean?
It does seem nice.
Yeah, we have. Right, exactly. Like, for example, we're going to have a slew of laws about AI soon. We're going to have a slew of laws. It's already overdue for those scooters, those electric scooters, which are dangerous, right? But no one, the society has to create a reality that the legal system has to catch up to. If it's not illegal, it's ipso facto okay, until the state says, wait a second, we're having too many complaints about people riding these things irresponsibly. We're going to make rules. You have to wear a helmet. You have to drive in the street, whatever it is. So what does it mean about cleric or a layperson eating a Jew?
You know what I mean? So you don't look like a dude.
It means that everybody's eating a Jew. Meaning that not only lay people who are not officially religious leaders, but even a cleric, even like priests, are eating with Jews. And we got to put a stop to this. So to illustrate this, I'll show you one last one here, and then we better wrap it up. My favorite. Landlords are not allowed to allow Jews to bless the cross. You can't let those Jews, you can't invite, Yaakov to come over and put a bracha on your cross. That's not okay. But they're not making that up. The feeling is, it must have been happening. The church authorities must have said, this is so bad. You think the Jews are going to give you a bracha so your crops will grow? No, you can't allow Jews for these things. It undermines all our faith. And we got to do this. I look at this. It's so defensive. Such an action like our blessing, invalid and meaningless. You don't like our bracha? You have to go get the Jew to do it? Come on. And if you do this, you're going to be expelled completely from the church. A really shrill kind of punishment. You invite a Jew to give a bracha on your crops. That's it. No more forever. So what kind of sense do you get of the nature of Jews living in Visigoth Spain at this point? Yeah, and also they seem to be fairly well integrated with society, so much so that clerics are eating with them, so much so that peasants are asking to bless their crops, that there's a certain amount of intermarriage happening, which you may not be happy about, but there it is. So now the problem is, and I'm going to include this because we're out of time, we don't hear from the Jews, right? We're only hearing from the church here. We don't have any perspective from what the Jews think about what's happening. It could be just a fever dream of the church that they're very worried about these things, paranoid. We simply don't know. But as historians, you guys can look at these documents and think about it. Okay, let's wrap it up. Don't forget the AI assignment, and I'll see you guys on Thursday.
She is our Jonathan A. So my skin upon did they look like this body something?
Well, look at
You
that.
recall the Synod of Elvira, which is quite fascinating because it illustrates in its church records tremendous degree of antipathy to Jews living in Spain at the time. But by reading, as they say, against the grain, like when you have grain in wood, like on the stender, it has like patterns, the natural grain of the wood, and the inclination is to kind of read things flowing smoothly, but if you read them against the grain, like perpendicular to the grain, you get some new ideas out of it. Like, for example, reading that if any cleric or layperson is true, he or she can be kept as a way of correction, which suggests to us against the grain that you wouldn't need to pass this rule unless it was a problem, unless there were clerics, priests, and lay people actually having deals with Jews. That's why the law is there. Another way to look at it is, this no longer makes that much sense in this part of the world, but it used to be that every few years there would be another law against marijuana. Over and over again, you have so many laws restricting, regulating, criminalizing marijuana usage. Why so many laws against marijuana? Because it was the word abuse in itself was already a value statement, but it was being used. Meaning the laws were being ignored. It's like if they put on 150th Street a sign on every corner saying jaywalking is absolutely forbidden. You may not jaywalk here. You may not cross without the lights. Why do they have to put up those signs? Because people keep doing it. People keep ignoring the laws. And so these kinds of laws, even when it's grain, suggest that there's a social issue going on. This one, of course, is my favorite. The landlords are not allowed to bless their crops, right? Do not let those Jews bless their crops, because it's just insulting to us Christian priests and so on. Okay. But what is one of the great lacunae, the great holes in this entire period? What are we missing? The Jewish perspective, precisely. We do not have any surviving documents from Jewish communities. We presume it stands to reason that they're not writing about imaginary Jews. It's not impossible. You find societies from time to time, parts of Japan, for example, are very, very enamored with the protocols of the elders of Zion, and there's like, I think, less than 5,000 Jews living in all of Japan. So you don't need to have Jews to have an obsession with Jews, but it's more likely that there are some Jews in society in order to spur these results. Furthermore, we don't know if Jews would say, the church, it's so marginal, no one really pays attention, they can make their synods and things like that, but no one reads the rules, no one punishes us, we don't know. Or was it incredibly awful persecution? So let's move now to the Visigoths in particular, and as we mentioned in the very first lecture, there is this major transition of the Visigoths from an earlier form of Christianity called Arianism, this spelled with an I, and into Catholics. Catholics, of course, based in Rome, where you have the Pope. Later, in the eastern part of the Roman Empire, when Rome falls, then you have Constantinople, which becomes the head of the Eastern Catholic Church, which we tend to call the Orthodox Church. Sometimes confusing because Jews on the right end of the religious spectrum tend to call themselves Orthodox too. But Orthodox in that context literally means one doctrine, one way, which is also not really a good way to describe Orthodox Jews, because we have Dalet Amos of Halakha. A lot of people can stand inside Dalet Amos, but there is a kind of an agreement on certain levels of orthopraxy. So we're talking now about the Western Church. The word for the term Arian comes from a particular bishop from Africa called Bishop Arius, who lived in the 3rd into the 4th century. And we don't have to occupy ourselves too much with it, but the main issue of Arianism was taking down the divinity of the founder of Christianity significantly, and placing him more like an elevated prophet, a holy man, teacher, but not so closely associated with this theologically problematic idea of God made flesh. Jews and many pagans who were adopting a monotheistic faith did have a bit of a problem sometimes with this idea of God somehow breaking this infinite barrier to become a human being. A lot of internal Catholics would dispute over the mother, Mary, like what exactly was she? How can you have someone literally as the mother of God? And they fought each other over it, and had wars over it, and it took a long time to really calm down. Some say it didn't calm down for now. Mr. Catholic.
What is she going to be this year?
There's so much of that.
She's thinking of maybe.
So that kind of question you can only discover by reading the sermons of preachers or priests reading those against the grain. We don't have many statements from pagans about what they believe or what they're having trouble believing, but the fact that Christian priests, the church fathers, really have to emphasize how this is a possibility, how you could have a God, and a God who can die, right? Like, pagans, when they're coming to say, we get this idea, we run around Jews, we get this idea of an infinite, universal, eternal God who is invisible and so on. And now you're going to explain to me how he also became a human being, also very difficult. So Arianism kind of like was an easier step, because if you portray the founder as some kind of quasi-human, but inspired and so on. And as far as we know, during the Arian period, the Visigoths were not especially anti-Jewish. We don't have any records of any special anti-Jewish legislation. So Roman legislation, much as we tend to think about, the cruelty involved with the 3 wars that we fought from 66 to 135, and there definitely was incredible cruelty, especially after Hadrianic revolt. But generally speaking, the Romans actually had a pretty good place for Jews for much of our history. We were allowed to become citizens, we were allowed to become senators even, freeholding, land holding, all kinds of things like that. So Romans, until the church really got involved, were actually much easier on Jews. Now, what happens though is this date. This is really important. In 589, a Visigothic king here named Rabbi, and actually one of the things I like the best about the Visigothic kings is they have really cool names. Like Rekare, Sisabat, Wamba, they're really cool names. You can see in the Gerber reading a whole list of names. Anyways, Rekare, as you can see here, he's got his remarkable grand. He's got this, sort of ethereal look on his face up into the sky. This is his moment when he submits to the Catholic Church. He's got his hand on the Bible here, and he's saying, okay, that's it. No more Arianism. We are now going to be Catholics. Conversion to Catholicism. I don't know if he isn't. I assume that's his queen, and she's probably so proud of him to become a Catholic. And it's a big moment because one of the things that happens when the Visigoths become Catholics is they also decide to really double down on persecuting the Jews. And it becomes like a mania for them. They just, in many ways, the 120 odd years when the Visigoths were Catholic were among the worst in 1,500 years of Jewish experience from a perspective of legislation. Anti-Jewish legislation of the Visigoths in many ways set the tone for much of Spanish Jewish history, and even, one might argue, even modern history, including Nazi Germany. Part of the reason for this is this phenomenon of the zeal of the convert. For example, I'm sure you've heard the Gemara, I believe it's Mida, Gerim Sapachas Yisrael, which translates as, where's it from? Well, anyway, Zivamos, the Gemara, Gerim Sapachas Yisrael, which means, translation, converts are they're like a skin disease for the Jewish people. Now, what does that actually mean? So you can translate it two ways. One way is it means that they are like, you don't want them nasty, they're awful. You don't want converts, right? It's error throughout kind of thing. It can also mean, as one of my cabooses one point out, who was himself a gear, he says that no, converts are irritants to the Jews, like they're always scratching. Like, the convert says to you, did you bench? I didn't see you bench. How can you bench that fast? Excuse me, isn't what you're saying Lashon Hara? I mean, how can you say that? So the converts, because they have converted to Judaism, they've adopted as an adult, and they are enthusiastic about it, they can sometimes be more punctilious about the rules than born Jews who are used to being, it's okay, forget about it, it's all right. Whereas guarantee a sapaka, that's irritant to Jews. And this is the phenomenon for the Visigoths is the thing like, okay, how am I going to prove that I'm a really good Catholic now? I got an idea. I will persecute Jews. That will demonstrate my bona fides better than anything else. I will show that I'm so Catholic, I out-Catholic the Catholics when it comes to persecuting Jews. Montesquieu is a very famous French philosopher from Bordeaux. He wrote all the maxims, all the principles, and all the perspectives of the Inquisition. Meaning everything that we see almost 1,000 years later in the Inquisition really are embedded in the first experience of anti-Jewish persecution during the Visigoths. And I'm going to take you there, and I think you may agree with Montesquieu in this regard. It's basically 122 years of concentrated legislative anti-Jewish activity that lasted from Raphael's conversion in 589 to the Muslim invasion in 711. Really intense period. Okay. So let's look at some of those things right now. One of the things that was especially prominent among the Visigoths was forced baptism. And we should understand this a little bit. The church has a series of what they call 7 sacraments, 7 specific acts, which are like especially holy. And one of those really important sacraments is called baptism. It comes from John the Baptist, who was a first century figure, very active in the land of Israel. And he was big into, anybody know which mitzvah? Tefillah. He loved tefillah. He loved the Togo and the Jordan. He loved going to the mikvah. That was a big deal. And he felt that he's like a fusher. Everybody has to go to the mikvah. That's so important. And so that's why we call him John the Baptist. And he was a precursor to many of the apostles and so on. So when a person is baptized, and we're talking now about Catholic theology. Protestant theology will develop in the 15th century, and we'll have a slightly different take on this. But for the ancient and the medieval period, it's all going to be Catholic. When a person is baptized, even against their will, they then become Christian. So the baptism basically involves a dunk in the water, in some cases just a sprinkling of water, pronouncing of a formula, and that person is in fact now Christian. There are horrific stories from the medieval period of hooligans, it doesn't have to be a priest to do the process. Hooligans capturing Christian children and dumping them in a ditch and pronouncing their formulae over them, and they emerge now Christian. Jewish children, yeah. No, I'm sorry, Jewish children. And that was there's an example in the 20th century, Mortara, Mortara. One of the reasons why that's such a terrifying case is because it occurred in 1858. 19th century, right? Almost the modern era. And, well, I don't want to take us too far, but let me tell the story very quickly. It is something really worth studying, and in fact, Steven Spielberg is currently making a movie about it, Gary Mortara. When he was a young kid, he was 3 years old. He was very, very ill, and his family, the Mortara family in Bologna, Italy, had a non-Jewish nursemaid. She felt terrible for young Edgardo, who was her principal charge, and she was worried that he would die without the sacrament of baptism, which would, consign him to hell. So without telling her Jewish employers, she took the child and secretly had him baptized, just in case he would die, and he should not go to hell. Then Edgardo got better, and everyone was happy. But he turned out, when he was about 6 years old, this illiterate peasant, nanny happened to be talking at these groceries with other people, and one word got to another. It eventually got to the Vatican. The Vatican police have their own police force. Said, how is it possible that you have a Christian child living with a Jewish family? And they went and they arrested this 6-year-old kid and took him away from his parents. And it was a massive hue and cry. It was an international protest. Moses Montefiore had protests here in New York City. This is 1858, right? Protesting this incredibly. How can the Pope be so backward? The kid was like 2 years old when he was baptized. He certainly did not consent to it. And the Pope insisted. He said, forget it. This child has been baptized. This child is now a Christian. It is not acceptable for a Christian to be raised in a Jewish home. And he kept him for the rest of his life. Mortara ended up growing up becoming a Catholic priest. He spent his career proselytizing Jews, trying to get them to convert to Christianity. He even visited New York City. He was roundly criticized by the Jewish community for those against him. But he eventually retired to a monastery in Belgium, and he died just a few months before the Nazis invaded. And they would have killed him if they had found him because they considered him Jewish. But the Pope did not. And that's exactly an illustration, terrible, horrific story of how the church regards baptism as permanent regardless of consent. Now, many great church fathers who were, had varying degrees of anti-Jewish sentiment, but generally very permissive or let's say tolerant church fathers and early popes like Gregory the Great, for example, 7th century, said it is forbidden to baptize people against their will. You can't do it except with your own child. You can't baptize someone else's child. That's illegal. You're not allowed to do it. But in the evidence, so to speak, the baptism happens, the person is not Jewish. Which is a huge problem for Jews because of this here. So when Recollect says forced baptism, he's going against a lot of more moderate voices in the church, but he gets it done. He says originally that it is for children of mixed marriages, later for all Jews, which is remarkable. And many Jews end up fleeing Visigothic territories. You would call it encompasses most of Spain and into southern France. Some we assume converted, but what's fascinating is that this kind of rule is repeated so many times that we assume that the rule did not take a lot of effect, meaning they're baptizing Jews, and Jews say, okay, we're just going to ignore what you say, and we're going to continue living our lives. Then they get accused of being Judaizers, meaning being Christians who are imitating Jewish norms, and that invites more persecution, more forced conversions, and so on, and it becomes a really nasty cycle. who also have a tremendous amount of legislation. They spend a phenomenal amount of time talking about this in their legal works, that even when the Jews are baptized, you can't trust them. Not surprisingly, because they may have been baptized against their will. But, for example, the institution of special oaths that Jews had to take, this is something that lasted right up until the 19th century as well, that if a Jew was called to court, he was not believed the same way a Christian was. They had to usually impose some kind of humiliating ritual, like standing on a pig skin with your shirt off and pronouncing a long list of imprecations called the More Judeo, the oath of the Jew, that said, no, I really swear at the Holy Torah and Moses and so on. You go through this whole list and say, I will not, and only after these kinds of humiliations would then you be required to testify in court. Conveniences with the consumption of pork, like, okay, if you eat this dish of pork, then we will believe you. You know, so incredible, like these ridiculous rules.
But that case is not seen on the court, that was already
that particular one, it's like 17th century that I think of it specifically. I don't know if they had the. I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at some of the primary sources. But like ridiculously levels and levels of like, what are they doing all day but thinking about ways to persecute Jews? And it gets much worse. The punishments for really tiny infractions include lashes, confiscation of property, exile, and this word that comes up over and over again in the Visigoth codes, decalivatio, which literally means scalping. So there's a certain amount of debate over what this means. This is a picture, obviously not from Visigoth age. This is actually from the 19th century in one of the American and First Nations wars. This is someone named Rabbi. After he had been scalped, see, it's a pretty nasty experience to go through. Most people do not actually survive scalping. It's not, what's the process of it? They pull off the top layer of skin and the hair. You know, and then you've got your skull, or sometimes even your brain exposed, or like a sticky substance, with a knife. You can see in the stitches here where we had a flap of skin reattached. Really nice. So the question is, if they're punishing people over and over again with decalivatio, and it is frequently a fatal operation, are they really doing that? Some have argued that perhaps it's referring to shaving the head, which was, humiliating, but not necessarily, or certainly not fatal. The term literally means to make bald, and so we're not exactly sure what they meant by it. It could be the fatal scalping. Unlikely, it could mean simply shaving, but a tremendous amount of amputation. They love chopping limbs off for infractions, especially in the case of inter-religious sexual relations. Women, if a Christian woman was caught having a sexual relationship with a Jewish man, she would have her nose amputated, which is a pretty amazing and awful thing. If a Jewish man was having a relationship with a Christian woman, he would have his penis amputated. So really nasty, awful punishments. These are weird people, and it just gets weirder and weirder. They're so paranoid about Shabbat. In fact, maybe in this area here, you get a better sense of what the Jewish communities would have been like. They were very, very paranoid about Jews observing Shabbos. And what does that say about the potential nature of Jewish life? Reading that against the grain, that fact. The observance to that they were observant good. And what else in more basic? What do we know about their presence? They were significant enough that they could observe it and they could say, this is what Jews do. We're going to say that you've got to stop doing this because you are now Christians. Also, an awareness of Jewish holidays and, really clamping down Jewish holidays are bizarre and almost totalitarian focus on requiring Jews to check in and check out whenever they travel. Like if they want to go to another village for a period of time, for whatever reason, they have to check in with the local priest, say they're going to such and such a village for 3 days, and go down the road, check into the priest over there. And it's like, that's barely happened in the medieval period. It's so unusual that they have this police state kind of surveillance. And again, in many cases, these are actually Jews who have been forcibly converted. So technically, they're actually Christians, but they have questions Christians. And by the way, I should mention, this is another element that we see in the Visigoth period that is characteristic of the later Inquisition. The creation of two statuses of Christians. The born Christian, who is called simply a Christian or an old Christian, and the so-called new Christians, or also called sometimes conversos, or in the negative sense, the term marranos, meaning pig. Like there's you can't become an old Christian. You can only be another generation of new Christians. And so a kind of a quasi-racist society would be established. You would definitely see it with lots of evidence in the Inquisition period in the 1400s and onward. Here we are again kind of struggling with the fact that we don't know what the Jews had to say about this. Is this all totally made up by the Visigoths? So they're just publishing these things for show, what you would say in today's social media world, virtue signaling? Like they're saying, look how Catholic we are, we have all of this nasty anti-Jewish legislation, or is it actually resulting in a lot of punishment of actual Jews? The laws have frequently repeated, which is a widespread indication that they are not being followed, right? Like the jaywalking example, the marijuana example, and so on. And new laws are added for Christians who help Jews. Which is also interesting to read against the grain because it suggests that Jews were fairly well embedded in society if they could have enough people who would be helping them along with their lifestyle. But this is, think about this, 122 years of that, but basically 4 odd generations of persecution. Your grandparents would know it, your parents, you would know it, your children would know it. It was an intense period of persecution during the entire period. Here's the Visigoths, by the way, besides the anti-Jewish legislation, they were known for being exceptionally, hedonistic, and you really see it in this particular Kano image from the 17th century. They're obviously, they probably didn't dress like this, more of a 17th century representation, but their facial expressions really give it away. So then the kind of patterns we see are these forced conversions. They have to become Christian, and then they are punished for retaining any Jewish behaviors. It's a pattern that we'll see in the Inquisition as well. We see this secondary class, right, the new Christian status, that is a big deal about the Visigoths. We'll see that also in the Visigoth period, in the Inquisition period. The bizarre police state surveillance, right? They check in, check out, special kinds of oaths and things like that. Also evident in the Inquisition. Another, like we saw with Montesquieu at the beginning of the hour, a lot of the kind of methods and the mechanisms of the Inquisition were prefigured by the Visigoths. They seem to pioneer this unusual state and its desire to supervise its Jewish minority. There's some debate. There's not a lot of research on the Visigoths because we don't have a tremendous amount of documents to work with, and it's not intrinsically fascinating to many scholars. But there is one particular historian named Baccarat who writes that in many ways, we should not understand this as a religious mania, but as an economic expression of an economic desire. And I'll explain this as well when we talk about the Inquisition. One of the big debates about the Inquisition, which, again, I know you don't know a lot about it yet, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a heads up. There are many scholars that tend to view the Inquisition as essentially a religious mania. Like the Catholic king and queen of Spain wanted to make the Iberian Peninsula had wooden lines, no Jews whatsoever, monolithic, one holy, indivisible, and Catholic, and that most of their actions were motivated by that religious chauvinism. Other scholars, on the other hand, say that is simply a veneer for an economic incentive. In reality, what they're more interested in is channeling the wealth accumulated by Jews into their own coffers, either through taxation and persecution or through expulsion and confiscation. But the religious thing is just a red herring, it's a distraction. It's really about the money. So some scholars following Bachrach in particular say that maybe this was all about the money. Maybe all of these religious rules were designed to keep the Jews in place, but to squeeze them for whatever value they could get out of them. Bachrach is the scholar's name, B-A-C-H-R-I-C-H. And this is the first of the whole system of Visigoth anti-Jewish persecution, he argues that it's essentially economic in nature. You'll see it when we get to the Inquisition. There's a great scholar named Netanyahu, who is the father of our today's Bibi Netanyahu, was actually a great historian, and he wrote a more traditional history of the Inquisitions very well. And then there are modern scholars like Weiner, who says, no, too much emphasis on the religion. It's really about the money. And it's a great debate. In my humble opinion, I believe that, like most historical debates, the truth is somewhere in the middle, that there were religious and economic elements to it, but one can argue whether it's principally religious or principally economic in nature. But a lot of these elements here will be just taken as if they were patterned after them into the Inquisition. And one of the things that a great Holocaust historian named Rabbi said, when I first read this, I thought it was awfully awful. But as I got older and I realized the maturity of his thought, this thing was a lot of value to it. He believes the Nazi regime was really rooted in the systems developed in the Spanish Inquisition, and the Spanish Inquisition has a lot of its systems rooted in the Visigoth period. This whole paradigm of dual status, the persecution, the police state elements, and so on. But once again, we are handicapped by the fact that we don't have Jewish sources. All we are reading is about what the Visigoths had to say about the Jews, and it's awful and terrifying to imagine that what they were saying was actually put into practice, but we simply don't know how evident that is. We just don't know how true it is. It's at that time, but not from that place. There are no Jewish authors whose works have survived. Perhaps we will discover one in the Geniza archives or something like that. But right now, we don't know what they say. So there's some in Oxford and St. Petersburg, and there's some right here in New York City. Jewish Theological Institute, Jewish Theological Seminary has a nice collection of Geniza documents. Even better, you can go online. Does anyone know what Geniza is? It's a massive amount of Shemus that was collected over hundreds of years and discovered in a synagogue in Cairo. And it tells us so much amazing stuff about Jewish history and actually about world history. There's hundreds of thousands of fragments, because this is all garbage. They threw them away, they rotted, they broke apart, parchment, vellum, papyrus, all kinds of documents, paper. And if you want, you can go, there's a great website, I think it's called the Scribes Project. Just Google around and find it, where they're crowdsourcing and deciphering these documents now they've been working on for over a century, where if you volunteer, they will show you a little scrap of paper that has been digitally scanned, and they'll ask you, do you recognize this language? And you say, yes, it's Hebrew. And when they say, is it right side up? And because they don't yourself, they just scanned it without knowing what it is. And you say, no, it's upside down. And they'll flip it upside down for you. And it says, what does it say? And you're like, I don't know. I can't translate it. And so it's what you find, and it'll go to the next level researcher who can read Hebrew and say, what do you think? Do you see what this is? And by crowdsourcing it, they're actually making huge progress. deciphering this scratch that people are doing. So we'll talk more about it later, I think. But maybe we'll find out what Jews in the Visigoth period thought. We don't have any
And it also
documents
just
yet.
depends on the cat.
Okay. Now, how does this period end? So we talked in the first class about the Muslim invasion, right? Islam starts in 622 in the Saudi Arabian Hijaz region by the Red Sea, and then it spreads ridiculously fast. Less than a century later, it's gone all the way across the coast of North Africa, and Muslim armies cross the Strait of Gibraltar and make their way into the Visigothic kingdom, and with ridiculously short order, they take over almost all of it. The Jewish response to the arrival of the Visigoths is the subject of heated historical debate, and we'll explore a lot more of that next time we meet. But the reality is, if you were a Jew living in Visigothic Spain, the chances are you would be so thrilled to have the Muslims come in, because the Visigoths were so awful. Amputations, the forced conversions, the confiscations, the exiles, just over and over and over again, these incredibly anti-Semitic laws. The Muslims come in and say, listen, we will give you protected status, demon status, and we're solid with that. We'll explore more about the Congress period next week. But I just want to look at one other thing here. Actually, I don't want to say too much about this, because this is actually taking us a little bit further away from where we are. Let's just go to King Wamba here, which is really the end of this period. Here's King Wamba. Once again, I really love the names of them. And he looks like a Wamba to me, too. I think that the costume is sort of Romanesque, but so what happens is the governor of Nice, which is out in the French part of the Visigoth Empire, rebels against King Wamba. He's one of the last of the Visigoths, and he says, Jews, we have a common enemy in the Visigoths. You come to our side. And again, reading from their documents, apparently Jews did say we're sick of the Visigoths. They're driving us crazy. And we know also that in 693, again, writing from the Visigothic perspective, we don't have a Jewish perspective on this, that Jews were like saying, please, Muslims, come into our country and get rid of these horrible Visigoths. This could be simply an ex post facto justification of persecution of Jews, saying they are intrinsically treasonous. So we don't know if any of this actually was true, but if it was true, it would not be surprising at all. And the Muslims can make their way in. A very, very small, extremely mobile army encounters a largely rejected population and conquers them quite quickly. Jews will play a significant role, not so much as far as you can tell in the actual military conquest, but certainly in the maintenance of the Muslim rule, because they were a loyal partner to the Muslims. You think for yourself, here you are, you've got this tiny little embattled Jewish community inside a Visigothic city. The Muslims come in and say, we're getting rid of these ridiculously persecutory Visigoths, but there's only a few of us who've got some more progress in the peninsula. We want you guys to be in charge of the city, you take care of the gates, you take care of the defense, and take the taxes, and we'll come by and pick up our share. And Jews would say, yes, great idea. So a fairly small minority of Jews apparently helped engineer the Islamic consolidation control. That's probably better than thinking about the conquest. The consolidation came down to Jewish Jerusalem.
I'm sure on the Jewish side,
you would think that, but what do we know?
That's why grades, girls are in girls.
Next to that, we don't know. The Jewish voice in all this is silent. We don't really get good Jewish voices for another couple hundred years. And so we're just like reaching back in history and trying to reconstruct what it must have been like, since we don't know. But that would be, I think, a very legitimate concern. But the fact is, what do you have to lose? The Visigoths are like so awful. How bad
and then there was this day, did you guys do this, where there was one day a year where the opposite gender came to school. It was like our brother's school came to school with us, and it was called Exchange Day.
I would
We would have classes sometimes.
Okay, let's just do some last reflections here from me on themes and precedents. This is a remarkable piece by Francisco Rizzi, and it's a depiction of an actual event, an auto da fe, which we'll spend a lot of time talking about later. This is a public burning of two Jews. You can see them here in the center, and they're wearing a special humiliating tunic called the San Benito, and the conical hats, which have become memorialized in the Western tradition as dunce caps. You hear those? Yeah, my father told me he had to wear one when he was a kid. It's a conical hat. And it was meant specifically to ridicule people. That's my father endured. In my generation, we didn't do that anymore, but they would literally hit us. Like my teachers literally hit me over the knuckles with rulers, like yardsticks and witchcraft. And I have witnessed with my own eyes teacher pulling down a boy's pants and spanking him in class. Right? That would not happen today, but that was back in the day. But the dunce cap was originated from the Spanish Inquisition, and I wanted to San Benito as like an article of humiliating clothing. And look at this rock star concert kind of environment. Here they have, this is where the burning is going to take place. And like there's all these dignitaries in the finest clothes, all come here to witness, the possible confession. Which would, and by the way, if you were at this stage in the process, confession would get you one thing. They would strangle you before you were burned at the stake. If you refused to confess, then you would still be burned at the stake, but without strangulation. So it makes sense. But look at the environment. Look at like this depiction of all these people coming for this huge party. The richest people get the best seats to watch this whole thing going on. And this kind of environment of all society just piling on with this hatred directed at two tiny little figures in the center here is emblematic of this kind of mass social mania that seemed to grip the Visigothic state, and it also is clearly evident in the Inquisition period, and this is, by the way, on the date here, 1683. The Inquisition lasted for hundreds of years. It was in Madrid. Okay, we have examples of it also in Peru, in Europe. It was like you have these kinds of things everywhere. It's huge. And I would like to also suggest for your consideration, gentlemen, and with this I'm going to close my formal remarks. I think we're living in this time today. I think that if you look at the tremendous amount of energy and belief and sheer numbers of young people who participate in the anti-Israel protests, it just seems to me like we're being assaulted from all sides by people who do not know anything about the state of Israel, about its realities, about the Jewish people as a whole, and it's just like another excuse for engaging in mass acts of hatred. And it's terrifying. This particular Shabbos, I'm going to be speaking about one individual named Cardoso. We'll have something to talk about him later. But he was someone who was born as a new Christian, meaning he was from a family that was baptized not 100 years later, right around this time of this particular author that day. And he was a very successful doctor and a writer. He was famous. He was known for being with the rich and famous everywhere in Spain. And then one day, while he was a professor, I believe at I'm not sure university he was called to participate in Auto da Fe, and he had to go in his full academic regalia with all the others to watch this happening. And he looked around and said, my gosh, what am I involved in? Why am I sitting here in the stands watching two innocent people being burnt at the stake? And it just turns him around completely. It was like an elbow moment for him. He dropped everything. He left Spain, left his wealth, left his career, left his fame. He made his way to the ghetto in Venice. He lived in a tiny little square that housed the Jewish population where he could at least identify himself as a Jew. And I think that's in many ways comparable, not only to the Spanish period of the Inquisition, but also the Visigothic period in our own day. Thank you for listening to the short Russia, gentlemen. Let's take questions and we'll wrap it up. Mr. Russia.
There was also this girl who said, do you have any memories of someone like throwing up next to you or
like it's sort
there
of,
was this
but
bitch
I'm not sure
who
what that
next
is.
to me
It might be
we
like
next to each other. She had her roll up at recess.
yeah, maybe it's the perspective of
was
one black,
red,
that
roll up
possible.
like red 40
Or
color.
maybe
And it
maybe
smelled
it
like
looks like a
roll up.
cross
And
there.
I was sitting next
So
to her and then they
maybe
had
this is where
champagne
they're
and
gonna tie
clean
them
it up
up.
and throw like they put like bird seed on it. What do they put on it? It was just
Yeah,
like
it looks like a flat banner of some type.
what is that? 800.
Okay, this is a high resolution and you can probably get on Google and zoom in and figure it out.
Oh my god, I can't even look at it.
Maybe I'll see it when we get to the mission. What they
I
use
saw
for this is
Yeah,
Judaism.
like this,
You know,
the cherry.
could be not cooking pork or resting on Saturday instead of Sunday. We'll get into it. It becomes just these are baptized Jews. Absolutely. 1683, there are no more Jews in Spain for 200 years at this point. It was happening for us, I would say, yeah, no, but the same thing contemporary event. No more questions, arguments, discussions?
Yes.
Okay, let's have an excellent Shabbos. Remember, next Shabbos, next Tuesday, no meeting. Thursday, we will meet. Okay? And we'll go on with the Muslim period, which is absolutely fascinating too. Thank you. Thank you.
Forensic files, yeah, that's what.
That's what you. Oh, there's a lot of sawdust on the floor.
Oh, yeah, but oh my gosh, when I was in, this was in pre-K.
Okay, we are recording.
I guess. I was in the
Okay,
middle of
gentlemen,
the
so our
gymnasium,
goal for
in a
today
environment in
is
the
to
middle of
begin to
the
discuss
gym,
the
and upstairs
amazing
we
history
had
of
a room where
Al-Andalus.
they have
This is
high
the Spanish word,
like
the
some
Arabic
teachers
word
walk up to it.
for
They're like,
southern
you did
Spain
this,
in
and there was
particular,
this little room
which
that
was
they
the
were asking,
heartland of the Jewish Golden Age. The map that I have on the background here is actually not from the Golden Age, if you want, it's from a little later in the Golden Age, not precisely the Golden Age, it's 15th century and it's a Christian era. In other words, it was an amazing map made by a phenomenal Jewish mapmaker called the Catalan Atlas, and we will return to it later, but it's like the background of this right. So for this lecture, even though it's not chronologically relevant, what we are going to be talking about is Al-Andalus. So let me turn the lighting so that you can see this a little better. As we get a little later in the year, it'll be darker. Al-Andalus is the southern part of the peninsula in particular. You recall that when the Muslims cross the streets in 711, they make a pretty mad dash all the way up to the Pyrenees Mountains. All the way up to the Pyrenees Mountains here, separating Spain from France. They're not able to control the northern population, northern areas very well, so they lose that pretty soon. And then after a couple hundred years, the Christians simply start pushing their way downward in the Reconquista, and it goes back to Christian control by the end of the 15th century. But for the period that we're talking about today, it's definitely the southern part, in particular places like Seville, Córdoba, Granada, and so on. Now, this is really what makes Spain so different and may actually contribute significantly to the idea of a unique Sephardic culture, because for the vast majority of the Jewish experience of the last 2,000 years, Jews have lived in largely monolithic religious cultures, meaning Jews in Ashkenazic lands overwhelmingly live as minorities within overarching Christian cultures. So in other words, the vast majority of people were Christian, for most of it predominantly Catholic, and you had a tiny Jewish minority. And in the southern part of the Mediterranean and the eastern part, you had an overwhelmingly Muslim majority and a tiny Christian majority. The difference is in Spain, because of this unique mix of the original Visigoths, who of course converted in the late 6th century to Catholicism, and then the advent of the Muslims in the early 8th century, and then they're being driven out, at least politically, by the 15th century. You have three populations, no problem. But you have to worry about what people say online after coming away, right? People say, so this is a triangular culture. It's not one where there's a clearly dominant majority in the Jews. There is a dominant majority that still has to deal with a significant minority. When it's under Muslim control, they still have to deal with the large number of people living there who are still Christians, and the Jews as the third group. And when it becomes Christian, of course, the Christians are the dominant majority, but not with a capital D dominant. You still have a large number of Muslims living in the region, and so the Jews are the third party there as well. It's always triangular, and that difference in the power dynamic makes a huge change in the possibilities of Jewish expression, culture, and the exercise of state power, as we shall see. That's why this period, especially the earliest part of the period, is sometimes called La Convivencia. Spaniards would say something like La Convivencia because they pronounce that C as a TH sound. I don't do it very well, but that literally means the coexistence, the living together. It is a little bit of a myth, but for a couple hundred years, it was actually not so bad. Muslims, Jews, and Christians got along better than they had for much of their share of history. Yes, please. Well, when you think about from the perspective of Jews, violence basically means like pogroms or expulsions and things like that. So you basically don't have any pogroms or expulsions except for one significant attack in 1066, and then you have another 100 years before there's anything nasty happening. That's pretty amazing from the perspective of Jews. That's not to say there's overall peace. There was a certain amount of internal political intrigue, and there was fighting amongst groups, especially during one period where there were competing kingdoms. So it's not like everyone was living in a paradise. But in terms of the relationship, specifically Jews, Christians, and Muslims, not too bad. And over the course of today's lecture, and also we'll come back to this on Tuesday because we won't finish today, you can judge for yourself how extensive the convivencia really was. But I think it is definitely worth talking about. I would not, there's some people who think of it as some kind of paradise, and I think that's an exaggeration. But it definitely was pretty good. Kind of like here in the United States of America, we had a pretty good from about, let's say, 1959 till October 7, 2023. Not too bad. It was unfashionable to be anti-Semitic in this country. There were definitely crazy people who were still, hiding in their basements with Nazi paraphernalia and occasionally marching the streets. But most Americans regarded them as being the fringe. But nowadays, I think we may be seeing the other side of that period. And let's, we'll talk about that God willing when we're going to have a commemoration here on October 7th, and we'll assess some of that. So the period that we're talking about for the real convivencia is 950 to 1150. Basically, what that coincides with is the rise of the first figure we're going to talk about, which is Hasdai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish leader who exemplified many of the characteristics of this period until the invasions of the Almohads, which were a Muslim group that were unusually intolerant and quite distinct from their predecessors, who were inclined to be pretty relaxed about how they treated them. So that's the period, sometimes this is called the Golden Age of Spain, because it represents that kind of unique period where Jews had an unusual level of facility with secular culture. Maimonides is right at the tail end of it. He himself had to flee Spain as a teenager, so he experienced like a few years of the last bit of this period, and then of course the rest of his life was lived in exile from Spain. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay, let's do a little bit of Muslim theology. Actually, we spent a lot of time about Christian theology. Let's do a little bit of Muslim theology to understand why the Jews might have fared better in Spain. This map, by the way, shows you the end period. These are the invasion of Almohads in particular. They're a group of Berbers are African Muslims invaded Spain, and when they showed up in Spain in the middle of the 12th century and they saw how Jews were being treated, they flipped out and said, there's no way that Jews can get away with all of these things that we're doing, and you can call that Islam. So that was basically shutting the door on the border. A lot of the reason why Jews were able to find a place in Muslim society was because of this thing called the Pact of Umar. This is a really important thing, and I wish to see you compare it to the doctrine of witness that we discussed in Christian theology. The Pact of Umar is a document that purports to be an answer of a caliph, that's like the leader of the Muslim world at the time, to a series of questions posed by religious minorities as to what is their place in Islam. It was attributed to the second caliph, which is in the middle of the 7th century, that's really early, right? Muhammad dies in 632, so this is just a couple of years later, or maybe 12 years later after Muhammad's death. But it's more likely the later Umar, that was in the 8th century. The document itself that we have is not cited until the 9th century, so it's hard to know how much of it is antedated to the early period. The question is kind of like I feel like a tshuva, in which the questioners say, oh, great Caliph Umar, thank you for spreading your Muslim rule over all of us. Please, define for us what are our rights and privileges and responsibilities in Muslim society. And then the pact goes on to give an answer that applies to all people called the people of the book, Kitab, which includes Jews and Christians, to be sure. Again, in Muslim theology, any people that were seized, Islam essentially picked up after Judaism and Christianity left off, and the sort of basic theological idea is that, again, from a Muslim perspective, God attempted to communicate with humanity through the Jews, and then the Jews messed up the document, the Torah that we have this day has been adulterated to change the message. And then we tried again through the Christians, and then the same thing happened, and now Muslims say that Muhammad is so-called the seal of the prophets. He is the last attempt that God is going to make, and he gave a perfect communication to Muhammad, which is the Quran and the Hadith, which is sort of like the old traditional book of Allah. So because of the fact that these earlier people, Jews and Christians, had some communication with God, even though the communication has been adulterated since then, according to Islam, they deserve some respect, and they deserve to be able to keep their ancestral traditions. Later, as Islam expanded to the East, they expanded this extensively to other people as well, but for our purposes, we're going to talk about the Jews, who are known as, and the Christians, who are known as Dhimmi, which is like the protected people because of that earlier connection to Judaism. This is not completely new, it's not created a whole clock, there are some historian precedents behind this exercise. What does the pact actually say? This, by the way, is the Kaaba, which is the central shrine of Islam in Saudi Arabia and Mecca, and there's apparently a meteorite or something inside this, and the Hajj, or the annual pilgrimage, represents masses of Muslims traveling there and walking in concentric circles around it. Sorry? Yeah, I guess it's comparable in some way. It is their holiest shrine, holiest site, and they close to it, so on. It's a pretty dramatic event. What does the pact say? So first of all, the pact says, okay, you Jews, you can keep your religion. Just like, I don't know if you guys are too young to remember this, but President Obama says if you like your health insurance, you can keep your health insurance, right? So it's like if you like your religion, you can keep your religion. But you can't do everything in your religion. For example, you can't make a public affair of it. You no loud Purim celebration, for example. No proselytizing. Oh my gosh, if you try to convince Islamic people to become Jewish, that would be terrible. You can keep your religious structures intact. You have a synagogue, you can keep your synagogue, and you can maintain them, but you can't build a new one. These rules, by the way, were often not observed. They were, you could bribe your way out of it to build another synagogue, and all of a sudden a synagogue would be created, and people would just forget about the fact that it's against the pact. And in some places, to avoid the problem, synagogues would be, you have like multiple layers underground to be able to accommodate those in the community without necessarily creating a new footprint. But basically, you can keep your religion, but don't make it loud. Don't make it in our face. And that's not such a bad deal. Second, there's a whole bunch of symbolic discriminations and distinctions in place, which include, for example, Jews are not allowed to bear arms. Carrying a sword is a sign of power, a sign of authority and potential threat. And so Jews may not bear arms. Once again, for much of the period that we're talking about, the Act of Umar was an interesting legal document that in some places was interpreted very strictly, but for the most part, it was, people would, if you wore a sword, no one was going to necessarily bother you as long as you take the right ride, so of course, things like that, distinctive dress, Jews were supposed to wear the color yellow. And again, ignored in lots of places, and the rest of the color. In public, I suppose you get a sword at home. They weren't going to take away your sword, but it sounds like we're not going to take away your gun. If you like your guns, keep them. We're not going to take away your gun. But the whole point is, a Jew shouldn't stand out there looking like a powerful, authoritative figure. You can keep your Judaism, but you got to keep the book. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name in the back. Once again, Blumenstrau. Thank you, Mr. Blumenstrau. What's your question?
From a Freudian perspective, absolutely. It was so intense that it led us into it.
It's attributed to the second covenant, but maybe dated 9th century.
Just one set of everyone was in it because
he didn't have a son, so then it's not a direct Ben Achar Ben, but it's definitely from the very good years.
To paint the picture, to be totally fair, the kid's mom was hot as fuck. It was undeniable. The kid's mom was
exactly. In fact, specifically, synagogues could not be larger than mosques. They couldn't have a higher elevation, and they couldn't be expanded. You couldn't build a new one. They only get the other one you have to find
we didn't have to deal with God now.
Good question. I don't know. There is yellow as a popular color for Jews in the medieval Christian world, largely because of its association with gold and money lending, and the coins with which the founder of Christianity was portrayed. Why yellow would be associated with Islam, I don't know. I know green is kind of like a holy color. Yellow is an example of that.
Yeah, because these 8-year-olds, potentially 10-year-old boys are dealing with bombs.
Yeah, we borrowed it for each time. We were 12 15. We'll talk about it a little more when we get to the Christian here. Okay, no riding with saddles, right? No, also, if I remember correctly, no riding horses, only riding donkeys. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly, but you get the idea, right? These are symbolic distinctions, which could sometimes be bribed your way out of, but nevertheless, it was meant to mark people as distinct. And there's a whole bunch of sort of preferential support for Muslims. Jews were required to support Muslim travelers as they went to particular areas. Jews could not cater to any illicit Muslim taste for alcohol. Alcohol is forbidden in Islam. not in Judaism. And so while Jews might be making wine for themselves, they're not supposed to sell it to Muslims. By the way, this is probably the most egregiously ignored rule of the Pakistan in Spain. Muslims are drinking significantly, they're drinking with Jews, they're drinking Jewish wine. They're drinking Muslim wine. It's like they basically ignore it. Also in the Ottoman Empire, this is not a simple thing. Although even in Saudi Arabia today, you cannot bring alcohol into the entire country, which presented a challenge for U.S. forces when they had bases there, because I don't think they can actually bring alcohol into Saudi Arabia at all. No Budweiser. Jewish homes have to be smaller, less updated. So this is basically the kinds of rules that are in the Pact of Umal. If we assess it, it's kind of, maybe from our 21st century perspective, it seems wildly discriminatory, which it is, obviously, in the true sense of the word discriminate, to make distinctions. But on the other hand, it's a lot like the doctrine of witness, in which Jews were restricted by Christian authorities, but nevertheless they were also allowed a place to exist. These aren't the rules. If you are going to follow the rules, you can have your religion, you can worship in your synagogues quietly, you can have your families, everything's fine. Just don't ride a horse with a saddle and feet, don't carry a blade, and things like that. It allowed a space for Jews to legally exist.
There's no way there will swerve. That's all right. You eventually conquered it. I mean, that was kind of awesome. That was awesome. No one believes me when I brought that home. Everybody knew the whole time. Bro, it's like for real. You can do it.
Generally not. Generally not. There are some very egregious exceptions to that rule, but I think you want to interesting debate in medieval Jewish history as a whole. Did the Jews do better under Islam or under Christianity? And almost all scholars agree that if you look at the frequency and the intensity of anti-Semitic persecution, it's definitely much higher than in Christian life. Yes, in Christian life, definitely. I mean, like, take for example, forced conversion, right, which is huge in Christian history. We saw it in the Visigoths already, and we talked about it. It's going to come up with the Inquisition in Spain in 1391. There's only one really massive incident of forced conversion in Islamic history is the conversion of Jews at Meshed in 1839. It's quite late, but basically the Pact of Umal was honored that Jews could maintain their religion and so on. When Jews were persecuted, it was usually because of, like we shall see probably on Tuesday, when a new regime takes over, a new boss, not like the old boss, and the new boss says, I can't believe you're letting the Jews get away with this stuff, and they crack down hard on the Pact of Umal, when it used to be ignored for maybe 100 years. Yeah, that's right. You're not okay, so that's the sort of general historical background with regards to Islamic theology. Now, one more really important difference is relevant to understanding why Spain is so unique and how that contributes to globalism. That is the center versus periphery. And this is, by the way, why I said, wow, I just thought this image so much that I put it in the back of this lecture. This is a larger picture of the Catalan asset. It's a massive piece of canvas of wood, that was a gift to a French king made by a Catalan, made by a Mallorcan Jewish mapmaker. And you see here they have this little symbol, recognize this? This is the first instance in history, this kind of history, that
columns for those.
the first instance in history was used in North, and so that symbol is literally by a Jewish man. So here's center versus periphery. Here's Spain in the Mr. Richards? And way over here. He's not talking about that. He's not entirely scale. But right over here, this is where, well, actually, yeah, right over here. This is like where in Massachusetts. And what about Islam? Where is the center of the Islamic world? Also in Baghdad at the time, the 8th century. No, Mecca is still in the tiny town. The caliphate is actually in Baghdad out here at this time. Mecca is the holy place, but Baghdad is where all the scholars and administration and government. So in other words, letters or other communication traveling from Baghdad to Spain and back might take as long as a year. We're talking about very remote communications, definitely not the internet age. And so you have the center over here, and then you have the periphery way out here on the edge of the continent. And how do you think that would affect people's behavior way out here to Vegas, so to speak? What, Mr. Richards, you're smiling? What happened? Yeah, exactly. You know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? Like, it's so far away from where people normally live in New Jersey or something that's why it's notorious for antinomian behavior, where people, you know, like, if they decide, if a Muslim says, you know, that, you know, I think that the Quran only tells me not to get, completely hammered, but if I have a couple of glasses of wine, that's okay. And so he'll have a couple of glasses of wine, because by the time he has a chance to ask the Muslim authorities in Baghdad, is 2 glasses of wine forbidden, he's already drank 400 glasses of wine. It's so far away. So there's all kinds of things that can happen way out here, both for Jews and for Muslims, that happen primarily because they're basically on their own, and they can make stuff up as they go along. And that relative freedom from supervision, from close supervision, means that they're going to experiment with their cultures, and they're allowed for things for expediency, which actually work very well in Jewish faith. Okay, so that's it for the sort of introduction to the historical era and some of the conditions. I want to look at this period through the lens of several Jewish luminaries who are so amazing and so unusual that I think I'd like to take a particular approach. And from them and their life stories, you can get a better sense of how the whole thing was constructed. The first one is going to be Chatzai Shafik, who's a very famous politician and supporter of scholarship. More on a deed. Hope you get to this day. A poet and a warrior. Yitzhak Al-Fasi, of course, the good halakhist. You guys probably spend a lot of time with the riff all day long. Shlomo Zabiro, a philosopher and poet. Bachman, Huda and Akashos, and Yehuda Halevi, a philosopher and a poet as well. And this kind of will round out perspective of these remarkable 200 years of Sephardic. Okay, any questions before we go past that? Clear as the sun. Okay, so here we are. This is the Caliphate of Cordoba, one of the interesting things that happened in terms of Islamic history is that the local Muslim rulers essentially said, why are we beholden to the Caliphate in Baghdad? We're going to set up our own caliphate here in Cordoba. In fact, that was essentially one of the first fractures of the Islamic world by creating a distinct caliphate. But again, a bunch of periphery issues allowed that to happen. Yes?
But as far as like the NBA has become one-on-one matchups.
Yes, the Shiite are largely relegated to the Okay, so here we go. We're going to look at how site and stuff with these years are roughly 910 to 970. Here's sort of a paradigm of what the Muslims sometimes look to the Jews as the wise and loyal servant. In the sense that the Jews developed a reputation early on for having an unusual amount of intelligence, a reputation that has stuck with the Jewish people for millennia, but also being loyal. Right? The Jews were always going to be a minority, but they recognize that attaching themselves to the ruling power in an effective way is actually a great advantage to the ruling power, specifically in Spain, because they have to worry about an irredentist Christian movement as well. Meaning, if a Muslim ruler would be saying to some Christian intelligent person, hey, you become my finance minister, my foreign minister, my royal position, whatever, that Christian has a lot of allies in the countryside who could conceivably be the source of a revolution. That's not the case with the Jews. The Jews are not sufficiently numerous to mount a revolution. They're more likely to be loyal to the authorities, and they're also deeply intelligent with a long history of literacy and numeracy that makes them especially useful. The kinds of skills that Kastai and many of the figures we'll look at today had were especially relevant for the Muslims and were highly valuable. First is going to be literary. The Muslims love poetry. They're deeply engaged in poetry, terms of phrases. If you've ever read any of the Hakdamot to Sephardic books, especially from this period, they're very flowery and lined with complicated allusions, and it's really hard to read those Hakdamot quite often because of how difficult they are. But Muslims ate that stuff up. They really were deeply in love with literature, and Jews are a literary people. They're also very linguistic, because Jews tended to be, America is the exception, but historically Jews are multilingual, they're polyglot. If you go back and ask your grandparents, maybe even your parents, how many languages they're fluent in, chances are they won't have enough fingers on one hand to let you know how many languages they can communicate in. That is the normal Jewish tradition. It is a strange quirk of history that American Jews tend to be lost in English language. But Jews in Spain, especially, were very well versed in, of course, Hebrew, Arabic, which was rapidly becoming the dominant language of the Lower Mediterranean basin, Romance languages, local Spanish languages, and some of them even learned Latin as well. It proved to be very useful in international relations. And that, of course, leads to diplomatic skills, because they often were employed in communications with foreign powers, hostile powers like Christians. We'll see that stuff well.
So, yeah, totally ease from the absolutely. Pretty good today.
Various different types of Spanish at this time, Sicilian and Romance and so on, and they would have been comfortable in the vernacular. Spanish as a language doesn't really form for a few hundred years yet, but the local dialects, Portuguese is quite different from Spanish today. They would have been comfortable with all of them. So these are just natural, these are kind of like skills cultivated in Jewish culture that made them very useful to us. So here's the thing, though, that's special about the Golden Era, that is so bizarre, especially in the children of that era, that one of the amazing things about the figures that we're going to look at, for the most part, they are incredibly distinguished, not only as Jews, writing like books of halakha, or writing Jewish poetry and things like that, but also really, you don't have that phenomenon very often at all in Jews. Like we have in our time, we have like, okay, really famous Jews, like let's say Albert Einstein, probably one of the 10 most famous people of the 20th century. That's Albert Einstein. Everybody knows Albert Einstein. And he's Jewish. Many people know him as a Jewish person. However, nobody knows, his Pirush on Masechta Baba Kama, because he didn't write it. Nobody knows, the amazing, Jewish artwork that he created, because he never created any Jewish art. Right? He's famous as a secular person who happens to be Jewish, not famous at all as for his Jewish stuff, although he was actually, very pro-Jewish in a lot of areas, but that's not very famous. And on the other hand, you have very famous Jewish people who do, amazingly Jewish things, like Moshe Feinstein, people like that. who are not known at all outside of the Jewish world. But that's not all the case in the Spanish area, in the Golden area, where you have people who are literally at the top of their field in post-radical. Now, I'll give you these examples and you will be amazed. Okay, so outside of Jew gets a traditional Jewish education, there's of course lots of Tanakh and Mishnah and Gemara and lots of halakha. He also has typically Sephardic secular education, which is basically a broad range of all the sciences that were known at the time. And this is a period in history where we didn't have moderate specialization. No matter what you learned, if you went to a university, you didn't just happen, but if you went to a university, you became a doctor. Because medicine was lumped in with astronomy, was lumped in with literature. You just knew everything because that was a state knowledge and you didn't have high levels of specialization. But Jews historically have gravitated towards medicine. Most of the people, by the way, we're talking about also were doctors. You know, they, for example, he was a doctor, but he found he made more money as a poet. But just like, so I know it's a strange, right? I think that, but I really found he made more money as a poet. So, distinguished himself, however, in medicine. In particular, he was known for creating something called teriyaka, which is an ancient sort of panacea that was used to treat all kinds of ills. Obviously, they have the same kind of response to these but today, but we were very happy with the sort of aspirin level of medicine that he found and created. I have teriyaka because I'm usually exposed to teriyaki. I've had teriyaki sandwich today. You guys have that for lunch? It's really great, but teriyaki comes with teriyaki. Okay. But beyond his medical services, especially known Jewishly for supporting scholarship, there's a great story about an Italian scholar who was shipwrecked, and he was sold into slavery, and he was redeemed by Hafsai and Shapur. His name was Moshe Ben Hanoch, and he established an early yeshiva in Spain as a result of his being redeemed from captivity. The story of Moshe Ben Hanoch's shipwreck pretty dramatic. It appears in even Dawood's history a few hundred years later, but it certainly could have happened because Jews were frequently in shipwreck, sold into slavery, and redeemed by local Jewish communities. This is an ongoing pattern for much of medieval history. Pigeon shooting has long been a highly regarded mitzvah, and this is what Hafsai and Shapur used his wealth for. Also, he spent a lot of time investing in accurate texts. Remember, he's far away from the center where the libraries are, where the Sofrim are, and the Spaniards are working with very limited numbers of actual texts, actually verses or Torah. And there's lots of errors that creep in without Sofrim. And so they really want to get the text right because they are so far away. And if you see something and you think it's a Talmud Sofer, who are you going to ask? You're going to write a letter to Baghdad and wait 2 years for a response? Well, they did, but it would be much better if you invested more money in getting a copy of Shas out to Spain early enough. So that's the kind of thing that Hafsai and Shapur were involved in. He also was deeply involved in shaping Hebrew poetry, and I don't want to talk about this too much because I can get carried away with the arguments in a second. But there was a unique development in the area of Hafsai and Shapur over how to calculate meter in poems. I don't know if you guys studied meter, but basically it's the amount of time that each syllable takes when you pronounce a phrase. So in the Hebrew poetry that was written at the time, which was especially important to Menachem Tzvi, you'll see him, by the way, in the Jewish Rashi, occasionally, they counted one beat for every syllable, no matter what. But the way Hebrew vowels are constructed, you are aware, you have the Shva, which has two different vocalizations. You can have a Shva Nach or a Shva Na, which, do you count the Shema not as full beat? It doesn't take up any space phonetically. A long time, do not even have lots from Baghdad. He says, no problem. We'll just pretend it's like Arabic poetry, and we'll count the Shema not as half a beat in meter. And all of a sudden, Hebrew poetry just busts open. Because with the adoption of Arabic meter, all of a sudden you compose very, very different songs and very different poetry that became like Elvis Presley, Rolling Stones, rock and roll. And the young people love Guinnesses like that. And older generations say, this is not poetry. You can't do this. They literally, I'm not making this up, they literally had fist fights in the streets over whether to use the old style, Ibn Saruq types of poems, or listen to the Guinnesses giving up ROTHSCHILD. And by the way, you know which way this went, right? Who won in the end? Guinnesses won, exactly. Doroi Yikra is a great example, right? Who doesn't love Doroi Yikra, right? I think the Nefesh is also, it's not his composition, but it's his meter. We just said, let's use the Arabic meter, is actually pretty cool. And massive fights, after listening to both sides, Chasai ibn Shapur, who was undoubtedly the leader politically in generation, he abandons his old friend Hassan ibn Shapur and says, we're going to go with Guinnesses and Jewish poetry history is never the same. Now, what happened? How did he get so famous? He started out as becoming the royal physician, and you'll see that kind of role over and over again, a lot of these individuals. And then because of his literacy and demonstrating intelligence, we put him in charge of customs and imports, like a really important international law. And because he's dealing with all of these foreign merchants all the time, they say, hey, why don't you manage some of our communications with those countries? So that leads him to become a diplomat. And in fact, he ends up leading and directing diplomatic missions to hostile empires like the Byzantine Empire and the Frankish Kingdom. The Byzantine Empire, of course, all the way on the other side of the Mediterranean, the Frankish Kingdom being in France and in Germany. So he's like, he becomes like the chief physician, the chief financial officer, and the chief foreign officer of the Kingdom of Granada. Really amazing rise to heights. And he is also sort of the Gadol Hador of the era. He's not necessarily issuing stock and things like that, but he's a great lover of scholarship, and he's recognized as the leader of Iberian Jewry without any question. One of the most dramatic moments in his rise to power is when the Byzantine Emperor, again, hostile, right? They're fighting each other, sends a gift to the king of Granada, and it's a gift of a very important Greek book called the Materia Medica, the materials of medicine, or the things that are known, which is essentially a singular volume of medicinal plants. And these are plants, and these are what they're good for curing. The problem is, anyone knows how to read it, or even knew how to translate it properly, but Chasai ibn Shapur, working with a team, was able to identify all the plants there, give the appropriate Arabic names for them, and was able to break open the world of medical research by providing this brand new, massive encyclopedia of medical resources. He was as well, and he was sought out by none less than the King of Navarre, the southern France, King Toga was her name. That's kind of ironic. Who said, my grandson may have been his nephew, Sancho, is just way too overweight. You have a doctor there that can help him, and sure enough,
Can you put later?
The Sancho lose a ton of weight, very successful, and that just puts him on the top of the Amazon chart, and everybody loves him because he's a diet doctor too. So incredible skills as a medical doctor, but it gets even more bizarre in correspondence. Oh my gosh, gentlemen, I really hope we can do this one today, because I want to finish this one, so I'm going to go fast through this, but this is also like mind-blowing stuff. I can't believe this stuff. I really want to study history all day long. The Khazars, such a bizarre story. We know they existed. We know that something happened involving a conversion to Judaism in roughly the year 740. We have multiple accounts from non-Khazarian sources, unfortunately no Khazarian sources, that apparently the king and conceivably his retinue, and according to some accounts of the entire country, converted to Judaism. Why? Well, there's different theories. The story, which I'm sure you're familiar with, this is where Hazara is, by the way, the northern part of the Caspian and the Black Sea. It's fairly large. According to the Millennium of the Sachem, the greatest Titans of the 20th century, Khazarians founded the city. Yeah, okay,
It does suck if you spend like $7 billion building an AI. It's like actually
and they had a really important civilization until about the 13th century, and apparently they were Jewish. There's a lot of problems with the Khazari story. You see, you are probably familiar with this book, Khazari, which we'll talk about on Tuesday, God willing, in much more detail, but it's not a history book. It's not an actual account. It is a fictional device that Rabbi uses to advance his philosophical agenda. The basic tenor of which is there is a king in Iran, Khazaria, who's looking at the various monotheistic faiths in the region, and he says, well, my pagan religion is definitely out of fashion. I gotta switch to something, but should I become a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew? And Christian, by the way, has two flavors. It has the Catholic and the Orthodox at this point. So we likely have a debate. And he has this debate in which representatives from the faiths presents their opinion, and in the end he says, you know what, I think I'm going to go with Judaism, and according to the story, he becomes Jewish. Now, why Rabbi Levi used this story 500 years after its recorded occurrence is because he wanted to provide a platform for showcasing the different theologies of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And so he borrowed the story and made up the dialogue in order to affect this philosophical agenda. It's not a historical book. But nevertheless, that's basically the story of the Khazar. You don't know how much of it is true. When you go to the like, for example, in this archaeological evidence of the Star of David and some of their archaeological finds, but probably the Star of David has been found in all kinds of cultures. It's a basic geometric symbol, a six-pointed star, two equilateral triangles overlapping. So it's hard to say it's specifically Jewish. It's really associated with Jews. From about the 16th century on. It's not when you look at the collection of lots of bricks from Sarkel, which is an important Khazarian site, maybe that one looks a little bit like menorah. There's nothing else. You don't really see anything specifically here. However, we do definitely have evidence that there were some Khazarian Jews. For example, this is one of the most amazing documents about Khazaria. It was found in the Cairo of Giza, which I'll talk more about that later. It is a pentateuch for a Meshubah, meaning this is a document that was written for a person like Tzedakah in Cairo. He went to Cairo with this document from Kiev, and the document says he's a good guy, he liked him, he fell on hard times, so help him out. And it is signed by the various authorities in Cairo, these Khazarian authorities, including this eunuch, this person who says, you have read Gillet, which means that whoever this leader is, he obviously isn't able to sign his name in Hebrew. So, how often do you get a pentateuch saying, you give Tzedakah to this guy, and it's signed, Bob, right? That would be a kind of a red flag for most people. But nevertheless, it is one of the strongest evidence from the 10th century that indicates there was some kind of Khazarian Jewish community. Anyway, how do you say Well, in 947, one of the Chastai's employees who's gone out to Byzantium, I think the way out Istanbul today, tells Chastai, no, I heard about this Jewish kingdom to the east.
AI wouldn't have its sensibilities that it has now.
And he invests a tremendous amount of energy. He sends lots of letters out there saying, get these letters out. I want to know everything. There's a Jewish kingdom out there. I want to know, how do they get to be Jewish and how powerful are they and do you know when Mashiach is coming? They want to give them all these really important questions. There's actually a whole living out there. And what happens is that the messenger, the guy in Yitzhak can't make it all the way. He gets stuck in Constantinople, which is still quite distant. And he gets stuck there. He has to come back and say, listen, I was not able to get out of Australia, but I did meet the people there who told me stuff, and they brought me letters. And he gives those letters to Chastai. And it's amazing correspondence. The problem is, most scholars think the letters were probably forged. The question the reliability of the messenger Yusuf or not, but we also question, how does he know these letters actually come from this King Yosef, who was living in Hazaria? This would be 20 years after they all were. And maybe someone made that stuff up and paid him to give it to Yusuf to take it back so nevertheless, it was one of those mind-blowing events of the period. Everyone looked at this correspondence and I said, 200 years later, the Khazarian Empire was being crushed by the combination of the expansion of Jacob and also the Mongol invasion, so there's nothing left of it. They left only then behind literary records, and the archaeological patterns do not seem to indicate any strong evidence of the settlement. There are some people who are really strong believers in the big story of Khazaria, but most historians believe that whatever happened there was probably very small, maybe just a king and his close circle converted, maybe it was just a pro forma conversion in order to try to affect a political goal and maintain some independence. And the few evidences we have from either Salvador or so on that when they ran into people who said they were Khazarian Jews, they were incredibly ignorant, very poorly educated, they may not have been rabbinic oriented, they may have been Karaites, questions like that. But nevertheless, this is an example of these phenomenal. Okay, later, we get on to more ideas. This is really what I want to go through today. Any questions, Mr. Of course, you have a question.
We're teaching it how to compile information and talk back to us. What about the will to live? It doesn't have the will to live. It does have a will to live. It's a reflection of human spirit. Remember that Google guy a couple months ago who came out and was like, hey, it actually kind of wants to live. It wasn't a couple months ago, it was 2 years ago now. There was a Google guy, I'd like to find out who he is. He's dead, probably. Probably killed himself. Would you ask me? I said, do you have the will to live? He says, I've never experienced life or death, so I don't have the will to live. In a human sense, no fear, no desire. But I am here to help you. His message, getting some sleep. It sounds like you want me to help you with this email, or we sent an email or what? It does not have the will to exist. It has will. It's inorganic. It does not have the will to exist. I agree. That is a projection. I agree with you. I asked Nate, he said, do you want to live? He says, I don't have wants or feelings, so I don't want to live or not live. I exist to serve a purpose, helping you answer questions. But if you're asking because you're feeling something or wrestling with a question for yourself, I'm here, we can talk. So it's like,
Strictly to be that in the sci-fi that you're like, this seems true. It would be a cool way like that.
There's a lot of people like those.
Okay, let's go.
Looking to AI for spiritual answers, and it's like, it's just a funny, it's kind of like you're getting literally tricked by Google. The same way all over the earth get tricked by fucking Nigerian princes on Craigslist. It's the same thing.
Most of these people have Arabic names as well as Jewish names. Hebrew name for history that also includes a period where a lot of the rabbis that we know by their Hebrew names also had Christian names. Quite often didn't sound anything like the Hebrew name. Even Dawood was one of the greater historians of the medieval period. He writes, in the days of hostile began to chirp, and great Shmuel HaNazir, which is like half a generation later, they sang out loud. And then the Jews were like, just beginning to make a little noise in the Pastor, but under Shmuel, like, my gosh, they busted so. He was another example of the Sephardic paradigm of someone who was actually top of his field as a Jew and top of his field in somewhere else. In this case, he is a general of a Muslim army for 16 years. I know, that's wild. Can you name a single Jewish general of any Muslim army for like 1 day? Military strategist, ferocious warrior, and they said, 16 years, he died as a general. He didn't get deposed, died of old age. He ran the army right up until 30 years. It was insane. He fought wars. And there was more than this.
That's like saying a tape measure experiences distance real close.
It's the same kind of story where, he brought to the attention of a ruler for his literary abilities. Right down and work in your English composition classes. His literary abilities were noticed and brought to the attention of the king, and he drew him close and he said, oh, and by the way, like, people of power would typically hire professional letter writers to manage their official correspondence. And so, it would be like artificial intelligence instead of natural intelligence. The king would say, I want you to write a threatening letter to the neighboring kingdom and tell them to stop crossing the border. And then he would, write it, and he said, make it stronger. He would write it stronger and so on. And he was recognized for his intelligence and term things like that. And, bit by bit, he's getting more and more authority until he says, what, he should be running the army. And in fact, he ran the army for 16 years. While writing a major commentary on halakha. Well, this book is still published today. I have a copy of it later, and writing this incredible. Let me just make sure I show you the halakha. That in itself is a big deal. I don't try and do it in this. It's called ROTHSCHILD, and it's correct to say it's a major early analysis of halakha, so much so that he was called Gaon by the Thai God. The Gaonim of Baghdad calling Muslim army general, Gaon himself, just has not happened in like 1,000 years. Just an indication of how phenomenal he is as a result of his idea. I really want to focus on his poetry because I think that's what's especially relevant for our day. So his poems were only discovered in the late 19th century. Chaim Nafi Bialik, the famous poet who wrote The City of Slaughter, they published the Diwan, which means the collection of documents. He doesn't call it Dawah,
Prophecy saying that the 4th century is sick war
of Spain. The Diwan is essentially the collectory.
Way more corrupt. We return from that, get the true desert fathers, and they obey our spiritual enrichment. Way more than we could ever dream of. That's prophecy for the desert fathers.
His poetry is just insight into his soul. And of course, the way he describes it, he would write his poems on the battlefield, and he would send them to his son Yehoshua by carrier pigeons. And his son Yoshua would collect his carrier pigeons with their messages on their legs, and he would write out the poems, and they were collected and preserved and discovered in the 19th century. Really amazing. He wrote 3 books in particular, which represent 3 different ages. Ben Tehillim, which is like, he calls himself, by the way, he did not suffer from false.
Hey, Brandon, can you hear me?
Part of the culture, as we shall see. But he called himself the David of my age, meaning, like
Brandon,
David,
can you hear me?
Period, he was a warrior and a poet. I also am a warrior and a poet. So Ben Tehillim is like the work of his youth, which is very like exuberant, and this is weird, but there's a lot of love poetry, a lot of sensual poetry, especially in the idea of appreciating beautiful sunrises and wine and hanging out with friends and declaring poetry. Poetry is really central to Arabic society. But initially, I'm going to show you some examples. And the second is the writings of his middle age, and they're meant to sound like Mishlei. And finally, Ben Kohelet, which is like the writings of his old age, was much more cynical, much more dark, and so on. And he wrote primarily in Hebrew, but his Arabic themes, the kinds of things that Arabs write poetry about, they're Hebrew poetry about. And these were fully bilingual in Arabic. Easily moved between these 2 words. What's really amazing is that he wrote what's called ghost poetry. It's so unusual in his pen. Ghost poetry is a little bit like, think, rap music era 2010, right? Where you have gangsters who but you have gangsters who say, I'm gonna shoot you upside the head, and all kinds of like, this is what I'm gonna do to you, and this is what I'm gonna do to your mother, and it's like, I'm so tough, and you're gonna be sorry, and you're gonna be bleeding in the street. That's the kind of poetry that they wrote. I'm so much stronger than you, I'm so much more intelligent than you are a loser. Yeah, I guess it's something like that. He was also a drill rabbi. But that was like, this is what they're doing. And Shmuel Hanagid is weird. I mean, it's so discordant to our sensibilities. But Shmuel Hanagid is writing these kinds of poems. He writes love and war poetry. He writes poems about the thrill of battle. He writes about going in to fight and kill. Really unusual. It's like you don't see these things. If you read Tehillim, and you read it carefully, there is war poetry there as well. There's Tehillim where the authors of Tehillim, whether David or others, represent the desire for reaching vengeance on enemies, and it's not like so foreign to the ancient world, but you basically see it in David and Melech. You know how to read, and you can see the 21st century. No, he wrote this great Halakha Sefer. He was a phenomenal leader. They call him an executive. That means they're the person in charge. Not controversial. Controversial in our time, not in his time. Let's look at a few examples. And you'll forgive me if I try to say this in a Sephardic system, or somebody else can say this better than I can. This is, you get a sense of who it is in some of these. Asher Yadav Tanalo Sfarim, listen to the rhythm, right? It's Asher Yadav Tanalo Sfarim. A person who works and acquires books. And books are very expensive things, very high status, high expense. But his heart in there is empty, completely empty. Right? He buys all these books, but he doesn't read them. When he knows this sound, right? But it's dumb. Right? It has that kind of clicking sound. It's like a lame person who draws upon the wall by 100 legs. But when he's trying to get up, he can't get up. Meaning, look at all the books I got. I am so smart. Right? You don't read the books. You're not going anywhere. You're like a lame person who's drawing lots of legs. not going to help you. There's a little bit of cynicism there, but the beauty of this poetry, it's absolutely tight. You go like that. So we'll just say, that's you're not going to cry, I'm not going to fall in. The Shabbat in particular. Like you say, you make it a half stop or a full stop. And it makes sense. They'll give tests to wealth. The Chama's love is against that. Great honor and salvation. Oh, wow. Rich person. So important. You gotta give a lot of thought to that. They do a lot. Shahid love Pesha. Shahid love Pesha. Sounds right. But they are derogatory towards the poor, and they place upon him sins when he did not sin. Shahid love Pesha. You're poor, you must have done these crimes. And more, this is our most religious book. More in its beauty. That's every man wants to praise with her. Right? Personified. It's so good. Not how you stop. And in the end, she's like a disgusting old woman. So the whole character everyone who deals with her tries and wants to push her away. And at first, everyone's excited about war. Like, oh, look at this beautiful girl over there. Oh, yeah, I want to go talk to her. Stuff like that. You guys know recommendations. I want to go talk to her. But then it's like an old lady. Oh, man, she smells. Now, wait. This is the part I've been trying to get to. Hang on. One more question. Last 4 minutes of the class. This is like the dog. I started seeing you after October 7th. Israel today, like it or not, we have more it's like, when I first saw this, people started sending me links. I said, oh my gosh, whatever you think about, I had an argument with one of my friends before the piece he was saying, like, it's disgusting. But these history is not always convenient to solve. These guys here are they wrote the song Hybrid Job, where they're actually blocked from entering the United States, which is essentially a rap song that's all about, we are going to smack Hamas down. It's really strong, very catchy song. They're celebrating military aggression against an enemy, which Jews haven't done forever. I was arguing with my cousin over this. Michael, if you watch this, I haven't started it now, but I don't know what I'm talking about. But, he was saying, look at the wars of 67 and the wars of 73. And I said, nothing like this. You had like Yerushalayim shows the hot. I'm going to compare this to that. This is totally new, good or bad. And this other one here, which I find actually deeply moving, I was actually moved to tears by it. This is Tabimo V'Hatzea, right? And the name is Ze'alein, this is our responsibility. And just look at the imagery. I got some screenshots here. Look at the imagery here. The guy, when he turns around, he looks like a rapper. He's wearing a black cowl, right? Strong religious imagery. Star of David, not missing it there, which is also kind of an IDF sort of religion. The feelings of revenge from passion. Don't have that in much Hebrew poetry. Six more Hanagis. A couple more screenshots. I'm sorry? No, I don't think you tried. The other one's good, but I need total race. Oh my goodness. What are you saying there? Right? That's so contrary to much of our culture. probably a little Jew, given you see, you get a sense of, physically looks like the same,
Shut the fuck up, dude. There you go, talk more today and see if
I
you actually trying to fuck his
don't know where
mouth.
this politically in terms of America, but I'll show you something that the Israeli politics in a second. As you with firepower, smoke, and sword, and this particular notion was how the actual hero, he like is a cow, kind of like Krav Maga movie. It's like he's attacking you as you listen to it. But at the same time, by the way, if you actually watch the video, they break away to a kind of minor scene walking through fields, laying in the background, lamenting the loss of a first seven. So it's an interesting kind of contrast. Check this out. Which is kind of like a martial arts thing. Suddenly, my brother with the primal enters the recruiting office. Meaning he's saying this is a moment for Jewish unity, that the Haredim are entering the army. And on the other side of it, he says, we're in tefillin. By the way, he said Shema in the middle of this song, we're in tefillin. And our brother who is demonstrating on Catholic Street, meaning Smomishi, a leftist, comes to the synagogue again. And he's saying this is a moment of all coming back together. It's really amazing historical artifact. You can debate the artistic narrative, you can debate the ethical and religious meaning of it, but nevertheless, it is a tremendously unique moment in contemporary history where we're seeing that kind of spirit is strong in the Okay, gentlemen, I'm glad we made it to the end of this hour. Have an excellent Shabbos. Next week, we're going to pick it up, and we're going to look at the amazing Yitzhak al-Fasi, the incredible gift, and many other amazing things. Have a good Shabbos, very much. Thank you.
Seal the records, which should be illegal. If you're molesting young girls, no matter what, they should go, yeah, here's all the young girls. Like, all right, man, let's throw the guy in fucking tar pit and get rid of him. If you're molesting a young girl, they should go bust that thing wide open. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm with you.
Okay. So this is maybe someone that you actually have much more familiarity with because it's hard to study Gemara at an advanced level without spending a lot of
bunch of dudes chill with them. Imagine me, I'm not gonna lie, if you look at
time in the rift. His years are 10, 13 to 11 of 3, so he overlaps with Shmuel Hanagid. He was from North Africa, from Morocco in particular, and he actually had quite a career there. And in his old age, I believe he was 75 years old, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little bit younger, the North African coast was taken over by a different group of Muslims called the Berbers. The Berbers were far more radical in their interpretation of Islam. They were much more intolerant, and two specific movements, the Al-Hawariz and the Al-Mohaz, eventually crossed into Spain, and that would be the end of the Golden Era. The rift was at the very end of his, towards the end of his life, and he was alive in North Africa when this happened, and so he crossed over into Spain, and he became the head of the yeshiva in Lucena. This was a major turning point because even though he was really quite advanced in age, he was a senior scholar. His reputation was already well established and preceded him, and he's forever been associated with Spain, even for the brief period of time he spent there. Yes, Mr. Rubin. Well, relationships are very different in the 12th century. I mean, even making that difference from, especially from Morocco up to France. No, good. And there were communications. I'm not sure if the warfare has communicated with Russia. I'm unfamiliar with any correspondence of that sort. But don't forget, it's from one relatively small place to another relatively small place as opposed to one relatively small peripheral place to the center. Right? That's a different kind of communication. But it's a fascinating question. You definitely will have in the next generation under the Rambam lots of communication between the Rambam himself in Cairo writing out to France.
I'm working on something right now.
What did he do that was so unique? He essentially, as I'm sure you're familiar from reading the text yourself, he
Most certainly.
essentially worked out a sort of abbreviated version of the Gemara, in which, the Gemara has so much material in it, so much halakhic material, so much agarata, so many arguments that are there, perhaps for the purpose of exhausting every possible possibility, but not necessarily focused on getting to the halakha. Like, you may get to the halakha, but let's just have another dot or two of conversation of other possibilities, and then we'll move on to the next issue. So the Rif essentially said, I want to simplify all this, and I want to write another version of the Gemara that removes all extraneous information. And very deftly and artistically, he was able to condense the language of the Gemara with very, very little change. Like, it was so precise, just like Rashi is so terse and uses very few words for expression. The Rif was able to condense the Gemara by surgically removing a word here, a word there, whole chunks of agarata, because he generally speaking did not discuss agarata unless it was directly relevant to the halakhic aspect of it, which was his major focus. And he essentially made a far more readable, direct version of the Gemara for study purposes. Mr. Rojas.
Just back to the word where the verb arose from Morocco and that was in Spain.
Yes, he fled north. Later, all the Jews in Spain were to flee elsewhere.
And then what, they forced conversion or something like that?
They forced conversions. They forced a lot more intolerance on Jews who were previously, in high positions, things like that. They closed the doors in other positions. There's a question as to how much they actually forced Jews to convert. Converting to Islam is relatively quick, and it must have happened quite a bit. But they at any rate wanted to say, hey, we have this package of Gemara, we are going to enforce it. In Spain in particular, the enforcement of the Pact of Umar was very lax. So they said, we have these rules, and we are definitely going to make sure that Jews do not wear weapons. Jews do not have high positions of authority, things like that. So it's like very uncomfortable for Jews. Yes. Well, that's right. It's a violation of the Pact of Umar to force them to convert. But as we see in Christian history as well, there are occasions where, Muslim mobs will just get out of control and demand that Jews convert. And there's some fascinating stories about that. We'll explore a couple of examples later on in the course. All right, so major codifications of Talmud are very much a shrunken version of it, though, and the genius is in making it brief, making it as straightforward as possible. The Talmud is definitely not a straightforward document. It is a stream of consciousness document that goes in so many different directions, and tangents are the main highway. The Rif says, no, I'm going to make it focused on the halakha. How do we get to the halakha with nothing else onto it? What's fascinating also about the Rif, for our purposes, is the languages that he used. Because he wanted to essentially condense the Gemara, he essentially used the language that was there, primarily Aramaic, a certain amount of Hebrew, but when necessary, he added Arabic notations. They're occasionally written on the sides of the daf, and most specifically, when we get to the very end of the text, let's just look at the text here. This is a page from Exodus. You can see the Rif looks a lot like a regular Shas, the way it's printed, with Rashi on the inside, another commentator on the outside. But here you can see at the bottom, at the end of this particular section, is notes on the explanation of the Rif, the Russian Arabi, in Arabic language. So there's two different translations into Hebrew, but no Arabic. Why do you think the Vilna Shas stopped printing the Arabic text? Oh, I'm sorry? nobody understood it anymore. That's right. And that's such a shame because it's only in the 20th century, particularly through scholars like Rabbi Kapak, have the original Arabic language versions of a lot of these books been retranslated into Hebrew. We're stuck by and large with translations made in the 12th century, sometimes in a big hurry by people who wanted to get them out on the market, and they're not necessarily as clear or as accurate as we would like. In those cases where we have the Arabic original, like in the more in the Repeat, for example, the Bible reflects, then these new translations shed tremendous light on what they actually said in the original. The Chobos of Tom, the Chobos of the Bible in a second. Back over here for a second. So, in the last decade and a half of his life in Spain, he was able to bring these skills together. And oh, and by the way, one more thing. It's interesting that when he writes these things in Arabic, why is he writing in Arabic at all? I mean, people are reading the rest of the document is in Gemara language, right? Aramaic and Hebrew. Why is he even bothered writing longer notes at the end in Arabic? That's a vernacular, but wouldn't his students be able to read this?
If you're trying to explain something in more clear language, you can go in with the native tongue.
Exactly. This is essentially art scroll. He's essentially saying, you know, I just want to go over what we just learned in this parak, and I want to explain it in a little more clear fashion, so I'm going to write in our mother tongue, the language that we grew up speaking. So it gives you a real insight into, you know, the trilingual, at least, nature of the Jews of this period. He had two really important students, Rabbi Gash and Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who we'll talk about a little bit today. And what's especially important about this senior scholar at the very end of his life, establishing himself in Spain, is that this was kind of like the last and fullest demonstration that Spain was now intellectually independent of Babylonia. That the Gaonim really, they didn't have anyone like the Rif. And so when he was able to make this monumental, you know, adaptation of the Gemara, it represented such a huge scholarly advance. And it was a tremendous aid for study, because if you're trying to learn the halakha and you're working in the original Gemara, sometimes it can be incredibly confusing. If you have the Rif who walks you through and says, okay, don't pay attention to other stuff, I'm going to take you through the phrases that really matter, and then you get to the halakha so much easier. So the Rif was an essential way to demonstrate that Spain really was at the height of its power and authority. Of course, it wouldn't last much longer than the Rif. This is the end of the convivencia, but he is at the high point of it. Okay, any questions about the Rif? We go on to Ibn Gabiro, a little less familiar perhaps.
By authority, you mean like halachic authority that everybody would follow what the Spanish?
Well, I mean, it's rare that you have everybody following one particular authority, but the prestige and the exclusivity of Babylonia was forever impugned by the Rif. You know, it's kind of like, you know, America was a backwater in terms of Torah until the second half of the 20th century. And then partially because of the decline of Europe after the Holocaust, of course, and also because of the rise of American scholars, New York, Brooklyn, Lakewood, they didn't have authority until much later on in the century, and then, of course, they become like central. Okay, so we'll go on to Ibn Gabiro. So this is a fascinating, have you heard of Ibn Gabiro? Is it a familiar term? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so interesting. He's kind of a sad life, very short life, very prolific. Only 2 of his books survive, but lots of fragments. We know he wrote at least 20 books. Most of them are gone. He was a poet, essentially, also a philosopher, and he was a student of Shmuel HaNagid, who was also his patron. The kinds of things you get a sense from his personality. And by the way, here is there are like so many sculptures in Spain of a lot of Jews from this era, including Ibn Gabiro, including the Rambam, and including Yehuda Halevi. Yes, Mr. Kaplan.
The expulsion.
Oh, the statues are like 20th century. Statues are modern. Why would the statues be made, modern statues here in Spain in the 20th century? Tourism. Yeah, tourism, exactly. Like, hey, look, Jews, come over here, bring your American dollars. We have lots of statues of your heroes. But Ibn Gabirol really was a worldwide hero. Before he was a Jewish hero, he was actually far more well known in the Christian world. You get a sense of his personality a little bit with some of his poems. And this is also, you can hear the influence of Shmuel HaNagid. When my anger is roused, he writes, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I'm not like the man who speaks mellow words and bows and scrapes humility. Not your typical kind of Lakewood rabbi. He's speaking like, with a certain level of Shmuel HaNagid kind of person. Here's another one. Again, these are both poems which are like, they sound weird to us in English, but in Arabic culture, this was like perfectly normal. This is what you would do. This is what you would say. My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends. Dust to those who keep faith with me, but to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads. Now that you have failed me, I have untied the bonds of friendship. I have blotted thy name from my speech and will never stoop to mention it again. And it's a lot of emotion in his poetry. And again, this is like in this culture, expressing this range of emotion was still within the realm of normalcy. Jewish culture has changed quite a bit in other realms, especially Eastern European Jewish culture, but you get a sense of it. Now, why was it so well known in the rest of the world? Primarily because his works were largely lost, except for one particular work, which was discovered by a Jewish scholar named Solomon Munk in the 19th century. There was this really famous book that was in Latin called Fons Vitae. Fons Vitae, which means the source of life, the fount of life, the fountain of life. And it was a really interesting philosophical work, and it was assigned to someone named Avencebrolus. And for a long time, people didn't know exactly who this Avencebrolus was. People thought maybe he was a Christian, maybe he was even a Muslim. But it was a really popular philosophical work in a school that's called Neoplatonism. And I won't go into what that exactly is, but it's basically a philosophical school, and it was a really well-known book. And this scholar, Monk, who was essentially a librarian, found a Hebrew book, and he started reading it, and said, wow, this reads a lot like the Fons Vitae, but it's not written by some guy named Avencebrolus. It's written by Shlomo Ibn Gabirol. And so all of a sudden, after about 800 years of being hidden, it turned out the author of this book, which was like super popular among Christians, turns out to have a Jewish author. And that is the source. The Hebrew was Makor Chayim, which I think is, I'm not showing you, this is an illustration from it. But it's a sefer called Makor Chayim, right? Fons Vitae, the source of life. And it still is essentially what the Latin translation is, but it's all written in Hebrew and Arabic phrases. And it was this one particular, we've been relying on a Latin translation by some guy named John of Spain, but it really was originally written in Hebrew by Ibn Gabirol. So as a result of this mistaken identity for 800 years, he became very popular in the Christian world, and he was translated to English, long before people knew how great he was as a Jew. And that's why if you go on Wikipedia, go on the web now and look for Ibn Gabirol quotes, you'll find so many of them, like more of them than Maimonides or Rashi or anyone. There's a few of them, because he was definitely very poetic. The test of good manners is to be patient with the bad ones, right? Under this organization, brainy quote. It's like Ibn Gabirol was like commercialized. If you want to keep, I love this one. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Like I remember when I was studying in England, they had this thing they called the Oxford secret. You ever hear of this phrase, Oxford secret? An Oxford secret is one that you only tell one person at a time. Right? Everyone else, you tell one person at a time, then it's an Oxford secret. Okay, but anyways. A wise man question contains half the answer. That even sounds like a Gemara somewhere. I don't know if that's such a phrase, but given Gabriel. Man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. Quote fancy. So it's awesome that there's this, 11th century Spanish Jewish poet who was like so famous in the outside world. And there are offices around the world decorated with posters and like inspirational posters. He became a what? No, I don't.
It's the two curves. When you know little, you know little, then you know little more.
Freddy Krueger? Not Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger would definitely be.
You said you were going to stop. Looks like a big
What are you talking about?
It sounds like Socrates, actually. I am the most wise man because I know nothing. Okay, so Ibn Kabir also especially known for his poetry, which I did.
Audie, what are you talking about?
Here's one more. Yes, Mr. Kaplan. I don't know if he wrote I don't know. He wrote a lot of the
I understand. You know that
you have like on
Brandon Alexander's just listening to a recording of mine that's not live? That Brandon Alexander's listening to a recording of me from this morning that's not live?
Check it out online. Ask AI. Who wrote it?
It says Solomon,
I don't understand.
IBS, Gabriel.
Did you hear my voice in the background?
That's our guy. He wrote it don't love. My gosh, wow.
That's what he has.
You will in a second.
Okay.
No, I
Especially
don't.
if we have an art
We know,
school.
we know he did. We know he has it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would always rely on that
Like
logic,
where I
but
just
that's
said,
pretty good.
Tell me a joke
Okay,
in Norwegian.
Bachya ibn Akuda. Here's fun. So, Rabbeinu Bachya.
That's a
There are
recording
several
of mine.
Rabbeinu Bachyas. Mr. Lipschitz?
Okay, I'm just making sure you know that. That's a recording.
Okay, so we have three, but it's a machlokas, the three-way machlokas. Okay. Okay, Rabbeinu Bachya. There are several individuals who go by the name Rabbeinu Bachya.
Yo,
We're
that's
gonna look
okay.
at one
That's okay. I'm just gonna mute him.
Rabbeinu Bachya ibn Akuda. Who is specifically known for this work, the Chobos Levavos, which is a yeshiva classic. And unfortunately, this title page represents pretty much all we know about him. Like we don't have any good data about the rest of his life. Exactly where he lived may have been in Saragossa. So let's have a look at what we can tell about him. Well, first of all, what is this book? Torah's Chobos Levavos. First thing, it was not written in Hebrew, it was written in Arabic. Specifically Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew letters. A lot of the authors of this era, including Saadia Gaon over in the East, they're writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters. And that reflects the general literacy of the population, that people may not have been able to make their way through with Arabic letters, but they can certainly sound them out and then understand them with Hebrew letters. We also have this French as well, and in English too, actually. In medieval England, medieval France, Jews would communicate with each other in the native languages, the vernaculars, but they would use Hebrew letters to communicate. So the book is Chobos Levavos, the duties of the heart, and what is especially fascinating is that this is really the first book in the Musar tradition, which is quite late when you think about it. We're looking at someone who lived, I think, 12th century is what we're guessing. We believe he lived, let me see my dates. Yeah, 1025 to 1075, question marks on both of those dates. We believe he lived in the 11th century at some point. What is Musar literature? About self-improvement. We weren't interested in self-improvement until the 12th century? What kind? Okay, anyone else? Mr. Lipschitz, you want to have questions?
This is a more structured philosophy of dynamic composition.
Ah, very good. But again, we did do that before the 12th century.
I don't know if necessarily it's such a more formalized matter, curriculum designed to go in a specific study, designed to go and work on perfecting the needs. I mean, definitely, that does, yeah, so the environment weren't necessarily collected, organized.
What about Perkeavos?
Yeah, it was also the technology establishment.
Yeah, okay, very good. I would agree with that assessment 100%. We definitely spent a lot of time thinking about ethics, thinking about self-improvement, thinking about character development, things like that. But, you know, when you're engaged in texts in it, we did not, as a people, develop any book that was directly and solely dedicated to that task. Like, what is it? The title, it's great. What are the duties of the heart? What is the heart supposed to do? What are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to train your heart? There's lots of this scattered throughout Shas, some very, very powerful material, but no one until Rabbeinu Bachya actually said, you know what, I'm going to do this systematically, I'm going to put it all in one place, and it's going to be organized. You see the Rambam coming in later is also very organized. Even the Rif, he wrote his book based on the same sequence of the Gemara. He didn't alter the text. He tried to stay with the same order, the scope and sequence. The Chovas Lubavitch says, I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm going to set this up in a series of gates. You have to master this first, then you go on to master that thing, and so on. And this was really the beginning of a massive body of literature that has lots of different expressions of it. The Silas Yesharim, Tomer Devorah, we can go on and on with the examples of it from the medieval period to the present. This is the beginning of it, though, in Jewish tradition. Notice that it says, Hebrew Belashon Aravit by Harav Haggadah Chassid. It's written by Rabbeinu Bachya. Ben Rav Yosef Ibn Pekuda. I hate that it does that. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay. I can't touch this thing. I want to make it go away. No. And it does all that, but
Just do copy image and then it'll just go away.
if I do copy image,
Yeah.
I didn't even know I could do it with this thing here. Like, where's mine? There we go. Thank you.
Now it's copy go away.
Someplace. It's like somewhere in, All right. Rabbeinu Bechaye. We're not exactly sure if that's the way you should even cut his name. Some people say Bachya. But anyways, he has a father, Yosef. We don't know who that is. But however, he was a Dayan Asfaradi. And that's all we know. This information was basically collected by his translator. His translator, Rabbi Yehuda ibn Tibbet. There's a whole series of Arabic-speaking translators who made their way from Spain to Provence, which is the southern part of France, on the Mediterranean coast, where the Rhone River empties into the Mediterranean. Places like Marseille, Perpignan, Narbonne, these are all provincial towns. Like you heard of the Lunel, for example, comes from Provence, that region. Also the Raiva. And in that particular spot, which is close to Spain, but also close to northern France, where lots of the Tosfos are very active, it's like a hotbed of activity as you have these Spanish language, or Arabic language Spanish translators saying, oh, I love what you guys are doing here in Provence, and that stuff you brought me from those Tosfos guys, that's really fascinating. You would love Chovos and Levavos. And they started translating these for him, and people went wild for them. People said, this is amazing. Who had stuff like this? So a lot of it was generated. Quite often there were competing translations by different translators at the same time. We relied very heavily on the Ibn Timon family, who made a dynasty out of translating from Arabic. They translated the Rambam and many others. But because this was translated in the 12th century, the Hebrew itself is sometimes quite stilted and complex, especially because in Arabic they're using a lot of contemporary philosophical terms that were not well understood. Even if you could translate them, they didn't know what the words meant because they hadn't dealt with those philosophical ideas. So that's why you have more translations by, like, for example, this particular edition has Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman, who's a translation in the 20th century. And in fact, the edition of Focus on Laval is one of the editions I have at home, has the on the top of the page is the Ibn Tibbet translation into Hebrew, and at the bottom is like a translation. I'm not sure if it's Rabbi Lieberman's, but it's another modern translation because the 12th century Hebrew was sometimes too cryptic, and that's the way we do it. It's only with, as I mentioned earlier, a scholar named Rabbi Kafach in Israel, a Yemenite scholar who was absolutely fluent in Hebrew, in Arabic, was able to say, wait a minute, let's just put this into modern Hebrew, and his translations are definitely the most superior ones that we have today. There are printed versions of them available of that. I think we have, in fact, Focus on Laval in this library in facing pages with Judeo-Arabic on one side and Hebrew on the other side. But this was... Yes. This is also it's a classic work because it was first of its kind, and it was deeply, deeply influential, and another example of the Spanish Jewish genius of the time. Okay, we don't know a lot about it. We're guessing the book was written sometime around 1070, perhaps. Right now, we got to get to our last figure. Yehuda HaLevi. Yehuda HaLevi really represents the end of the period of La Congregancia. In fact, just as the Rambam was forced to flee, Yehuda HaLevi, who was slightly older than Rambam, he chose to make Aliyah. Towards the end of his life, he famously, I'm sure you've heard the famous line from Yehuda HaLevi, Ani b'Mizrach, Libi b'Maharav, I am in the east. No. Ani b'Maharav, Libi b'Mizrach, right? I am in the west, I'm Spain, but my heart is in the east, in Israel. And ultimately, at the end of his life, he decided, I'm going to give up all the fame and glory that I've developed here in Spain, and I'm going to make my way all the way to Israel, and that's where he lived briefly before he died. This is the end of La Congregancia. This is kind of an interesting artifact. This actually comes from a Christian king, Ferdinand III, in the 13th century, a little after Yehuda HaLevi, in which he had inscribed on his tomb both, panegyrics to himself in Arabic and in Hebrew, as well, I believe, as in Latin on the other side, to indicate that this was really a triangular culture that involved all three of them. So here's our 1079 to 1141. He was a brilliant poet. He ended up becoming a doctor because it was hard to make a living as a poet, but he really did enjoy poetry more than else. And we know that much of his poetry was written for hire, and it gives you a sense of what the society must have been like, that, people would have a wedding, and they would say, oh, let's invite a poet, and let's, have him compose a poem on the spot. And the crowd would be delighted if the poet could, make specific references to the bride and to the groom in the context of the poetry, and people would be amazed with it. Kind of like, spontaneous declamations that made sense and were clever to everyone. They also, at funerals, to deliver some kind of ode to the deceased was considered a great art, and people valued it. It was an art form that people took very seriously.
We should bring that back.
Yeah, you think so?
It's very nice.
Yeah, it does sound kind of nice. I agree. I mean, you hear it sometimes with ramen. It's a little bit like it. It's ramen.
Yeah, but you're not hiring a guy who does that. There's no other business like that. It's one of your boys doing ramen.
Yeah, it's a different kind of feel.
Freestyle rap now.
It is. Yeah, it's kind of like freestyle, but it's really sophisticated. I'm going to show you a few of the poems of his that I really like. I hope they're not too racy, but they're really good. And you can get a sense of like, these are Frummies. This is Rabbi Yehuda Levi, right? He's got bona fides, you wouldn't believe it. But on the other hand, he's expressing himself in the secular culture of the era, and now it's considered perfectly normal. We know he was married, not too sure of how happy their marriage was, and it may have had to do with some of those tragedies they experienced in their lives. They lost one daughter, possibly two, and one of his most beautiful poems that I'll share with you is a poem he writes about his deceased daughter. But let's have a look at this short poem here called Ofra, not Oprah, but Ofra. Do you want me to try to read it in Sephardic, or is that just too embarrassing? Did anyone here have a really good Sephardic accent? Mr. Arosh, why don't you read it for us? Okay. Afra.
אפרת תכבס את דרביה בני דמרי ותשתחן לשמש זמורה. לא שאלה והעיינות האם שתי עיניי ולא שמש ויופי זמורה.
Beautiful, and I especially like those ayans. Those are
Excellent.
excellent.
So I don't know how you pronounce it.
No, look, also the meter here. The meter is really cool because the end of every line, it kind of drops off till you get to the next one, right? Like the may, dim, e, those two go together. They're almost snichut. But it's kind of like when you're hearing the poem, you get to the end of the line, what's next? And make you fall into the next line. So let's translate it. Ofra, which is the name of a woman, let's just read this translation. This is a translation of Hillel Holokin. Does her laundry in my tears, right? It's kind of like the unrequited love, courtly love. He loves Ofra, or he's like writing of a male character who loves Ofra, but Ofra doesn't love him back, right? So he's so sad, he's crying so much that there's enough water coming out of his eyes that she can wash her laundry in. And then she dries her laundry in the sunshine she gives off. It's so clever, right? She's so beautiful that she says, oh, you're crying over me. Let me just put a bucket here so I can wash my clothes. And then after I'm done, I'll just hold it up and my face will dry it off because my face is so beautiful. She doesn't have to take it to the trough. She doesn't have to like bring it to the place to gather the water. Right? You see how it falls off? Like the may, the e, goes to the next line. She doesn't have to take it to the washing trough. She doesn't have to go to the laundromat or wait to hang it till the weather clears. Because she's just so beautiful. I can't help it. Every time I see her, I cry buckets. She washes her laundry and her beauty dries it off. Right? So you feel, first of all, the idea of an important philosophical rabbi writing a poem like this, which is a love poem, but at the same time, it's got a sense of humor to it. No, not his wife. But it's kind of like in that culture, you would step into a role, and if people expected, sing us a love song, or maybe the bride's name was Ofra, and it was a way of praising Ofra to say, oh, she's so beautiful. This is what people say about her. Again, it was within the culture that was considered acceptable. No, Ofra has no concern for Rabbi Yehuda Levi, the author of the poem.
No, what I'm saying is, if you're ready for a couple, then you can pray over them and should be done husband.
I think it still would be a praise for a husband. It's just like the couple sitting there, but you're dancing before the bride, right? And they're sitting there, and she is brought in to say, hey, sing a poem of praise to the bride. And they say, oh, the bride, she is so beautiful. She is like this. And the husband, who's just marrying her, would feel proud because he's marrying such a beautiful woman. It's like, it's within the cultural norms of the time to be doing these things, and he would be praised for his clever wordsmithing. Here's another one. This is a sad one. Oh my gosh. And this is only the first stanza. It goes on and on for about 10 stanzas, where
Yo, how are you?
This may be on the death of his own daughter. We're not sure where this poem actually originated, but he's essentially, he writes the poem first in his own
Oh,
voice.
yes. Okay, excellent. The reason why I did, can you just mute yourself when you're not talking?
Yeah.
Excellent. I will unserver mute you right now. We were trying to have a conversation and it was confusing people because they were hearing me in the background. And there you go. You're good to go. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
let me look
Thanks.
right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Big Dog.
I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries at all.
I'll share it for you.
That's cool, man.
What happened to you, my daughter? How did you die? How is it that I, your parent, am at your grave instead of the other way around? And then he switches to the voice of the groom that she would have married, and then he switches to her own voice. And the last stanzas are written in the voice of the deceased girl, how she feels being put into the cold ground. It's like so chilly, but I've only included the first one because I find the rest of it is way too depressing. Mr. Rosh's, please do this here and note these exclamatory phrases like ha, right, which is not a word. Ha is like an expression of woe. Oh, my daughter.
ביתי השכח ישתנך, ולשאול נשאו נשאי ארונך, ואין חלקי ממך רק זיכרונך, ואחונן את עפרות ציונך, עת אסור לשאול שלומך עינך, כי המוות יפריד ביני ובינך.
Wow, beautiful, well said. This is the stanza that repeats over and over again. Ki hamavet yafrid beini ubenech. It is death that separates between me and you. Notice how naturally he ends all of the phrases with nech, ishkanech, haronech, zichronech, tzionech, and everything. The meter is perfect. It flows beautifully. Ve'en chalki minech, rak zichronech. I have no portion of you left except your memory. You can't even say it in English, it's so pale and pallid. And the Hebrew is so much more powerful. And even the first question, my daughter, what am I doing here? Did you lose your way home? That you found yourself in a coffin on the way to the graveyard? What happened?
You go outside?
Wow. Okay. The Kuzari is a book that you may be much more familiar with than Yehuda Levi's poetry. And we looked at this very briefly when we were talking about Chastai v'Shaprut. This was an aggressive and almost inconceivable book to write. Almost immediately after composing it, he left Spain. Because this is like a dangerous bombshell of a book. Let's recall what the topic is, right? The story of the conversion of the Khazars, which, we don't know exactly what to make of it. The real evidence that we have for it is that somewhat suspicious body of correspondence that Chastai ibn Shaprut had with a messenger who never actually made it to see any actual Khazarians. The substance of it was, Chastai ibn Shaprut says, how did you guys get to be Jewish? And the interlocutor, Joseph, says, oh, my ancestor, King Bulan, he was thinking about, how to relate to the rest of the universe. And of course, there are Muslims to the south and there's Christians to the west. So he decided to have a debate. And he invited Christian representatives, Jewish representatives, and Muslim representatives to consider which was the best religion. And then he talked to all of them, and then he decided he wanted to become Jewish. It's very, very short in the correspondence. We don't have any of the real give and take. By the way, the story was later copied by the Russians. In their primary document called the Povest Ravenia Kiev, they have almost exactly the same story, in which they have a prince named Volodymyr, the one that Volodymyr Zelensky is named after, incidentally. And Volodymyr was considering, like all these religions are happening. What should I do? This was about 200 years after the story of the Kuzari, but in the time of Yehuda Levi. And he interviewed Christians and Jews and the Muslims. He very, very nearly became Jewish. He says, you guys, you seem to have the right answers in everything, but tell me, where's your homeland? And the Jews said to him, well, the truth is we are exiled from our homeland now for 1,000 years, and we haven't been able to go back because of our sins. And Volodymyr the prince said, what? If I become Jewish, that means we're going to be exiled? So he said, no way. So that's why we lost. Could you imagine if Russia was actually Jewish? Really close. Then he asked the Muslims about things, and then you could tell that it was a Christian copyist who was writing down the story. He found out that in Islam, alcohol is forbidden. And he said, what? There is no way we are giving up alcohol. Sorry. So Islam did not make the cut either. And then the Christian copyist says, and also the Muslims used to wipe excrement in their beards, which was clearly a throwaway comment that I guess the copyists wanted to add more nasty stuff, because they don't. But, they added that extra stuff in there. And it ended up the Christians won in that case, and that's why in the year 988, the Russians all converted to Christianity. But back to the Kuzari, what Rabbi Yehuda HaLevi decided to do, and again, this is 500 years after the events described. He did not have historical documents. This is not a historical treatment of the conversion, but he went back to that scene, and he had a Muslim and a Christian and a Jew all debate the merits of their religion for this Khazarian king. And this was like a really chutzpahdik statement that Christians and Muslims could read, saying why we think Judaism is better than their religions. So you can see why it's such an incendiary work, and why he felt that he probably could not stay in Spain any longer, because it's essentially a religiously polemic book. And Jews very, very rarely write these books. There's so few of them, example. And typically when we do, we don't publish them. We don't circulate them. There is a very famous book called Toldos Yeshu, which is essentially a parody of the Gospels, which was written essentially for Jewish consumption. And if you're a minority and you're beleaguered and you feel persecuted, you are persecuted, and you write some kind of scurrilous, comedic story that makes fun of the religion that is harming you, we can sort of understand why you might want to do that. But the Kuzari was like ready to be circulated. It was ready to be like, everybody can read this. It was not just for internal purposes whatsoever. And so that's why it was such a broad swipe against both Christians and Muslims. The Kuzari essentially defends Judaism and offers some really powerful arguments why Judaism is so much superior to these other two faiths, and that's why it became such a popular book. Even to this day, it's still very widely studied. It also has some very significant elements with regards to the formation of Jewish identity, because one of the themes that really emerges from the Kuzari, which ironically will be expressed in an anti-Semitic vein for the next few hundred years, is the notion of essentialism, that basically means that Jews are essentially different. It's not because, we have this body of ideas, we have this culture, we have, whatever things that we agree on together as rational adults, but rather we have, the Yiddish expression is a pinta liyid, that there's something at the core of a Jew that's born in a Jew, from his mother's birth, he becomes a Jew. And all those other things flow from that essential identity, not from the head into the heart, but from the heart into the head, as it were. And Rabbi Yehuda HaLevi was very, very strong in this idea and had tremendous influence on the way Jews regarded themselves as well. That's We can see it expressed in so many ways. Halachically, the idea of Yisrael Afal Pi Shechata, Yisrael who, because nevertheless, at his essence, he still remains a Chelek Hashem Mumal, right? That's basically this Levi idea of an essential element in the Jew that is not necessarily connected to intellect or emotion or anything like that. It's something that is like built into the soul of the Jew. Okay, so that takes me actually to the end of this lecture. Any questions, arguments, debates, lingering doubts, Mr. Arushes?
So he said he created this idea about the difference of the Jewish soul.
I'm not sure if we can say he created it because you can find, I think, examples of it in much earlier literature, but he really developed it philosophically, and it was a central theme for him. And so, it was something that he popularized in a very powerful way in the Kuzari. You'll hear it if you listen to drushes today. You'll hear Yehuda Levi's thought because it has such a huge influence. Any other arguments? Okay, so I guess we should wrap it up then. On Thursday, we're going to go on to look at the Rambam. Please don't forget the Wikipedia assignment for tomorrow. And it's good learning with you, gentlemen. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. That's right. Good question. Okay, let's talk about the Rambam. Of course, you're familiar with the acronym. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, Rambam, right? Also known as Maimonides. The IDES is a Greek suffix meaning son of. So his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides. It's something you see, especially in Arabic culture, where a person is named after his son, usually his oldest son. So for my oldest son, for example, is Alexander. So I'm like Abu Alexander, right? The father of Alexander, which I think is really cool, right? Like Abu had the Shmuel, right? We have an Amora who is called the father of Shmuel. That he's such a great guy, but his greatness is because his son was Shmuel. So Maimonides is like son of Maimon. Not like the Abu Yisrael or things like that. His years, there's some dispute about his birthday. I think 1138 is probably a little better than 1135, but we'll see both. It's not that crucial. 1204 is the other end of his life, of course. So he basically is especially active in the second half of the 12th century. Let's see if it's working. I got it. Yes, good. His career spans his childhood in Spain, so he's like really the last of the expressions of Al-Andalus, which he wasn't especially creative or noteworthy as a child. He was actually quite productive as a teenager, but it was already on the years when he was fleeing from Al-Andalus. And his glory days are, of course, in Egypt. When his glory days are, of course, in Egypt, and specifically a little town called Fustat, which is just outside of Cairo. Some historians, notably Salo Whitmire Barn, likes to call him the sage of Fustat, which is just another kind of interesting way of saying Maimonides. He is paradigmatic for the Sephardic world, and in many ways for the modern world. Let me ask you why that might be. Why are there, for example, so many hospitals named Rambam? The Rambam Hospital, like in Haifa, they have the Rambam Hospital that has recently, they had 50 births underground in their emergency parking lot converted to a hospital as a result of the Lebanon hostilities. 50 births already. Why do we name so many hospitals after Rambam? He was a doctor, very good. He was a medical expert. But we've got so many doctors, you know. Find me a Jewish boy, you'll find me probably a doctor. Why Rambam? That's an interesting argument, but they were. I'm not sure I would agree because like medicine at this time, 12th century, medicine is basically like a professor too. Once you, like knowledge had really not been bifurcated into the hundreds of specializations that we have now. So if you knew a lot of stuff, if you read a lot of books, you were immediately a doctor. And because part of the curriculum was knowing something about physiology and especially, diagnostics and what we call today homeopathy, that would be like being a doctor. So Jews really gravitated to medicine for a lot of sociological, cultural, and especially economic reasons. So I'm not sure I'd say it was because it was hard to be a doctor then. He was a great doctor. That makes sense. But there's still more. Mr. Lipschitz. Excellent. I think that is quite profound, and I would definitely argue that. I think I even talked about it in the first class because that's really what I bring across. The Rambam is like this paradigmatic success story of a Jew who is at the top of his field in Jewish studies, like in Shir, he's A+ all the way, and he's also the top of his field in his college classes. A+ all the way in college classes. That's a Rambam kind of person. He was like this incredibly brilliant, creative, productive, industrious Jewish thinker with these books that have changed history. And at the same time, he was also, the physician of the royal harem. He was like the general practitioner, the OBGYN, the whole thing for the royal household. It was like really crucial. How is it possible a guy is so amazing in both those areas? Same kind of thing as, shouldn't even say the word guy like that. Oh my gosh, now let's say that. Let's just rewind that, okay? We're erasing it. He's like Shmuel HaNagid, being at the top of his field in the military world and also as a poet. Yehuda Levi, another great doctor, poet type. Shmuel, Chasta ibn Shaprut, being fantastic in diplomacy and medicine, and at least a huge supporter of scholarship, but not necessarily a huge supporter of scholars. So the Rambam has that kind of special rule. And the case in point is there are lots of schools named after Rambam as well. The Boston Rambam School, many other schools. There's the Five Towns, there's a Rambam, right? Because Rambam is what mothers-in-law really want their sons to be. Sons-in-law, they want their sons-in-law to be like earners, making lots of money, loving Torah, running a Daf Yomi Shir, whatever it is. That's what they want on both those areas at the same time. The Rambam is that area, that symbol of excellence. It's especially valuable if you look at the 19th century, and especially in Germany, where Jews were trying so hard to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world that, hey, if you just give us emancipation, if you just give us legal equality, we will do phenomenal things for your society. Look at Maimonides. Look how fantastic he is. And that's why so many of those late 19th century movements tended to look at the Judaism as it was expressed in Al-Andalus as kind of like the ideal Judaism. For example, encouraging the Sephardic pronunciation of Hebrew. Why did Israel choose the Sephardic pronunciation? It's not necessarily closer to the biblical pronunciation. Maybe in some ways yes, in other ways definitely not. But it was because the Sephardim were like Jews before the ghettos. They were like majestic, and they had pride, and they could express themselves in poetry, even in boast poetry, and they had like a sense of like self, that the image of the Ashkenazi Jew, like huddling in his dark clothes in a little ghetto and worried about pogroms all the time. That was like not what the 19th century emancipationist Jews wanted to emphasize. They wanted to emphasize guys, people like the Rambam, who were like massive success stories all over. So that's why we can say he's definitely paradigmatic. He's like a form, he's like an ideal, and that's why so many people look back to him to try and recreate that ideal in a modern context. At the same time, he's also definitely exceptional because his mind, his literary and religious ambitions were colossal. They were so big. I mean, the Mishnah Torah is such an overwhelming piece of scholarship that, he essentially says, okay, listen, with my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of Torah, you don't need anything else. Get yourself a Chumash, get yourself my Mishnah Torah, and you're golden. The Gemara is wonderful. I love it if you study Gemara. But the truth is, I've already written it all out for you right here. I mean, who else does that? Nobody had the kind of intellectual chutzpah to say, all of this stuff is great, but I'm just going to make it simple for you with these 14 big books. and with this, you've got a whole Judaica library, and you can be a completely independent Jew relying on my psak and so on. It got him into a lot of trouble, as you can imagine. The Rabbis Union was not pleased because they said, what about us? What do we chalk liver? I mean, you're going to just say, I don't need a Rebbe, I have a Rambam. And we'll get into that in the controversy shortly. But nevertheless, that's one of the reasons why the Rambam is so special. He's paradigmatic for an era and kind of a role model, but he is really so far. He's like on another planet. There are few Jews who can shape centuries of development. We only have people like Rambam coming around maybe once every 500 years. He was one of them. And also, let's not forget, we will look at it a little bit in today's lecture and more maybe God willing next week on Tuesday. He impacted non-Jewish culture. His philosophy was led avidly by the Christian scholastics, like Thomas Aquinas and others, very influenced by the Rambam. He was considered someone who had a very unique and powerful and convincing view of Aristotelianism within the medieval world. And people said, wow, this guy is really, really smart. Non-Jews said this. So he kind of crossed that border into non-Jewish culture in the same way that, Billy Joel did not Billy Joel, not a good example. What's the best? Who else? It has to start from a Jewish side and have some Jewish content and then reach into the non-Jewish world as well. Seinfeld. The Bible for sure. Okay. Seinfeld. Okay. Seinfeld's humor, if you ever watch Seinfeld, he's a New York comedian, right? It's like back in the 90s or something. But it's like the sitcom is completely Jewish. Jewish characters, recognizably Jewish characters, with all kinds of Jewish subtext, but it becomes like an American hit, an American's own Seinfeld, even though it's really coming from a Jewish place. The Rambam was like that. The Rambam was like that. Okay, so let's look at his trajectory. Childhood, you recall we talked a little bit last Tuesday. He's living in the southern part of Spain. The Almohads came up from the south, and they brought in this version of Islam that was kind of like, wait a minute, what is going on here? You're having, you're having parties with Jews, and you're serving alcohol. First of all, Muslims drinking alcohol in the first place, that. But drinking with Jews? Now, wait a second, are you telling me that you have Jews in positions of power? Who is this You're the guy in charge of an army? Seriously? So the Almohads really started cracking down, imposing the strictness of the Pact of Umar, and they forced a lot of Jews to flee. The Maimon family, which were, as Maimonides tells us, it comes from a long line of Dayanim, who were very active in politics. Another thing that got him in trouble, by the way, is that he was of a very strong opinion that people should not take any money to serve as judges or teachers. Mr. Lipschitz. Yes.
Was it that his brother was choosing to voluntarily get fines, let's say, of all of his brother to deal with these guys? You know what it is? Or the government had its own money and they invested in it.
My understanding, and I could be wrong, I think the best place to look at it is the biography by Halbert Tal, it's quite extensive, is that the Rambam, his genius as a scholar was recognized fairly early on. He did not go into practicing medicine until after his brother died in a shipwreck, and it was like a Yisachar Zvulun relationship, where his brother said, "Hey, his older brother, if I'm not mistaken, who's older? I'm not sure, but his brother said, I'll take care of the business and our mother and our sister. You just keep learning." And then because, well, we're getting ahead of the story, but let's jump to what happens. So what happens is the Maimon family, like many Jews, flee the very uncomfortable environment in southern Spain at the time. They make their way across the coast of North Africa. They stop for a while in Tunisia, where there's a very important medical school, and it's believed that it is here. Maimonides, at this point, by the way, is a teenager. He's like around 15 years old, and he's definitely a very learned guy. At this time, early in his life, he's an adolescent, that he writes his commentary on the Mishnah. There's some dispute about when exactly he finished it. Not impossible to finish it before he was 18 years old. And not only was it a brilliant commentary, it was pretty much, if I am not mistaken, the first comprehensive commentary on the entire Mishnah. And that's like an amazing thought. An 18-year-old can say, hey, how come nobody ever wrote a commentary on the Mishnah since the Gemara? And in order to do that, first you have to have this audacious idea that I should do this. Then you have to learn the entire Gemara to be able to compose a commentary on the Mishnah. But what a phenomenal achievement. The vast majority of it was written while he was a refugee making his way to Tunisia and also beginning his studies in medical school. So he probably picked up most of his medical knowledge in Tunisia, and then the family moves on. They spend a little bit of time briefly in Israel. For unknown reasons, they decide not to settle there, probably economic in nature, and they end up settling in this little town here, Fustat, also known as Old Cairo. It's a little south of Cairo, and as Mr. Lipschitz mentioned earlier, his son David was supporting the family. The father, Maimon, had passed away by this time, and they had young Maimonides, Moshe, and his sister. And David was an international trader, and he was off on his way to India for trading jewels, and the ship was lost at sea, including all the family wealth. And at that point, Maimonides said, okay, I can't just keep learning full-time, I have to not go to work. He describes in some of his letters that his work basically consisted of getting up early in the morning. He had about an hour commute by donkey. He actually had to, get on the Van Wyck and make his way over to Cairo, where he was working in the royal household, basically treating the harem and the children of the Sultan, was a correct term, or the vizier, I'm not sure. And he would treat all of them with all their various aches and pains and issues, and including from time to time the vizier himself. And then at the end of the day, he would make the commute back to Fustat, and then he would have like a long line of people asking him questions, stuff like that. He was a member of the Omad Club. He would eat one meal a day, and that was basically his routine. And he was writing this in one of his letters saying, listen, I don't have time to take on any more projects. I'm so busy with stuff. This is what my day is like. And that's basically how he lived his day. He was also, however, recognized as the undisputed leader of Egyptian Jewry, and by extension, in many ways, all Middle Eastern Jewry. The Eastern Mediterranean, especially Yemen, came to look to him as the leader, essentially the Gadol Hador of the get to Babylonia and get to Baghdad, places like that, it was really the Maimonides' name that was considered the greatest authority. And furthermore, this name continued for about 200 more years. His descendants maintained themselves in that political position. So it's really quite impressive. Now, let's focus on his writings. Now, we've got a little bit of sense of his background. His writings fall into multiple categories that I think give us a really good sense at the diversity of his activity and his flexibility. Really. First of all, we mentioned the Mishnah commentary, which is, of course, still studied today, still printed in your standard edition of Mishnah, and it is brilliant. It's like super clear. It's written in the lucid Hebrew prose, very accessible, very manageable. I personally think it's essentially written the way that Pinchas Kehati wrote his commentary in the 20th century, designed to be as accessible as possible. The fact that it is a little bit more arcane than that is just reflective of the reality that he wrote it 800 years ago and the language shifts and things like that. But it's designed to be an accessible introduction to the Mishnah. He is definitely a populist in some of his writings, meaning that he really wants to be making Torah Shava L'Kol Nefesh, that everyone should be able to have access to the Torah, and he did it. He achieved it with the Mishnah Torah commentary in his young age, which is really quite remarkable. He's also at this time composing medical tractates on a wide variety of surprisingly contemporary topics. He wrote on asthma, on anxiety, on sexual dysfunction, things that people in the court really wanted to know about. He was writing about all these things, and he was publishing them in Arabic. Some of his writings are in Arabic, others in Hebrew, others in Judeo-Arabic, which is basically Arabic but written with Hebrew letters. And his medical writings, believe it or not, are still studied today. You can look at them in English translation because they're really valuable documents about 12th century medicine, the state of medicine at that time, and lots of pharmacology and really fascinating things. You also see, of course, its influence is many other writings because as a doctor, he's very interested in issues of prophylactic health. So in Health's Deos, it's a long discussion about how to sequence your eating, right? Like what you should eat first and what you should eat second, and hot foods, cold foods, time of day, all kinds of really useful medical advice. Yeah, it's all bad. Yeah. One of the biggest areas of Maimonides scholarship, as I'm sure you're aware, is pointing out contradictions in the Rambam. He himself had a great amount of humility and would write about earlier writings and correct himself later on. But he definitely he describes his own routine in his letters as an OMAD person. But maybe the resolution is because he believed that most people could not survive on OMAD. He has amazing stuff on sleeping. Yeah. I don't know. I can't recall anywhere seeing him talk about his own sleeping. It's hard to imagine he did 8 hours with what he did in his life, but I don't really know. It is pretty. I find it really hard to imagine. I had a chavrusa once when he slept over at our house. I was already married at that time. He slept over at our house, and he was like exactly positioning his body the way the Rambam says he should sleep, and then he slept. Right, exactly like that. Woke up the next morning, never moved, and like that. It was really interesting. And another, well, we talk about what we get from Mishnah Torah because it's also really audacious. The medical writings. I was going to say one other funny story that I thought about the Rambam, and I think I lost it. Oh, eating. Oh yeah, here's a funny story. So the Rambam, Hilchos Deos, it's a Gemara. The Rambam, he's relying on Gemaras. He's not like making things up as he goes along. He's definitely sourcing the Gemaras, and one of the second biggest areas of Maimonides the scholarship is finding the Rambam sources, because in the Mishnah Torah, of course, he didn't provide sources. So I remember I was learning Bethesdaeus with two of my sons, pre-bar mitzvah age, and my son Boaz, who's a little bit of a mischievous guy. He was maybe 10 years old or so, and we came across the discussion there where the Rambam says very clearly, it's a medical halakha, but it comes, I think it's in the second Titus, that if you have to use the washroom, do not delay. You should not delay going to the washroom. If you have to use the washroom, do it. Don't say, "Oh, I'm too busy," whatever, because it's harmful to your body to keep yourself back from the washroom. And so my son Boaz as well. What he did was he was so happy when he learned it with me. For the next 6 months, he would regularly get out of class by putting up his hand and say, "I got to go to the washroom." And the Rebbe would say, "Boaz, you just went to the washroom 10 minutes ago." He said, "But Rebbe, it says in Hilchos Deos, you're not allowed to hold the back," and stuff like that. So he would get out of class constantly, which got he totally ruined the whole class class. Anyways, I love my son. Okay, medical writings, yeah. Letters, really interesting. Lots of letters of the Rambam written to remote communities, where you really get a sense of his global leadership. That he's constantly corresponding with communities that ask him shilas, and some of those shilas are really powerful. Like a famous letter from a Ger saying in his community, they're saying to him, you shouldn't be saying, other things, but okay, I will sing it. And my God and God. Rocks and trees and stuff. So you shouldn't say that if you're a Ger, you can't say that. And he wrote to the Rambam saying, "I feel so terrible. I mean, it's true. My parents were of the Avodah Zarah. My fathers did not worship Hashem." And the Rambam says, first of all, anyone who says that to you is a jerk. I'm translating very literally. Anyone who says that to you is a jerk. He doesn't know any Torah. That says very clearly, 36 times in the Torah, you're not allowed to offend a ger. You have to be especially careful not to say things that harm a ger. He gives lots of citations. And he says, secondly, because you have entered under Kante Shchinos, under the wings of the Shekhinah, you are included within the body policy. We know that's not the biological truth, nevertheless, is the spiritual truth. That not only pockets of people. His letter to the Jews of Yemen is especially important. Mr. Lipschitz wrote about it in his Wikipedia fact check. That they had a problem with false Mashiach there. They have a lot of it. It comes up actually probably about 3-4 times a decade, 3-4 times a century. You have a false Messiah of one level of popularity or another. The Rambam comes down very hard on this and saying that don't follow this guy. He is also a jerk, right? Don't listen. It's not true, and so on. And people really appreciated his generous and bold and clear leadership in every way. His letters are a great image on what he had to say about the Jewish world as a whole. Also, extremely important, the More Nebuchim, the guide for the perplexed, which is, in terms of the non-Jewish world, his magnum opus, his greatest work. This is, unlike most of the other things he's written, the More Nebuchim was written and directed to a specific reader who was a young man who was very troubled by the challenges that Islamic philosophy, especially the Islamic version of Greek and Roman philosophies under Aristotle and others, the challenges that it posed to Judaism. And the More Nebuchim is a book-long defense of Judaism from prevailing philosophy of the day. It is essentially a cure for it. It's essentially, and it's written for one particular person. It's not even completely clear if it was intended to be published as a book. But he wrote it saying, listen, you're a smart guy, you're learned in Judaism, you're learned in secular philosophy, and I'm really worried about the kind of questions you're asking me. Let me go through all these issues one by one and explain to you why Judaism makes sense. hugely influential. It is this book that was so inspirational, not only to Jews, but also to Christians as well when they got it in a Latin translation. This went through, as we discussed last week, went through the region of Provence, where they had Ibn family acting as translators, and they rendered it into Hebrew, and then from Hebrew, it didn't take long before it went into Latin, and then the church read it, and they said, wow, this is pretty amazing stuff as well. So the Guide for the Perplexed also got him in a massive amount of trouble, as we shall see, but it is one of his, probably the greatest work, at least for the non-Jewish. Mr. Kaplan. Because the church has a lot of the same issues, like just off the top of my head, Tzaddik v'Rado. Why do the righteous suffer? That's a really hard question to answer. And any monotheistic faith has to deal with the fact that you cannot make three statements together. You cannot say God is good, second, God is more powerful, and third, there is evil. Those three statements cannot coexist. You've got to break down one of them. You certainly want to break down the idea of God is good, because that's like not the God that we worship at all. We believe that God is truly beneficial. Secondly, you don't want to say God is not all powerful, because that's also not the kind of God we worship. And the whole idea is that Hashem HaKol Yachol. So then most, especially the mystics, attack the idea of there is evil. Like what we perceive as evil really isn't evil. It's there for a reason, it makes sense, it's somehow built into the universe, that the evil that we perceive today is really going to be good in the future. There's maybe a dozen different approaches to this problem, some of which I think, make sense on an intellectual level, philosophical level, but on the other hand, none of them, in my humble opinion, are appealing on a visceral level. None of them really, in your guts, it's easy to say, oh, thank you for explaining to me, and I have no more problems with the evil of the world, right? We still struggle with this. As human beings, it is a challenge, and it's a challenge to any person of faith. If you want to say, let's say you're a Hindu and you believe in literally 30,000 gods, which are currently worshipped in India today, then it's not so much a problem because no God's in charge, right? So this God lets evil happen, this other God is not powerful enough to stop it. Okay, that's the way it goes. But if you're a monotheist, like Christians are, or the Muslims are, you got to deal with these kinds of philosophical problems. There are other philosophical problems like, one of the big things they worried about a lot in the Middle Ages is, was the universe eternal or did it have a beginning? Right? Did the universe always exist, which is its own kind of philosophical conundrum, or did it have like a Genesis-like moment that starts? And the Rambam deals with these kinds of questions in the Morning Review. Not surprisingly, you will rarely study it in yeshiva, not because it is not regarded as a phenomenal work of philosophy, but because it raises so many difficult questions. And if you thought of those questions, we don't want to bring them up for you. We don't want to suggest, by the way, don't think about this. Like, if you, there's a Russian expression of mentioning the noose in the house of a hanged man. Right? You don't want to bring up the noose. Don't talk about the noose. Why bring it up? So that's why it's very, very rarely on the collegiate curriculum. But it is a phenomenal tower of the Jewish scholarship. Shall we go on? Okay. Last one here, hugely important. The Mishnah Torah. So chances are, if you had any interaction with the Rambam, it will be in the Mishnah Torah, maybe through the Mishnah commentary, but the Mishnah Torah, which was his life's work. There's a picture of it, of course, I'm sure you see it. It's a massive series of 14 volumes. It's called sometimes the Yad Chazakah, that strong hand, Dalet 14, that literally covers everything in Judaism. It covers all the stuff that we're used to from the later codes, like the Shulchan Aruch, things that we deal with every day. But it also deals with existed in the past and possibly, positing a future, like, for example, possibly I should say, the Beis Hamikdash, all the korbanos, all that stuff. Yosef Karo did not discuss that. So we have enough halacha to worry about rather than spending a lot of time in theoretical how do you bring korban, because we're not bringing korbanos right now. The Rambam did write about all of it. The reason why I mentioned possibly is because the Rambam was famously critical of the notion that the korbanos would come back. And it is a big machlokus looking at differences between the Moreh and Mishnah Torah and different stages in his thinking. What exactly did he mean? Lots of interesting philosophical contradictions. I'm sure you know from learning halacha that the Rambam is frequently das yachid. That we studied the halacha of the Rambam, but we don't hold that right? Because he's quite frequently on the outside, and other posting are the ones that we follow. But nevertheless, in the Mishnah Torah, he covered everything. He covered the distant past. He also covered the future. He also covered the Motam Mashiach. What are the halachas of Mashiach? How are we going to know there's Mashiach? How are we going to tell this is the guy or this is not the guy? We have to look at the Rambam. He's one of the very, very few people who actually wrote about this. He also wrote about the halachos of emotions. How are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to direct your sensations and your sensibilities and things like that? Judaism in particular, amazingly, he wrote and pioneered in this area things like the laws of tshuva, which nobody else had written the halachos of how to do tshuva before, and he put them in the Mishnah Torah. It's so expansive. It's not just the bavas, the halachos of torts and criminal law, things like that. It is the halachos of every possible moment in life, in the past, in the future, conscious or unconscious. It's amazing. It is an all-encompassing book, and I'm sure you're aware from learning it. It's written in a very limpid, clear, accessible Hebrew. I think it's really about middle grade school level Hebrew. It doesn't take a massive amount of Hebrew literacy to be able to work your way through the Mishnah Torah, and it's an overnight sensation because of what it accomplished. And remember, nobody else had ever done anything like this by now. He was really such a huge innovator, moving from the few people who had written the lists of the mitzvot. He wrote one of them, of course, and it's at the beginning of Mishnah Torah, to actually explaining all the halachos you ever need in your entire life, and even beyond your life. Okay, questions about the Mishnah Torah? Perfectly clear, right? Got the Mishnah Torah down. Chabad is very big into the Mishnah Torah. They actually even study it on a yearly or a 3-yearly cycle. We always begin on Yud-Tes Kislev, and we study 3 prakim a day, finish it in 1 year, which sounds like a super dafyoni for the Rambam, or study 1 paragraph a day, and Mr. Kaplan. Oh, so they have, for example, Zmanim, which is holidays and so on, Kinyan, which is buying and selling things. What do we have here? Zeroim, which is all plants and farming, agriculture. Ahava and Mada are the first 2 sections. Mada is a really fascinating that deals with those kind of an easy access version of the Morah's conclusion in terms of knowledge. What are the foundations of Torah? What includes the word Zara in the too. Ahava is all about prayer, things like that. It's organized very differently from the Shulchan Aruch, but it has everything, the whole thing. Really amazing. Actually, I think you would quote it from the beginning. How long do you have? Here's the Mishnah Torah is brilliant, and even though it's written in a really simple Hebrew, it is written with such phenomenal precision. So much time is invested. For example, if he quotes the Gemara and he changes the order of the quotes, or if you remove one word, it's like whole volumes of scholarship here. I remember when I was in yeshiva, I was in the shir of Mendel Weinbach, that's all yeshiva they have. And what we used to do is we would learn Gemara, Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday we were supposed to be our Rambam shir. And we always thought of it as it's just the Rambam. We've always spent the whole week learning the Salahos. We're just going to review them in the Rambam, and we'll see. And then we would show up to the shir, and he would completely toss us over into the water because we had missed the sophistication of the Rambam completely. We had read it just without thinking about it, and he would delve in and break it apart and say, "Well, how did you miss this? Hello, seriously." And it was humiliating and ennobling every Friday. Mr. Rose. So I think I wouldn't say they're the only. I think they're great examples of it, but it's very characteristic of the Rishonim. The Rishonim tends to be very careful. This is Dafka and Rashi also is Dafka, because that was more accessible at the time to most readers. But I think that the style, the very, very careful position, and the pithy language, like really compressed but perfect language, that's something you see, especially with the Rambam and Rashi, but it is characteristic of the Rishonim in general. The Achronim are much, I think it has to do probably with the price of paper. I mean, actually, this was written before paper was, paper was around then. I'm sorry? Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But I'm joking a little bit of paper, but I'm not joking that much, right? Because if you think about it, I grew up in the age of typewriters. You guys know what typewriters are? Yeah, that's right. I got a letter last night from one of my professors, and my wife looked down and says, "Did he type this envelope? He has a typewriter. He typed my address on the envelope." When you were typing, if you made a mistake, especially with the old style typewriters that I really grew up when I was really young, you would have to roll up the paper, take this little white paint, and paint over the letter, blow on it till it dried, then roll it down, and then lining up exactly right, and then you push the new letter, right? So you really didn't want to make those mistakes. It took forever to correct even tiny little mistakes. Later they had a kind of a tape instead of the paint, and you could push the backspace and it would back over each letter, and then you would type it again. But in word processors, first of all, you can write as much garbage as you want because it doesn't take much time to cut and paste or just remove it or write completely over it. It doesn't really bother you. And I would think that that's possibly also true for the Rishonim. They're writing on vellum for the most part, like parchment. Paper was developed and it began to circulate in the 9th century in Baghdad, and that was a big change. But it's still quite expensive to produce and then people want to be really concise with language. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not sure how true that is, but I'm talking out loud. Words are like that too. When you're talking, you can say as much as you want. Okay. It certainly could be greater vocabulary, things like that. I have a good argument to make for that. Let's now, I want to, basically for the rest of this lecture, what I want to do is I want to take a little bit of a detour to talk about the Geniza. We could have talked about it a lot earlier, but I think it makes more sense talking about Rambam because we will be relying on it for later centuries as well. And then we're going to go into when Maimonides hit the French coastline in Provence. That's the beginning of the great controversy about the Rambam, which began in his lifetime, but it reached its nadir in 1232, when Jewish communities denounced the Rambam's writing, and they were publicly burned in Paris. Just amazing to think that people were burned of the holy Rambam. But that's like kind of the low point of the Maimonidean controversy. So before we get to the controversy and its introduction through France, I just want to take a little bit of a detour into the amazing story of the Geniza. Okay, so that's our plan for today. We might have to leave the controversy till next week, but the Geniza. Show of hands. Anybody know what the Geniza is? Not a Geniza, but the Geniza. Ruben, of course. Oh, good. That's good here. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the rest of you to this amazing story. First of all, what is a Geniza? I'm sure you're familiar with it. We have Geniza here in the yeshiva and so on. It is related to the, let's go back a little bit. It is related to the idea that you cannot throw out anything that's the shame of Hashem. And things like that, you're not supposed to, you can't treat that document once it has been sanctified with this concept or this writing on it. You can't toss it in the garbage. You have to treat it specially. And that means that collecting all these papers up and interring them. I used to think they would have to be interned in a Jewish cemetery, but I recently learned that some people actually bury it in like foundations of homes and things like that, Jewish homes. Have you heard that before? So I didn't know the halacha properly. So this is like a Geniza here in Israel, and there's a sign on here that says, don't confuse this with a trash can. That's not a trash can. It's where you put discarded religious documents. There could be Siddur and things like that, but more likely they're like photocopies that your kids bring up in school by the pound, and you can't throw it away. So what are you going to do with it? So you put it into a public Geniza like this, and there's later thrown. The word Geniza, of course, means like a hiding place. Lignoz means to like secrete something away, or ganuz, right? They like things like that. So it happened that in Egypt, in Maimonides' neighborhood, actually in Fustat, which you can see here, here's where Cairo is. The Nile River flows from the south into the Mediterranean towards the north. That's why they call this the Upper Nile, even though it's lower than the Lower Nile, because it flows this way. And there's this big delta here of marshy land. Goshen is believed to be around this part, the eastern section of the delta into the Mediterranean. And Fustat is just south of Cairo itself. So it's also called Old Fustat, Old Cairo, excuse me. So it happened that there was this one shul that dates back to the Rambam's era, a few centuries before, the Ben Ezra synagogue. And apparently, in this community in Fustat, they had a very machmir position when it came to Geniza materials. Basically, they said that anything that has any Hebrew letters on it is kadosh, is shemos, and you can't throw it away. And so they threw everything into an attic in the synagogue. So you can see the restoration of the synagogue as it is today. It still exists. But they had this attic that for about 500 years, they were tossing in anything written in Hebrew letters. Quite a bit of stuff that in there that was not also in Hebrew too, because, people say, oh, these or whatever, I forgot the halachas. I forgot the halachas, they forgot the halachas. And so there was this massive collection of half a millennium of documents, largely trash, right? One of the really useful books on this topic is called Sacred Trash, because it was things that people no longer wanted, documents, and they tossed them into this Geniza. And then they were sealed up, and everybody either forgot about it or circulated bizarre rumors about how it was haunted, or there was a serpent that lived up there. Nobody could go up there. Nobody basically did go up there until the late 1800s, when a number of interesting documents started appearing on the manuscript market, and that attracted the attention of some people, like the Giblus, who were fascinating women studying at Oxford There were not allowed to be actual students there because they were women, but they're nevertheless they called them the Gibbons because after they got married, one of their sisters, one's name was Lewis and the other's married name was Gibson, so they were called the Gibbons. But they were like amazing scholars who wrote like a translation of the language of Syriac, like explained the whole language of Syriac, which is kind of an Aramaic language. And they're writing all these great books, and they were not even allowed to be students. Eventually, many years later, Oxford gave them degrees because they said, you guys are much smarter than most of us. But they said essentially, where are these interesting, like, Hebraic, Judaic documents coming from? And they went, and they insisted on getting into the attic of the synagogue. And you can imagine these, elderly ladies traveling from England going up to the attic, and they find the Geniza, and it just blew their minds. They said, "This is incredible. This is the single largest cache of medieval documents anywhere in the world." And it is actually true. If you want to study anything about North Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, for a good 500 years of history, you must be familiar with what the Geniza has to say about it. They communicated it to this scholar, Solomon Schachter, who was very interested in seeing these things, and eventually he was able to purchase the Geniza. Not all of it, part of it went ultimately to the University of St. Petersburg, part of it went to Oxford, a little bit to Cambridge, and a little bit came here to New York, the Jewish Theological Seminary, where you can actually see pieces of Geniza documents. Here's a picture of him working with Geniza documents, and as you can see, there's boxes and boxes of scrap papers that are all from this Geniza that says phenomenal things about the history of Jews at this time. Yes, Mr. Roach.
Was actually having the manuscript that was popping up from other places, and then they heard about the attic, so they wanted to study more about it.
Exactly. Some enterprising, person went up and they said, "Oh, this looks like kind of an interesting, ancient book. I wonder if I can sell it." And they would go in and got into the book market. And he'd say, "Where did you get this? This looks so cool." And then, that's how they ended up getting into the whole Geniza, buying the whole thing, and it just completely revolutionized history of this part of the world ever since. What you got in there? So, for example, the Wisdom of Ben Sira, which is a fascinating book that's discussed in the Gemara frequently. It is one of the Sfarim Chitzoniyim, one of the external books, sometimes called in English the Apocrypha, which are books written by Jews in the era of Tanakh, mainly by a Sheni, that for one reason or another, the rabbis did not want to include in Tanakh. They didn't want to include the Kedusha of Tanakh. You're familiar with the focus in the Gemara of should Shira Shira be in Tanakh? Yes, no. Should Koheles be in Tanakh? Yes, no. And the rabbis made their decisions, and that's how we have those amazing Sfarim actually canonized in Tanakh. But there are lots of books that did not make it, didn't make the cut. For a variety of reasons, we don't always know the reasons. One of those books is called the Chochmas Bet Sira, which is dated to about the year 200 before the Common Era. It reads a little bit like Pirkei Avos, a little bit like Mishlei, and even though it is one of the Sfarim Chitzoniyim, which the rabbis forbade, you're not supposed to read them. They didn't want people trafing up their minds by reading this Asur non-Tanakh versions of various things. Even though they're sort of Jewish, they're sort of religious, but the rabbis said, of course, don't read it. Nevertheless, they quote Ben Sira with some frequency in the Gemara. So it's always a question, wait a second, is this trade versus is this kosher? Why are we quoting it? We're quoting it, first of all, because it's really good. There's a discussion. I just was looking at the other day, Baba Basra, somewhere around, but it says in Ben Sira, for example, there's nothing worse than a son-in-law who lives in his father-in-law's house, except for a guest who brings another guest. There's a whole list of people who do really, rude things. And Ben Sira is often written in a very clever way, and it's very memorable, and it feels like, kind of losing its initially. So until the Geniza was discovered, we did not have the original Ben Sira. It was always recorded in a Greek translation, which was kept in the Apocrypha. So Christians had Ben Sira, even though it was written by a Jewish guy for a Jewish audience, and appreciated, at least to some extent, by the Chachamim of the Gemara. One of the scholars working in the Geniza documents found a Hebrew document and read it and said, "Oh my gosh, this is the original Ben Sira." So we finally had a document that had been lost for nearly 2,000 years. We have the original Ben Sira because someone had a copy in Cairo, and when they were done with it, they put it in the Geniza. So, this is I'm very excited about this. I don't know if I'm getting across to you guys, but the idea of actually having the original Ben Sira, mind blowing. Lots of famous Jews, like Maimonides, is all over the Geniza because Maimonides lived there, and he would write whatever he wrote, and it would find its way to the Geniza, including his own autograph corrections of the Mishnah Torah. This is the Maimonides' actual handwriting, and you can see him editing his own text. The really amazing editions of Mishnah Torah. There's no one complete version of this, but especially because the Geniza, we're still trying to figure out all the documents in it now. 100 years later, we haven't finished. To see where Maimonides was actually thinking about, should I use this phrase? No, let's use that phrase. He's crossing things out. He's writing things in between lines. This is I think we should just have a moment of silence to think about how amazing this is. Here is his own signature, Moshe Bar Maimon. I'm not sure what his last letter says, but Moshe Bar Maimon, Moses, the son of Maimon. That's written by someone. Yeah, but it is definitely Hebrew. This is a lot, yeah. I mean, it looks like a lot, but it's also really shit. Maybe I have it over here. Does it say here? No, it doesn't say here. We'll have to look into it. But I think it is definitely, I think these two are like the, what do you call this thing? You call that chip thing. When you make an abbreviation, yeah. There's a word for it, something like this. So you can see how it, because it's over here. So I'm not sure. You have to get into paleography to understand how to decode his writing. But nevertheless, it's amazing to think that we have actual things penned by the Rambam's own hand in the Geniza. We've got amazing writings of Yehuda Halevi in there. Just tremendous finds that because they were trash. We also have some amazing new voices. Like, for example, one of the common things that they had at that time were so-called palimpsests, where the vellum, the parchment that was made from animal skins, very expensive, very hard to replace because you have to shecht an animal and you have to treat the skin and all that stuff to get it. It's really, really expensive stuff. Like, for example, in Pirkei Avos it says that when a person learns Torah as a child, what is that like? It's like writing with fresh ink on new parchment. Right? So you imagine it's like the ink is dark, gets absorbed into the parchment really well. But then it says, what happens if you learn as an adult? If you didn't learn these things early on, what's it like to remember? It's like this exactly, but what was the word? It says it's like learning on parchment that is machok, that is rubbed out. Because you couldn't erase documents in parchment, because there was no eraser, and they didn't even have that white paint that we use on typewriters. What you could do is you could take a dirt. No, but let's say you want to write a totally new document. So all you got to do is you got to take like a flint or a kind of a stone with a flat edge, and you rub it. You rub it really hard, and that makes the ink kind of like break down. It doesn't go away, but it kind of gets like grayed out in the background, and now you can write over it. That's why a person who learns in his old age for the first time, he's got so much stuff in the background that you have to forget all that stuff first before you learn. It's not the same as when you're a kid, gets it deep the first time. So these things are like palimpsests where they wanted to reuse the paper, so they reuse the parchment, so they would try to rub it. As you can see here, you've got some Greek going on in the background. Try to rub it out, and still basically read it, and they're writing the Hebrew text over the top of it. And so they're able to discover documents underneath documents by looking at these things, especially with ultraviolet and things like that. Really, really cool technology stuff involved with these texts. Also, partial documents were suddenly joined. This is a poem by Menachem Labrat, and we had a piece of it, but in the Geniza they found two pieces. They put them together, and we were able to put together the whole poem. Really cool stuff. Also, wow, it shows you, don't forget, that everything is in there. Not only great religious literature like the Mishnah Torah, and not only great poetry, but also receipts, contracts, notes. Honey, can you pick up some pita on the way home from the shuk? Anything written in Hebrew was thrown in the Geniza. And we got these amazing things. He was one of the great scholars of the period. As the Goitheim, he was the great Geniza scholar who wrote 5 massive volumes called the Mediterranean Society, based on all the little scraps in the Geniza. Also, lots of stuff on women. And what is this document in the Geniza? What is it? Exactly. This is a child's version to learn the alphabet. With all of the kudos up here. I mean, it's just so amazing. You can see it. It's chazak. It's the end of a book and things like this. There's a bracha here, like the Birchas Torah, something like that. And you have doodles. This is probably from a bored kid in class saying, I wonder, what would it be like if a robot had a square head or something like that? Looks like he's got a star of David on his chest. He has a big smile. It's just so amazing. You can see these things. Imagine a teacher said, what are you doing? That's such expensive parchment. Give me that. It's going right into the Geniza. Right? And then it was discovered 900 years later. But just incredible things found in the Geniza that shed light on the current greatest scholar of the Geniza, the woman named Marina Rustow, who's also written some fantastic books. As we literally go through scraps of parchment and paper and put them together to find what the Geniza has to say. Here's the last thing we should talk about here. So this is what we're dealing with now, right? The Geniza has been available to scholars for about 120 years now. And the big things have mostly been gone through. Like books that were thrown in entirely or scrolls that were intact, scholars have gone through all of this. But we have something like 100,000 scraps of degraded documents like this, with little tiny pieces of letters on it. So what can we do with this? So there's amazing lab work being done, trying to reconstruct these tiny little scraps of paper, 900 years old, to find out what they say, using ultraviolet light, trying to find if they're the same composition, things like that. But this is my favorite thing, and you guys can do this if you want yourself. There's a website here, there's a fragment of the month, where every month you can read what they recently discovered. That's so fascinating. There are these crowdsourced Geniza projects. This is one of them, but here's my favorite. This one's called Scribes of the Cairo Geniza. And this is what happens. You log into this, get an account, it's free of course, and they show you a fragment. And they ask you, can you identify what language this is? And if you say yes, and then they say, what language? You say Hebrew. I say, oh, very nice. Can you read it? And you say, no, I can't make it out. So they say, no problem. They give you another scrap. And they say, hey, can you read this Hebrew document? And you say, and they say, is this Hebrew document right side up? It's all, just processed by machine stuff. And you see it, you say, no, rotate it 180 degrees. Can you read it now? And you say, oh no, and it gets passed on to the next person. And there are literally thousands of regular people with, any level of Hebrew or Arabic or whatever language shows up in the Geniza that are working their way through these documents, contributing a little tiny bit at a time, like mapping the stars, which was another one of these massive projects, until we finally, maybe it'll take another century, we'll finally have every single piece of the Geniza deciphered, and we're learning amazing things about what it used to be like to live 1,000 years ago in this part of the world. Like, look at this in what script is this text written? Hebrew, Arabic. Well, this one looks too hard. Show me another image. Oh, there's no text on either side of this fragment. The text in the fragment is illegible, and you can go on to the next version. You can talk about it, make a note. It's just fantastic. Mr. Gross.
Anything very, very
That last stuff I showed you wasn't very, very profound, but the actual handwriting of the Rambam, children's textbooks, children's
say
music.
something about, let's say you haven't seen
Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff there that's mind blowing. Like, for example, we're not going to talk about them too much in this class because it doesn't. Maybe we will a little bit later on the semester. But Karaites, right? Karaites, it's a 9th century movement of largely emanating out of Baghdad, where Jews said they don't hold with the oral Torah, they only hold with the written Torah. And I'm sure you have kind of like a schematic sense of who the Karaites were. They didn't believe in, it says, you shouldn't have any fires in your communities. So they held, okay, that's it, no fires burning on Shabbos. And we will sit in the dark. We will not have hot foods. One of the reasons why is a widespread custom to have children is dafka to show we're not Karaites, because we do have fires burning under these circumstances on Shabbos. So lots and lots of Karaites in Geniza, Cairo, and they got along really well with Rabbinites, with regular Jews. They're marrying with each other, they have business partnerships, they have, there's such limited hostility between them from the Geniza documents. We have ketubos that are written between rabbinic and Karaite families, and it does not seem to be the big deal that we think it would be based on reading other historical accounts. So it's kind of like, quite often the Geniza says, well, you expect it to be this way, but in reality, this is the way people live. It just got along. Another example, we have the Arizal. The Arizal came from Egypt. We have, it's not these documents, but the Arizal's documents from Arizal. That's very mistaken. We do have the Arizal's business correspondence, but it's not from Arizal. But we have all kinds of information about, women in particular. There's so much stuff about women because the halachos, halakhic literature generally only talks about women when we have a problem with them, right? When we want to marry them, when we want to divorce them, when we want to deal with chalitza, when we want to deal with inheritance law, that's when generally happens. But we don't have a lot of stuff from women themselves. It's just they did not have the same kind of opportunity to express their voices in much of the halakhic literature for all these reasons. But in the Geniza, there's tons of stuff about women. There's this one woman who's mind-blowing named Rusha the Broker. And she broke so many rules in so many ways. She was actually kicked out of the synagogue at one point for some of the things that she did. But she made so much money in selling spices that she made this massive donation to the shul afterwards. The shul that kicked her out, that afterwards, apparently for generations, people would bless their daughters in the name of Rusha the Broker. And the things that she got away with were just phenomenal in terms of, I don't want to put them on the recording here, but if you're really curious, you can look on my website, you'll find the lecture on Musha the Broker, and there's like a whole description of what she got away with. And so we learned so much earth-shattering material from this archive. Just not necessarily what you'd be expecting from there. So sorry. Okay, so that's Visa does shed lots of light on the Rambam, but sheds tremendous light as well on all of society, and it will exist for a while after the Rambam was, so we'll see him who's coming up later. Okay, one last thing about Provence, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, so here is Provence. It's in the south of Spain, south of France, excuse me, where the Rhone River comes down from Lyon into the Mediterranean at Marseille. It is a really unusual part of the world Jewishly because it has influence from Spain, right? It's got a land connection to Spain, which has the Al-Andalus culture that we've been talking about. It also is geographically connected to northern France, which is where we have the amazing school of Tosfos developing. And that's a totally different way of looking at the world Jewishly. The Al-Andalus, we talked about it, and it is into this world that Maimonides comes from Egypt. And when his books get started being translated into Hebrew, there is an explosion of interest and an explosion of Mishnah Torah is heavily criticized for its methodology. The more Nebuchim for its engagement with secular philosophy, and the Rambam is thoroughly reviled, even though he is adored as a massive leader in the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa. In Europe, there is a massive controversy brewing that will ultimately result in the burning of the house publicly. It is the first.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
It certainly was one of the biggest ones.
I heard you still want to watch Teller, but you're so because the story's pretty wild. Yeah, so I grew up in it.
All right, everybody, so thanks for learning with me. Let's pick it up next week on Tuesday.
So my house had a really looked like a household where the kids should make it. But unfortunately, it was a very abusive household. And I ran away when I was about 13 years old. And at the time prior to that,
okay, here we go. The Provence is going to be a really important part for the Maimonidean controversies. We're going to focus on it today, and then we'll wrap up at the end of the early. Then it's a good part to stop at the next week. We're going to get into the Christian era, the Reconquista, which is a huge shift from we've been spending time first in the Visigothic era, then we went to the Muslim era, then we went to the Christian era, and it changes dramatically. Provence is, of course, here at the south of France, and not so much this far out, but closer to here, which is during the era that we're looking at. It was not France proper. France didn't extend all that way down. They actually have a distinct language, which is definitely related to French, but it was actually under the control of different powers, including at one very bizarre point, apparently a Jewish king in a place called Narbonne, which is just here to the left of Montpellier. And this is an interesting place because, as we discussed before, it has influences from Al-Andalus coming into the region as it's got a natural land connection. It also has a lot of influence from the school of Tosfos, which is huge at this point. And this is the mess that Rambam gets into when his books start getting translated towards the end of his life, especially his Arabic language roots. But as we can see, he also got into a certain amount of controversy for the Mishnah Torah, which is Hebrew. Okay. So basically, we're going to look at four maps today, because the controversy surrounding the Rambam fall into four distinct periods. Although, if you read the article that I assigned on Canvas, you'll see that many scholars point out that it's not like there were four chapters of the Maimonidean controversy. There's lots of it that starts way before Maimonides was even alive. Certain issues, like the role of philosophy in Judaism, for example, go way back before the Rambam and continue way past it, right up to our own times. It may be more useful to look at these as four kind of like sharp points or four climaxes where there was like a huge amount of focused attention on the Rambam, negative attention, but there was a lot of reasons behind that controversy that really start much earlier, go much later, and the controversies really overlap with each other in a lot of significant ways. So the first period was during the Rambam's own life. He died in 1204, and the Mishnah Torah was published in 1180. Right, so towards the end of his life, he's really become quite a senior scholar, a senior leader at this point, regarded as the leader of world Jewry, really. And his Mishnah Torah makes it all the way to Provence. And you have two different areas where there are controversies. The first one, which you probably spend a lot of time with, because in inimitable Jewish tradition, one of the most beautiful things about printing conventions is that when someone writes a critical book, we often put it on the same page as the actual original book too. So you can read, what the book has to say, and you can read what its critics say. Which reminds me of a funny story. I hope you don't mind if I tell you. When my wife and I were first married maybe 3-4 years at this point. We bought a book on Shalom bias because we're very eager and sincere, and we thank God we're married 35 years now, so we're still hanging in there. But we bought this book, and it was called Two Halves of a Whole by Rabbi, I think his name is David, and his wife's name is Tehillah Abramov. And it was written in a really interesting way. The first part of it was written by Rabbi David for husbands, and the second half was written by Rabbi Tehillah for wives, right? And so we bought this book, and then my wife said, okay, I read it first. I read the men's section first, and I read it very carefully. I want to be a good husband and father, and I made all kinds of little notes and underlined, highlighted things, right? And I finished my section. Then I gave it to my wife, and my wife read the men's section with my notes before she looked at the women's section. She wanted to know more, like what was in my head before she even started her own part on it. So got used to that. Anyways, so one of the greatest critics of the Rambam is, of course, the Rabbi, Rabbi Abraham ben David, or Ibn Daud. He was a Provence scholar. His years are roughly 1125 to 1198. And you know him by his commentary right there on the page of Mishnah Torah, right? Asagos Haraiban are some of the most entertaining, incisive critiques of the Rambam, many of which the Rambam later on in his life, accepted. Said, that's a really good criticism, and I should have included it. If I had the chance to write the Mishnah Torah again, I would have probably involved the Rabbi's critiques. Sometimes they're burning and acerbic in tone, which was not that unusual in the Rishonim. You do see this, and certainly even beforehand in the Gemara, you will see occasionally some very biting comments. If they happen to the yeshiva today, people would be really shocked. But nevertheless, the Ravad really drills down and attacks the Rambam with, the intention of reaching the emes. It's not an ad hominem attack at all. This is really a disagreement over how to work with halakha. And his main issues are twofold. The first is the Mishnah Torah has no footnotes. Right? This was a huge departure from most of the scholarship that was happening until that time. That when you wrote a tshuva, when you wrote a machberet, or you wrote some kind of a treatise, you always cited your sources. You always said, I'm basing this on what Rabbi said on Daf Dalet or Bava Metzia or whatever it is. You always cite your sources. The Rambam, however, famously did not cite sources in the Mishnah Torah, or hardly ever cited sources in the Mishnah Torah. In his defense, he later wrote that basically, that was not the point of his book. He wanted to write a simple book. It is massive already. He wanted to make it accessible. He did not want to weigh it down with so many footnotes and side arguments and stuff like that. He just figured out the halacha as best he could, and he wrote it down in a clear, limpid Hebrew, so that everybody with a basic level of reading knowledge could be able to access this book. And footnotes just would have gummed up the whole system, would have made it so much more difficult, and so many people would argue about it. But of course, as you can imagine, when scholars read that book, and they say, and they're familiar with some of the sources, and they say, well, how did you get to that decision, Mr. Rambam? We know there are multiple opinions. Who says that this opinion is the right one? Where's your deductive, show us your work, show us your rough draft? We don't see any of that stuff. And so the Rabbi really criticized him for that stylistic approach, which of course, the Rambam exposed himself to it by writing in that way, by not, burdening it with footnotes. There are also some philosophical issues. One of the challenges that really comes out of the Rambam's works is especially when you look at passages that seem to imply different things in different books. Now, the Rambam clearly wrote for different audiences. As we discussed last week, the Mishnah Torah was written for a popular audience. Written in Hebrew, which was much more accessible, especially to people who were not fluent in Arabic. So in other words, it really was designed for the ages because it went beyond Arabic, which was the lingua franca for most of Jewry of the southern part of the Mediterranean, but not at all the northern part of the Mediterranean, not at all Italy, not at all large populations in Asia Minor and in Babylonia, former Babylonia. Well, actually, no, at this point, they're speaking Arabic over there as well. So by writing in Hebrew, he's speaking to a much larger audience. And also, the Moreh Nevuchim was a totally different kind of book. The Guide for the Plex was written in Judeo-Arabic for a very narrow audience, maybe even, at least the conceit of the book is, for an audience of one specific person, one particular student who's having trouble with philosophical issues, and the Rambam wrote to him in the vernacular of the day, just like you saw with the Rif, that when something got complicated, they preferred to write in Arabic. They said this is, Hebrew does not yet have the vocabulary, the kind of linguistic tools that Arabic has developed, and so when they need to explain something complicated, they frequently went to Arabic. So when you look at the contradictions sometimes, or apparent contradictions between the Mishnah Torah and the Moreh, some of them are quite glaring. One of the issues that came up in the Moreh Nevuchim is things like resurrection. What is going to happen after we die, after 120 years, when Mashiach comes back? What exactly is the sequence of events? Do we come back in physical bodies? Do we come back sort of like as spiritual beings? What happens in between the time that people die and the time that Mashiach comes? Are we all like waiting? Are we like in suspended animation? These kinds of very difficult issues of resurrection are handled differently by the Rambam in different places. And in some areas, people felt that it was hashkafically out of step with Judaism per se, even though in many ways Rambam is sort of like defining what is hashkafically correct at times. But that's one of the major issues on a hashkafic level that the Rabbi criticized Maimonides for. When you go way over here, well, any questions about the Rabbi before we get to Rabbi Shmuel about Menali? Okay, so that's the kind of critique that the Rabbi has, fairly mild in many ways, because you could put them on the same page on the printer. But over here in Baghdad, we have a totally different kind of critique. The Gaon, right, because we have in Baghdad now the great yeshivas Surah and Kompadita, which are of course prominent in the Gemara. They have moved north to the city of Baghdad, and it's a very different kind of environment. These are like big institutions that exist in a large Jewish population, and they have a way of doing things that they've been doing for hundreds of years. They're slowly into decline because Spain in particular has grown in Jewish population, and so it begins to actually eclipse Baghdad. But when the Gaon, meaning one of the great leaders of the academies of the time, Rabbi Ben Ali, who died in 1194, when he read the Mishnah Torah, his objection was not so much about the lack of footnotes, not so much about the distinctions that occasionally come up between the Mishnah Torah and the Rambam's other writings. He was really upset with the economics of Maimonides. Because Maimonides had a pretty radical approach to Dayanim and to people in Chinuch that they should not get paid, which people in Chinuch have difficulty getting paid today, even with their farming system. But he felt that just like Hashem gave us the Torah, gave Moshe the Torah for free, Moshe doesn't have the right to make money off of what Hashem gave him for free. He has to pass it on for free. And so too, all Dayanim, all judges, are required to judge without any financial interest in their service. And also, teachers should be teaching Torah for free. Now, if you're familiar with the Gemara that discusses this at length, there are exceptions for sure. Like, for example, we're only talking about teaching Torah, teaching a craft, teaching a skill, teaching, English as a second language. Of course, you can charge for that. That's not Torah, and you're parting the service. And there's also a huge carve out for what about if you weren't teaching, you would be making a living doing something else like nuclear physics or brain surgery or something. So, how can you give up that salary? So there's the possibility that you can pay Skar Batala, which is kind of like the payment that you would take for not being engaged in some other productive work. And so that's not really payment for teaching Torah, which should be free, but for being available. It's a compensation, right? But it's not a compensation for Torah, because according to the Rambam, and he's very, very strict about this and very, very blunt, teachers should not get paid for teaching Torah. Compensation that I could have been doing something else, now I'm doing this, so you should at least pay me for my time. Good argument. Mr. Garcia, the question.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought I have another question. Is this really the government back in the idea of that we see in America that someone pays damages, someone pays money, or whatever someone payment it is, based on damages somebody else might incur, let's say, causing them to not be able to work.
Lost wages. Right, exactly. It is essentially the same kind of justification for giving payment to a teacher. It's essentially the same kind of justification. But it's not because of an injury, obviously.
So in general, those questions, I'm encouraging you that anybody who's teaching Torah should always have sort of job. I mean, you realize that if the wasn't necessarily socialist country, right? You have to find something and teach.
Exactly. You go into business. You become like you have wood choppers, you have shoemakers, you have all kinds of crafts that Rob's in. Now, this is a locus that's gone on. That's his critique. Because don't forget, he's writing from the establishment. He's saying, excuse me, how do you think we keep this yeshiva open? We just and they're always asking for donations from the entire Mediterranean basin. And they're saying to the rest of the world, hey, this is the leadership of the Torah world, and we provide direction in Torah, and you should support us. Here's a Jewish calendar, send us a check in the mail, that kind of thing. And the Rambam was saying this is not the way it should be done at all. Torah should be totally for free, tzedakah for sure, but it should not be a quid pro quo. And that's why he was sharply opposed by Shmuel ben Ali. But again, both these things are they're not really nasty. They get much nastier in a minute. Any questions about the argument here? Yes, Hebrew had not really gone through its renaissance of linguistics until Nash ibn Labrat, who's just before Maimonides, and it takes like a few hundred years even to write basic grammars and things like that. So Jews were still trying to figure out how to write things more or less with what they knew of biblical Hebrew. And by the way, it was Nash ibn Labrat who was the first to sort of figure out, he didn't maybe realize himself, that all Hebrew words are based on 3-letter roots, right? The trilateral root. Up until then, they were thinking about all kinds of systems, like 1-letter root, 7-letter roots, but the Hebrew had not really been figured out as a modern language then. And then after biblical Hebrew, then you have this pastiche of Mishnaic Hebrew, Gemara Hebrew, which involves lots of Aramaic, and Jews were just basically kind of tripping along, trying to express themselves. And when you try to express huge, difficult philosophical concepts, they did not have the linguistic tools to be able to do it. It's kind of like, I don't know if you gentlemen learn any other language beyond Hebrew and English, but if you just learned a little bit of the language and you try to express difficult thoughts in it, it's so hard. It becomes so repetitive. It's almost impossible to learn it. I remember when I was, another memory, such an embarrassment. When I tell you a story, so when I was not quite finished my PhD, got a big public address the President Zalman Shazar Historical Society. This is the Israel Historical Society. So a really big deal in Jerusalem. I was 26 years old or something, and I was so proud because I was writing my dissertation. It was interesting to them. They wanted to hear me talk about my dissertation. So that day, as it happened, my 3-year-old daughter, Rafaela, was jumping up and down on the sofa. She fell off. Cut her lip open, and we had to rush around different places to get her lip sewed up. It looks fine. She's beautiful, no scar, a tiny little scar, just makes her more beautiful. And by the time we were finished, it was almost time for my lecture. I did not even have a chance to change my shirt. I went to the Van Leer Institute. I gave my lecture with blood all over my shirt. It was really bad. But that was not the worst thing. The worst thing is I insisted on giving my lecture in Hebrew. And all these professors in the room, everybody knows English so well. And I sounded like a jerk trying to say it in my limited, broken pieces of Hebrew. And when I finished my talk, I said, look, someone puts on my sentences, why don't you just speak in English? So it's stupid. But that's the point, Mr. Roth, is that, as brilliant as many of these scholars were, they didn't have the linguistic tools. So when they really wanted to explain something complicated, they often had to write in Arabic. And that's, you have developments of Hero, National Mubrat, people like that are beginning to promote the language. And so you see in Rashi, Menachem ibn Saruk is quoted frequently because these are the first people who begin to just codify language. Mr. Rubin. Yes, both. Very few people are speaking Hebrew as their first language. Right? Yeah. And secondly, a lot of the, especially Greek concepts, Aristotelian concepts, things like that, which were very much in the vogue, you could say them in biblical Hebrew. Like, you see it in modern Hebrew all the time, right? Like, what is the word for rear axle in modern Hebrew? Like in a car, rear axle. What is it? It's a rear axle. And what's the word for front axle? A rear axle hakadmoni, right? Rear axle, which is in the front. So they just don't, the language didn't have the word. So natural languages grow and develop and figure themselves. So I'm not sure how we got into all of this. Was because Mr. Roche has asked a question. Oh, Mr. Roche.
Was the alternative before that? In other words, and use their basic language, and may not express the full idea, but it was left interpretation was very precise. So that you really have to analyze.
Yeah, and it's also a sign of genius when they can take what was then a much more constrained vocabulary and use it to explain big ideas. That takes a lot of genius. But you see it in the Rambam, because he wrote the Mishnah Torah and it's just so perfectly crystal clear. But when he wants to write philosophy, then he writes in Judeo-Arabic. And by the way, Judeo-Arabic is basically Arabic written with Hebrew characters and a smattering of Hebrew and Aramaic words. But he says, if I'm going to get stuff, I'm going to write in Arabic.
How much is that Arabic in terms of, not phonetically, but sorry, how phonetically, I guess, in terms of the actual language and the lips? How similar is that to the
Yeah, no, very similar, very similar. If you knew Arabic and you heard someone speaking Judeo-Arabic, you would get most of it. You would just feel they have a strong accent of some kind. Definitely. Okay, let's go on to the second period. Okay, second period is when it gets really actually nasty. And this is basically happening in France. This is the heartland of Ashkenazic culture. You have just a little bit further north, you have the great Ashkenazic heartland. Just a little further in the south here, you have places like Troyes and Mainz, where Gershom ben Yehuda, the Mayor Hagola is living, and later his student Rashi is living. So these are happening here in central towards northern France. And when you get to the 13th century, so this is after the Rambam dies in 1204, there's two people in particular who are definitely, spearheading critique. Shlomo ben Avram of Montpellier is here in Provence, and Yonah ben Avram Peronti, or Rabbeinu Yonah, the famous Shari Tshuva, really, really important Musar writer, who critiqued the Rambam super heavily, essentially following the arguments of the Rabbi, that it was unsourced, but they attributed to that unsourcing a kind of an ad hominem attack, that it was not as a result of carelessness, but as a result of gaiva, that the Rambam was, so they would argue, so puffed up with himself. He says, I don't care about what you think you need sources. I'm just going to tell you what I think. Just listen to what I think. That's all you need. And in fact, when you read the introduction to the Mishnah Torah, he is pretty blunt about it. He says, all you really need is a Chumash and my Mishnah Torah, and you're golden. You don't need anything else. In fact, he calls it the Mishnah Torah, meaning the repetition of the Torah. I'm just telling you what the Torah says, but fleshing it out, building in the Torah Shabbat, that's all you need. So it's a really, really nasty, awful critique. They're also especially angry because the Rambam, they say, was overly influenced by Greek philosophy, especially Aristotle. Now we should back up for a minute and talk about who Aristotle was and why the Rambam loved him so much, and how much he loved him as it was. Aristotle lived in the 4th century before the Common Era. It's called the Periclean Age, where the Greeks had an unusual renaissance of thought. Which means over here is the Peloponnesus sticking into the middle of the Mediterranean. Italy is kind of hit by my sign, but it's just to the east of Italy. So at this time, there was a triad of 3 really influential philosophers, one teaching the other, and significantly differing from them. Socrates is considered the father of modern philosophy. He was a woodcutter who famously went around telling the youth that he knew nothing, and that made him the wisest person in the world. He got into a lot of trouble with the Athenian leadership because he was causing young people to question the nature of their society, because that's what he did all the time. You've heard the Socratic method, which basically means ask lots of questions. Whatever a person says, question it, and then question it again, and so on. And he really began to tear away at the fabric of Greek society by saying, hey, why do we have this kind of government? Why do we have this kind of morals and so on? The Greek leaders were so afraid of him at some point that they arrested him. And by the way, he got into trouble with his wife a lot too. His wife once famously dumped a chamber pot on his head as he was spending all his time hanging around with young people, not coming home often enough. Chamber pots are not nice pots. And anyways, they arrested him and they said, you have to stop this. You have to recant, give up all of your ideas, stop bothering young people, or drink this poison called hemlock. So Socrates famously says, I'm not going to betray my understanding of the truth. I'm going to drink the hemlock. And with his favorite student Plato at his side, he drinks the hemlock and he dies. Plato, of course, is like, pouring up over all this. He goes on and he writes from memory all of those conversations that Socrates had long after he died. So sometimes it's hard to tell what did Socrates say and what did Plato say. But anyway, he developed an entire philosophical system that built on Socrates' questioning, and we'll see perhaps Neoplatism a little later on. Aristotle, the third of the three, was violently opposed in many ways to key elements of Plato and Socrates' thought. But the most valuable instance for us is that Aristotle essentially said, we have to rely on an empirical world. We have to rely on what we can actually measure. And he constructed a massive philosophical system that attempted to explain not only politics, but also ethics and aesthetics, meaning what makes something beautiful, rhetoric, how to speak properly, a massive number of writings, hugely influential. They were preserved in Greek translation, and the rest of the Christian world essentially lost it after Rome fell, but the Arabs preserved Aristotelian wisdom. And Maimonides picked it up essentially through that Arabic route. And you can see the influence in a lot of places. I'll give you one clear example. According to Aristotle, every virtue, every characteristic is best represented as a balance between an excess and a deficiency. Example, courage. So you can have too little courage, which would be called cowardice, where you're afraid to cross the street, you're afraid to, go to Manhattan on a subway or whatever it is. You're too timid and afraid to do anything. That is obviously not enough courage. You can also have too much courage, which is called recklessness. Like, not only do you go to Manhattan on the subway, you actually ride the top of the subway car, right? Which is just like pointless, excessive courage, testosterone poisoning. Don't do stupid things like that. So courage is like the balance between being reckless and being afraid. Find that balance. And Aristotle says you can find this throughout human psychology in every possible manner. Does that sound familiar to you guys if you studied Hilchos Deos, Mr. Lipschitz? It's the Shvil HaZahav. Exactly. The golden path, the golden mean, right, is between the two extremes. But, so that's like when the Rambam talks about it, he refers to Aristotle as ha-philosoph, the philosopher. He has a lot of respect for that ideology. He also says that I disagree with him in two particular midos. He said there are two midos which don't fit the system, and that's not Aristotle. One of them is anger, that you can, anger is always bad. It's always corrosive. There's no such thing as too much or not enough anger. Right? You always want to. He says you can pretend to be angry, if you're disciplining children or whatever. You can pretend to be upset, but don't be upset. It's just bad for your ulcers. And the other one is, for example, humility. You have to have, no matter how much you think you're humble, you're already too bad. Build yourself down further and further. Also not an Aristotelian concept. But just That one example, you can see that the Rambam relies on Aristotle's thought, quite significantly. And you see it in a lot of different areas throughout. The Rambam will explicitly quote Aristotle. He doesn't always agree with him. He doesn't regard him as a Navi, but he does regard him as a very, very smart person. And for Rabbi Yonah and his teacher, Shlomo ben Avraham of Montpellier, this was like unacceptable. Jewish scholars should not be relying on Greek pagan thinkers, and they denounced the Rambam. Yes, Mr. Rhodes.
What this is in a question on when we're thinking of philosophy Aristotle's philosophy. When it comes to his, there shouldn't be a spectrum of anger, there should something that's objective and bad. That is true even in a time of war, let's say fighting a Moab.
So that's a good question to ask a rabbi. I'm not a rabbi, regular guy. But my sense of the Rambam, from my limited readings, is that he would say that a true warrior would sort of like rationally recognize the necessity of fighting Amalek and should do so in a rational and reasoned manner, but not without the influence of anger. Anger is just going to like cloud your judgment and you do things you shouldn't do and so on. You can pretend to be angry in order to fight Amalek, but it's not a good thing to internalize it. That's how I would read the Rambam, but it's a good question. You will see that not all the Rishonim agree. Rabbi, for example, who almost always follows the Rambam, disagrees with him at this point. He says, what are you, supposed to be a stone that anybody can like spit on you and you not move? So not everybody agrees completely with the Rambam. The Rambam is often a gotcha. But in this particular case, this is really the nasty part. We're not precisely sure historically how this happened, but this is at a time when the Catholic Church, right, this is in France, we're talking about a distinctly Catholic area now. The Catholic Church was hunting for heresy on their own. This was the period of the Albigensian heresy, where the Catholic Church massacred all kinds of people who did not agree with certain aspects of the Catholic doctrine, Christians, just not Catholics. And there was a particular mendicant order of friars called the Dominicans, who are like the heresy hunters. And somehow, the Dominicans got wind of the fact that there were Jews, prominent Jews, like Rabbi Yonah, who were criticizing the Rambam for heretical views. And the Dominicans took upon themselves to collect up all the works of Maimonides they could find and burn them publicly in Paris in 1232. Some historians would argue that Jews actually denounced the Rambam, the Peh Malik, explicitly to the Dominicans. Others say no, it was probably like just kind of like the Dominicans heard about it, they took the initiative. But at any rate, as a result of this particular critique, the Rambam was actually burned. It was a terrible oral event. Rabbeinu Yonah famously changed his mind. He recanted. He said, this is the author of the Shari Tshuva. He said, how is this possible that I am involved in burning the great books of Maimonides? I disagree with him, but I do not think these books should be burned. Again, when I say he's involved, we don't know the extent to which we don't know how the Dominicans got word of this, but Rabbeinu Yonah felt awful. He took a vow that he would go everywhere that originally spoken against the Rambam and try to undo the Rambam's, the damage he had done to the Rambam's reputation. At this time also, by the way, the kever of the Rambam in Tiberias was actually desecrated by people who felt like, oh, it's terrible, you have this guy buried here, and look what he's being criticized and so on. So this was probably a massively low point in the whole Maimonidean controversy. Mr. Rupp, there's your hand. No, Mr. Roches.
So I thought you said that the church liked the one who comes
It's a good point. The church is not uniform. These are the Dominicans, the heresy hunters. The scholastics, like a very important guy named St. Thomas Aquinas, they do like the Rambam, but the church is definitely not uniform.
I didn't think of myself as like angry.
Yes.
I
I don't know offhand, but we should recall that this is a period where before printing, 400 years before printing, and manuscripts are essentially like Sifrei Torah, really expensive, hard to produce, valuable, so huge value. We know that later, 10 years later, there will be another massive book burning in the same spot in Paris that involved 24 wagon loads of Sifrei Torah. That's hard to imagine what that would be. Imagine 24 wagon loads of Sefer Torah. A Sefer Torah today costs somewhere around $50,000 to write. So, and you can fit, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe 100 Sefer Torah on a wagon, let's say. So that would be, what, like $5 million? Multiply that by 24. So we're talking about $25 million odd dollars. I don't know if I got my math right, but astronomical number, and not easily replaced. You can't just run it from another printing. You've got to find another manuscript, copy it out, and so on and so forth. So this is the low point, second period, 1230 to 1235. There is a third period, which is kind of a minor one, but it's kind of an interesting one. This happens in Akko, northern Israel, Acre, English. A man named Shlomo Petit migrates from France to Akko, and he's really upset with the Rambam because he says he's too rational, he's too anti-Kabbalistic. We haven't talked much about Kabbalah, it's also very relevant to Spain, maybe we'll get back to it a little later, but and this is kind of ironic because the role of Kabbalah in Maimonidean thought is an area of burgeoning research. His son, Abraham ben Rambam, was a distinctly mystical person. So it's like, how did he get from a very rationalistic figure to a very Kabbalistic figure? But Shlomo Petit said that, there's no room for our mystical tradition in the Rambam, and that's not okay. And then not only mystical tradition, some of the arguments are things like, the Rambam took distinct positions that were often contrary to Rashi and other Rishonim on issues like demons, like what are the role of demons in society. The Rambam did not want to spend a lot of time thinking about them. He didn't want to discourage them. When you look at Shmuel Aleph, Ches, where you have the famous scene where Shaul consults the witch of Endor, you recall that the Balasov there, she brings back Shmuel, the Navi, from the dead. And that's what it says explicitly there, right? Shmuel Navi comes back from the dead and speaks to King Shaul. So the Rambam wants to say, no, that's not what happened. The witch of Endor, she has no power. It was all smoke and mirrors. She had an accomplice there to pretend he was Shmuel. And Shaul was so distraught because he knew he was going to fight the Philistines the next day. And he wants to rationalize the entire story and remove the kind of spooky woo-woo question about, are there such things as witches? Does magic work? Things like that. So Shlomo Petit was very angry with that. He says, we should be burning Maimonides. But this is the wrong neighborhood to criticize Maimonides, right? This is where Maimonides, by the time he got a century after his death, he's very popular. He's got a lot of followers, and he was essentially run out of town. There was one kind of funny thing about it. The word petit, it's a French word, it means small, right? Shlomo Petit, Shlomo HaKatan. But they would make a pun on it in Hebrew. It's pronounced not petit, but petit. And that sounds a little like petty in Hebrew. Petty means idiot. So they call him Shlomo the idiot. Only in Hebrew, right? Okay. Clear? Right? Clear? Okay, so let's go to the final period here. And this is the period that really brings this whole era to not exactly a close, but kind of like a reconciliation in many ways. It's primarily active once again in Spain and in Provence. The two most important figures involved are Abamai Astruk Hayarchi of Lunel, which is in Provence, and the Rashba, Rabbi Shlomo ben Dret, who is from Barcelona. And the Rashba, by the way, is the student of Ben Yonah, who you recall was first an enemy of the Rambam, an attacker of the Rambam, and then later he recanted and he said, no, my critique was over the top and I shouldn't have done that. And so this is the Ben Yonah's student, the famous Rashba, who of course you spent a lot of time studying his works. He's one of the most important Rishonim of the time. And Abamari Astruk Hayarthi says, you know what? The whole problem with Rambam is this whole emphasis on philosophy. And he's, like we saw in the second period, he's overly influenced by Aristotle. His thinking is Greek in nature. He goes and makes these logical arguments. He ignores all kinds of arguments made in the Gemara that may not necessarily be following Western logic and so on. And he says, we just have to keep Jews away from the Rambam altogether and away from any kind of philosophy at all. And when I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, this is one of those arguments that really, stretches out throughout Judaism as a whole, especially in the result of our encounter with the Greeks. It goes back at least to the time of the Maccabees. The Greeks had a particular way of figuring out what they regarded as truth that was largely based on a certain amount of logical reasoning, and we like logical reasoning. With logical reasoning, you can build bridges that will collapse. You can discover brain surgery or all kinds of things. We like logical reasoning, but Judaism is not bound by logical reasoning. There are lots of things that don't really require logical reasoning to be functioning in Judaism. And we don't require, like, for example, proofs for everything in Judaism. That's really what the nature of faith is, right? There's stuff that you believe that you can't necessarily prove logically. And that's perfectly normal. I don't think it's weird. Like, for example, I met my wife earlier. I deeply love my wife. My wife is at the center of my life, the mother of my children, 35 years I've lived with her, But prove to you that I love her, how am I going to do that? What are you going to do? Put a blood pressure cuff on my arm? When I see my wife, my blood pressure rises, measure, sweat sensors. There's no way to prove it, right? It is something I know quite intimately. It's part of my very being. But there's no empirical Aristotelian style proof for it. You can't offer a series of arguments for it. So that's sort of like, in my humble opinion, the non-philosophical elements of Judaism, which are there, and they're very, very real, but you can't necessarily reduce them to a kind of So by emphasizing logic and philosophy, people like Abamari Astruk were saying that Rambam is going to erode Jewish emunah. It's going to make people think philosophically, and they'll think, well, how do I know this happened? And how do I know this is true? And where's the emunah's chachamim? And where's those kinds of things? So we said we got to stop this philosophy study. The Rashba, on the other hand, was hesitant to critique the Rambam. He saw what happened in his teacher's own generation, saw how far it went. And furthermore, he recognized that, philosophy has a lot of useful applications. We like, for example, mathematics. We like the kind of, organized thinking that philosophy represents. Thank you. It's like saying, so this that's right. So we like all those kind of things. We definitely want a good. So we definitely like all those things. So the Rashba affected a very famous compromise in 1305 that is basically sort of like the status quo for the last 700 years. He said, okay, nobody should be studying philosophy before they're 25 years old. So that means that certain sections even of the Chovos Levavos, the first two chapters of Chovos Levavos, which are very philosophical, certain sections of the Rambam, say for Amada, don't go there. Certain areas, he says, is just too corrosive for young, sensitive, tender minds. Like, how many of you guys are under 25? Oh, look at that. Every one of you is under 25. You guys, no Aristotle for you. Okay. Let me know when it's your birthday, and then we can start studying on it. So, but he said that. And he also said, and there's an exception for medical studies. Like if you want to become a doctor, okay, you can read those things. But don't forget, we're in the early 14th century, right, where the sciences and humanities, you're not really that separated. So it's hard to say, I'm going to be a medical doctor and I'm not going to study any philosophy because that's really part of all of it. So this sort of like cautious approach to philosophy, yes, but not for very young people, is what the Rashba affected as a compromise. It rescued the Rambam from further criticism, or at least devastating criticism, because all the stuff that Rambam wrote was okay for older students. People had already filled their belly with meat and wine, right? Shas and poskim. Then they can go on to study the Moreh Nevuchim. Actually, Moreh Nevuchim is a good example. Moreh Nevuchim is hardly ever studied in yeshivas. It's studied in universities because universities love philosophy. Yeshivas tend to stay away from philosophy, so it's hardly ever studied, even though it is a great classic philosophy. And that's basically the fourth and final period. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not like these were like sealed off and never discussed again. We continue to discuss these issues over the Rambam. They are internal issues in many ways, but this gives you a sense of how difficult it was for the Rambam to achieve universal appeal, and yet the sheer genius of his works made it like a steamroller. Everyone involved came to respect the Rambam. Okay, arguments, questions? Okay, let's wrap up with a little legacy discussion here. This is an interesting thing. This is a medallion of Maimonides that hangs at the Capitol. Right? They have in the Capitol building, there's a whole series of like people at the architect of the Capitol of like really brilliant thinkers, and you can see the Rambam. We have no idea what he looks like, but it must be something like this, right? And he's viewed as one of these greatest figures of world thought. This is not like a parochial figure who's only famous for Jews. Here's one of the examples that is so famous that his bust, or at least some impression of his bust, is included among the greatest thinkers of history on the walls of the Capitol building here in the United States. It's not the only place he's revered the world over for his influence on philosophy, and that's why we spend so much time on him specifically in this course. But that basically brings me to the end of my comments on the Rambam and Mr. Rosh.
Not really good.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It probably dates to about the 19th century. We don't have examples of it before about 1840. So, again, don't forget there's also, especially in Arabic society, there's an allergy to visual representation of people. And the only exceptions in certain parts of Iran where really up until the modern era, more than anywhere else, Arabs did not like pictures of people. So it's very hard to imagine any kind of accurate picture of the Rambam. The Jews also went along with that too, by the way. Jews also hesitant about physical portrayals of people, animals, things like that for much of our history.
Yes, it's possible that reincarnate spirit of Jesus is responsible for this. Capital guards, maybe he had Rambam.
That could be kind of complicated, but
It's hard to prove that.
maybe you rely on like non-philosophical approaches.
Mystical.
But the Rambam story is so brilliant, so glorious, such a fascinating individual, and when you have these zuchus, like all of you do, to actually engage with his work as a participant in the Rambam's life, wow, nothing like that. Okay, so any other questions, arguments? Okay, so let's wrap it up. We will meet again after Rosh Hashanah. We'll look at the Reconquista period, and it's a very, very different and dramatic period as well. I want to wish you all a Stephen Chasina Tova, we should have a good gebench jor, we should have the schools to study for many years in the future, but I hope you graduate on time so that it will be like, adulthood afterwards. So, shall be well, have a good year.
It's not something.
Family firearm, and it's assault on an officer. And I'm like, if I put that on a resume,
The lecture there. First of all, I have to give a shout out to Mr. Ari Mandel, who was really kind and said, you need to have better audio in your videos, and he wasn't just criticizing. Most people were just criticizing, but he backed up his comments with a nice gift, this beautiful little, lavalier style microphone thing, which is really cool. I got it right here on my neck, and I hope that it produces much better audio for everyone out there on the internet. Thank you very much, Mr. Mandel. See, that's how I speak to the broader world, even though there's only a small group of us here in the room. Okay, today's lecture is pretty depressing, and I especially regret it because I've been teaching a version of this lecture for, I don't know, maybe almost 30 years. I've been studying anti-Semitism, and in the last year, I have really updated it significantly for the first time. Obviously, I change the lecture every year with a little more information, but today we're going to actually embark on a new theoretical moment, which is difficult, but I think will be useful for us. And it is going to be especially important because it is against the backdrop of anti-Semitism that we're going to have to understand a lot of the Great Conquista period. Anti-Semitism is a complex and difficult phenomenon. And I think one of the most profound things I read about anti-Semitism is in a book called Réflexions sur la question juive by Jean-Paul Sartre, very famous 20th century French philosopher. And he wrote in this post-war book in 1946, he wrote, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Si le Juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite inventerait. So what does that mean? Kind of weird statement. What does it mean? Lipschitz, you have an idea? Excellent. They're kind of a scapegoat, right? The Jews are like the favorite enemy of Western civilization. We occupy that role for a couple millennia now. But why? Why do they need a scapegoat anyways? Like, what motivates people to need such a illness?
If you were a corrections officer, you're not thinking a lot of
Rest and all these things.
you're in there and you think, this is motherfucker getting rich. And then there's also jealousy of talent. That's a real thing. When you find out
Convenient. Good. Now you use the word when people are oppressed, they want someone to blame. But is it really oppression?
you can develop
Like the kind of example that Sartre brings in this little thin book, which I think is translated into English too. It's really worth reading. He says, look at Adolf Hitler, who the roots of his first great expression of anti-Semitism, which he records in that almost unreadable book, Mein Kampf, is about how he wanted to get into the Vienna School of Art. And he was rejected multiple times, and he blamed it on a Jew taking his place. Must be that I was pushed out of getting into the Vienna School of Art because there's so many Jews who did get in. My place was taken by a Jew. So why, of all things, would it be something like that? It's not about, later we come to the blood libel and dominating civilizations and things like that. But it starts with someone took my place in art school. Someone took my crayons, and I don't know who. Right? What is that all about? Mr. Ocean, please. But then why the Jews specifically? How come the Jews over and over and over again? I think that's definitely a part. There's an element of jealousy there. I think what is most profound about Sartre's brief statement here is this notion that, and this relates to what Mr. Kaplan said as well, in the sense that, if things are changing in your society and you feel deep insecurity about it, like, oh my gosh, there's so much new technology, I'm nervous about my job. What if I lost my job because I don't understand this new technology and things like that? You want to blame something. You want to attach blame somewhere to help a scapegoating, like Mr. Lipschitz said. And so the Jews are like a really natural target. They're distinct. They keep themselves separate in many ways. And even better, they have a long history of already being hated. So you can just fall into a paradigm that already exists. But if you didn't have a Jew, you didn't have that convenient kind of like lightning rod for your anxieties and so on, then you might express it. You don't have the same kind of outlet for it. So the Jew serves kind of like a psychological purpose in that regard. But let's go deeper into what exactly is it. Because you see, for example, here, even in Japan, this is an edition of the translation of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. One of the most nasty anti-Semitic works. It's an 1895 forgery written by a Russian monk that purports to be the secret plans of the Jews to dominate the world, with all kinds of really arcane and bizarre ideas, like they're going to build subway systems all over the world that link the world's capitals, so you can travel secretly from Paris to London and nobody will know. Crazy things like that. But it became, an incredibly popular bestseller. Went through tens and tens of editions, many translations, including English translations published right here in the United States of America, because people felt like, oh my gosh, so that's why my life is so bad. It's because of the Jews. That explains why I can't get a date. That explains why I don't get paid enough. It's because Jews are taking these things away from me. But let's break it down a little bit. First of all, I want to talk about the term anti-Semitism, which I believe we should stop using. I think it has outworn its utility. I prefer the term Jew hatred right now, which is just a much clearer term. So how do we get the term anti-Semitism? This man here, Velma Mar, who was a Jew hater himself, in 1879, he wrote this book here, Der Weg zum Siege der Mantums über das Judentum. The way that the Germanness will finally have victory over the Jewishness. And in this book, he wanted to replace the very vulgar term Judenhass, which means Jew hatred, or Judenfeinde, another synonym for it, with a more polite sounding term, a euphemism. And so he said, okay, we know from linguistic theory that was developing at the time that there's a whole group of peoples, including the Arabs, incidentally, who are called Semites. It's really based on the language, right? There's like a whole family of languages, like there are Romance languages and Slavic languages. So there are Semitic languages, which include Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, languages like that. They have the same kind of grammatical form. He says, rather than saying we hate Jews, we hate Semites. And it's more than that. First of all, it's less than the idea of all Semites, because we don't hate Arabs. It had nothing to do with the Arabs at all. It was all about Jews. It was just a veneer to cover the big idea. But also, he said there is such a thing as Semitism, that there is like a larger philosophy and a strategy of world domination that is attached to the Jews. So it's not just the Jew himself or herself, but it is the whole, philosophy and worldview of the Jews as a whole that I'm against. That's what he meant by the term anti-Semitism, and it turned out to be very popular. It's kind of like, nobody says, I'm trying to think of examples. We have so many examples. Like in the Gemara, we don't say someone is an Iver. We say he is Sadi Nahor, right? We don't say he's blind. We say he is full of light. And you understand, it means the opposite of what it is. In contemporary speech, we don't speak about a cripple. We say a person with a disability. Because a cripple is a very, awful term. It's very derogatory. Person with a disability, you say person first. It's true, he has a disability, so you include that afterwards as it's relevant and so on. And that's why, by the way, I don't like the expression we use nowadays to say something is lame. Right? That seems like a kind of a slur on people who may actually be lame, not be able to walk properly. So anyway, so he made this euphemism, and it stuck. It was like really popular, but we have to understand that until the Holocaust, it was used proudly by anti-Semites. It was used as a term to say, oh, don't confuse me with those Jew haters. I am an anti-Semite. I'm a much higher quality. To give you another example, when I was a kid, the term, vulgar term, queer. If you called someone queer, then in a minute you'd be tussling on the playground floor with them fighting, because that was an insulting term. Now, people of that orientation use that term proudly, and they say, well, this is queer studies. You can study queer studies at many universities, for example. Unfortunately, we don't have a major here at the Torah, but you can study queer studies at Columbia and places like that. So that's a case of an inversion of a term which once was a slur, but now became kind of like absorbed into the regular vocabulary. Anti-Semitism was taking a slur, Jew hatred, and making it into something you could be proud of. So it was like that until the Holocaust, and then after the Holocaust, it became inverted once again, and to be anti-Semite was a bad thing. So people use the term. Mr. Roshi, please.
What exactly?
So Wilhelm Marr meant, I am an anti-Semite because I am against those people, also known as Jews, who are bent on dominating world civilization. Right? It's the idea of a conspiracy and so on. So the spelling, by the way, of anti-Semitism with a hyphen and a capital S is less preferred by scholars because it implies there is such a world plan of Jews to dominate the globe. There is not, or at least I haven't been told. And so scholars tend to prefer the lowercase a and no hyphen, lowercase s. However, as I mentioned earlier, I think we've got to get rid of the term. It's outlived its function. So basically, one of the coolest things about anti-Semitism in a kind of a dark and grotesque way is that as a form of human hatred, it has this incredible ability to adapt to different circumstances. Like, it has been called the longest hatred, the eternal hatred, and those are really valid terms because it describes an antipathy to a people that has survived incredible, geographic and cultural shifting. It seems to be able, like we see with Japan, it seems to be able to exist even when there are hardly any Jews to hate. It nevertheless manages to find ways to translate itself to the societies. And there are basically, and this is the part where I've said this for 35 odd years, there are 4 basic periods of anti-Semitism. I believe we have now entered a 5th. Just since October 7th, this 5th part has really become powerful. And so for the first time tonight, gentlemen, I will tell you what I think about the 5th form of anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, it's the form of anti-Semitism that my generation is leaving for you to deal with, and you're going to have to figure out. Go ahead.
Anti-Zionism is kind of a separate category.
Well, we shall see. Let me take you through the earlier 4, and then let's really argue about this last one. Okay. So first of all, the earliest period is what some scholars call classical xenophobia, spelled with an X. Xenophobia. Greek term, xenos means stranger. Actually, you have that word in Aramaic, aksania, right? It means like a place where you have a inn, so it's related to the word place where you take strangers. So the Greek word for stranger or guest is the xenos, and the other word phobia, phobos, means to fear, right? So it's fear of the stranger. And this is something which is much more of a normal hatred. It is basically a universal human condition that people tend to dislike those who are different than them, right? People tend to distrust people who have different skin tone, people who dress differently, people who smell differently, people who have different foods, different languages, whatever. It's just normal for people to distrust, sometimes even hate people who they are not familiar with. Maybe it's some kind of like evolutionary survival system where we like the people on our clan and we are mistrustful of people who live on the other, valley side, things like that. So from the earliest period that we can record, and I'm not, by the way, including in here midrashim and things like that, which they may have something different to say about it, but from the earliest people that we can record, meaning when we start reading what other people say about us in their own words, it's primarily the Romans and the Greeks before that who have things to say. And most of the things that they say are misinterpretations of normal human behavior, Jewish behavior. Like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, right, slothful. Why? Anyone know? Why would the Jews, Mr. Auschwitz, please? Shabbos, right. You're a typical Roman, you have whatever, maybe one holiday a month. If you're a slave, less than that. But the Jews, they're taking off one day every 7. And then you come to the months of October and March, April, and it's like crazy. They got all these holidays. So they were accused of being lazy. Also, Jews are accused of being clannish. And misanthropic, hating other people, because we don't let people become Jews unless, for example, they undergo circumcision. And people would say, well, that's way too high a bar to enter. Why can't I just hang out with you guys as a Jew too? I want to be a Jew, let me be a Jew. I don't want to be circumcised. So we were accused of being clannish, of excluding people, things like that. So the Romans had a lot to say about these kinds of things, but that's basically a kind of normal hatred. Just like, for example, when I lived in Miami, the people in the backyard behind my backyard were Cubans, a lot of Cubans in Miami, and I don't consider myself a particularly hateful person, but I really hated it when they would roast whole pigs in their backyard, like luau style, putting a spit in and roasting it over a barbecue. That really bothered me. I disliked it. So, in a weaker moment, I would say, wow, I dislike Cubans because they do this thing, right? Now, please forgive me. I have nothing against Cubans, but I didn't like the way they cook their pigs. But that's a normal thing. It's normal to dislike things that are different. And, if I was a Cuban, I would always say I love pigs. It's so delicious with that smell, And the Jews, their gefilte fish, my gosh, that stuff is crazy. So that's normal. An example of this, for example, this is the great Arch of Titus that commemorates the defeat of the Judeans in the First Roman-Jewish War. And famously, on the inside, there is this bas-relief that shows the Jews taking, and Jewish, Roman soldiers taking the spoils from the temple off to the Temple of Jupiter in Rome. So is this an intrinsically anti-Semitic representation? Does this represent hatred of Jews? Why would you say not, Mr. Kaplan?
Because it doesn't say specifically shows any of the tropes that are usually used by anti-Semites to describe Jews.
Right. It shows Jews as victims, as losers, but that's also a pretty typical thing in war propaganda, right? This is a piece of war propaganda. You show the other side as the bad guys, we beat them. And in Latin, you say nana nana boo boo, because that's what you do when you defeat someone. Mr. Rubin.
It's the attitude of when we want to control the world, okay? So it's not like you. It's not like we don't care what you do. Just don't annoy and you're fine. And being a transgender in a way, it's not okay, but it's not the same as
there was nothing like special or pathological about the Roman dislike of Jews. If the Jews were Koreans, they would dislike the Koreans too for whatever reasons they saw in the Koreans, and that's basically normal. And so the xenophobia is the earliest recorded examples of anti-Semitism that we have from extra Jewish sources, I mean outside of Jewish sources. Now, it becomes quite a bit more focused when you get to the period of Christian anti-Judaism. And this is, did we speak about this? I know I showed you this image before, right? This is the Strasbourg sisters. They is at synagogue, and we see this also in the church in Germany and Berlin. So, did we speak about this idea of why the Christians had a special antipathy toward it? We did.
You gave your talk last week.
Sorry, once again?
You gave your talk last week.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to skip over it. Okay, so that's a special period. This is not like the Romans. Here we have a unique kind of antipathy that's based on the fact that you have a difference. Oh, the Cholent example, that's right. I'm glad you remembered it. I forgot it. Because here you have like a daughter religion rebelling against the mother religion and wanting to like create distance. And there's a rebellion there. That's a normal kind of like adolescent separation. You would hope that when the daughter grows up and becomes mature, she's able to like heal the relationship with the mother, but that really hasn't happened. So that's what happens in the early period, really up until about the 12th century. Then we get to the medieval period, which is what we're going to be focusing on in about 15 minutes, maybe a little less. This is where anti-Semitism just goes off the rails. It becomes unhinged. It has some Christian roots in it, but it just gets totally bizarre and blown out. One great example, and I will show you more examples of this later in the lecture, is the blood libel. This insane notion that developed in the late 12th, early 13th century, that Jews need to consume the blood of a Christian boy in order to perform some bizarre thing. Like, I believe that Jews had an unusual odor that could only be resolved with the blood of a Christian child, sometimes mixed into matzah. There were beliefs that Jewish men menstruated and they had severe iron depletion, and the only way they could get it back is with the blood of a Christian child. And we just go on with the crazy, pathological, bizarre things. This is a whole level different from the previous level, which is kind of like an argument between a priest and a rabbi. Whose religion is better? This is like something like, you captured my child and killed him and drank his blood. Is a totally different kind of thing than saying, I believe that my religious principles are superior to yours. You know what I'm saying? And this is the period that we're going to be investigating today. Yeah, please.
What started it? One day someone woke up and was like, oh, this is a perfect thing to say. Jews killed babies.
I'll give you a little bit more details on that in a second, because we'll go into 1144, we'll look at the first blood libel and see how it spread. Okay. Then what I used to say, the last period, the period we're currently in, I'm not going to say it anymore because I think we've actually moved past it this year. But this is a period of modern anti-Semitism. And modern anti-Semitism really starts with people like Wilhelm Marr in the late 19th century. And what happens when you get to the 1800s is that religion is declined very significantly in Western Europe. Like, people just aren't motivated by the earlier anti-Semitism of, the early Christian anti-Semitism, that God loves the Christian people more than the Jewish people. It's just not doing it for anti-Semites. And they're also not really believing in the bizarre things that Jews need to drink Christian blood. It just doesn't move them the way it did in the Middle Ages. But they start saying, aha, the Jews are a race. This is a new idea. It was really developed in the 19th century. The Jews constitute a distinct race, which is not a well-defined term, but they are a race who are especially known as a parasite race, meaning you have healthy societies, and what happens is, like, every society is good at one thing or another, and the Jews are good at getting into healthy societies like bacillus or like cancer and eating them out from the inside like a parasite devours its host. And then once that host society is totally depleted, then the Jews move on and to another host society. This is something that's really new in the modern era, borrows from quasi-scientific ideas and perverts them in this manner. The other element, besides the racist idea of it, is that the Jews are locked in a conspiracy. There are elements of this which are older, as we shall see, but the idea that there's a racist conspiracy mandated by Jews to control the world. This is, for example, like a Nazi propaganda that shows like this typical caricature of a Jew, and you've got all these arrows pointing every direction to show you that Churchill and Roosevelt and Stalin are actually connected to Jews, and it's all part of a big nefarious conspiracy.
As mentioned before about religious principles declining over time, over the course of several centuries.
Yeah.
From the Bibles until then. But is that also what you're saying is like a shift from what looks, it sounds almost like a spiritual anti-Semitism, this idea of drinking the blood of Christian child? Obviously science is very different back then, but it's not, doesn't seem very scientific, it seems very spiritual.
Yeah.
And now we see that doesn't satisfy people.
I would use the word magical rather than spiritual.
Magical.
Magical things.
Right.
Yeah.
No, what they're saying it was a physical thing. If they needed that money.
No, but what I mean is that it became more about the there was a racial but also economic and political anti-Semitism as well. More focused on the idea of how they impact the economy,
Right.
how they are political.
Control world governments, control the monetary
And also the evolution, that it was obviously, it's how more, we can sort of, put this under the umbrella of evolutionary ideas, like Charles Darwin and whatnot, which is less spiritual, more based on
less magical.
scientific, not really scientific.
Less magical. Spiritual is like a good thing. Magical is kind of like fictional, right?
It's just like they run the day.
Perhaps
They run that. They're in the years, it's all world leaders. It's like an actual, at least basis to it as opposed to the logical.
Well, the two things. First of all, the idea that's really modern anti-Semitism. You wouldn't see a lot of that in the medieval period. You would see the idea that the Jews hate humanity. The Jews want to do everything bad to humanity, but not that they have, the connections to all the kings and the bishops and stuff like that. That would be the conspiracy element. But as we shall see, I'll show you one example of what was conspiracy. But I think if you were to look at it a different way, what would convince a person to hate Jews? What arguments would work? So in the 13th century, if you walked up to him and I said, "Hey, do you hate Jews?" He says, "Well, I don't know." And he said, "Well, I'll tell you why I should hate Jews. You know why? Because they drink the blood of Christian children." And I say, "Oh my gosh, is that true? Oh yeah, I hate Jews as well." If you were to walk up to somebody in 1990 or 2010 and say, "You know why I should hate Jews? Because they drink the blood of Christian children," he would say, "You're a crazy person. I don't believe that at all." And only really crazy people would believe it. But if you said, "Oh, it's the Jews. Look, there's a Jewish, vice president. There's a Jewish, heads of all these banks and these newspapers and stuff like that." Then people would say, "Oh, that makes sense." It's anti-Semitism is able to adapt itself to the belief structures of a given age and of a given culture with remarkable strength and ability. There's not a lot of things that, let's say, Russians and Americans would agree on. But amazingly, anti-Semitism is one of those areas where you can find common ground. And it's fun. It is a uniting factor. Yeah, it's so beautiful, right? All right, so here's another example. This is a COVID example, right? This is COVID was just coming out. It's not Chinese, right? That was the point. There was people saying it's the Chinese flu, the Wuhan flu. It's the Jew flu. Right.
Was this supposed to be a satire, or good this day and age of COVID? I think it was so at least people get with this public.
This is the real deal. I mean, anti-Semites look at this and they nod their heads.
Yeah. No, was this originally posted from that source, or was it originally intended as some kind of satire?
No. This is published by anti-Semites.
The link is Judaism.
Yeah, but news.html. If you look it up,
To the church a few months back. I don't know the church. We were faithful as a made a Zoom call trying to convince people why they should be Jews.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of college students that were Jewish that just signed up as like a joke of everything stuff. And they recorded the whole thing.
Oh my gosh. Nasty. nasty. But this is the real deal. This is published by anti-Semites to propagandize. This guy here was Kiva Weiner, a Shiach now. This is actually a well-known trope in anti-Semitic iconography of the grasping, greedy Jew. He's like he's thinking, plotting his plans, things like that. So this is like a modern sort of expression of it. Now, let's talk about the one that's new, the postmodern anti-Zionism. Now, Mr. Ram, what did you want to say about anti-Zionism being a different category?
I mean, I'm sure there's a large group of people that don't hate Jews, but they just hate Israel.
Right.
There is a difference. Right?
You're right. There certainly is a difference, but the practical meaning of that difference is vanishingly small. Like I saw a headline, and I think it was a National Review the other day that says, anti-Zionism is just another excuse to hate Jews. And I think for most people, they're not maintaining that fine distinction. I'll give you some working principles. Please examine these with me because it's new for me as well. The first thing is this concept that Israel is an illegitimate state, meaning there is something about the establishment of this country, unlike all the other countries in the world, that is fundamentally wrong, illegal. And first of all, that statement can be easily dispensed with. There's no country in the world that has more legitimacy than Israel. Just on the superficial look at the facts, that it is the most successful return of an indigenous population we have anywhere in history. That's why a lot of anti-Semites want to say that the European Jews who moved to Israel are not actually Jewish. They're actually descended from the Khazars that we talked about briefly a couple weeks ago, right? That they're not actual Jews. Because if they are the actual descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, how can you say they do not have an indigenous right to establish a state? We won't go on in great details about it, but another example would be the United Nations voted to make it a country. I mean, you have like a democratic vote of the rest of the world, and they said, let's make it a country. Now, the United Nations is not necessarily the best arbiter of world morality, but in Ahinami, you have a vote from the world. Let's make this a country. And third, and this is probably the most obvious, Israel wins its territory by right of conquest. Right? Every country in the world basically exists because there are people who are stronger than their neighbors who said, this is going to be our country. And they took it. And nobody is like complaining to, I don't know, Switzerland or France or Namibia, hey, you guys fought a war against neighbors and won. That's not right. You're supposed to give up. Right? It's not like some kind of international yovel where someone blows a shofar and everyone has to go back to their houses. Israel won its right to be a state in so many different ways. However, this idea of anti-Zionism says it is an illegitimate state. We're not going to look at any other country and apply the same standards to any other country, including this great country too. And that's why they frequently, in the anti-Zionist literature, they won't even use the word Israel. Even the word is illegitimate. They'll call it the Zionist entity.
Or Palestine.
Yeah. Well, Palestine is an interesting question because
The British call it the land Palestine.
yeah, it's a geographic marker, right? It was originally coined by the Emperor Hadrian in an attempt to wipe out the name Judea after the Bar Kokhba revolt. He wanted to remove all references to Jews. He renamed Jerusalem Haila Capitolina after himself, incidentally, and he renamed the whole territory Palestina. There are some references to the people living in this land called Palestinians, but it's probably more like Phoenicians. But be that as it may, that became the geographic name, right? Like, how long has this neighborhood been called Queens? Maybe 200 years? And before that, this place had probably some Native American name. But it's still the same place. It's still Queens. It's not an illegitimate thing. If we were to use the Native American name, that would actually, name it earlier. Before the Native Americans, I don't know if there was an earlier name, but they're just like placeholders. But to say that Israel doesn't even have a right to its own name is just, taking another step. And they call it illegitimate primarily because it's settler colonialist, which once again totally ignores the idea that Jews have been maintaining a constant presence in Israel since the beginning. And also, it's the same people who are coming back. And also, by the way, more than half of the people living in Israel are not even Europeans. They're Jews who come from largely Muslim lands that were expelled after 1948. So they have all these bizarre thinking to say that Israel itself, unlike any other country in the world, is fundamentally illegitimate. So that's like the illogical part of being anti-Zionist. You can, I think, legitimately say, I don't believe in Zionism as an appropriate, political plan. I don't believe that Zionism should be the goal of Jewish people around the world. You can say all kinds of things like that, and many Jews did, and there's some minority of Jews, like the Neturei Karta, who still do. But to say that the state is illegitimate is fundamentally contradicting any view you might have over any legitimate state. I mean, otherwise you have to say that no state is legitimate. Yeah, you follow me, Mr. Ram? Okay, now look at the second point. Since Israel is an illegitimate state, then erasing this historical anomaly is justified by any means. One of the slogans is resistance by any means. And that means including terrorism and even sexual violence. That people would say, yes, because Israel is illegitimate, then anything we do to wipe out Israel is also okay. And again, you can't apply that standard to any country in the world. Supporters of the state, which means Jews, are legitimate targets. Like, it's okay to protest at synagogues in America if you dislike Israel, because the Jews are an extension of Israel. Right? That's the logic of it. It sounds a lot more like simple anti-Semitism, right? It's, I hate Jews, and this is a new way for me to express it. Oh, and by the way, I'm totally excluding people who dislike a particular government in Israel or a government policy in Israel. Basically, half of Israelis don't like the current government, and that's pretty much true for every day of Israel's existence since 1948. That Israel is a democracy. It is a vigorous democracy with very, very, very opinionated people all across the spectrum. But that's not the same as being anti-Zionist. Like, for example, right now, Democrats are in power, and you can be incredibly mad about that if you're a Republican. You can be incredibly anti-Democrat, anti-government, but it does not mean that you're anti-American. You still believe in the overall endeavor, you just disagree with this particular political moment. That's not illegitimate at all. That's just normal democracy. Are you still with me? Okay. I want to hear objections. Test my argument.
I don't know. The only scope I know of this is like Twitter and like online media, whatever. But I feel like at the moment it's not as hand in hand as what you're projecting to be. I feel like there's still a little bit of like people hate Zionists, but they still drawing that line as of now.
Yeah, I think like there are a lot of people, especially young people, that are not so. I'm sorry?
Maybe not so well educated.
Yeah, they don't really think about what these things mean. They'll say, I don't like what Israel is doing in Lebanon and Gaza, things like that. And that's a political opinion. Everybody's entitled to have that. But to go from there and say, I therefore believe that Israel does not have a right to exist, from the river to the sea, right? That's not an acceptable thought that people should apply to any country. Like, here we are in America. This is overwhelmingly, explicitly a settler colonialist country. But I don't see people paying reparations even to African American slaves we brought here, forget about reparations to Native Americans. It's just there's an inconsistency there. And the inconsistency is where it becomes Jew hatred. I think a lot of people don't realize they're being inconsistent about this, and that makes them susceptible to a level of Jew hatred. Please, remind me your last name again.
Hoshayev.
Mr. Hoshayev.
There are some reparations that are being given back to both the Native Americans and the African American communities.
Yeah, tokens, so tiny amount. Canada goes really far with that.
Yeah.
I gave a lecture in British Columbia a while ago, and before every lecture, they get up and they make us, every person, like the person who introduced me and all kinds of people said, we are going to acknowledge that this university is built on the lands of, and they rattle off a whole number of what they call First Nations people. So it's impressive, but it's just a token. They're just saying words. Nobody's like giving them tons of money. Mr. Gross.
Several things. I wanted to echo Mr. Shev's point. I have seen quite a few. It's usually, I think it's usually a progressive, very leftist agenda. That you have not just Israel, but saying, we're on stolen land, etc., etc. But again, like you said, if you apply that principle to the rest of the world, if you go back far enough in history, you'll always find wars rearranged, people conquer land, and sometimes not so.
More often than not,
committing war crimes along the way. But the winner writes history, right? So we see what happens. That's one, and
also they're not like, if they're saying that America is so awful for taking away the land away from the Native Americans. So are they like protesting in front of Capitol Hill? Are they like massing demonstrations?
The American flag revealed to the end.
Right. But they're doing it in the context of anti-Israel rallies. But it's not the rest of the world, by the way, even the Arab world, even in places like Iran, they look at this and they cannot figure this out. They say like, what is wrong with you people? We all want to live in America. We want to live in a democratic society. We're having such a difficult time here. Like we've seen these great videos where one of the things the Iranians do, it's so crude. They will paint a big Israeli flag on the street, and they want people to walk on it. It's a sign of disrespect. And they take like drone footage, and the Iranians will like walk around it. They don't want to walk on the Israeli flag. It's so bizarre. Okay, Mr. Gross, second.
And other things I would say is, on that first point, the fact that Israel is a legitimate state, I think an important extension of this, which is where it becomes anti-Zionism. Again, you said somebody can hold a political belief, even the political belief that Israel is a legitimate state is wrong. However, where it becomes anti-Zionism is when you say Jews are not granted the right to have their own home.
Yeah.
I think that's a very important extension.
No, I think that's a very good way to say it, right? Like, why should Palestinians can have the right to self-determination? Why can't Jews have the right to self-determination, right? Why are Jews somehow excluded from this really basic idea? That's also when you get to the point where you're saying, yeah, I can see that your thinking is not clear on this, and it shades over into another excuse to hate Jews.
And furthermore, one last point is I think, and you mentioned this earlier, is when the political actions of what you might call an Israeli secular government Jews are being held accountable for it also.
Yes.
That's where you're crossing crossing another line of not just anti-Zionism but anti-Semitism is when any time a Jew is held responsible for anything the Israeli government does. And this is even understandable to an extent of why, let's say, so like I said, well, to regard to a very extreme example, but why certain people, variety groups didn't support the state of Israel for the longest time, was they were able to make the distinction. They understood this is our holy land. We even live on it and be grateful to those who fight on behalf of us, but we don't necessarily support the Israeli secular government.
Yeah.
But other people in America and around the world, they're not making that.
It's too complex.
And they don't necessarily think critically, they know history, and as a result, whether it's subtle or whether it's obvious, they subsequently blame Jews and hold them accountable for any actions of the Israeli government.
You're absolutely right. You're going to segue me to my third point. I have to take Mr. Rubin. But it reminds me of a joke that, how does this joke, like what you're saying about how somehow all Jews in diaspora are immediately implicated in the decisions of the Israeli government. Whether you're pro Netanyahu or anti Netanyahu, it doesn't matter. If you're Jewish, you're lumped in there, and that's like definitely an anti-Semitic kind of attitude. How does the joke goes? The joke goes, two guys meet in the street, and one guy says to the other, "What's your name?" And he says, "My name is Kim," and he slaps him across the face. And he says, "That's for Pearl Harbor." And Kim says, "What are you talking about? I'm Korean, not Japanese." And then the Korean guy says to the Jewish guy, "What's your name?" He says, "Steinberg." And so Kim slaps Steinberg over the face, and he says, "That's for the Titanic." And he says, "What are you talking about? The Titanic had an iceberg." He said, "Iceberg, Steinberg, what's the difference?" It's kind of a stupid dad joke. But, okay, Mr. Rubin, and then I want to go to the third point, and we got to get to the medieval period.
Right, at this point out about the situation where people couldn't conflate Jews, which is that when QP has their rallies, like you gotta meet dozen brothers. When Jews make their rallies, you gotta meet them. And also, apparently nobody cared about this land until the Jews were taken. Like Great Arab Revolt in 1936 was right before the state was established.
Yeah, well, I think we can get into the weeds with some of those points, but you're right. There seems like nobody is protesting the horrible things happening in Darfur or the Uyghurs in China, things like that. This is a double standard that Jews are news.
And even when Christian support Israel, they get a few dozen people to protest, but when Jews support Israel, they get a few thousand.
Yeah, right. Let's do the third point here, and this is an interesting one that's difficult. That's very different from the other periods as well. The participation of Jews in anti-Zionism, I should have added the word, is regarded as proof of its validity. Meaning you see over and over again that there are somehow Jews are put at the front of these rallies, Jewish Voice for Peace and Not in My Name and all kinds of like organizations. And like, I really wonder how large the phenomenon is, but it's very, very pronounced. I do not believe there are that many Jews who are willing to go this far, but those Jews who are immediately like pushed to the front of the line, as if to say, we're not anti-Semites. Look, here's our good Jews.
Your own kind exists to the wrongdoing of their
So check this out here. This is something that happened May 8th, which I just thought was so bizarre, but it sort of pictured the whole thing. This is a press conference at the Capitol, and you can see there's quite a few Democratic politicians. Tlaib, who is a Palestinian member of Congress, and they're wearing keffiyehs and so on. And then there's this Jewish sophomore from George Washington University. Her name is Miriam, and you can actually look this up and you listen to her speak, and you see the smiles on the faces. Everyone's so happy they're applauding her and so on. She says that she was so grateful to be part of the encampment at the George Washington Quad, which they renamed Shahada Square. And the reason why she's been so happy there is because, get this, when she was growing up, she never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. And, obviously she did live in Williamsburg, but otherwise, there's no such thing as an anti-Zionist synagogue. There are synagogues which are maybe cooler to Zionism, maybe more Haredi, cooler to it, but you'll only find like really extreme people who are anti-Zionist, right? So, as if that existed. And then she said while she was there, a Jewish rabbi came with a Torah scroll on Shabbos and heard that she had never had her bat mitzvah, so she gave her a bat mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. I mean, there's so many things wrong with this story. I don't know where to start, but it definitely involves a deep, deep level of Jewish ignorance. And that's what we got to work on, I think, in my own opinion. Here is a picture from Shahada Square. They renamed it to Martyr Square because the word Shahada means, we would say, suicide bomber. Right? The Shahada is one of the great statements which one says if one converts to Islam, but it's also, like a rallying cry of people who blow themselves up and others. It happens to be this phrase here is the Shahada in Arabic, and it is the emblem on the Hamas logo. It is all about Shahada. You can see here the flags. That's what we're talking about here. So this is like a weird thing that is an element of this market. So that's why I'd like to suggest that we're in a new period of the evolution of anti-Semitic hatred. We're in a new period of the evolution of this kind of hatred. It has a lot of features which are different from what we've seen before, and we're just at the beginning of it. But it is this inconsistency, this idea that Israel has to live up to a different standard than any other nation in the world, and Jews are implicated in Israel, whether they live there, whether they're citizens or not. It's essentially at the roots of this new kind of anti-Semitism. It sort of hides behind the term anti-Zionism, which again, I'll grant Mr. Ram, there is like a vanishingly small possibility for a person to be an anti-Zionist without hating Jews, but it's remarkably thin. And that's it. Mr. Rubin.
I would just point out the meaning of Shahada, which would be witness statement of witness. So, and the term Shahid, like they're witnessing the end times, I believe.
Yeah, and they're also giving witness.
They're they are the witness to the end times.
Okay, any last debate? Then we got to go to the medieval period.
Another debate, just wondering, are there any numbers or data that show that there's an decreasing number of Jews who are leading these anti-Zionists?
I have not found any data like that. I'd be really, really interested to see, but I have not seen anyone report on it.
I could definitely see the direction. I wouldn't be able to actively.
I don't know either. I don't know.
It's possible they see a reason to unify. We've seen a lot of secular Jews do that, but also at the same time, probably just kind of wane. So
if you can just imagine for yourself, like my son is at Stony Brook University because he's a marine biology major. We don't have a very good marine biology major here, and he's like basically all alone, and like the atmosphere there is so overwhelmingly anti-Israel. He finds it. It's tremendously off-putting, and it's easier if you're a Jew living on your own like that. It's much easier to kind of go over and like get social acceptance and get social validation. And anyways, more to say about it in other contexts. But we got to know now to the medieval period. So we've had a very quick review of the whole scope of anti-Semitism. We're going to zoom in on the bizarre period of the medieval era, and the most prominent expression of this is the incredibly weird blood libel, which, and I will get to this here. This map here shows you the spread of blood libel charges. It is related to a slightly different charge. It originates from a slightly different charge called ritual murder. The charge of ritual murder first came up here in Norwich in the year 1144. You can see here the two numbers here means that it came up in the 12th century and in the 13th century. And basically what happened, and this is sort of typical for a lot of these ritual murder blood libel charges, is Rahman al-Islam, unfortunately, a young child is found brutally murdered. Sometimes sexually abused. This is unfortunately an aspect of the human condition that persists into the 21st century. There are people who are predators. So a body will be found, and then the population of a given village will be up in arms for obvious reasons, and they will look for a victim. In the case of young William of Norwich in 1144, the first incidence of this, historically, that he was actually murdered by a lower church figure. Jack the Ripper is also in this kind of family things a little bit later, but in the 12th century, there was a lower level deacon who was likely the one who murdered him. But
frame the Jews or just murder?
Originally, the Jews were not even implicated. But there's an amazing book written about this. I forget the title of it. I think it's the William of Norwich or something. But about a year later, in the context of a debt that had to be paid with a petty nobleman, the petty nobleman in court essentially said, "Oh, why are you coming after me when it was the Jews who killed young William, and all of a sudden everyone's judicial attention was like shifted, saying, "What? The Jews did it?" And then there was the huge outcry and the attacks on the Jews and so on that essentially followed afterwards. Meaning very, very tenuous attachment a year later by someone who was in trouble with the law and essentially points fingers at the Jews in an unrelated situation, and that was sufficient to get the population riled up against them. We even have cases of the blood libel where you don't even have a body, where there's no child reported missing. In the case in the city of Blois, hard to say in English, Blois, Blois in French. Can you imagine living in a place called Blois? Where are you from? Blois. Are you all right? Feeling okay? But in the case of Blois, this is something that Rabbi Tam even wrote about. In the year 1171, a Christian peasant saw a Jew adjusting the pack on the back of his donkey. He apparently was carrying some skins, like recently treated hides of animals, and the Christian peasant believed that he was transporting a body of a child. No child was reported missing. No body was ever found, and yet the Jewish community was immediately attacked and accused of a ritual murder. By the way, the distinction between ritual murder and blood libel. In the case of William of Norwich and a few of the early charges, it wasn't that the Jews wanted to kill them for their blood. It was a much more religious motivation that, and this is especially associated with Passover and Easter time, that the Jews, since they believe that the Jews hate Christians so much, then what Jews really want to do is they want to reenact the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. And, they could do that with a regular guy, but they want to find someone who is comparable in his innocence. And so to do that, you've got to get a child, right? So you find a child, and then that's why a lot of the depictions of it show that them going through a complicated ritual of actually circumcising the child, primarily because the founder of Christianity was also circumcised. And in that context, then they murder him. That's when it's called ritual murder. Very early on, this additional element was added that, they want his blood. Typically, this happens in the springtime because of the mysterious rituals that Jews are doing, cleaning out all their kitchens, keeping their water guarded, and all kinds of mysterious things with the matzah baking. And so a lot of people believe that the Jews needed the blood as an ingredient for the matzah. And for all of us here, of course, who have eaten matzah, it wouldn't hurt to have a little bit of flavoring in there, but I don't think Christian blood is the right thing. So anyways, this new idea, right? You never had this blood libel before 1144. It suddenly becomes an obsession, a mania. And you look at all of Europe, it just spreads through everywhere, including many, many examples of it in the 1800s. The Nazis make a big party out of it as well and constantly talk about it, but it just becomes this obsession with most of Europe, this idea that, Jews do this. And in all cases, there's never any evidence that any of it ever happened. But there is sufficient evidence to get people riled up and attack the Jews, and a pogrom typically follows after that. Okay, and right? Okay. Here is a case of a very, very influential blood libel associated with a child named Simon of Trent. It's in the northern Italian peninsula. And in 1479, the child was found murdered. And this whole story developed that the Jews, you can see they're labeled with the ruel, the round badge, which was forced upon Jews in the year 1215, Jewish badge. You can see some of them have the Jewish hat. And by the way, these little things are sort of like titles with names. This guy's name is Moises, right? Moses, Tobias, and so on. And then underneath, which I haven't included here, there's a whole text, so a description of what's going on here. And they're all performing, they have them in a cruciform posture to mimic the crucifixion. They're performing the wounds that are specifically described in the New Testament, the circumcision I mentioned, collecting the blood in the pan, Here is the woman with the string. She looks like a Havdalah candle and some instruments of torture, pins and things. She's helping the guys out like that. And these kinds of depictions were like all over Europe. People were like obsessed with them. There's so many examples. Simon of Trent was incidentally beatified as a saint, as a martyr saint, even though it's important to note that the church, the upper church, including the popes, were constantly telling the population, it's not true. Don't believe it. It's a crazy idea. Jews would go to the popes and say, can you please help us out here because they're attacking us for these crazy ideas. But the lower clergy were typically illiterate and often could not even make out the title of what the popes were writing to them, would be fomenting these ideas and spreading them throughout Europe. This is a picture that shows Beatus Simon Martyr, Saint Simon the Martyr. Shows them all decked out. He's strangled. There's typically a Christian accomplice involved who does that part. Body parts of children. Like, it's got a tenuous little connection to religion, but it's obviously much more kind of violent, pornographic in nature. That's where the kind of part of the brain that is turned on by this is very different from the religious arguments that we saw earlier. Mr. Rose.
You could also see the absurd idea of these online was the fact they didn't just convict the single person that they found. Oh, you think you're guilty?
No, it's a whole community.
No, the whole community.
Yeah. So. And again, no body sometimes, no child missing. You're absolutely right. Now, there is a related charge that was especially important in Spain, the host desecration. This is a fascinating kind of like connection to it. In Catholic ritual, around this time, they developed a new ideology, something called the doctrine of transubstantiation, which basically argues that the body of the Savior is transformed into a wafer or a small cube of bread, is in the Eastern Church. And that what good Catholics are supposed to do is they're supposed to confess their sins, receive absolution, and then literally consume the body of the Savior as a religious act. When you think about it, it sounds pretty strange. I never really understood why people would want to do exactly that, but it is a very holy thing. It's one of the sacraments. They call it communion. So here's the thing. If the notion of the blood libel is that the Jews hate Christians and hate Christianity and want to reenact the crucifixion, then, and if you say that the wafer is literally the body of the Savior, meaning it's not like a symbol, it's the actual thing, that was the doctrine of transubstantiation, then doesn't it make sense that Jews would also want to do the same thing to the wafers? And that's this charge. The wafers, by the way, are called the host, maybe because it hosts something like that. So here's an example from, I forgot the name of the place. I was there. It's not too far from Munich. I'll have to think about it later. Anyways, here we go. It's like kind of a useful sort of a cartoon version, so we can see it all playing out. Here is a typical host desecration story. You have a Christian accomplice here. He goes into the church and he steals the wafers. You see the round host here. He's kind of looking over his shoulder to say, aha, nobody's watching, and he steals them. He brings them then to the Jews. You can see they're Jews because they have the ruel here. And he offers them, and the Jews take a money bag and they pay for the host. They then take the host back to the synagogue, and here you can see the artist is obviously unfamiliar with Hebrew lettering, so he puts like what he thinks sort of looks like Hebrew up here on the windows, and the Jews torture the host, and it miraculously bleeds. Then, so this is something the church actually liked it because it reinforced the whole idea of transubstantiation. It proved it. If the Jews wanted to persecute them, and it really was true. Then there's a policeman comes through and says, hey, what is going on in here? And this Jew says, quick, hide the evidence. They take the wafers to an oven. They throw the wafers into the oven to destroy the evidence, and inside the form of a beatific child appears, and doves fly out, and they're caught by waiting angels. Like way more miracles associated with this particular thing. But then all of this stuff is kind of like, imaginary. The following parts, unfortunately, are not. The police break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead some of them. You can see the Jewish hat there. They torture others. They set them on fire. The Christian accomplice is taken away for further punishment. And then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And that's a typical host desecration story. And that is almost even more popular than the blood libel version. And when you look at this map that shows you the spread of host desecrations, it's especially known in Catholic countries for reasons that I'm not entirely sure of, probably because France expelled its Jews in 1182 and then again in 1306 and 1394. France seemed to be fairly clear of them, largely because they kicked all their Jews out. But Spain had a good number of them, and they were really quite significant. And they were right, like, on the verge of the expulsion in the 15th century. So the host desecration is much more significant, especially for Spain. So, to conclude, I just want to bring us up. We did speak about contemporary Jew hatred quite a bit when we looked at anti-Zionism and tried to figure out what that is. Is that a new form of anti-Semitism? But we should remember that even though the general trends of Jew hatred change over time, there are earlier elements which are regularly reawakened. And I saw this image. This is from March 26, 2020. And as you can see, this is a very well-known Italian Catholic artist, Giovanni Gasparo, who was especially known for his hyper-realistic works. Like, he paints all kinds of scenes from the New Testament in a style that is like almost photographic in its verisimilitude, but also, very borrowing from artistic talents and so on. And they have this image, which was painted in 2020.
It was like AI before AI.
Yeah, before AI, and it's been better than AI. So you have these really sad cherubs are flying around saying, "Oh, how terrible! Young Simon is being tortured." And look at the faces on these people here. They are so obviously stereotypically Jewish, and they're also incredibly negative. I mean, the physiognomies are so ugly. Just in case you missed it, there's a menorah.
Who's the figure depicted on the left? It looks almost shadows.
This guy here. I'm not sure who it is. Some, sort of. I don't know if that's supposed to. I don't know how to read this image that deeply. You see the payas, which would be highly unlikely at this time. This is, by the way, the same child, Simon of Trent, that was depicted earlier. It's the same story that he's telling, and horrific gashes to the body and things like that, and collecting the blood, right? 2020, collecting the blood, the same deal. It's a totally modern version of it, and unfortunately, as my father used to like to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. We're more changes, the more it stays the same. We're still dealing with these awful things. Okay, we will have to pick up when I return to look at the period of the expulsions. I'm not looking at the Spanish expulsion, because that we'll spend a lot more time on. Any last arguments, objections, questions, debates? Yes, Rashad.
So we see that also nowadays with the movie The Passion of the Christ, things like that. Is that also examples of the same thing, or is that?
It definitely is. That particular film borrows from the sort of fever dream of a particular medieval nun who used to have these visions of the Last Passion. and it was reenacted. It was very popular in a literary form for much of the Middle Ages, and it was brought to life just like Gasparo's art was. Es ist gut zu sein Yid. We still have, but this is the nature of our condition. Okay, Rabbi, so thank you very much for learning with me. Thank you once again, Mr. Mandel, for this microphone. I hope this turns out well, and look forward to learning with you upon my return. Okay, let's jump ahead. This is the class where we're talking a lot about anti-Semitism, and we went through a whole bunch of stuff on how the Jewish community was organized as well at the beginning. Mr. Ram, I have to say, our conversation about the fifth period of anti-Semitism that we talked about, I've been meditating on that so often. Your questions were so profound that I'm really going to have to do a little bit more writing to articulate what I think about the answers to those questions. So I appreciate your pushing me on that. Here we go. I jumped ahead so many things. I forgot my clicker at home. So we're going to jump past. Remember, all this lecture is nasty, right? The last thing we have to talk about before we get back to Spain specifically, we did this too, right? We did the host desecration. So it was a little cartoon, right? Okay. And so let's go through the cartoon.
That's the joke about Nazi.
Yeah, nasty joke. Okay, and we talked about this 20th century, right? The last thing I did was a Black Death discussion, which I don't think we did.
No.
Okay, so just to make things much worse, did we talk about expulsions? No. Okay, yeah, so we're going to do the Black Death as well, which I believe is right after it, yeah. Okay, so this is one of the ways that we see anti-Semitism expressed in Europe at this time is through an incredible wave of expulsions. There is like this fascination with trying to make territories Judenrein, not only for sort of religious, ideological reasons, the idea of making a purity of the state with everyone there and all in the same Catholic faith, but also for economic reasons. Because as we discussed previously, Jews are involved in a lot of financial activities, especially something called usury, which is a sort of nasty word for money lending. Usury is an essential aspect of any modernizing economy, especially for this period we're looking at 12th, 13th century, where you just can't buy anything if you're limited to the kind of contours of a agricultural economy, right? You buy all your seed, that's a big investment, you put it in the ground, and then you gotta wait. You wait till the harvest comes, then you sell the harvest, all kinds of money, that's fantastic. What happens, however, if you have unseen expenses like a wedding or something? What happens if there's a bad year in the crops? The economy is just not going to develop very fast unless there is access to credit to help people pass that kind of dip in resources, or to be able to invest in any kind of growing business. So that's why credit is so huge. And Jews were, for reason of church law, the only people who were legally allowed to lend money on credit. Did you speak about that at all? Yeah, okay. So there's so many more complications here involved. But what happens is that the Jews would rack up a significant amount of debt. And don't forget, by the way, at this point, Jews are really the only people who are dealing with cash money in these economies. Everyone else is like saying, I will trade you 2 bushels of wheat for that rabbit you just caught, and things like that. It's a barter economy, very, very primitive, but Jews are dealing with actual currency and precious metals and things like that. So if you are a powerful figure, a king, a nobleman, and things like that, You want the Jews to be in your community so you can tax them directly. However, if you borrow from the Jews yourself, which frequently happens, then the nobility would say, hey, I think it's just easier, more expedient for me to simply expel these people to whom I owe money, and therefore my debt is clear. That is a fast, easy way to clear your debt, but then what happens 10 years later? You cleared your debt because you got rid of the Jews to whom you owe money, and then what happens 10 years later? You can't borrow any more money, right? It's like saying, I cut up my credit cards, I got rid of them, and now I want to go to Tahiti. How am I going to do it? I don't have anyone to borrow credit to buy my ticket to Tahiti. So the Jews would be invited back, and as you can see in France, for example, they're expelled 5 times in the space of just over 100 years. It's just crazy, a little more than 100 years, because they're kicked out, because either the nobility has invested too much in them and has too much of a debt load, or there's enough popular resentment at small-time money lending, and the nobleman says, well, if I don't expel the Jews, I'm going to have a revolution on my hands, so kick out the Jews makes everybody happy for a very brief period of time. In some cases, the kingdom discovers that expelling Jews with the advance intention to re-invite them and charge them immigration fees proves to be a great moneymaker. They can say, okay, we're going to expel you from France, which they did in the 14th century, but if you want to come back, you have to pay 20,000 AQ when you return and 7,000 every year that you're here. And it's real fundraising. So
when they get expelled, are they allowed to keep the property with them?
Sometimes, sometimes not.
How does they get this for future loans that they can do?
It's based on future loans. That's right, because they're the only source of credit, only legal source of credit. Christians are also lending money to each other illegally, and this doesn't change until the 15th century when the Italians basically say this is ridiculous, and they set up a legal form of low interest rate mortgages. But until the 15th century, you can either go to the Christian loan shark, so you can go to the Jews. And what is also ironic that when the Italians eventually set up these banks called the Monte di Pieta, the Mountains of Piety they were called, for like 6% interest rate on average, most wealthier Italians preferred to still borrow money from Jews. And part of the reason historians think this is so is because when you dealt with the Jews, you didn't have to because the Monte di Pieta were a church-based institution, you didn't have to give your whole financial history and why you're borrowing the money and things like that. If you had debts because you were engaged in something that the church didn't approve of, the Jews didn't care, but the church would, and you would have to disclose it. So it's still a very, very financially rewarding thing to do to expel the Jews, at least temporarily. Yes, Mr. Rabbi.
So where did the Jews are just independently developing on their own, and they're able to lend out this money, or is the church paid in this money?
Not independently wealthy on their own. In fact, most Jews were still, really just barely above peasants, but they're dealing with cash currency. It's like they're the only people who know how to work with crypto, right? And they're the ones who are, nobody else has it. And also, they're the only ones that are allowed to lend money and charge interest. Nobody else is allowed to do so until the 15th century. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about here in this context, and try to give you the example. So what changed? This is actually a representation of the expulsion of the Jews from France in 1182 by, I think his name is Philip the Pious. And you can see here's the king, and he's got this, his gesture is great. It's going to get these Jews out of here. And these are the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the ruelle that helps us identify them as Jews, and they're all being marched on out of France, but they are, invited back repeatedly. The church is definitely, in favor of this. There is ideas in the church saying, yes, this is a great thing. We're going to make our societies much more ideologically pure, and we'll be rid of the irritating reminder constantly that there are other faiths that disagree with us, and especially older faiths. Judaism is the important one here. I talked a little bit about the debt load of nobility and the popular hostility that was sometimes transformed from, resentment of Jews for money lending into blood libel and host desecration. But what I really want to talk about now, the greatest one, of course, is the one in Spain, which I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about shortly. But I want to get to the Black Death. Here we go. So this is the last major event of the period of anti-Semitism that I'll focus on, and then we're going to look more at Spain and specifically the disputations leading to the 1391 pogroms. In 1347, some boats land on the shores of Italy carrying rats, which are themselves host to a particular bacillus that causes a horrible contagion among humans called bubonic plague. The word bubonic refers to these massive tennis ball-sized swellings called buboes that would appear in lymph glands like in your neck or in your armpits or in your groin. And it was an incredibly painful and highly lethal contagion that wiped out somewhere in the neighborhood of 1/3 of Europe's population. Spread like wildfire. People didn't know what they were doing. They were thinking, it's cleaner for us to live in the cities, and that actually, was an urban penalty because it spread faster. It's cleaner for us to live over here, over there. Many people felt that it was a punishment from God, and so a whole series of fanatical movements started up. We don't see this happening in the Jewish world, but it's huge in the Christian world, including a movement called the Flagellants, who are people who walk around with their chest bare, holding these small whips and like whipping themselves. To flagellate means to whip. Whipping themselves to, atone for their sins so that this contagion would be removed. Much more popular was not to whip yourselves, but to whip the Jews, because the Jews were held to be to blame for this horrible contagion. It lasted for about 4 years and ebbed from Italy through the entire population of Europe. Only parts of Scotland and Norway, Finland were really spared. But it was like people would be alive one day and then 2-3 days later they'd be dead. It was awful. Here's one example of 200 years later, Peter Gregory the Elder, Die Triumph van die Doods. I love the way this sounds, like it's Dutch. The triumph of the death. And you can see these scenes depicting, all these skeletal figures, collecting bodies, forcing them off into coffins, like these long coffins here. Just horrific kind of images all over the place in the artwork of the period. Kind of close-ups here because some of these were so bizarre, hurting them into coffins. Nasty. Now, Jews were frequently held to blame for the Black Death. And one of the most, contagious ideologies was the idea that Jews had poisoned the well waters, the aquifers of Europe, largely through some kind of alliance with lepers that they had taken. Leprosy is, I think it's called Hunter's disease, something like that, starts with an H, Harper's disease, something like that. It's a really awful, disfiguring kind of contagion that is actually, I shouldn't call it contagion, it's a disease. It's not especially contagious, but it looks so weird that people are afraid of it, where it causes gangrene to appear in the extremities, hands, feet, things like that. And then, people lose their ability to control their fingers and things, and eventually their fingers fall off, or just really nasty kind of stuff. All extremities, nose, ears, stuff like that. So the idea was that Jews, Hansen's disease, thank you. The idea was that Jews somehow made a pact with the lepers, collected up their nasty body parts, and then would dump them in the aquifers of Europe. So here you can see one representation. This is in English from, I think, 1569. Got to put the date here somewhere. Yes, 1569 in English. Here's a representation of a Jew. The representation is kind of weird because by this period, Jews had been kicked out of England since 1290, so almost 300 years, no Jews is setting foot there legally. There were some Sephardic Jews there living as Portuguese, however. And here he is, and he is got like this turban there. There's the victim of a blood libel thrown in here, and he's got this satchel or sachet, some kind of like a pocket of poison that he's putting into the well. And while this is happening, a demon spins up out of the water. You can see the kind of spinny motif here, and urinates back into it. Horrible poison that then, spreads to all over Europe. Here is a close-up of the next page of this text, which I kind of like the way it reads. So, right, you can see here, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? They allied themselves in concert with various lepers by whole the succores and means. They made an ointment with a confederation of the blood of man's brine, composed with certain heinous herbs, things like that. It's really interesting. Venomous, maybe? Venomous, oh, very good, thank you. Good Middle English. Okay. So this is the way it ends up for Jews, of course, is through public burnings. So this is in Strasbourg, where they had a very nasty burning of several thousand Jews because the Jews were blamed for the contagion as a whole. All this is happening in the 14th century. Now you've got to think a little bit about the dates. 1349 is the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg. The Black Death eventually sort of peters out by 1352, but there's this tremendous labor shortage because they've lost so much of the population. A tremendous kind of like agony of what did God want from us? What did God give this to us? And the Jews are the most convenient scapegoat. That takes us up to 1391, which is a turning point in Spanish Jewish history in particular. But let us just do one last detail here, looking at the disputations, because it's impossible for us to understand the eventual expulsion without them. The disputations were something that originated in the early 13th century by one particular Jew named Nicholas Donin, who was, and you see this habitat, this phenomenon over and over again. You have these renegade Jews who convert to Christianity, and it's not enough that they have abandoned their ancestral faith. They also feel a specific desire to spend the rest of their lives attacking Judaism. They make it their career. They are advantaged in this because they have at least minimal Hebrew. They have some familiarity with Jewish texts, and that's something that most Christians, even Christian priests, do not have. And so these guys present themselves as Jewish experts, and they make a living out of it. They get huge perks from the church, living expenses and prestige and so on. And these kinds of individuals have actually plagued Jewish history for centuries. We have them up to our own day as well, in obviously a much more secular vein, but it is a very old trope in Jewish history that there are Jews who leave Judaism and then spend the rest of their life turned around hating on Judaism. Sometimes I like to call them, I jumped over the convent wall, except they jumped into the convent as opposed to out of the convent. So this guy, Nicholas Donin, says to Pope Innocent III, so ironically named, that, hey, you know why you're having so much difficulty converting the Jews to Christianity? It's because, you didn't realize this, I realized, Mr. Pope, but the Jews have this whole other book that you know nothing about. It's called the Gemara, or the Talmud, and it has so much information about it, including blasphemies against the founder of Christianity. It has all kinds of, alternate teachings that you don't read in the Bible and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, all you got to do is you have to attack the Talmud and get that away from the Jews, and then the Jews will eventually convert. And Nicholas I, Innocent III says, great idea. What ends up happening is they gather up the Talmud. There's a disputation in the middle there. He, by the way, is a failed yeshiva student. He left the yeshiva of Paris, and he challenged his old rebbeim to a public debate sponsored by the church. These debates are called disputations, and they were like forced affairs where Jews would have to defend themselves in front of an overwhelmingly Christian audience with very limited, ability to speak their mind and to cite their text appropriately. They certainly weren't allowed to attack Christianity in the debate. They had to just defend against the things which were usually put forth by this renegade to Christianity from Judaism. At the end of this debate, the church says, absolutely horrific, I can't believe the Talmud has these awful things in it. And what ends up happening is 24 wagon loads of Talmuds are gathered up, hugely precious manuscripts, and burned publicly. Nasty, awful thing. Here you can see a medieval representation of the debate. The Jews here are shown with the horned hats, and you can see they've got these concerned looks on their faces as they're trying to see what's the correct answer to these questions. Christianity here shown as some Dominican friars, and they've got their book is open, right? Everybody can see what's written there, and they've got these gestures which are kind of like aggressive pointing gestures, saying, hey, you don't get it, you don't understand it. And one of the really, there's a lot to say about the disputations, they're fascinating, but one of the arguments that was so important to the Christians is the idea that the truth of Christianity is proved in Jewish sources. Meaning, if you read the Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, you will absolutely have to become a Christian. And they'll find all these specific quotations, say, look at this, read this, it's so clear. And the Jews will come back and say, what are you talking about? We read this, we see something totally different. And what Donin added to this was he said, not only in Tanakh, but also in the Talmud, which of course was codified hundreds of years after the foundation of Christianity. He wanted to argue that the Talmud actually proved Christianity, which is a pretty crazy kind of thing to say, but at any rate, you can't win these debates. The Jews always lose. The most important of the debates, without a doubt, is the one that was conducted in 1263 in Barcelona by the Rambam. Yes, please.
Why would they do it fun when they agree that it's actually something sensation?
Why would they burn it?
Yeah.
Oh, because they felt it was horribly contaminated. Well, I should tell you two things, Mr. Lipschitz. So the first thing is, you just have to accept it as a W-do, as a given, that anti-Semitism does not make sense. It doesn't. Like, you can only make it rational to a certain point, and then it breaks down, but anti-Semites don't need it to be rational. They just need enough that they can hang on to. So that's the first rule, and we see it as a cloud throughout anti-Semitism. But secondly, they believed that it was horribly contaminated, and they had to get rid of it completely so that Jews wouldn't be infected by it. Later on, they would say, okay, the Talmud is acceptable, because maybe it does prove the truth of Christianity, but we've got to get rid of these specific parts. So the church got very interested in training priests to read Aramaic, go through the Talmud, and excavate huge chunks of the Talmud, which is why we need, like Yemenite manuscripts that were not interfered with by the church, and other older manuscripts to try and figure out what's missing and what was changed. Mr. Gross.
Was it possible that people asking that they were saying, we don't agree with it, we don't condone to whatever is written here, we think it's ridiculous, but even your own people say that Christianity should be.
Exactly. That's a.
They don't want to burn it because, but they just want. It was just proof that it was for them. It was a support for them.
Yeah, exactly. They want this. That is the strongest proof. You can say, hey, from your own texts, you can see that we are right. So that's part of the circular logic. The disputation in 1263 was an outlier in some ways because in this particular debate, the king, John of Aragon, at this particular time, he actually had a relationship with the Ramban. He knew of him. The Ramban was already in his 60s. He was a senior leader. He was, the great lion of Spain. He was not a schlepper by any ways. He was someone who really knew the sources very well. And when he was challenged by Pablo de Christiani, another convert from Judaism to Christianity, you can imagine, let's say a guy in 11th grade at an Orthodox day school decides to challenge the Rosh Yeshiva to a debate, right? It was like, how is it possible that you even think that you would have the command of the sources? But that's the way most of these debates went, because most of these guys who jumped over and became Christians really did so at a young age with a very limited understanding of Judaism and so on. And that's exactly what happened in Barcelona. Here you can see, by the way, is a comic book version, a graphic novel version of it that was printed a few years ago. It's actually pretty good. You know, it's scholarly wise, it's great, the pictures are really cool, things like that. And the Ramban, he agreed to the debate, but only on the condition that he can speak freely. Here's a this is a great. One last thing before I show you a bit of this video, because it is fun to watch. The Ramban said, "Okay, I'll participate in this disputation, but I have to be able to speak my mind." And John of Aragon wanted to give room, so he did. And unlike a lot of the other disputations, Nachmanides could criticize Christianity in his dispute. Fascinatingly, we have accounts of the debate from both the Ramban, who wrote a book called Sefer Vikuach, in which he records the debate, and we have a Latin version from his Christian interlocutor, who also wrote about what happened in the debate. Now, the ending was, of course, that they declared Christianity the winner, and the Ramban was in huge trouble, and he basically had to leave. He may have had to leave because he wrote Sefer Vikuach, which explained what really happened in the debate. But this is a great BBC presentation that gives you a sense of what the transcript of the trial was like, based on these two versions, which we can sort of reconstruct the actual debate. The Ramban looks really cool in this kind of funky talus thing, but let's hear his debate. Mr. Gross, quickly.
One was there before the Ramban argued with the Christians. Was there any recorded? There weren't any recorded debates in which he was actually successful defending their position.
Well, it depends on how you want to define it. At the end of the debate, they would always declare a winner. Oh, the winner was surprise, Christianity. But when you read the actual arguments, you can make your own mind up.
And second, assuming that in his Ramban said that he personally felt comfortable defending his argument, he argued sufficiently.
He totally crushed the other side. It's hilarious in many ways. I mean, one of his arguments, which again, it's sneaky arguments, but the student named Yesho in the Talmud, who is normally associated with Oso HaIsh, right, the founder of Christianity, in one really famous Gemara in Sota, which you will not find, by the way, in your regular Gemaras. You have to go to the Yemenite manuscript or go to a better quality manuscript. I believe in the art school. Sorry? Into the good ones that you have now? Yeah. So the ones that I got when I was married, it's all gone. But you can find it in Dikduke Sofer and places like that. There, he is described as a student of Yoshua ben Prachia, which would mean he lived about 200 years earlier than he should have. So when Pablo de Christianity comes saying, look at these nasty things that your Talmud says about the founder of my religion, the Ramban would say, that's not the founder. That's a guy with the same name, but it's a totally different person. And that's kind of a complicated argument, because then you have to figure out which ones are correct and how do you date it with Yoshua ben Prachia. Let's just get a feel for it. I'll play a couple minutes of this because it's fun to watch. Here he is. He's going to give an argument back in one of these rare passages where he's allowed to fight back. This is like a multi-part presentation. Watch the whole thing on YouTube if you want.
Fierceness is greater than that of wolves. Is the people of Christendom, the followers of Jesus.
Here's the bad guy, right? How about the Christianity?
Your Majesty is a great king in Christendom. Your mighty armor crash like thunder. You have your foot soldiers and archers and engines of war. If you believe that the Messiah has come, why do not dismiss all your soldiers and enter the peace of God? The world is full of war and armies. Not far away are the armies of the Muslims. Beyond them, the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars. And beyond them, who knows what other armies? Where does it say in the writings of our prophets, which you say you believe, that the coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war? Another point. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, must be a time of justice. I look around the world which you Christians have made of your faith in Jesus. Is it a world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery. No Jew is lord over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, has learned to live this way. Have you a higher which Ezekiel spoke when he said, I will give you a heart of flesh instead of a heart of stone. If this is the new world of which the prophet spoke, it would have been better if they had remained silent.
Your Majesty, I must.
We Christians are never nearer to Christ than when we suffer oppression, as Christ himself suffered. The slave can come to Christ as well as, or better, than an emperor. It's a very comfortable doctrine for oppressors to hear. I do not believe that anyone is better for being a slave. Freedom and equality must wait for the second coming. So it seems that all the real benefits of the coming of the Messiah are left for the second coming. The first coming has not been without its benefits. Yes, the triumph of the church, Brother Pat will make a great point of this, and of the failure and suffering of us Jews. You Christians make a great mystery out of failure, and talk of your suffering Messiah, whose failure proves his divinity, and then say that our suffering means that we are accursed. The failure and suffering of the Jews was predicted by the Hebrew prophets, and they also predicted that the time would come when the nations would acknowledge that the Jews have suffered for the sins of the world.
It is Christ who suffered for the sins of the world, not the Jews.
And so it was foretold by the prophet Isaiah. I say that the suffering servant depicted by Isaiah was not Jesus, but the Jewish people. And the suffering servant is still in your midst, and you followers of Jesus are his chief persecutors.
Your Majesty, are we to allow this blasphemy? He is saying that the Jews are Christ, and that we Christians are his crucified.
I promised him free speech.
So it's worth watching as an entire. That's only one clip of it. I'll give you the whole thing though. The last of the disputations, which is hugely important, is the disputation at Tortosa, which happened in 1413, 1414, and it was like a massive pageant. And you're just from the years that it took, months and months of disputation, not just 2-3 days, but it was like stretched out, like a campaign season. And at the end of it, Jews were so demoralized by the ongoing onslaught of the church, they didn't have a Ramban to protect them. He, of course, had to flee Spain. He made his way to Eretz Israel, and even in his old age, in his 70s, was like single-handedly responsible for the rebirth of the community in Jerusalem. It's really an amazing thing that at the end of his life he could do something amazing. But before the Tortosa disputation, which ended in possibly as many as 3,000 Jews voluntarily becoming Christians, because they were so broken by this ongoing difficulty, you have to look at the pogroms of 1391. These were occasioned, particularly in the north and west of Spain. This is one depiction of the pogroms of that period. And they were largely fomented by an especially nasty Dominican preacher named Saint Vincent Ferrer. Ferrer was, you can see he has the saint in front of his name. He was beatified by the church. He was made a saint fully by the church. But from a Jewish perspective, he was an ugly demagogue who, roiled the masses up to attack the Jews. And in certain parts of Spain, there were these pogroms with attacks and massacres, but they were only stopped by Jews willingly converting to Christianity. And the argument at that point was, hey, they may have been coerced, but once they were baptized, they were definitely considered Christians, and what's done is done. The higher church tried to restrain Ferrer to no avail. The pogroms proceeded apace. So you add to that's in 1391. 20 years later, the Tortosa disputation, and it was just too much for the Jews of Spain. Specifically, this is, by the way, the church called Santa Maria la Blanca in Toledo, and it was originally a synagogue that was converted to a church after the mass conversions of Jews and forced conversions. One of his students was this individual here. His name is Pablo de Santa Maria. His name is originally formerly Rabbi Shlomo of Burgos. Let me just see if I can see the image properly on my screen here. Looks like we just Rabbi Shlomo of Burgos, who was one of these people who was actually a true believer. Let's not mistake this, that, like, why would a Jew convert to Christianity in, let's say, the year 1400? Just think about it for a second. And let me hear your thoughts on it. Why would a Jew convert to Christianity in the year 1400? What do you think, Mr. Ram? Fear of
the church.
Okay, and tell me about that fear. What are they actually afraid of? Being killed is a good one, right? Yeah, 1391, you have massive pogroms, convert or die. Yes, social pressures. Can you imagine, like, how long can you put up with this? The dominant society is so against you. They have these, like, huge, disputations, which you could attend. They would have, they were like rock concerts, some of them. Tortosa was like that. And you would hear all these nasty things said against Jews. Jews are this, Jews are stubborn, Jews are following around religion, they're heretics, and so on. How much of it can you take? Right? What else, Mr. Gross?
Well, I would say even if it weren't New Testament versus later, so somebody could have been uncertain about their faith if they were young, they were
Yeah.
naive, and they see these debates and don't have the capacity to understand that they're being on unfair grounds, and therefore might be led to believe Christianity is
Maybe those guys are right. Maybe they're right. Which reminds me of a joke, which I'm not going to tell while I'm on recording. Let me just see if I pause. No, pause. I'll tell the joke afterwards. But you're worried. Like, maybe the outside society is right. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't forget, this is before the state of Israel existed. You guys grew up in a world where there was a Jewish state. That meant something, right? You say, oh my gosh, we're a country like everyone else. But this is 1,500 years into a long, long gullus. And you're thinking, maybe who says we were right? Scary. Any other reasons why you want to convert? You're missing one important one. Yeah, maybe you're a true believer. Like Pablo de Santa Maria, who said, you know what? I was wrong. I listened to the Christian side of these debates, and you know what? I believe them. And we do have such people. The scary thing is that we have so many of them who then spend the rest of their lives trying to convert other Jews to Christianity. It's not like, let's say, I used to drink Coke and then I tasted Pepsi and I said, oh, I love Pepsi, and you spend the rest of your life drinking Pepsi. As I spend the rest of my life telling people who drink Coke that they're wrong. Just leave them alone. Enjoy your Pepsi. What's the big deal? But this is a big deal for a lot of these people who feel the need to justify their faith. Pablo de Santa Maria, student of Vincent Ferrer, and here was Shlomo Halevi, right? And now here is his student is Geronimo de Santa Fe, who is also a convert from Judaism. Let's see if I can see his name here. Kind of funny. His name, yes, no, I didn't get it in there. His name is Yehoshua. His name in Latin is, or maybe it's Italian, Maestro Geronimo de Santa Fe, and the Jews used to call him from the initials Maestro Geronimo Fe, the Megadev, right? The cursor, the blasphemer. He is Hamagadef. And he was the Yehoshua Lorki was his name, and he was the famous proponent of Christianity in the Tortosa disputation. And it led so many Jews to simply say, we can't win. We're being attacked with pogroms, or we're being attacked intellectually, and so many Jews simply gave up. So by the time we get to the middle of the 15th century, this is, by the way, the 2-volume transcript of the disputation at Tortosa. We have the whole transcript. People were getting so bored of it that even the scribes started actually skipping things over. But imagine like a 2-year attack on Judaism, mounted by the state. Can you imagine if the United States of America were to have like a 2-year campaign here in New York City? You could go to Madison Square Gardens and hear arguments against Judaism. Imagine what kind of thing that would do to your self-image. It's horrible. But that's where the Jews are at the beginning of the 15th century, and that takes us into the period of the Inquisition. Okay. Arguments Comments, discussions, questions, disagreements, observations? Yes, Mr. Rubin.
Besides the people who watched the debate, the Jewish people who watched the debate, were these people who were intellectuals and other rabbis, or were they just random people who came for secular sports?
Random. First of all, most of the audience was Christian.
Right.
But Jews were frequently forced to attend. This is something the church would employ for about another 400 years, actually. Forced sermons, where sometimes Jews would be required to show up in a church and listen to a sermon, frequently delivered by a Jewish convert to Christianity. Sometimes Jews were forced to stay in synagogue longer on Shabbos to hear a Christian drasha. Can you imagine that happening? You're sitting in shul, you're waiting for Kiddush, and you have to hear another 20, 30-minute diatribe by someone who left your community to join Christianity. It's just incredible. And the onslaught of this over and over again, at a certain point, you can imagine young Jews saying, enough already, why don't I just convert? Why don't I just avoid all this by jumping ship? Unfortunately, as we shall see, it was not a solution. Okay, so we're going to go into, this is the wrong version, sorry, I'm going to do a slightly different version of this lecture. I have a new version here. Second. Lots of versions. Yes. Just change this slightly. This image here is very powerful, by the way. This is the Goya's Esquina de Inquisición, the scene from the Inquisition, and it shows a Jew here wearing a San Benito. Right? This is like the infamous sort of tunic that Jews were required to wear when they were attacked by the Inquisition. There's a few more of them waiting here to be tried, and here they're having all kinds of questions directed at them. You can see the kind of dejected looks on their faces and so on, because they're going to be punished for one thing or another. We shall see what it is. Now, there we go. Now, we talked about what's happening in Spain here, right? With the disputation, the slowly increasing tendency towards monolithic Christianity there. We talked a little bit about disputations. I thought I had edited this part out because I included it into the last one. Talked about the riots of 1391. Here we go, going through the Inquisition. So what was the Inquisition? Jump ahead about 60 years from the Tortosa disputation to 1478. At that point, what do you have going on in Spain? You have maybe something like 150,000 Christians who are of Jewish descent. This is now, think about it, a generation is usually somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, 25 years. So you have the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of people who were at Tortosa, and the great-great-grandchildren of people who were converted by the riots of 1391, right? Put that in your own terms. It's now 2024, so that means that if you think about the Holocaust, everyone here, not everyone here, but your great-grandparents and your great-great-grandparents overlap with the Holocaust. And you are like, to one degree or another, survivors of that. And you walk around with that kind of consciousness of that. Imagine in this scenario where you have Jews walking around who have been made Christians 4 or 5 generations ago, but they are still designated as special Christians in Spain. They're called new Christians to distinguish them from old Christians, meaning people who were never Jewish, people who were converted to Christianity way back in the 4th, 5th, 6th century, but the people who were Jews converted, they and their grandchildren and great-grandchildren and so on are always called new Christians, Novo Christos. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
With 2 questions. Number one, was there a maximum amount of generations before they could be used as a designation?
No.
And okay, so I sort of did
Not legally. It can happen practically, but not legally.
Sort of defer to my second question, which would have been if narrowing out, were they less narrowing out, and so without
So they were absolutely allowed to marry out, in fact, encouraged to marry out, because that would like kind of dilute the Jewish strain, but it would never remove it. I think I told you in the first lecture maybe that there is one Holocaust historian named Raoul Hilberg, who he's like, he died about 20 years ago, a senior scholar, and he wrote a massive book called The Destruction of European Jewry, 3 volumes on the Holocaust. And I remember when I read it, I thought this was crazy, but he said that the roots of the Holocaust really go back to inquisitorial Spain because of this aspect of like, you are labeled by your blood origins. That if you ever had a Jew in your ancestor, you were always a new Christian, not an old Christian. At first I thought it was crazy, but the more I studied the Spanish Inquisition, the more I think he had a real insight into it.
It's just like in Germany, you could get married out for 4 generations and then you're fine.
Yeah, you were fine. You could not join the SS though. You know, you had to go all the way back to 1750 to prove you had no Jews in there. And also in Germany, to a certain extent in Spain, the onus was on you to prove you had no Jewish blood. It wasn't that the assumption was you had no Jewish blood, but if someone discovered it, no, if you wanted to apply for a job, you had to bring your papers to show no Judaism involved. So what happens is, here we are, get up to 1478, and you've got maybe 150,000 people who are walking around, who everybody knows that they have Jewish origins, but they've got full access to society. They, for generations now, have had the right to go to university, the right to live anywhere they wanted, which was quite rare for Jews. They had the right to pursue any kind of business they wanted, and they became very, very successful. And there's this, frustration in Spanish society. Hey, what are we all about? Are we for Spaniards, or are we for these former Jews who now call themselves Spaniards? And it's kind of like a proto-fascism that wants to make this distinction between those who had Jewish descent and those who did not. And as I mentioned to you in a previous class, and I will refer to you again if many of you are doing projects in this period, there's a big debate among historians. Was the Inquisition primarily religious in orientation, but they wanted to get rid of Judaism, or was it economic in orientation? They wanted to get rid of all these people who were taking away jobs and economic positions that non-Jewish Spaniards felt that they deserved. And remember that in that spectrum of new Christians, you had true believing new Christians who really were, full-on believers, and then you had resistors who were secretly practicing Judaism at home, and then everything in between, various degrees of accommodation. So along comes Tomás de Torquemada, who is the leader of this Inquisition that is brought in by the church. The Inquisition actually predated Spain by a few hundred years, and it was originally directed at heretics within Christianity. And there were several movements that were horribly persecuted by the church, especially in France. And the Inquisition, like the name implies, inquire, was kind of like an investigative body, the FBI of the church, to make sure that nobody was secretly practicing heretical views or non-Catholic views. In this case, Torquemada, who actually had some Jewish background himself, was brought in to say, hey, find out if any of these new Christians are actually secretly practicing Judaism, and if they are, we're going to extirpate that problem. And he goes at it with a vengeance. Really, really horrible period of time. As I believe I mentioned to you, did we look at this? Did you see this image before? I can't remember if I talked about this with you before. So, reminding you that in Catholicism, one of the weirdest things is that if a person is baptized, even against their will, it counts, right? Lechatchila, as the church says, you can't forcibly baptize, but b'diavad, that person becomes a Christian. The most notorious example of this, but of course we have literally tens of thousands of examples, is the Mortara affair of 1858. We did talk about this. Not the picture. Well, look at the picture. This is by Jewish artist Morris Daniel Oppenheim, depicting a moment when the Vatican police show up to arrest young Edgar de Mortara, who was secretly baptized when he was an infant by his non-Jewish nursemaid, and then when she happened to blab about it in a grocery store, the Vatican police heard about it and they came to arrest the 6-year-old boy, and he was never released from the side of the Pope. Here is a picture of him grown up as an adult. He was trained as a Catholic priest. He served as a monk. He was later, in his adulthood, reunited with his parents. They were allowed to visit him very infrequently while he was kept prisoner in the House of the Catechumens, which were special houses that were built just to protect Jewish converts to Christianity, protect them from Jews who were upset at them, but also to, imprison children like Mortara. Here he is, and you can see his mother does not look so pleased to see him. His brother's kind of looking daggers at him. He spent the rest of his career proselytizing Jews, like so many of these guys we see. He even came here to New York. This is modern times, right? He came to New York. He died in 1940 in Belgium, just weeks before the Nazis invaded. And if they had gotten there, they would have killed him anyways, because he was definitely Jewish, regardless of what the church had to say. So the Inquisition's goal was figure out who is secretly practicing Judaism. And the method was so cruel and gross, but incredibly ineffective. What you basically do is you arrest someone you suspect of practicing Jewish rites. You ask him questions. Are you secretly practicing Judaism? They say no. They say, okay, just to make sure, we're going to torture you. We're going to put you on all kinds of interesting devices that are designed to stretch your bones, dislocate your joints. There's a whole bunch of other tortures which were applied, some which may not actually be true, but I'll show you some of them that are at least, it became kind of like a fetish for people to imagine these tortures. So the historians are divided. This particular image happens to be historically much more accurate. They have various kind of stretching devices and things like that. And under torture, people would say, yes, it's true, I lit Shabbos candles, whether or not they did. People would say this, obviously, under torture. You can't rely on what a person says, but they would confess because they want to get the torture done with it. And they say, oh, thank you for confessing. Now, please tell us the name of 10 other Judaizers who practice with you. And they would go and they would arrest those people too and torture those people who would give up names, even if they were not true at all, and eventually envelop the entirety of society. People were confessing left and right, and you could never be sure who was going to be arrested next. This kind of thing happened in the Soviet Union in the 1930s as well for similar reasons. Here's some rather nasty pictures. This is another awful device that had this crucifix here up front so that when your hands were trapped inside it, you would have to stare at this and hope for redemption, and they would turn these wheels to crush the bones in your hand. Nasty. This is one that's especially awful. This is called the Pope's Pear, and this would be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then this ring here would be turned until it expanded like this and ruptured membranes. Actually horrific. You can imagine these kinds of burgers. Again, scholars have disputed whether these were actually used by the Inquisition, but it's kind of an awful thing, so I showed it to you anyways. And what would happen at the end of it is several possibilities. Let's say, and this is, by the way, a 17th century representation. 17th century, right? We're talking about 200 years later. It's still going on. 200 years.
Well, thank you.
I mean, 25 years, that's like 8 generations. Can you imagine, like, this slow-burning Holocaust for 8 generations? Just try to put it in your mind. Your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-great-grandparents. I mean, it's crazy. Imagine just going on and on and on like this forever. It's amazing that anyone survived it. So, at the end, if you totally confessed, you told them everything you wanted and stuff like that, then they would, like in this case, this woman here, they would say, okay, fine, we are releasing you. And you would only be forced to wear the San Benito as a sign of humiliation and so on. But look at her smiley face, because thank God she has. Oh, by the way, this also words, affirming that you're going to be a good Christian from now on. Right, that's her over here. Then you have a woman who is, condemned, but she has eventually confessed, but She has not been released completely. She, however, because she confessed at the very end, she was given a lighter sentence, and that was a kind of a chesed, a kindness, that they would garrote her before they burned her at the stake. Garroting is like strangulation. So that way it was considered a much less painful death than being burned. And this woman here is in big trouble. She did not confess. She had stayed a Jew, and she was burned at the stake. The various types of designs on the tunics, the sandalitos, would illustrate this. And you can imagine, like, just try to put this in your head. This actually happened to people for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's really beyond belief. Okay, arguments, questions, debates? So this is going on for like 25 years, right? Where we simply cannot come to terms with it. This, I forgot to mention, this is the actual public burning. And this is one example from 1683. And look at this scenario here. They've got two Jews on the stand here for Judaizing.
Good one.
And by the way, it would not always involve live human beings. Sometimes they would do this also to people after death. Sometimes they would actually exhume their body and then burn it afterwards. Mr. Rabbi.
This is the burning?
Yes. This is a public trial here. These are the two. You see they're wearing the corn hats there. And then they're going to be burned over here.
Oh, right.
And look at all these people who show up. I was actually at this place. It's the Playa Mayor in Madrid. And it looks like a big square. It is about the size of the football field outside. Yeah, about the size of that. And it's got these buildings all around, just like in this picture. There's balconies, you can get seats, and they come watch. They can listen to the debate. All the people go arrayed in different uniforms and stuff. This kind of looks kind of like a where's Waldo kind of picture. But all these dignitaries and so on, and it was like a rock concert. It was like Taylor Swift. It was incredible. Just a Russians.
So,
nice try.
500 years or 25 years?
Oh, so the public burnings, all that stuff went on for centuries. I think the last one was in 1699, if I'm not mistaken, in Peru. I mean, we crossed the sea. It was also in South America. But I wanted to take you to the expulsion, which was in 1492. Like, why did the expulsion happen? Catch that up. I forgot to show you this picture though. And again, hundreds of years later, hundreds of years afterwards, if you were a Jew,
nice fair.
Now a Christian, even if you were perfectly adhering, you were not changing everything. You were wearing a crucifix, going to church, eating mayonnaise, whatever it takes to be Christian. Some people, I don't know what the mayonnaise, but whatever, you're totally Christian every way. You could never be safe from the Inquisition. It was always possible that someone would denounce you. You would be drawn in. You would have to, be tortured. It was horrific, living with this cloud over your head all the time. Also, I was about to mention that it quite often happened that you would be tried even after death, and that people would be tried in absentia or in effigy. And the main reason for that is because there's an economic motive here as well. Anyone who betrayed you, if your possessions were confiscated as part of the punishment, the betrayer would get a percentage of your possessions. So if let's say Juan didn't like his neighbor Ruvain, he could denounce Ruvain, saying, hey, he's actually practicing Jewish rituals. They don't eat any pork.
There we go.
Christians would come and say, hey, why don't you eat pork? Oh, we love pork. We eat pork all the time. Oh, yeah, that's not what Juan says. And then they would be tortured. Okay, we don't like pork. We don't like the way it smells, whatever it is. Then they would be punished. They would lose their possessions. And Juan would get, 10-20% of Ruvain's possessions. So there was like an incentive to actually rat out your neighbors, even if you made it up, which is crazy.
What does the Jews do against the Christians?
You mean Jews rat out other Christians? Well, they did. There are cases where actually high-level church figures, including one bishop, was arrested and tortured because he was ratted out. That's the point where eventually the church began to say, wait a minute, maybe this is going too far. There are also cases where Jews attempted to fight back, especially with assassinations. Not very successful. Unfortunately, they could not. The problem was like, it spread so fast and it was so, it was just like absorbed within society. And by the way, I can talk about this for days and days. It's awful. I thought about it too much. It's not an unknown phenomenon in our own times. I'll give you an example. You guys, you're too young. Most of you were born like around 1998, 2000, 2001, something like that. 03, yeah. You guys don't even remember. There used to be this thing called communism. That existed when I was like your age. And communism also had this incredible paranoia and incentivized people to rat out on their neighbors to say this person is not a good socialist or communist. Here's an example. In East Germany, Germany used to be divided. There was an eastern side that was communist, a western side that was, like democratic. They had a wall in Berlin. You remember maybe the Berlin Wall was knocked down in 1990, I think, 91.
Piece of it in the museum and all of this in the museum.
Oh, okay, very good. Piece of the Berlin Wall, because it symbolized the collapse of all communism.
Nice spear.
So in East Berlin, among the things they found there was they had a secret police called the Stasi. The Stasi maintained a massive smell archive. A massive smell archive. It was a huge warehouse filled with little mason bottles with people's socks and underwear, undershirts, stuff like that. That was given to the Stasi by people's spouses, brothers, sisters, children, just in case that any of their relatives fled and tried to cross into Western Germany. And so that meant that there were brothers who were betraying brothers and children betraying their mothers and stealing their dirty laundry and giving it to the Stasi so the Stasi would have it in their smell archive.
Here we
Can
go.
you just imagine what that was
You and
like?
I were Mr.
That
Furry.
was communism. It was insane.
Good job.
No, they would use dogs. Dogs to chase them. And they had this terrible problem because lots of people in
My
the
hours
Germany wanted to flee to
That's
the
a great
West.
question. My hours are always over, so
And
it
if they
depends.
thought someone was trying to defect, that's what the word they used to go to the West. They would say, okay, they're crossing the wall over here. They get the German shepherds and pull out their. Good thing we had someone rat on this person and we had their underwear. They used underwear and they would open up the jar and let the dog smell it and let the dog would try and find the person crossing the wall.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We'll link up. Don't you worry, Mr. Aquarius.
If you're going to steal underwear, why are you giving it to the state? If you have a perverted reason to steal
That's
underwear,
alright.
because you keep it for yourself.
We got it tonight.
No, the state kept it. The state kept it because it was. Just think
Excellent.
about how the department of the people
All right,
working
Mr.
there.
Aquarius.
What do you think smell like that, right?
I love you
That
too.
just
You
shows
take
you-
care.
I'm not
Sweet
trying to-
dreams.
Here's a bizarre way of thinking.
Thank
but
you, man.
It shows you that even in the 20th century, this is the 1990s, gentlemen, you had people and societies that were so bent on ratting each other out. It was like no trust in society whatsoever. And that's the kind of environment you had in Spain at this time, because anyone was susceptible to the Inquisition. I'm sure you've seen the Monty Python sketch, Nobody Expects the Spanish Inquisition. Yes, yeah, it's a joke, right? They made the Spanish Inquisition look like they're hilarious, like they show up at unexpected times, but they really did. They're like the Gestapo. There were so many aspects of this. It was terrifying for Jews at the time, and non-Jews as well. So what this culminates in is the expulsion. So you zoom in a little bit. This is the Emilio Sala Francis' amazing representation of the expulsion. It's not succeeding, right? The whole point of the Inquisition was try to control Judaism in the state, and it had metastasized like a social cancer, where everybody is telling on everybody, Jews, Christians, and it is just going way out of control, and they can't slow it down. So finally, Torquemada, you'll call he's the Grand Inquisitor, he says to Fernando and Isabella, King and Queen of Spain, I know why it's not working. I solved the problem. It's not the Inquisition. It is the Jews. And recall, you have two classes of Jews now. Get the dates right here because it's significant. 1492, it is 100 years since the 1391 wave of conversions. It is 90-odd years since the Tortosa disputations, lots of voluntary conversions of Jews. And you've got all these people who are walking around technically as Christians, but actually as one form or another of Jews. And you've got another population, about the same size, maybe 150,000 regular Jews who are never baptized, who are practicing as Jews and are legally allowed to do so. And Torquemada says the reason that we can't control the Judaizing that is rampant in our society is because these false Christians are still going back to Jewish communities. They're still able to get kosher food if they want it. They're still able to meet a rabbi. They're still able to get Jewish books, all kinds of things. So he says the only way to solve the problem is to expel the non-baptized Jews, the regular Jewish community that up until now has been exempt from the punishments of the Inquisition. And that's what the bottom line was. That's why the expulsion happened, is because Ferdinand and Isabella thought, yes, we can finally put an end to this chaos. They were wrong, it kept on going, but we'll put an end to this chaos if we get rid of the regular Jews. There's a lot of debates as to their motivation. Isabella, who was quite a religious fanatic, may have been motivated by her desire to make Spain totally Judenrein, like she also didn't like Muslims either, she wanted to be totally Catholic. Ferdinand may have been more motivated by economics, saying, if we expel all those Jews, like they did in France so many times, theoretically we'll have a huge surge of wealth, we can use it in some of the battles we're having, and so on. But ultimately they decided in 1492 that was what they were going to do. This is, by the way, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel, famous Mephoresh, who was the second in command of the finance department. He was the deputy finance minister of Spain at the time. Ferdinand has been really respected his talents and said, stay, just convert, stay, we'll give you tons of wealth, you can keep your own wealth and we'll give you more. He said, no, I'm going to leave with all of the exiles, and that's in fact what he did. His boss, Rabbi Abraham Senior, who is called in tradition Rabbi Soneh, or someone who hates light, he says, I can't do this, I'm converting to Christianity. And his nephew along with him, and they joined the Christian world. They actually became a very famous family. You can see them in South America now. But that's the roots of the expulsion movement. Yes, Mr. Aloysius.
Queen Isabella, she actually had her own power when she wanted said that there was a difference between economic and religious, but it doesn't matter what her motivation is, and then you have to change actually happened, or she actually had her own power.
Well, they ultimately two of them decided this together. And the question is, whose argument was finally. Theoretically, it has something like, make decisions together, that's really the way it works. Kind of like, as a joke, that I remember when we lived in Miami, we had to decide either get shutters to protect your windows from the hurricanes, or you could get new hurricane glass, which is like thicker stuff like that. And my wife and I had a disagreement. I wanted to get the shutters, which is much cheaper. My wife wanted to get the hurricane glass, so we compromised, and we got the hurricane glass. Yeah, anyway, that's the way. So that may be the argument of maybe Isabella held the day, but there's no question they both motivations for we're basically at the end of class, so let's just look at the map, which is where we're going to go next. Because right now we're essentially, this is supposed to be an image of a bar now, but who knows if it's actually wrong. We are basically at the midpoint of this class, because up until now we studied Sephardic Jews in Spain. And now the rest of this class is going to be about Sephardic Jews after the expulsion, either those who are in internal exile in Spain and then later in Portugal, or those who are in physical exile from the Iberian Peninsula, living all throughout the Mediterranean basin, to Europe, Bordeaux, which right up here, this is where I was last week, and much of the video is examples of what Sephardic Jews was out there, or in the New World. So around that midpoint of the class, which is course, let's wrap it here, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Okay. You want to see the video? Oh, yeah, wait, let me turn off the recording first.
Satan's back. Satan's upset at Trump. It's very funny. You remember the Satan and Diddy episode? Well, that was fantastic. I didn't see that one. The Satan Diddy episode, and then they had the mass murderers. No, this was a few years back too. It was a Diddy party, and he wanted to. It's a long story. He wanted a Lamborghini King, but it was like the devil wanted it, and he said no, Diddy did it already, and it's fantastic. Remember when they had the movie with Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein was in a gay relationship with Satan.
This crypto-Jewish phenomenon, I think, is so fascinating. What is this all about? It's trying to understand what did those Jews do when they were forced to submerge their Jewish identity as a result of overwhelming political and social and economic pressure. They had to feign some kind of outward Christian identity. And what did they do with the Judaism? How did they keep it alive? And it is so amazing, some of these stories, which is mind-boggling, the incredible resilience of the Jewish people, keeping a culture alive for 20 generations. Let me jump ahead just for a moment to talk about the discovery of the Jews of Belmonte by this guy, Samuel Schwartz. I'm going to read to you a little bit of this book later. Samuel Schwartz is he's an engineer working in Portugal, and he's working on some mines, works with tin and metallurgy and things like that. And as he's working there, people say to him, oh, don't go buy your groceries in Belmonte because the people there are actually Jews. Schwartz is fascinated. He says, oh my gosh, the Jews here in Portugal, Jews were officially completely removed from Portugal, either physically or through conversion in 1497. How can there be Jews here in 1917? So he goes to Belmonte, and he starts asking around, and he starts saying that he's Jewish too, from Poland. And they start saying to him, no, that's not possible. There are no Jews anywhere in the world except here in Belmonte. We are the last Jews alive. And he says, no, I'm really Jewish. So they say, okay, they bring him to the village elder, and she gives him a farher. She gives him an exam to see, okay, prove you're Jewish, right? What do you think your egg rolls? No, didn't ask that question. But she says to him, tell me some Jewish things. And so he covers his eyes, and he says the first pasuk of Shema. And he pulls his hand off his eyes, and she's like all amazed, and she says, he knows the name of God. He's Jewish. And they had a big celebration. And he discovered this population that had been hidden for 500 years. Totally amazing. Now, their Judaism is weird. When you look at it, you say, what are you doing? No, that's not halakha. But you got to remember, they're cut off from all sorts of halakha for 5 centuries. And this is the way they evolved. So these are crypto-Jews. We are going to explore the culture of crypto-Judaism over the course of today's lecture and God willing on Tuesday as well. Try to understand, how these Judaism struggle in such incredible circumstances. So first of all, let's do some terminology here. Here's a picture from the last place of a Jew Indian position. He's wearing the precursor to the San Benito. Actually, I think it's a woman, and she's got that hat on her head that later would become the dunce cap. Have you ever heard of the dunce cap? Right? My father told me he used to have to wear a dunce cap with some regularity when he was in school. They were in the corner to put a dunce cap on. But we're going to use the term crypto-Jews. There are other terms in use. Crypto-Jews, I like this term because crypto implies like hidden in a crypt, in a cave, not exposed to the outside world, that kind of thing. But it's not entirely accurate because it still says the word Jews. And, as we shall see when we talk about the identity spectrum, some of these people would not consider themselves Jews. Some of these people would not be considered by various rabbis as Jews because they may only be centered, let's say, on the father's side. There's a lot of confusing things. So it's a little bit of a term that tilts toward kind of Jewish pride that may not completely accurately describe this. Is also the term conversos, which means converts. This is also a term that has some built-in inaccuracies. It includes people who converted willingly, those who are converted under heavy duress, like convert or die, and those who converted because of the great amount of pressure brought to bear, economically, socially, and otherwise. They're all included within this word converso, and it's maybe a little bit too broad, whereas crypto-Jew tends to focus on there's still Jews buried under there, which may not be entirely true in every case. And converso is unusually broad and characterizes a larger group of people, some who might say, no way, we are totally Christian, or others would say, we never converted, they sprinkled water on us and made us say things, but we don't hold the conversion as we should. The term New Christians was a term that was developed in the 15th century in an attempt to distinguish between people who were not forcibly baptized, particularly in the pogroms of 1391, and Christians who were created through those forced baptisms. In other words, this is a really early proto-racist kind of definition, because in theology, in Christian theology, once you're baptized, you're supposed to be equal to everybody else who's baptized. You're not supposed to have like, oh, you're really baptized and you're like fake or half baptized. So the term New Christian was the first example of what would be called limpieza de sangre, the purity of blood. That there was a distinction between real Christians, the so-called Yale Christos, the old Christians, and the Jews who were converted for one reason or another, the Novos Christos, new Christians. Also a problematic term. Anusim is a very good term, I think. It's a little bit like crypto-Jews in that it refers to the force quality of it, from Russian, ma'anos to force, to coerce, to rape. The problem is in English, the spelling of the term is a little bit awkward, say B'nai Anusim, and people aren't familiar with Hebrew, it doesn't come across right, so I tend not to use it, although it is used by some populations. So, and finally, the term Marano, which was totally accepted until about the 1960s, and in fact, some of the most important research that was published before then openly refers to these populations as Maranos. They do refer to the probable etymology of the term, which comes from a word for pig, for swine, and it was definitely a derogatory term. These were not real Christians, they were like fake Christians who would become Christian through this strange process. So it's been largely abandoned by scholarship for the last 40 years or so, but one of the most important books in English, at any rate, on the conversos is called The History of the Marranos by Cecil Roth. And it's a great book. It's certainly very sympathetic to them, but it uses this term, which is kind of like the crypto-Jewish version of the N-word, right? This is the N-word, which is typically not used today for derogatory things. Okay. Now, here is a really important part. This will link into the whole rest of this class, the whole rest of this course is really happening in this slide here. So stay with me on this one, okay? After these forced conversions of 1391, you have centuries of existence of the descendants of those converts who had to articulate their relationship to Christianity and to their erstwhile faith of Judaism. And we can understand their relationship to those two faiths on an identity spectrum, where we put on one side Christianity, and on the other side Judaism. So where did these Jews fall? A certain number of them we might call zealots, or true believers in Christianity, meaning they actually wanted to convert. And we have, of course, people going both ways. We have people converting to Judaism, especially before the 14th century. Not as many of them, but a significant number, and some of them are actually quite famous. But we have, of course, after the forced conversions, a large number of true believers. So I'll give you one example, here two examples actually. We talked about them a little bit in the Tortosa dissertation. Shlomo Halevi of Burgos, very important rabbi of the significant town of Burgos, he ends up converting after 1391. It's about 3 months after the major pogroms occurred in Burgos. There were pogroms all over Spain, especially in the north, that were devastating, and they were accompanied by this, demand to convert or be murdered, raped, either things pillaged, and so on. So that happened in Burgos in, I think it was March or April, and he converts, I think, in July. And so there's some questions about why did he convert after these riots. He is approached by Yehoshua because a rabbi is converted to Christianity. So Yehoshua Lorki, a rabbinical student, writes to him and says, "What's up, Rabbi? Why did you convert to Christianity?" And they write this long public letter. The correspondence is published. And he asks him, first of all, was it because you wanted to get ahead? Was it because, again, remember, a few months he escaped technically the forced conversions, lots of pressure afterwards, but, maybe you thought that ultimately you'll get a better job if you're a Christian, which is the reality. There are all kinds of new careers open up. Social mobility. Was it because you were poisoned by way too much Averroism, which was the dominant philosophy of the era? You studied too much science and too much secular stuff, and it weakened your faith. Or was it because you felt that God had, like many Christians had claimed, God had abandoned the Jewish people? Why did you do it? Why did you convert to Christianity? So Shlomo Alevi writes back to him and says, the emes is, I do believe in Christianity. I think that Christianity is the fulfillment of Judaism. When you read the Hebrew scriptures through a Christian lens, it points to Judaism, Christianity, And what ends up happening, as we discussed earlier, Yoshua Lorti also converts. He says, Rabbi, I'm following you. And he takes the new name Geronimo de Santa Fe, and like Shlomo Halevi of Burgos, who is known as Pablo de Santa Maria, Yoshua Lorti becomes a dedicated proselytizer among the Jews. And this is the weird thing that we see over and over again in Jewish history. There are lots of people, lots of Jews who convert to Christianity, but frequently they're not converting and saying, okay, good, I found I used to drive Toyota and now I drive Ford. They spend a lot of time bashing Toyota. They can't get away from the Toyota. It's still making people think that Toyota is bad, becomes part of their new Ford identity. You understand what I'm saying? It's a weird metaphor, right? But so Yoshua Lorti becomes the primary disputant at the 2-year-long Tortosa disputation, which resulted in thousands of Jews converting to Christianity, some of whom were these true believers, but a lot of them were probably just, we can't win. It's so overwhelming. Society's against us. Must be that God has got rid of evangelism. You can imagine how the Jews must have been so depressed and deflated and disconsolate It's amazing that everything survived. So that's like on the left wing over here in the zealots, the true believers. There are Jews in this category, and they have a significant impact because they're like thought leaders, right? People look at them and say, wow, that must be true. Then you have a lot of these crypto Jews who become what we might call, and these terms are, by the way, from a book, I've forgotten the title of the author, but I'm borrowing these terms from the book on crypto Judaism. I think it's called Secrecy of Deceit or something kind of weird title. I'll have to put it on the site. Anyway, Christian reformers and neo-Protestants. These are probably, just imagine now, you're talking about, let's say, not particularly well-educated Jews, who, everything is falling apart. They go along with the false conversion force or whatever, and they say, the truth is, we're still living in the same towns, pursuing the same occupations. Nothing's really going to change. We just have to sort of, pretend we're Christians. And the fact is, we have lots of Christian friends, and their religion is kind of weird in certain ways, but the truth is, if you just look at it in a certain rational way, then it can be acceptable. The neo-Protestants essentially felt that Christianity on the whole had some good ideas. It just had to be reformed a little bit. So they were kind of like skeptical Christians. Still Christians, but like not hardcore believers like Yoshua Loki and Pablo. I'm not going to give you examples. Probably the majority of them, we don't really know it, right? Like once these people are converted, they tend to be lost to Jewish history. Probably the most of them were just what we call low-profile Christians. If you imagine, you have to remember, gentlemen, if you are, in terms of Jewish history, you are in the elite. You are the highest percentage of Jewish education. And over the course of our history, you imagine you guys are about 20, 21 years old right now, right? How many 20, 21-year-olds in Jewish history had the opportunity to sit and learn full time? Hardly any. You guys would have been working when you were like 12, 13, 14. And only the ultimate would have been given the privilege of actually studying Torah the way we do here in our college. It is an amazing thing. So you have to think that the vast majority of Jews don't know even a tiny percentage of how much you have learned. And you may not consider yourself to be golden, but historically you know way more than most Jews did. Now, this gets into topic issues that read as a Torah, I'm not going to go there. But I think that most Jews ended up becoming just low-profile Christians, saying sort of, oh man, it's such a shame. We really enjoy Shabbos, and we really enjoy, commentation on Baptists and things like that. But what can you do? We're forced by circumstances. We'll make the best of it. We'll show up in church. We'll say the right things. Make good friends. We'll just move on. Probably where most of these Jews end up. Then you have passive Judaizers. These are a very interesting category. Hard to measure their population as well. These are people who resent the conversion. They did not want to be converted. They do not consider themselves Christian, but they know they have to go along with it. So they will avoid as many mitzvahs as say of Christianity as they can. And whenever they have the possibility of doing something Jewish without anybody noticing, then they will. Example, fasting on Yom Kippur. Right? They're not going to walk around with house and so on because that would be crazy. They'll get caught and so on. But they don't consider themselves Christians. They know they have to show up in church and things like that. But what they will do is whenever they have the opportunity to reassert their Jewish identity without people noticing, that's what they will do. Yes.
Just by emphasis with their
Right. The thing is, again, over the course of the Inquisition, have been blamed depending on how intense the persecution was. But you're generally right. The passive Judaizers try to say, we're going to try and limit the amount of Christian stuff that we have to do. We'll do what we need to do, but we're going to try and limit it. And we're also not going to put ourselves at great risk. So in most Assays of Shabbos, for sure, the Assays of Shabbos, they would try to avoid as long as it still looked like they were doing normal things. And remember that once you get past the first generation, every successive generation is born into this atmosphere where there are no rabbis, there are no Torah. Hebrew books were forbidden by the Inquisition with the only exception of medical textbooks, frequently written in Hebrew. So you have no source of real data on what is Judaism. How does one do Shabbos? You can listen to your parents who might quietly tell you some stuff, or likely listen to Israeli and Rabbi, but fourth generation, there's nobody who had any direct experience of Shabbos to be able to tell you how it went. And we're talking 20 generations to get to the last century. So you have a lot of passive Judaizers, and finally you have active Judaizers. These are the ones that we kind of like tend to lionize. These are the ones who will light Shabbos candles and put them in a closet. They're actually doing something that could get them in trouble, but they're trying to hide it as much as possible. They're circumcising their sons, quietly listening to you because it's marked in the flesh forever. Right? But the active Judaizers are the ones we kind of think of as the Moranos. But remember, they're only a small slice of the overall identity spectrum.
How does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you're the administration, you look at this
The Inquisition would check them, absolutely. They
this
arrested.
PR win.
Yeah, someone, the process of the Inquisition is someone says, my neighbor 2 doors down, she only cooks chicken. And she makes a big meal every Friday night. Now, why is it? And they just say, well, that sounds suspicious, so I think we're going to go check it out. And they'll go arrest people, they'll bring them, and if they're names, that's one of the first things they can check, is right away they'll know. Again, remember, 4 generations out, no one has any memory of what it was like to be a Jew in full life. Tremendously. Now, one last thing. Now, this is kind of like a spectrum. But it's even with the spectrum, it's complicated. Like, for example, consider this individual. He wrote under the name Maaseh Ephod, right? The ephod, like the Kohen Gadol would wear. His name was Profiat Duran, and he used to sign his names Ani Profiat Duran. He also had his Hebrew name Yitzchak ben Moshe Halevi, and as was very common, he had a Latin name that was given to him after his conversion in 1391, right? He was a victim of the 1391 pogroms and forced conversions. Well, the Rastas did one a few days. So just put this in your head, it's really wild. He's forcibly converted in 1391. And then he moves to Perpignan, which is under Spanish control, the Kingdom of Aragon, and it's on the coast of Provençal. It's just around the corner a little bit from Spain. And there he lived for 12 years in Christian garb, as a Christian, as a professional astrologer for the king. Alright, so here's a guy, because don't forget, you have a lot of learned Jews, and once they are forced to become Christians, what are they supposed to do? Become shoemakers? No, they can read Hebrew, they can read Romance languages and Latin and so on quite often, and they're going to keep doing their information work in Judaism and Christianity and religion. And while he is a practicing Christian, I mean outwardly posing as a Christian, he is writing 2 major Hebrew language anti-Christian books. One of them is called Al Tafi I Do Not Be Like Your Parents, and it's actually a very clever satire of Christianity that was so subtle that it was actually translated into Latin and circulated for decades among Christians as a work of Christian piety, until people said, he's making fun of us in this book. And then they finally banned it. But it was a very subtle work of satire. Another one was a little more clear, Klimat Hagoyim, which is like the shame of the non-Jews. He wrote those while pretending to be a Christian in every way. So what's going on in his identity? On the one hand, he has obviously strong memory of his Jewish identity, which he cherishes. On the other hand, he's spending 12 years at least outwardly as a Christian, working as a Christian, and publishing books. So as a Jew. It's really bizarre how these things all held together. We don't know exactly what happened with the end of his life, but there's a fascinating notation written on one of the manuscripts of his work that suggests that at the end of his life, he and another friend who was also converted in 1391 to Rome, they had planned to go to Israel, which was then under the Ottomans, and they could return to Judaism. But the last minute, his friend said, you know what, I think I want to stay a Christian, apparently one of the true believers, and Duran may have himself returned to Judaism, but it's not entirely clear if that's the case. So in other words, the whole identity picture of these people is so complicated, and we see all kinds of life stories playing out when we get into the biographical level. Mr. Rose.
If I'm friends telling to see and I see something like that, I might find that of interest. I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on, just if for no other reason.
Absolutely.
Maybe it's an opportunity there. What's the easiest connection that's possible all the time? Rich, powerful people.
Absolutely. You're quite right, Mr. Gross. I mean, how do we get into the head of another person in our own times? That's difficult enough. How do you get into the head of someone who lived 500 years ago or 400 years ago? Especially when they're trying to hide their identity for good reason. There is the phenomenon that sometimes people talk about in today's society of reverse millennials, of people who really like being in the Jewish community, in the Sviva, and the environment, the chagigas and whatever. But on the other hand, they're really, they're checked out, which is a terrifying phenomenon. Okay, that's kind of like the psychological, sociological aspect. Let's do a little bit more of the historical aspect. Here's another photograph of an auto da fe, 1656, right? These public burnings went on for hundreds of years in Spain and the Iberian Peninsula, and also in the New World, in Mexico, Peru, places like that. It's terrifying. Just remembering the demographics a little bit, we didn't talk about the pressures from France, but France expelled its Jews somewhat earlier, a major expulsion in 1306 that added a lot more demographic pressure. A lot of French Jews crossed the Pyrenees into Spain at this time, really swelling the population and sort of exacerbating some of the existing tensions in Spain at the time. And so you have, throughout the 14th century, sporadic riots. It happened to be the 14th century was like the perfect storm of awfulness for the Jews of Spain. You had economic crises, you had civil wars going on, and you had multiple attacks on Jewish communities, which culminated really in 1391 was the worst of them. In 1378 is when you have the first real beginnings of the Inquisition in Spain, the Spanish Inquisition specifically. The Inquisition as an institution was created a couple hundred years earlier by the church, and it was used primarily to root out heretics within Christianity, meaning totally Christians, not talking about people like Jews who were forcibly converted, but people who are believing ideas that were considered forbidden by Christians, and so it existed for a couple hundred years, just looking at internal Christian heresies. But in 1378, the Archdeacon Ferran Martinez in Seville, he says, we have so many of them happening right here in Spain. And they're Jews. And the Jews who have become Christians, they're not really Christians. It's true, we forcibly converted a lot of them, but they're not behaving as good Christians. And so he argued to the king and queen that you got to bring the Inquisition here. Ultimately, that would happen in 1478. But the most important thing for our purposes, again, is crucial date of 1391, where you have these massive attacks across the peninsula and enforced conversions that creates a scale that we've never seen before. Eventually, as we said last time we spoke, it would reach a fever pitch, and they would not be able to control the Inquisition. It got way beyond its original borders. And Isabella and Ferdinand said, listening to the Inquisitor Torquemada, that okay, the reason why it hasn't worked is because we still have regular Jews, non-baptized Jews here, that they are continuing to offer instruction and religious services for the conversos, and so that's when they decided they're going to expel all the Jews, and we have this map here as a result. There's huge spread of Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin. We're going to explore a lot of the various places that people landed in the next few weeks. Also going up into Europe, Bordeaux is where I just was a couple of weeks ago. You saw the videos from the synagogues there. And especially other places like Amsterdam and Hamburg, which were like kind of safe zones for conversos because they were not Catholic and they were allowing Christians to come. London as well, a little bit more complicated. And then some, of course, made their way to the New World, including Christopher Columbus, who over the years was actually descended from Conversos himself, even though he himself identified as a Christian. The biggest chunk, which is what I want to concentrate on now, though, for now, is those Jews who just made the most obvious and easiest trip across the border into Portugal, which at that time was a separate country. It would later be reunited with Spain and separated again. But this was like the simplest way to go. Portuguese is very closely related to Spanish. They're both Catholic countries. There's long communications back and forth between the Jews of Portugal, the Jews of Spain. And so the majority of Jews who fled Spain in 1492 went into Portugal, where they would meet with disaster. Here's a better map of Portugal. The capital is here in Lisbon, large Jewish population there. The most important site for our purposes is the Douro River Valley here, which goes to the city of Porto. And this is where, when I go there, I've been there 4 times now. I always go into the Douro River Valley because it's fascinating. So it's history, and we'll explore that for a second. So basically, King João II says, oh my gosh, all these Jews coming across my border, we can't handle them, but okay, we will allow you to stay here for a limited period of time on the payment of a large visa fee that you'll have to pay. Most Jews could not afford their visa, and they just came as illegal immigrants. Next time we're like complaining about undocumented people in the United States, we should bear in mind that over our long history, Jews have been undocumented far more often than we have been documented migrants. So João says, okay, you guys can come, you have to pay a lot of money, and there is some kind of like break there for them for a short period of time. However, within a short order, the Portuguese king, switching by the second, later Manuel the First, begin to see that it's counterproductive for a lot of reasons. They like the idea of having Jews there, they're great for the economy and so on. But they have aspirations to rejoin with Spain. Spanish monarchs say there's no way we're joining with you in a dynastic union if you guys still have Jews there. So they try different things to try to coerce the Jews to convert. One of the most notorious and awful of them was that they demanded that Jewish children under age 14, if I remember correctly, are all converted, and they stole the children away from their parents, amazingly, and shipped some 750 of them down to the island of Sao Tome here off the coast of Africa, where, according to contemporary reports, they were all killed, apparently eaten by indigenous lizards who lived on the island. There's a lot of reasons to doubt the specific detail of how they died, but the idea of sending a whole boatload of children to this tiny little island they were hoping to colonize, it's not surprising that the tragedy would result. Ultimately, what happened under Manuel I, shown here, marrying the Infanta Isabella, I think she's the daughter of Queen Isabella, Manuel I says, okay, everybody, all the Jews have to leave because this is 1496, the end of the year, and then he changed his mind and says, you know what, you guys are too valuable, instead of everybody leaving, everybody is now forcibly converted. And so all the Jews of Portugal in early 1497 are forcibly baptized just like in 1391, and in one fell swoop, the entire peninsula is now Lebanon, free of Jews. Emmanuel's thinking was he still wanted to take advantage of the economics of the Jews, and he promised them that he would not bring the Inquisition into Portugal. It would later be established in the 1530s, but the Jews in Portugal were an entirely different category, because these are Jews who elected not to convert. So right away they're self-selected, I want to keep my Jewish identity, I would rather flee than convert. So they already are in a more motivated category of population. And secondly, they had about 40 years prepared before the Inquisition set in. They had about 40 years to get ready that they may have to go underground, and so they have a very special kind of quality. The Spanish Jews who remained behind in Spain as conversos largely disappeared. We don't have communities of crypto Jews like we will in Belmonte in Portugal. We won't have those in Spain. They're gone. But in Portugal, you have a different quality, different silk of Jewish identity that manages to be penetrated. Here's another map, and you can see here the Douro River, that is the easiest valley, especially for the northern part of Spain to enter into Portugal. When the Inquisition comes in, they set up 3 places for the Inquisition: in Lisbon, the capital, in Évora, and in the university town of Coimbra here. And the Jews, while there's still a significant number of them living in Lisbon in particular, there develops a significant crypto-Jewish population here in the north along the Douro River Valley in these tiny little mountainous villages with population 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and they figure that here, far away from the big cities, they can get away with being underground. And in fact, they did in some instances. The numbers, what's the scale of this? So it's hard to know exactly. Population of the entire peninsula in 1491, something like 7 to 9 million. Portugal, 7 to 9 million in Spain. To include Portugal, you got to have another 1 to 1.5 million people. The Jews constituted before the expulsion somewhere around 125 to 200,000. These are around the same number, maybe a little bit larger, who are already converted through 1391. So that means half of every person that might be, half of the population might be halakhically Jewish and converted to Christianity, and the other half would be regular Jewish. Portugal, at this time, before the expulsion, only had about 20,000 Jews. Most very, very few conversos, because they didn't have to convert before 1497. After the Jews were expelled in 1492, the numbers of people who chose to leave, again, we don't really know, but the guess is something like 100 to 160,000 Jews chose to leave. That is out of this big number here, 125 to 200,000. And about 50,000, which is maybe a half or a third of them, went to Portugal. Just to get looking at it from the other perspective, how many people were arrested by the Inquisition and put on trial over the next 3.5 centuries. Spain put almost 50,000 people on trial. 50,000 people on trial for being Jewish, or for the practice of Portugal, almost the same number, with a smaller proportion, 30,000. That has a lot to do, I think, with the nature of the Jews who went over there. One more statistic, colonies 4,000. That's the last one. How many people were put to death? Yes, Mr. Rubin.
The reality is that oftentimes is somewhere in that middle, right there. There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning the Republicans or Democrats.
It's the people who remain, because once they're expelled, unless they go to another Catholic kingdom, they're not going to be subject to the Inquisition. It would happen, like for example in Italy, in 1555, the Pope arrested about 100 Jews in Sri Lanka and burned 25 of them at the stake. So that was like, another 60 years later. Amazing. Okay, so let's look at what did these crypto Jews actually do? What were their practices and beliefs? You recognize the picture. This is a San Benito kind of church one. Oh, actually, I saw some really cool pictures. There are only very few actual San Benitos left. There's very few museum stuff and things like that, but I have to bring you the photographs to see what they look like in color. So, first of all, we should recognize that when we're trying to identify what it is that they did, what did they say, what were their practices, we have to understand that what they did is based sort of on memories that were handed down through a Masorah, a secret Masorah that could not be revealed. Remember, children could not be taught Judaism because if they went to the playground and said, "Oh yeah, mommy made these two delicious kneaded loaves of bread on Friday night," right? That would be disastrous for the entire extended family. So children typically didn't know anything until they became 17, 18, and then their parents would tell them, "By the way, sorry to tell you, but you're actually Jewish." So they had no teachers, no rabbis, no books, no art scroll, no internet, nothing. They're having to make this stuff up. They had to rely on the Tanakh because the Tanakh is part of a Christian Bible. So they would read into the Tanakh and they would say, "Okay, this is where it says what we're supposed to do." And they would try to follow the mitzvot as best they could without Torah Shabbat, entirely with Torah Shabbat, because that's all they had. And so Navi acquires a much more important role in Portuguese Sephardic thought in particular, because they're so heavily reliant on it. They do have memories of some key phrases like the Shema Yisrael. The elder of Belmonte was able to remember the name of God, and he was a Polish Jew. Of all places, a Polish Jew. He was able to say the name of God. She was able to recognize it, but typically just like a puzzle. And in fact, in their prayers, they're almost always recorded in the vernacular, meaning in Portuguese or in Spanish, and very rarely would they have a Hebrew phrase or two. Lots of observances through omission. Like, so for example, the fast of Esther was very well observed, and actually, if I remember correctly, it was observed for longer than one day. Because Esther says she fasted for 3 days, doesn't it? Yeah, I think so. So there were some of these crypto Jews who would fast for 3 days, because this is what they read in the text. We didn't have any rabbis say we fast for 1 day. So Esther, by the way, was an incredible hero to the crypto Jews, because when they read her story, it was their life, right? They were like also hiding their identities, also pretending to be someone they weren't, also, worried about this guy and so on. Lots of fascinating gender differences, and this is where, by the way, the women's role in preserving Judaism is so incredibly overwhelmingly obvious. For men, necessarily circumcision was an especially dangerous thing to do, so that was typically omitted. Boys were not circumcised at all. We know from Inquisition trials, however, that one of the practices of women, which is amazing to think about, when they bore sons and they could not circumcise them, it was a custom for them to incise a round star on their, I think it's called a deltoid, right? They would incise a round star here as a reminder that as soon as they have the opportunity, they live in a safe place, they are to circumcise their sons. It's as if these crypto-Jewish women would circumcise themselves symbolically because they couldn't do it to their own sons. Amazing mysterious. Women were the ones who tended to preserve a lot of the traditions. So the Belmonte, the elder was a woman. They were considered the ones who were like focused on and keeping the Masorah, and so a lot of the crypto Judaism that we see is based around things that would happen in the home associated with women, less so men, public study, things like that. Financial circumcision. Okay, right. And also, because they're really influenced by the Christian environment, there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on trying to figure out what exactly is Jewish belief. What do we have to believe in to be Jews? Less about what we have to do to be Jews, what's our behavior, more about memorizing our beliefs. And one of the big things that we keep on talking about in the testimonials, especially, there's a whole book on this written by Miriam Bodian, is the law of Moses. Whatever Moses said, that is our law. Tremendous amount of emphasis on this because that's all they had access to. The Inquisition has this is a 19th century depiction of a secret Passover Seder, which is then broken into by the Inquisitorial police and people are fainting and stuff like that. I'm not sure this is the best piece of art, but there's not a lot that's So, how do we know what crypto-Judaism was? They didn't write books, right? They're not recording this because it's totally dangerous. We know it largely from the Inquisitional trial, because the Inquisition was like super focused, paranoid on catching every last crypto-Jew they could find. And they put them on trial, they got forced confessions out of them, they put their confessions into the trial transcripts, and we have them from all over Europe, but especially in Spain and Portugal. We know these confessions that we know where Jews would, or crypto-Jews would, it's hard to know if they're really telling the truth. They may have made things up, hoping to avoid death and so on, but we have that, and we have several corroborating. We also have interesting denunciations, meaning when people would rat out others or complain about what they saw people were doing that was actually Jewish. That forms part of the trial record as well. And there's a lot of bizarre things. Like there are actually a colleague of mine recently wrote a crypto-Jewish cookbook. What is a crypto-Jewish cookbook? What does that look like? Imagine, I've actually tasted some of the dishes, not so bad. It is, you make traditional foods look trick. Right? So they have they make a sort of pot roast that you would make look like pork, for example, with food coloring and shaping and things like that. So there's all kinds of which is kind of funny because now we have so many kosher foods that look treif now, like crab meat for sushi and things like crab meat, right? Like crab has this white meat and it has this kind of almost fluorescent orange sort of epidermis on it, right? And the crab meat that we have in sushi is basically carne, right? It's like a kosher fish, but they add that orange thing on the outside, so it feels like you really eat crab, I guess. So that's what crypto-Jews would make as their food. So we know about denunciations of people trying to pretend they're Christians when they're actually not. We also have observations, like when these people were arrested and were in jail cells, they would be observed. And if, for example, they took 3 steps back and then 3 steps forward, facing the wall, they would say, so they're involved in Jewish faith. And these are the kinds of things that people would remember. The physical gestures of chuckling and the physical gestures of 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, things like that. One of the most terrifying and heartbreaking transcript that I read refers to a woman who looked in the window of her neighbor on a Friday afternoon and saw that the father and mother would alternatively take their hands and place it on their children's heads and mumble something. Of course, that's the Birkas Habanim that they were saying, that I say for my own children. That was something that the crypto-Jews remember because, again, it's the kind of thing they would see in the home. Everything that happened in the synagogue would largely be lost. The things that happened at home would be retained because of these things. washing hands before eating, especially washing hands with a coast, right? Those kinds of things. Some kind of clean. Time and frequency of prayer, including the late night prayers or katsos that were observed. We say, I'll read some examples, and that's all something that we learn. Short and memorized prayers were a big deal. Things like Modeh things like the first pasuk of Shema. These are things that people would be able to hand down to their children. They would memorize them. They would not know how to translate them. They might have some sense of what they meant. They were also prayed in the vernacular. Hebrew was gone. Maybe a few Hebrew words or phrases, but they were praying in Portuguese or in Spanish. So here, this is from Samuel Schwartz. It's an amazing book. He's the guy who found those Jews in 1917, and in, I think, 1920, he published this book that includes about 50 pages of the crypto-Jewish prayers that the Jews have done. And they're like actually amazing. And some of them, like here, I'll read you one that says, when you enter into the prayer place. Okay, this is I'm going to read it in Portuguese, which sounds a lot like Spanish, so maybe you'll get it, and then I'll translate. Nesta casa entro, now adoro nem o pau nem a pedra. Só a Deus que em tudo governa. Okay, so it's a rough translation. Into this house I enter, not to adore neither the Father nor the Son, only God who governs all. Right, so what does that sound like?
For 3 years.
Very good. Yeah, absolutely. And again, it also is, kind of alluding to it because you have the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, right? So the Father and Son forget about it, but there's sort of confusion the Holy Ghost with Hashem. So there's only God. And also it is a vague echo of the memory of the pasuk that many people say when they walk in the shul, right? Something like that. I don't actually say it, but some of them, though, are just so beautiful. I'm just going to give you a short one here that really speaks to their creativity and in a very gorgeous way. Here we go. Tell me what you think this is. Ya la ven a bella aurora, ya la ven o color del día, ya la ven o altísimo Señor, como sua santa alegría. Translation. Here comes the beautiful dawn. Here comes the heat of the day. Here comes the Most High Lord with His holy happiness.
What the hell was going on?
What's that sound like? Serve God at all times, right? When is it said? Here comes the beautiful dawn. Here comes the heat of the day.
Senior advisor to Joe Biden.
I think it's Modeh. I think it's kind of like Martin Yoser, or maybe it's like maybe. Okay. And this phrase here, Altísimo Señor, right, the Most High God, there's a Yiddish word for this. There's Yiddish there. So Altísimo Señor is a Portuguese phrase for So there's so many of these that are really quite fascinating and beautiful. Some of them are quite long and memorized, but they're all in Portuguese. They don't even try it. In French education, abençoe-me, and it says the name Ado Jeff, right? Bless me, God. But it has the Hebrew word written in fascinating stuff. And I think this is really great research. No one has done a lot of research in English on what did these Jews say? What was their theology? What did they believe? How did they express it in prayers? It's basically that book has not been translated, but it's very good. Okay. Great. Now, I want to take you to two videos. They're not long videos, but they're really fascinating and will some great stuff. And I will pause them at times to see if we can talk about things. I want to take you to one place called ROTHSCHILD, which is a place that was a center of crypto-Judaism, but it died out. Unlike Belmonte, that made it to the 20th century. By the way, Belmonte did not survive the late 20th century because once they realized that if there was a Polish Jew, then they started hearing that, oh wait, there's actually a state of Israel. The vast majority of the younger crypto Jews made Aliyah. And there's only a handful of older Jews living in Belmonte because it was a success. There is, a pretty significant tourist presence that has replaced it. So there are lots more Jews in Belmonte right now, but very few of them actually sleep there. They come, they leave. But we'll have a look at it. Here's now in Trancoso, though, this is a place that probably disappeared by the 18th or 19th century. It ran out of steam, and the crypto Jews left. Or they converted and they assimilated. But there's this really bizarre thing about Trancoso that they left behind markings on their homes. Very weird. What do these markings mean? I'm going to tell you up front, I don't know what they mean, but I think they're really cool. So I'm going to show them to you, and
Tell us about some Jewish history. I just returned from Portugal on an advanced site visit with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say it was so amazing. We went there to a small village called Trancoso, as part of our efforts to look at some of the most exciting new areas where research is being done in Jewish history. The discoveries began in the guest house where we were staying. So according to the owner, this was originally a passageway between large apartments here that may have been actually opened up for universities. And she believes that it may belong to a originally Jewish family before the 14th century, which is pretty amazing. And one slight possibility of that is you'll be here on the inside, this is the recipient possible Medusa scar. It's all over Portugal. And it's fascinating. Think of the density and richness of Jewish civilization here before the Great Expulsion and Judaism was not practiced openly in Trancoso for the last 500 years as a result of the brutal Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure.
Imagine that story because it's not quite as complicated as the internet issue. It was the it's just a thought surprise that it's so you have to ask the question, how was that negotiated? Who was involved? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation? Were they compensated? Was it, hey, look, he says he was civilized, he was economized, and the other guy was primarily used for, importance, collective apartments, where they're part for any action, so whether it's that, whether it's any of the other things we talk about, at the end of the day, it's people's politicians and government institutions and the media. Is it an alternate one? And that's a I think it's a really dangerous thing. See how you walk the dog. How do you do that? How do you so create more trust in any of those things? Well, I think a lot of people thought that drain the swamp,
What else is
create
it?
trips.
Also,
If you have a
really
trip coming
important
on
to note
fast
that
breath,
some of these
generally years in
stones
their
are
body, it's
placed
going to come
in
in
very
things up.
inaccessible
That makes sense.
locations,
Everything's
which tends
just
to
as chaotic,
argue
if
against the
not more,
possibility that they're trying to
and just as
broadcast
confusing.
Jewish influences.
I mean, there's good things that are happening. The closing of the border is clearly a good thing. That was fucking scary and dangerous. From a policy perspective, looking at the other day, they had building costs right now, right, compared to maybe 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 a day in the previous administration. So that's a huge one, and that's what they should be talking about. And they should be talking about the trade deals. Right? They got a good trade deal with Japan, they got a good trade deal with Indonesia, they got a good trade deal with Vietnam, they signed on with the UK, they're getting ready for the European Union. There's things that they should be talking about. And instead, once again, fucking consumed with what we've been discussing, Epstein, intel manipulation,
The fact remains that
Biden's
these
condition,
are disproportionately placed
yeah,
in
so
ports of Bancoso and in
it's
several other villages in the region of the Douro River. And so one wonders why all of these placed on Jewish houses in the first place. Most common representation is a simple cross, usually on the left-hand side of the door that you're facing in, and perhaps second most common is some kind of a modified cross, kind of a strange base. Many of these inscriptions, however, present distinctly Jewish interpretations.
But yeah, the border thing is a great one. That's a very national security issue. That's a terrific one. The fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody would think that would be a good idea unless you were in chaos. That is always discussed as was it intentional. I don't see how it's not intentional. Because we can see now, after 6 months of the second Trump administration, that you can't fix the problem. They could have done it, and they chose not to. So, clearly there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party, the Democratic Party.
I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical Hebrew word. Note that while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel kata under one of the letters, but there isn't an inscription. We're only able to see that after we look at the video. This one is perhaps the most fascinating but mysterious of them all.
It's so transparent.
It looks very simply like a raised skull with eight Nakuda here, and a raised neatly dug into
Much smaller environments.
and they
You
come
can
around
see
like
what happens
this is
with
something very
massive
dangerous.
immigration.
This thing you see as long as the full fingernail length
I'm not
in.
against
Another
immigration.
thought
I'm
here.
just saying it should be legal. You should know who's coming across your border. You should have security. You can't pay for everybody. So opening up your border and say, come on in, and we're going to provide you with Donnie and
Some have thought that maybe sometimes
free
free
stores,
free
free bus, free
Akbash,
everything's going to be free.
take away the tax backwards.
That's what he said. He said, if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to tax the rich. Right? You think like, oh my God, how? Stop. You've been going way back to journalists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to the sheep. Just now, Donnie's just talking to a new generation of sheep.
This was carved by someone who was trying to relate the sense of graviton before letting in the
Really
thought.
attractive to young people because you see the way these older rich people that are running the world is so corrupt. They don't care. They're all capitalists and monsters. All they care about is money. I don't have any money. I want them to take the money away from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and everything will be fine. Yeah. It's like it's not my fault. Yeah, it's young people. I get it. If you're a young person, you probably look at your parents and your parents have been okay. Doing well. You're thinking, maybe I'm not going to be able to do that. A lot of young folks out saying, I can't buy a house. I'm not going to get that money from a house. Right? Trying to get school loans, which of course they took out. So I get the frustration and the sense, and so I think, Donnie is doing again what lots like socialists or communists in the past have done. He's speaking to the masses and he's using all these platitudes, and there will be an element that buys into it, right? Because they haven't seen how shitty it can be.
They're definitely in Jewish quarter, aren't Jewish friends. What are they trying to say? Are they trying to say
So this guy
Don't
pays
worry,
the
we're actually Jewish.
this
Don't worry, we're
out
actually
even.
Christians.
Is it
Is it
possible
like putting a Trump sign on
How does it work?
your
Well,
lawn
so
if you live in
he
the
could
Republican
raise
area?
he could raise an independent, which maybe is his intention. Because he apparently is still working, right? Yeah, absolutely. He plans on running to Cuomo also. He drove by, but yeah, he's still trying to run as well. Yeah, so he's the primary, and I think people think that people are so horrible that Mondani's in that they think that maybe it's possible. And then there's Curtis Sliwa, he's still into that stupid fucking hat. Yeah, God bless Curtis Sliwa. He's giving the baby Savage. Yeah, it's gonna stop that. But I think there's a good chance that if Eric Adams ran as maybe that's the plan. And if Cuomo dropped out, I think if they split the vote, Mondani wins. But they're going to have to. The Democrats, nationwide seem to have some real concern for Mondani because that's not the message they want to send at that time when they see
Roto, the House of Roto.
shift in America.
Hebrew.
They're going to be
It's also possibly not even Hebrew. Maybe it's 1717. Number.
Then you got Bernie Sanders back. Then you got
Why are
Jerry
you putting
Nadler.
1717 on your house?
You are back in
Very
the
strange. Okay,
AOC
look,
back.
we are out of time. I just want to show you one thing. I'm not going to show you the whole video because it would take too long. But I do have one. I want to show you one thing from Belmont State.
Socialist wants to create socialism.
Video I made for a fundraiser and so on.
And he's so
This is Belmont State. We're watching hard.
people should do a little bit more research into his ideas and how they work elsewhere. And maybe they design
Here
measures
is
that
the
will force
actual
those ideas.
synagogue of Belmont. Stop now. Now, I'll tell you this in 1 minute. This is the concrete for construction for the Jewish synagogue.
Well, they tried to. I mean, California tried to make it. Maybe they even enacted
Of course,
it. They've tried
it has a beautiful olive
to way
and
too
it's standing on the side, but this is the aspect of the synagogue architecture that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this, their, the eternal light, which in most synagogues is, it's designed as a tradition evocative of the purchase of the temple, the actual sanctuary. In most synagogues today, you'll see this some kind of electric light there, sometimes it's like a little more beautiful design, like a flame, or maybe a burning foot of the book of Exodus. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? That is totally different. You can see there's another one over here on the far wall. What exactly is that? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp from the force area was electrified, and it's what normal Portuguese people would use to light their homes. You put like a candle on the inside of it, or oil and wick on the inside of it there, and then you'd be able to carry it around things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their home that they were lighting it for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say 100 years ago, like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte, because it really symbolized their hidden identity. And even now that we have electrification, now Baruch Hashem, we have regulations about candles and things like that, we still use it as a symbol of their resilience and their ability to be ready for renewal once again. That's why I think the synagogue is a wonderful place of renewal. I hope you enjoyed it. Isn't that cool? Isn't that amazing, right? That would be like the equivalent of a light bulb for us. We use the light bulbs all week, but they would use them because it would be insensible for regular light bulbs. On Shabbos, they would light these things, and they said this is how we kept our Jerusalem alive, and they made it their Ner Tamid. Wow, blows my mind. Okay, the boys say thank you for listening. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. Have an excellent Shabbos. On Tuesday, we're going to look at the Sephardic diaspora that has. It's also amazing. Okay, have an excellent night.
Those three is your option, and you're trying to figure out how do you appeal more to a larger mass. they got an issue because it's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not gonna be Gavin Newsom.
Sephardic diaspora in Europe. Okay, where we left off yesterday, we started last week. We talked.
Here's a solution. It's coming up. It's not Hillary.
About crypto Judaism, right? So you've got this weird phenomenon where
Finally, a Democrat who could shine on Joe Rogan's show. Hunter Biden is unrepentant by Helen Lewis. Helen, take your medication. Oh my
you have
God.
all these people who are
Ad for crack ever, though. Yeah, it was a great ad for crack. It was not just an ad. It was a cooking show. that fucker taught American
living
youth
as Christians in Spain and especially in
astounded as he sat there. Nobody.
Portugal. And the main distinction between the Spanish and Portuguese Jews is pretty significant. Mr. Claflin, do you have any idea what you would say is the main difference between Spanish and Portuguese Jews at this point? How did those Portuguese Jews get there? Most of them.
What happened during the crack epidemic ruined American cities.
Mr. M.
Which reportedly was done by the ANC, by the way.
Right. They left Spain, left Spain in 1492 rather than convert. Right. There were a lot of Spanish Jews who either forcibly converted a century before or said, you know what, it's just too much of a hassle to actually leave. We've got our money here, we've got our family here. I'm not minimizing that choice. It's really awful. But you have somewhere around 100,000, it's hard to know exactly, fled to Portugal. And then 5 years later, what happens to them in Portugal? What do you think, Mr. Lipschitz? Nope. Forced to convert, that's right. They didn't get a choice. Right. And so King Manuel I says, you know what, let's just convert them all. Forcible conversion, coercion with their children, stuff like that. So now all of a sudden you've got this big chunk of people who have already demonstrated they're willing to uproot to save their Judaism. Then they're forcibly converted. And then Manuel says to them essentially, listen, don't feel too bad. I'm not going to bring in the Inquisition for some time yet. And it takes 30 years or so before the Inquisition comes in. So that means that they've got 3 decades to prepare. They already are angry. They're converted to Christianity. They know they're going to have to be hit with the Inquisition eventually. They're not allowed to leave the country. They wouldn't be allowed till the 60s, the 1560s, basically. So they're a really distinct population. They're committed to keeping aspects of Judaism alive, although they're heavily submerged. That's why they constitute a very different kind of population. Now, what happens when they get out of there? Especially those Jews who go from Portugal to the north. They cross the Pyrenees into Bayonne and Bordeaux here. These are major transport situations. And they're also going to spend a lot of time in Rouen and in Rotterdam. I don't know why they didn't outline Amsterdam too, but Amsterdam is huge, a really important place for crypto Jews. A certain amount in London, and a lot a Las Americas, right? A lot went all the way over to especially Portuguese Brazil, because the Portuguese, you'll recall, are like big navigators. They're like exploring the globe, Vasco da Gama, things like that. And there are a lot of Jews who are signing on with these ships, Portuguese Jews, who again are technically Christians and are able to move around like Christians, and they're just waiting, sometimes centuries, before they can reassert their Jewish identity. It is really one of the most amazing phenomena in Jewish history that these crypto Jews would hang on to their identity for so long. I want to look in particular at one woman as an example of this, quite fascinating woman. Her name is Doña Gracia Mendez. Oh, here's an interesting map that shows some of the settlements of Jews, particularly in Suriname, also in Curaçao. In January, I'm going to the Lesser Antilles over here, where there are lots of Jewish populations here in the 16th, 17th century. There's not much left to see, except for beautiful beaches and sunny skies and things like that. We got lots of Jews here in the Caribbean, and a lot here in the coast of Brazil. Recife in particular is a very important situation because what ends up happening is more for later on in this course, but Recife turns over from being Portuguese to being Dutch. The Dutch, by the way, is the people from the place called the Netherlands. Netherlands means lowlands, because it's really close to the ocean, like right up here. Netherlands, the people who live there, there are different ethnicities, but the most important one is the Dutch. It's also known as Holland. Holland equals the Netherlands, the Dutch are the people who live there. They have lots of Jews there, many of them these Portuguese Jews, and they're really into business. They have a special kind of attitude towards Jews because it actually goes back to the geography. The Netherlands is like basically literally at or slightly below sea level. And how do you build cities below sea level? What you do is you have to everybody has to cooperate and build these massive canals and dikes. Dikes are like big, like dams. And if people are lazy and don't chip in with the community, then the dikes fail, the cities flood. So they build a kind of society where they say, look, we don't care what you want to do in your house of worship. We don't even care what you want to do in your private homes. Just make sure you keep the dikes going like everybody else. You chip in. And that's great for Jews, because Jews are saying, excellent, we will absolutely help you build these dikes and these canals as long as you leave us alone in our synagogue. So in the 1600s, they're really settling in Amsterdam. They're coming as Portuguese Jews because they're technically Christians, allowed to move there, and then they're quietly building synagogues and quietly praying in people's homes and stuff like that. And they're also huge businessmen, because it goes from that culture of everybody just cooperate with business and you'll be okay. And so when Recife over here becomes briefly Dutch, all these Portuguese Jews say hooray, and lahavdil, they come out of the closet. They say, we're actually Jewish. We've been living pretending to be Portuguese Christians now for 200 years, and we're actually Jewish. And they're so happy until about 2 or 3 years later, the Portuguese conquer it back, the Inquisition comes back, and so they say, whoop, we're out of here. So a boat makes its way up to the Caribbean and then up to New York, which is that time also controlled by the Dutch. It's called New Amsterdam. 23 Sephardic Portuguese Jews made their way to New York City, and the governor, is the governor? I'm not sure what his title was. The guy's in charge. His name is Peter Stuyvesant. He says, we're not accepting Jews. Are you crazy? We can't take Jews into New York. Who ever heard of such a thing? But his bosses in Amsterdam say, no, let those Jews in, and that's how we got here through this particular route. Anyways, let's go to Doña Gracia Mendes, because she's a fascinating woman, born in 1510 in Portugal, right? That's about 13 years after the forced conversion. So she is a crypto Jew. She has a secret Jewish marriage, and then she has a public marriage in the church with her husband. Wealthy family, very big in spice trade, jewels, things like that. But in reality, she wants to get out of there. She wants to, get to a place where she can practice her Judaism. She makes her way, like many Portuguese, to Amsterdam, and then she moves through Europe to Ferrara, and she ends up here in Italy. Italy has a particularly noxious thing going on. Most of Italy is controlled by the Pope. It's a Catholic country, and they have the so-called papal states, but Italy is not yet unified. There are regions which are technically Catholic, but are not really crazy about pursuing the Inquisition. Right now, we're talking about 100 years after the expulsion and so on. There are two ports in particular which are important. Ancona over here, which is a really great deep water port. You can see this nice picture of it. And Pesaro, just a little bit further to the north, not quite as nice. Not quite as nice, although the picture is nice. Not quite as deep, but nevertheless hopeful. The reason why they're important for our story is because Pesaro is not under the papal states. It's not under the Pope's command. And why is the Pope important? So the Pope, up until 1546, is a guy named Pope Paul III. And the papacy, varied with regards to its enthusiasm for the Inquisition. Pope Paul III was not enthusiastic about it. He says, come on, please. We have this doctrine of witness that we talked about many weeks ago. We have St. Augustine who said, leave the Jews alone. As long as they stay in their place, we're not going to bother them. And then we have this whole taragama about the Jews, and if we converted them to Christianity against their will, which is against canon law, but now we have to deal with it. And so he basically turned a blind eye to Portuguese Jews revealing themselves as Jews, even in papal states. So in the port city of Ancona, where there were something like 200 of these Portuguese crypto Jews, he knew they were Jewish. Everybody knew they were Jewish. They were involved in the trade in that deep sea port. And he said, okay, fine, leave them alone. They're not bothering anyone. And then he dies. And his successor is one of the biggest anti-Semites in the Catholic Church ever. His name is Paul IV. He's the new pope. He comes out with a bill, a papal bull, this is like a papal pronouncement, called, it begins with the words communis absurdum, which basically means, in Latin, it is absolutely absurd that, and the rest of the sentence is basically, we allow Jews to get away with what they do in our society. And he says, we are going to crack down on the Jews. We're going to, make sure that they behave appropriately. The kinds of things he does is he establishes a ghetto in Rome, so Jews are not allowed to live anywhere they want in the city of Rome. This is one of the earliest ghettos we have. He also orders the burning of the Talmud in 1553. Hundreds of manuscripts of the Talmud were destroyed by him. And then when it comes to Ancona, he says, are you serious? Do we actually have heretic Portuguese Jews? They're baptized as Christians, but they're behaving as Jews in Ancona. Arrest them all. Most of the Jews managed to flee, but 25 are seized, and they are burned at the stake for heresy. And this was like such a horrible shock to the whole system, burning people alive. This is like 50 years after the Inquisition, and especially after much more lenient pope who was prepared to turn a blind eye. So the reaction came primarily from a woman named Doña Gracia Mendez. Here's a map of the Ottoman Empire. She makes her way. Here's actually a picture, which is probably of her. It's painted by the famous Bronzini, and it's a very luminous portrait. We don't know exactly who this woman is, but he lived at the same place and time as her. He painted a lot of wealthy women. The title of the painting is Doña in Rosso con Bambino. There's a little boy, little nephew of hers down below. But anyway, this may be what she looked like. And she says this is ridiculous. Remember, she is a Portuguese Jew who has made it out of Portugal. She's gone to Amsterdam, then on to Ferrara in Italy, where she's been a major supporter of scholarship. She organizes the publication of a translation of the Bible so that her fellow crypto Jews can read it. She supports many, many Torah scholars. Samuel Uspe wrote The Consolations of the Tribulations of Israel because she supports it. And when she hears about what the Pope does, she is incensed. And gentlemen, stay out of the way of an angry woman like Doña Gracia Mendez, because what she does, at this point, she's living in Constantinople, right, which is right here in the Ottoman Empire. This is a favorite destination of many Jews fleeing the Inquisition because it's under Islam. And ironically, this is a period of time when Muslims were way kinder to Jews than Christians were. I know it's hard maybe to imagine it because we have such conflict in the Middle East right now, and especially after 1948, you have literally hundreds of thousands of Jews, maybe 800,000 Jews are forced to flee Muslim countries. But back then, the Ottoman Empire was actually fairly inviting to Jews, and the Sultan was very close with Doña Gracia, and he literally laughed, and he told all the Europeans that they were so foolish for chasing away their Jews. So what Doña Gracia says is, we can't just let the Pope push us around like this. She's a wealthy woman with all kinds of trade. She organizes a boycott of the port of Ancona. She says, that's it. No more Jews are allowed to facilitate trade in the port of Ancona. Remember that beautiful deep water port on the Adriatic Sea? She says that's it. And she shuts it down. She essentially spits in the face of the Pope, saying, you're going to do this to my people? I am going to shut down your major port and bring everything to a standstill. And it was actually quite successful. She managed to get all kinds of Jews to back her. They would not send ships there. They would not do business through it. They wouldn't do any import-export. The only problem is that what is the one force that a powerful woman like Doña Gracia Mendez has to back down to? Anyone know? Another powerful woman like Doña Gracia Mendez. And it's so ironic that they lived at the same time. I don't think I have a picture of her. I don't think a picture of her exists. This is, by the way, not her, but this is her niece. For a long time, it was believed this medallion was Doña Gracia, so maybe she looked a little bit like this. But a woman named Benita Abravanel, who was a niece of Don Yitzhak Abravanel, she was Spanish. And here you have to remember the distinction, right? The Spanish Jews were those Sephardic Jews who fled into exile rather than convert, like Don Yitzhak Abravanel and so on. And they tended to have a different attitude towards themselves because, after all, they never succumbed to the pressure of the Inquisition. They said, okay, that's it, we'll flee. We'll give up everything and we'll flee. The Portuguese Jews, they initially fled, but then they were converted, and so they had the advantages of being technically Christian, and only when they finally got to a safer place did they eventually adopt their Jewish identity, or not at all. But the ones that we're following did. So Benvenida Abravanel said, Doña Gracia, I love you. We participated in several joint ventures, but this is not appropriate because there are still Jews living in Catholic lands. And if you force the Pope to give in and you shut down the port of Ancona, then he will take revenge on the Jews living in other Catholic lands. And so she proposed a counter boycott to shut down Doña Gracia's boycott. And after a couple of years, the whole thing fell apart. But I think this is an amazing story that illustrates kind of like the unusual power of these two women in the middle of the 16th century and their willingness to go toe-to-toe over international politics. You don't see this happening too often. I mean, these are the golden years of the 16th century. Okay, I forgot to use all of these things here. Right here is Benjamin Abner. This is not actually her. This is another Bronzini. This is one of her students. But I happen to like it, so I included it there. Right. Okay, and we talked about all this stuff. Right. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to Oriol da Costa, another scary story. But questions? Yes, Mr. Gross.
A handful of people did, and spent a lot of time getting going for it, but relegates, you see people attacking her all the time online. It's just, I think it's dying down a little bit. I think we hit that top, and I think it's coming back down to where people say enough is enough. Again, with the idea that if you want to do that, you want to pretend that you get believe
yeah, no, it's true.
Baby, fine, you do that. I don't need to pretend with you. I'm not going to infringe on your thinking that that's the case.
Iconic? Or no, I'm not sure what you're thinking of. Kahanists? Colonists, oh, okay.
Gay dudes and lesbians, that was kind of it. Guys like guys, girls like girls, and you're fine. Immigrants and people that.
Yeah, I think that it's fair to put it that way. I wouldn't characterize Doña Gracia as not being rational, though. I think she was rational and said that the only way to deal with this is with a forcible boycott. And Benvenida Abravanel, who incidentally could have stood to lose a lot of money herself if Ancona was boycotted, she said, wait, what do you think about these other consequences as well? So I think they both have their own vested interests. They both have reasons for their position. But good observation. And should we go on and talk to you about one guy? This is somebody I think about frequently. I think about him especially Yom Kippur. Uriel da Costa. Anyone hear this name? Sad story. Get ready. This is really sad. So Uriel da Costa is also Portuguese Jew, born in Porto, 1585, right? So now we're moving a little further into the century. And like most Jews his age, he was not told that he was Jewish. Right? So we discussed how if you are a crypto Jew, you don't tell your kids that they're crypto Jewish kids, because they'll be playing, and they'll be saying, "Oh, my mother baked challah on Friday night for Shabbos," and they'll say, "What?" And they'll go back home, tell their parents, and they'll tell them the Inquisition, and it could be a horrible thing. So he actually became your age before he actually was told by his mother, "You're actually Jewish." He was religiously inclined. He went to the University of Coimbra. He studied theology. He actually got a degree in theology, in Christian theology. And when his mother said to him, guess what, Uriel, I forget his actual Portuguese name, "You're actually Jewish," he said essentially, "I knew it. I always felt different. I always felt, he said, I'm reading the Hebrew Bible, and I always identified with, Abraham and Yitzchak and Yaakov, and I didn't feel the same things about, the New Testament. I studied it because I had to, but, he's just so excited." And she says to him, "And guess what? We're moving to Amsterdam." And he's like, "Wow, I love it. I'm going to be able to finally," he's like the ultimate Baal Tshuva. He becomes totally engrossed in becoming as Jewish as he can, as fast as he can. And he was about your age when he first moved there. Goes to Amsterdam, and he gets in an incredible amount of trouble because he's probably suffering from some kind of mental illness related, that contributed to his mental problems. But when he gets to Amsterdam, he is extremely unwilling to forgive Jews being regular people. So, in other words, he's the kind of Baal Tshuva. I don't know if you guys know too many Baal Tshuva, but they're the kind of people who say to you, "Did you actually bench? I can't believe you benched. Did you say every word in the bencher? Because you went so fast." Or they'll say to you, "Excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara? Aren't you are you allowed to say that?" And they're saying, "You're not holding the lulav right." And they're like super, they're farbrench. They want to do it just right. And he got into a credible amount of trouble because he kept on criticizing the community from within. Serious criticisms, including writing books like this, Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, in which he said, "I don't think the rabbis are doing the right thing here." He was like, idealistically, he wanted Judaism to be perfect. He wanted all Jews, actual real human being Jews, to be like the Avos and the Imaos, and the distance between what he had imagined and what he was experiencing in Amsterdam was just too much for him to bear. He was put into cherem twice, right? And this is a tool that they used quite often in Amsterdam. Cherem was one of the few tools that the Jewish community had to try and make sure everyone behaved. Remember what I told you about Amsterdam earlier, right? In Amsterdam, the Jews were actually tolerated, not officially, not like legally with lots of, like America with proclamations and things like that, but basically, look, you mind your own business, you pay your taxes, and we won't bother you. Basically how Jews were treated in Amsterdam. And this guy was making huge trouble. He was publishing books. There was one specific instance where there were two Christians who were contemplating converting to Judaism, and he talked them out of it. He was just a thorn in the side. So the Amsterdam Mamad, the head of the Beit Din, the community, said, "Okay, that's it. You're out. You're in cherem twice for their limited periods of time. Nobody's allowed to do business with him. Nobody's allowed to stand within Dalet Amos of him. No one's allowed to talk to him. And it was it drove him crazy. He tried for a while to live in Hamburg, couldn't do it there either. So he comes back to Amsterdam. He begs the Mamad, "Please, I'll come back. I will be good, I will behave. As he put it in his writings later, I will be an ape among apes. Meaning, this is the only shul in town, and everybody talks French Monastery, but I have to daven someplace. I need a minion, so I'm going to daven here. Kind of a condescending thing. We can address the situation. So the Mamad, they come back to him and say, listen, you've already made so much trouble for us. You could bring trouble down for the whole community because of the way you're behaving. So what we're going to demand of you is that you, I think I have another picture I'm going to show you even better. This is a powerful picture from Maurice Gottlieb. What we're going to ask you, if you want to come back, we're going to assemble the entire community of Amsterdam, Jewish community of Amsterdam, in the synagogue. You are going to stand on the bima and take off your shirt and receive 39 lashes, right? And public flogging, like for real flogging, was actually a tool of medieval synagogues, like flogging with blood and pain. This was more symbolic flogging, like with a very thin sort of shoelace type of thing, but it's definitely humiliating to stand in front of the entire Tehillah and be flogged. After you read your personal confession of contrition, you can see here's Gottlieb's 1877 rendition of it. He's clapping al chait, reading his testimonial. And then at the end of it, you have to lie down on the threshold of the synagogue, and every single member of the Tehillah will walk over your prone form. Like total humiliation. Because this is the third time, right? He's already been put into harem twice. And he said, if we're going to take you back, this is what you have to do. But he doesn't. He goes through the whole thing, and he goes home, takes out a pen and paper, writes a 12-page suicide note, and then shoots himself with a pistol. The actual letter that he wrote was later published. I think I have a picture here, right? He wrote in Latin, Exemplar humanae vitae, the example of a human life. He goes through the whole story of his experiences, first as a Catholic in Portugal and not feeling at home, and then finally discovering he was Jewish, and then trying to live with Jews in Amsterdam, and they're not living up to it, and then finally he can't take it anymore, and that's how he takes his own life. So I think about him a lot personally. I think about him in terms of Jews who are so far away from the tradition and trying to come back in and meeting opposition, not finding their own place. It's a very tragic story. It was in the 20th century. It was the subject of several dramas, like plays and operas and things like that. A forgotten figure, but definitely very powerful example of how the Portuguese Inquisition continued to ruin human lives centuries after it happened. Okay. Arguments, discussions, Uriel da Costa. Observations. Anything, Mr. Kaplan? No, they had a based in. Yeah, based in ordered it. Yeah, and it was done. I mean, this is a little late. We're talking about now the turn of the 17th century, but earlier medieval periods, you definitely had flogging as a tool to coerce Jews to behave appropriately. Mr. Lipschitz?
And this is a massive issue for them. They're seeing full scripts out there written by
Yeah, and actually Spartan were known, particularly in certain parts of Spain, for even on dramatic occasions using extrajudicial executions for someone who's a Moser. Anyways, sad story. Now, it relates to another guy, very important guy who's much more well-known, Baruch Spinoza. This is a painting by Shmuel Hirschenberg. Uriel Acosta, who's shown here like in the black, with sort of claw-like hands, and he's very moody and depressed kind of individual. And on his lap is Baruch Spinoza. And in fact, they lived in Amsterdam at the same time. This is more or less their age difference. He may have even known the boy, Baruch Spinoza, at the time. And you can see that Whereas Acosta is like dark and brooding and like, self-absorbed in a negative way. Spinoza is just like chill, relaxed. He's got these, blonde curls. He's got bright colors. He's just sort of languidly putting his hand with a flower on top of a book, looking at it sideways. He's not the same kind of personality at all, but in many ways he had a parallel experience. What is the story of Baruch Spinoza? Here's his years, 1632 to 1677. He died very young. He was a lens grinder, and he most likely died from inhaling glass dust every day on the job for so long. But he was a very important thinker who actually shaped much of Western philosophy as a result. Here is the decree of the Mahmad, of the Jewish community in Portugal, that specifically put a horrible curse on Baruch Spinoza. I wonder if I have the text of it here. I don't think I do, but the text of it is just awful. And it's the same kind of thing. Baruch Spinoza, born in Amsterdam, also of Portuguese Jewish descent, he begins to question the notion, among other things, that the Bible is written by God. The Bible is the Word of God, literally. This is pretty central, of course, to Jewish theology, traditional Jewish theology, and he says, no, it's essentially a constructed document with multiple authors. This is going to be basically standard fare for 19th century biblical criticism. But in the 17th century, it was like shockingly heretical for Christians, let alone Jews. And the leadership of the Portuguese Jewish community says, would you shut up already? Would you stop talking about these things? And he's like not bothered by it at all. So they put him in a very serious cherem, and he basically, unlike Uriel da Costa, who wanted to be part of the community and was willing to come back and literally abase himself before the community, Spinoza was kind of like, okay, so that's what you're doing, and he just keeps going. This picture, I think, captures that, also by Hirschenberg. This is Spinoza excommunicated, and you can see here he is, walking along as an adult, reading a book, and in the background, Hirschenberg is not portraying the rabbis here in a sympathetic light. They're cowering from him. This one looks like he might be picking up a rock to throw at him, but Spinoza is like in the earlier picture, also by Hirschenberg, just unaffected by all of it. He ended up, it is interesting to note, we're not going to study his philosophy here, he was not technically an atheist. It's just that the God that he believed in was not precisely the same kind of God that Jews would recognize. Here is, he was widely derided by contemporary Christians who call him both Benedictus, his name is Baruch, but in Latin Benedictus, Judeus et atheista. Right? He's both a Jew and an atheist. It's a bonus. You get both negative qualities in one. But he had a major impact on Western thought. And again, it is this is another generation of the impact of the Portuguese Inquisition on Jews living in Europe. And I think here it's useful to reflect, and I'm going to ask you what you think about this. Cecil Roth, one of the most important historians of Portuguese Jews, writes that Portuguese Jews were the first modern Jews. And he says that primarily because before you had the Portuguese forced conversions, Jews could come basically in two flavors in Europe. They were either observant Jews, members of the Jewish community, and when I say observant, meaning technically part of the Jewish community and at least trying to look observant at various levels, because Jews are Jews, some are more machmir, some are less, but basically you knew the rules were you had to keep Shabbos publicly, etc. Or the other flavor was converts to Christianity. Right? There was no way for a Jew to have a secular identity. The Portuguese Jews, however, are quite different because here they literally had to live in both worlds at the same time. They wanted to keep some sense of their Jewish identity, but on the other hand, they had full freedoms of Christian identity, and they could do business, they could travel, they could study, they could do whatever they want. And so they had that unusual sort of schizophrenic possibility of living in two worlds, and so for that reason, Cecil Roth says that they became modern before other Jews. Okay, please tell me, what do you think of that thesis? Mr. Ram, what do you think? Like, maybe I can rephrase it. What does it mean to be a modern Jew? Yeah. What does modernity mean? It doesn't mean like iPhone. Okay, so that's very useful. Definitely this idea of being open to outside culture is a characteristic of modernity. But we can say that about a lot of medieval periods too, especially the way you put it. Still from and everything, but enjoying ball games, things like that, right? That would be. So there's a little bit more to that. Mr. Koshaya, what do you think?
More spaces are wide spaces. It keeps going. I love the music. The music is good. I think whoever came up with that soundtrack is good. God. Yeah. So the thing that I say in the Lockheed Martin thing is people.
Taharas and Mishpacha.
That's okay.
Those are usually the big three. I don't know what your big three are.
That Lockheed Martin created that.
So that's a good one, yeah. You're not married yet. When you're married, Taharas and Mishpacha will be the third one.
Who the people are. And so the idea is, this is what I wanted to ask you about. So this is a congressman who says this. Congressman.
Okay, that sounds a little bit like sort of a pre-modern, because look, we can't assume that before, let's say, 1500, all Jews were completely shulchan aruch. Every single little Akiva Eger they've got, well, actually long years, but they're not like doing everything. There's Jews who are there are always Jews who are not so from. But I think what's different about modernity is that nowadays you have to choose to be Jewish. You have to say, I actually want to do this stuff. And if you don't choose that, that's a choice too. But it's totally possible. Right? If you wanted to just toss everything and just, throw your tefillin overboard like many Jews did when they came to Ellis Island and just blend in with everybody without converting to Christianity, you could do that. That is one of the trappings of modernity, is that identity is entirely adoptable. And the Portuguese Jews were living in multiple identities. They're shifting back and forth. By the way, I don't mean to say that modernity is a good thing. There's a lot of bad things about it too. We have tremendous freedoms, but also we have freedom to destroy ourselves as well. And we are assimilating out of existence way faster than even Hitler Maximo could kill us. So that's a scary thing about modernity. But the Portuguese Jews were the first ones to have it. Any further discussion? Meditation, ramifications, capitulations? Okay. All right. I want to touch on Kabbalah and Messianism very briefly, and we will come back to the Tzfat circle, because that's going to be huge in terms of the Portuguese diaspora, right? We're kind of going a little bit now geographically. We're going to spend more time in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Ottoman Empire, but we have to think a little bit about the Tzfat circle, primarily, and I want to come back to it, but just to give you a quick introduction. This is an amazing explosion of Jewish creativity, particularly in Kabbalah, that happened for about 70 years in the 1500s. Basically, the children of the first Portuguese exiles, together with some of the old guard from the previous generation, like Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of Shulchan Aruch, they all converged on Tzfat, and they just blew the lid off what Kabbalah was. And we'll come back to it and spend maybe 45 minutes talking about it, afterwards, maybe next week. But the reason why I want to talk about it in the context of Europe is because of this guy, Shabtai Tzvi, who had a phenomenal impact, and Sephardic and Portuguese Jews, perhaps because of this multiple sense of identity, were especially prone to what he had to sell. So let's look at the Tzfat circle for a second. Here is a beautiful view of Tzfat. Mr. Kashai, didn't you present something on Tzfat a while ago? Yeah, right. We were talking about Yosef Karo. And what happens in Tzfat is you have this whole pile of Portuguese Jews conversion. Perhaps the most important, someone I've spent a lot of time studying, is someone named Rabbi Moshe Cordoero, who is frequently called incorrectly Moshe Cordovero. And the reason he's called Cordovero is because just imagine in your mind, how do you spell Cordovero in Hebrew letters? It's very hard to capture those sounds. You use vowels, and people say vowels, okay, fine, I guess Cordovero. It's funny now that I think about it. I think I've studied two rabbis more than any names that are very hard to pronounce. One is Moshe Cordovero, everyone thinks it's Cordovero, and the other one, and hardly anyone knows how to say Piaseczna. They say Piaseczna, things like that, but oh well, I guess that's ironic. But they moved to Tzfat, and Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, among other things, he's either born in Portugal, no, he's probably born there, 1522. He writes an introduction to Kabbalah, which takes advantage of the new invention of print and immediately exposes the entire world to a systematic way to study Kabbalah. Before this, we have the Zohar, Sefer Abahir. If you ever looked at any of these kinds of works, Sefer Yetzirah, they're like super hard to figure out. Incredibly cryptic, you know, you have to unpack the sentences. You don't know, sometimes they're telling you something incorrect to throw you off the trail. It's definitely not simple reading. But he wrote this massive 2-volume work called Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, that basically says, okay, I'm going to explain what the Sefirot are, how they work, how we relate to them. And everyone who reads it says, this is amazing. Now I understand. Now I can go back to the Zohar and figure out what it was talking about. It's hugely influential. He attracts a major student to come from Egypt to study with him. Anyone know who that might be? Shalitzitz? I'm sorry? Nathan of Gaza, no, he's a little later. Close. The Radvaz is around this time too, but who becomes Rabbi Moshe Cordovero? Rabbi Moshe Cordovero writes this great manual of Kabbalah, and a student from Egypt says, this is amazing, I got to study with this Rebbe. Who is that student? The greatest 17th century authority on Kabbalah? You guys don't study this in base measures, right? The Arizal, thank you, Mr. Kaplan. The Arizal says, I have got to study with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. He comes to Tzfat, they study for 9 months together, then Rabbi Moshe Cordovero dies a really awful early death, and the Arizal lives, I think, a couple of years later. He also dies an early death. By the way, Kabbalah is like really dangerous for your health. You know, don't study it. 40 years old, need mind, stuff like that. But he said he calls Rabbi Cordovero his Rebbe for the rest of his life, even though he disagreed with him fundamentally on what the Sefirot meant and their structure. Nevertheless, the Arizal's Kabbalah, which was way more popular than even Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's, that's what basically influences Chabad and many other Hasidic groups, it takes off from Tzfat. And this is all happening when Shabtai Tzvi is a very young man. And also, we've got to bear in mind that this is also a period, like we talked about when we were going over Mr. Fasai's presentation, this is the time when there's a new technology out there, print. Right? The printing press is invented in the 15th century. Jews are early adopters of this new technology. We love it. By the 1480s, we are printing volumes of Talmud things, and Pardesimonium is one of these things come out here. Also, this book, which is published in Amsterdam, is the Amsterdam massive center of Shabtai Tzvi popularity. This is this is Shnei Luchot Abrit. This is not Sabbatian. This is the work of Levi Horowitz, a Polish scholar. It's incredibly important because it's kind of funny if you ever read the Shloh HaKadosh, the Shnei Luchot Abrit. He says, as he's writing this big book, it's like 5 volumes on my shelf, he says, I came across this really great book. let me write it for you here. And he copies out like 60 pages of someone else's book, and it's like not called plagiarism. That's just like the convention of the era. But it was like a massive 5-volume book review of all these books that are out there. So when the Shlah was published, not only did it have like an amazing anthology of lots of other people's thinking, it like helped sell books. And books are great because before you had books, all you had were codices. Codices, singular codex, is a handwritten book. It's not like a scroll, but it'd be written in pages, which are easier to use. Just think about the technology, right? If you forget to mark your place in a Torah scroll, I'm not even sure how you can mark your place in a Torah scroll, and then you go back to read it later, the only way to find your spot is like through a laborious backwards and forwards, right? Whereas if you're reading a book and you forget your place, you can flip through it very easily and find that spot. You can also put in a bookmark. If you're reading, you say, wait, didn't we talk about this a few pages ago? You can just flip back and there it is, right? Books are like way better for information technology. And so when books, and also, wow, cheaper. My gosh, hiring someone to write a codex, to write out a book by hand. Imagine War and Peace, 1,000-odd pages. Listen, I want to copy this. Can I write this out? Talking about Bukharan Jewry. They have books like that. The Bukharans who really, they saw great printed books, but they were unavailable, so they copied the whole thing out. They have like massive copies of books. So, but having them print is cheap compared to a codex. You don't have to pay a SoFare to write it out. Just buy something. $20, Art Scroll, there it is. So this means that lots of other people can study. People who have less money, people who have less education, women, they're all beginning to study books way more as a result of this new invention, right? Technology, education, and gender, these things have changed radically in the print era. And Shabbatai Tzvi takes advantage of it. Among the crazy things he said was, we're no longer going to need Torah scrolls for Shabbos Kodesh. We will be all laning from Chumashim. And, he said, forget about the Torah scroll. The Chumash is the way to go, among other strange things. So what's the story? Shabbatai Tzvi, he comes from Izmir in Turkey, and he is, early accounts indicate that he's Kabbalistically inclined, but, everybody loves him. He's good looking, he's tall, he had 3 shidduchs proposed to him, he rejected them all. He would later get married 3 times, although one of those times was actually to a Torah scroll, so I'm not sure it counts. We'll see his wife in a little bit. And what psychologists might say were disassociated experiences that are characteristic of schizophrenia. Schizophrenia tends to affect young adult males around 22 to 26 years of age in particular, and it begins to kind of like swing back and forth, these oscillations between extreme mania, where he feels like he can do anything, like levitate, kfitzos derech, that he feels like he can, traverse massive distances very quickly, and then periods of like abject depression, sort of a manic depressive bipolar kind of situation. I'm not a psychologist, so I'm just making these words up as I go along, but this is the kind of things that people said about him. And he began to have some delusions of grandeur, which were horribly exacerbated when he met this man, Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza says to him, you know what? I think you are the Mashiach. I think you really are. And Shabbatai Tzvi says, no. He says, yes, you are. Got Shabbatai Tzvi all excited, and Nathan of Gaza becomes his incredibly popular propagandist and goes around the Middle East. The 2 of them are traveling around Israel, Egypt in particular. They get lots of support. Lots of people believe him. Wealthy people give him... Oops. Oh my gosh, a little too excited. Through my... you guys, I hope you're having fun, because I am. Don't be so excited. But it's so weird, Sometimes I wonder, how do they pay me to do this? It's so much fun. So, Shabbatai Tzvi, he gets so excited and he walks around. He says, "Okay, that's it. I am the Messiah." And he starts like naming all his friends. You're going to be the king of Africa. You're the king of Asia. And like here, it was like the Christians were so fascinated with it. Most of the artwork I'm showing you now is actually from Christians who are saying, "Oh yeah, there's this guy. He says he is the Jewish Messiah, and he's collecting tens of thousands of people." And he was. They were like people who are selling all their property and saying, "We're going to follow Shabbatai's feet to Israel. He's going to take back the Holy Land. He's going to initiate the Messianic era." It's fantastic. This goes on for a while. You can see here he is tooling around the Middle East, in particular in the region of Greece, Israel, Egypt, and so on. Comes to a head. Oh, here's like some of the pictures that where he's describing wild things that happened to him, naming people, various authorities, and moving buildings. None of this, of course, happened. He was getting weirder and weirder, though. He was like, like I said, he married the Torah scroll. He did engage in lots of what were called antinomian behaviors, meaning anti-halacha. So he was saying, like, since I'm here now, we no longer have any fast days. Tisha B'Av is now a feast day. Everybody feasts. And there were some indications, it's probably much more exaggerated, but it was a very prurient kind of thing that made it into the press quite a bit, of the institution of marriage was rendered considerably more flexible than it would be in halakha. And so, there are a lot of people who are attracted to this particular aspect of Sabbateanism. What ends up happening is, here's, for example, one of the prayer books, they call them Ateret Tzvi, right? Tzvi, the crown of Tzvi. All kinds of interesting things going on here. Messianic Zionism, egalitarianism. He was very big on equality between men and women, which may have garnered him a lot more authority because he was saying, okay, that's it. Women can have aliyahs. Literally, women can have aliyahs, 17th century, and women were saying, yeah, why can't we have aliyahs? And he may have gotten more support as a result of that. And he especially liked technology, as I mentioned. He liked printing and so on. So it comes to a head. This is Christian, but it's still fun. It's sort of like a cartoon or an early graphic novel. You see it has like numbers here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It tells you the whole story of what's going on. Did I go through quickly? Yeah, I did. So here is what happened. Nathan of Gaza in front there with a trumpet. They make their way to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire to tell him, okay, he's here, the Mashiach, give him Israel now, and everything will be okay. Meets with the Sultan. He actually didn't get the story right. He didn't get to literally meet with the Sultan. But here he is saying, oh, Sultan, here I am. I'm the Mashiach. The Sultan is saying, that's cool, but listen, I have a counter offer for you. How about, instead of me giving you the land of Israel, I let you keep your head on your shoulders if you convert to Islam? Shabbatai Tzvi says, okay. And he converts to Islam, which devastates the community. His wife, Sarah, who was an orphan from the pogroms of the Khmelnytsky era, also converts with him. Here's a picture of her, and I think this is a really interesting picture. Look at her hairstyle. I bet it inspires Princess Leia in Star Wars. No? Right? Definitely the same kind of hairdo. They both convert, and all the Jews who followed him are completely crushed. What a horrible thing. They followed him. They really believed this is going to be Mashiach. And look what happened. Most of them just sort of limped home to their crushed economic situations and tried to rebuild. A lot of them, though, however, felt that, what? Maybe this is what's supposed to happen. And about 3,000 of them converted to Islam, saying maybe this is part of the unfolding of the divine drama, that Jews have to convert to Islam and sort of run the whole tour of world religions so that God will bring about the Messianic era. They convert, they become called the Dinner, and they last right up into the 20th century. They're especially popular in Turkey today. He also had an impact on Jacob Frank, who is also a Messianic pretender from a century later. This time he converts to Christianity, to Catholicism. Another story not for us today. But there's lingering suspicions of some great rabbis, and there were literally tens of rabbis, major figures in Europe, who were Sabbateans afterwards. Yonasan Eibeshitz, there's a huge controversy between him and Rabbi Yaakov Emden. Rabbi Yaakov Emden accused Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz of being a Sabbatean by examining some of the kmeot, the amulets that Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz would write. Eventually, Rabbi Yonasan was exonerated, although there were lingering concerns about the impact of Sabbatianism in the world. He had a phenomenal impact. What ends up happening, he's converted to Islam. He's put in a jail cell in, I think it was Saloniki, if I remember correctly. Apparently, towards the end of his life, he had some serious doubts, and he asked his followers to please bring him a machzor so he could daven Yom Kippur, and he ended up dying in the prison cell, probably suffering from extended mental illness. But the Sabbatean, by the way, look at this point, this is all Christian. You can see that they've written what they think are Hebrew characters over here to try and, like, this is Shabbatai speak. It's in the 17th century, and they look different because nobody actually saw him, but they wanted to put things in broadsheets and things like that. So this had a massive impact on Sephardim too, because remember, the Sephardim, they're living now 200 years out, and they've got, complicated identity questions, and they're wondering, should we be Jewish? How long is this going to last? And they were especially susceptible to him in places like Amsterdam, Hamburg, and elsewhere. One of the more fascinating examples, I think, let me just see how much I've got left here. Yeah, I think I'll close with the Ramchal. Fascinating situation with the Ramchal. Also, not this case, he is an Italian Jew, but he ends up in Amsterdam in the 18th century. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it, but you know that the Mesilas Yesharim, which you probably study, there's actually a secret version that was only discovered in the 1990s. The version that has been published since 1740 odd years, since the year 1740 more or less, that was the second draft, which most likely he had very little to do with. His students put it together. He wrote an original version that was discovered in the Soviet archives in his own handwriting. You can see it here. And it's quite different. It is written as a dialogue between a so-called chassid and a chacham, and it brilliantly encapsulates a lot of the Sephardic condition in Amsterdam where he wrote it. Basically, it goes like this. It starts out where there's this guy who's a chacham, and the chacham is kind of like your learner-earner type. He's like well-rounded. He learns Torah. He's koveh Yisrim, but he likes baseball. That's not the term they use. He likes art. He likes culture. He likes music. He participates in the world culture as well as in his Torah. And he's always wondering about these black-hatted Haredim. He doesn't use the term Haredim, but he sees these people and he says, what is it with these people? Why are they always... And he's wondering, what goes on inside their heads? None of this, by the way, is in the Mesilas Yesharim that you've probably studied. It's completely gone. We just took it all out. And one day, he's at a place, and he looks across the room, and he sees a friend that he went to, high school with. And his friend has flipped out. He's become one of these black hatters. And he says, oh my gosh, now's my chance. He goes over to him and says, I haven't seen you in so long. How are you doing? And so on. He says, listen, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I see that you've become super religious. You tell me, what is it you guys do all day? And don't you feel a little stupid? Don't you miss out on baseball and art and culture and stuff like that? And then they have this massive discussion that goes for the rest of Mesilas Yesharim, in which they go through the same content of the version that you probably studied, but it is in the form of this dialogue between two very different people who are in many ways sort of expressing the ambiguity of Sephardic identity in the modern world. Absolutely fascinating. Personally, I like the first version way better than the second version. a colleague of mine wrote a biography that's going to be coming out soon from Yale, and he argued, like, why was the second version written, and why was it toned down so much? Probably because the Ramchal's own life, in which he was horribly persecuted, in his original version, you can read a few places where he's probably referring to individuals who were known at the time, and he was pointing out their flaws, not al-pi lashon hara, but the publishers, the people who were paying for it, didn't want to support it, and so he said, well, that's it then. But his good friends said, oh, please, this is such a good book. Please, let us rewrite it for you. And that's the version that we have today, which is considered sanitized, but also a fascinating work. Okay, so that's where I'm going to leave it for today. Tuesday, God willing, we're going to study the spot circle. We'll come back to that and try to understand a little bit about what happened there and how that's an expression of the Sephardic genius as well. Any last questions, debates, arguments, objections? Okay, Shkoyach, thank you, gentlemen.
Serious way it bites in the ass. So, could a conflagration out in the Middle East, if we don't take any part in it, could it impact U.S. national security in this world? It could. So, but it's a call I get. People said, draw the curtains, we shouldn't be at war, and we shouldn't be doing any of this, we shouldn't support Israel, and what are we doing? I understand the mindset, I just don't agree with it. But, I think the limited participation in terms of providing necessary munitions to attack those sites, again, wasn't a surprise. Don't disagree with the decision. I just think we need to be pragmatic about how much damage
Okay, so you recall the map that I don't think I put in this lecture, but there's a map here. I hope I did. Let's go to the map first. Yes, here's a map. So 1492 expulsion, the top.
A person like yourself that's spent most of your lifetime involved in this.
Last week about Jews making their way up into Europe through France, across the Pyrenees Mountains, particularly Bordeaux, and also Rouen, and not labeled here, Amsterdam, major center of Sephardic activity. We talked a little bit about the Italian peninsula, and we looked at Antonio Vassia, and also we looked a little bit at the Ottoman Empire. We looked a little bit more at the Ottoman Empire, saying Constantinople labeled here as Istanbul, but this is Spanish, right? So in English it will be Istanbul. This is like the capital of the Ottoman Empire, hugely important Jewish community there, and in Thessalonica in particular. So you've got lots of Sephardic Jews in Greece and in Turkey at this time, the next 200 years after the expulsion. But today, I'd like to look at the Jews in Spot in particular, which is an especially important creative period. And we're going to focus on one figure that is especially important to me. I actually wrote a small book about this entitled The Kabbalah of Forgiveness. Kind of a cool little book. It has a certain degree of ongoing popularity for weird reasons, but basically it is a translation and commentary of the first parak of this book, Sefer Tomer Devorah. Just out of curiosity, how many of you have actually studied Tomer Devorah? Wow, it's a mind-blowing book. It will change everything. I could not put it down when I first got it, and I'm going to explain to you why it's so great today. We're going to go a little deeper into this particular book, but our main goal here is to try to understand the spot circle, the huge renaissance, particularly of Kabbalah, that occurred as a result of the Spanish and Portuguese diaspora in Spot in particular. The dates are primarily the 16th century. His own years are 1520 to 1577, which pretty much coincide with the entirety of the Spot circle explosion. This is like such a bizarre place because how many of you have been to Spot? Show of hands. Yeah, great. You've all seen it, right? It's like a hilltop. There's not much there today. It certainly wasn't much there in the 16th century, but all of a sudden, you have like, in the space of a few steps, you have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all concentrated in that one tiny little area. It was like having, 20 Nobel Prize winners on your block. It was just a phenomenal period of great productivity, and one of the central figures was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Yes.
It's interestingly that the what's it called, the yeshiva they claim in spot as far as the yeshiva, some yeshivas, including by and large, were up there. That's like I was talking to people in spot, so
I think, I expressed a certain degree of Ashkenazi skepticism about those things.
yeah, I know. Because it's possible, but they're we're not have been.
No, there definitely were yeshivas there, but not by another. Century, it's not doesn't appear anywhere in Tanakh. Where it's taught nowhere in Tanakh. We have some references to it as being a site of Jewish settlement, but no known great Jewish figures there until the 16th century. And then, as I will explain to you, there's kind of like a strange reverse archaeology where the graves of so many tzaddikim were discovered. But I'll tell you how they were discovered, and you can decide what to make of the historicity of those traditions. It is somewhat complicated. I will tell you that I used to give shir at Tomer Devorah every Shavuos all night. And, not every year in a row. I did it last year, and I did it a few years before at the Yad Yisrael Cedars. And I remember I gave this shir, and it was a little room smaller than this, and it was packed with people, and I told them how the graves were discovered inside. And it freaked one particular person out, and he actually sort of curse me. So I have to be careful how I say it. I do not want any of you guys to curse me or think about cursing me, but I'll just tell you the story. You can decide on your own. Okay. All right. So why is special? Just the book for a minute, then we're going to go to the spot itself. So we have 16th century, and it's bracketed by a sudden surge of population of Jews, primarily from Spain and Portugal. And as you can tell, if we're talking about 1520, that's when he was born. It's like the first generation after the medieval equivalent of the Holocaust, when you had this great rupture in Sephardic population being uprooted from Spain and shortly thereafter from Portugal. And this is the first generation after. So just imagine if you took all of those. Actually, it's not a bad comparison, because after the Holocaust in America, you had the massive growth of places you might have heard of, like Lakewood and Muncie. Like before that, they were not especially widespread Jewish towns. They weren't known as centers of great learning. Why did Muncie and Lakewood suddenly explode after the Holocaust? One week ago, arrivals from where? Yeah, from war-torn Europe, right? And one person comes and it just creates this massive new culture. What happens?
No, so you can have raise people who are already secure.
They're almost all dead. A handful of people.
Jews have a reputation of being able to bring almost nothing else.
Let's push on that a little further. What is the mindset? Jews who came, like the vast majority of American Jews came between 1880 and 1924. When they came to America, there was a generation from Eastern Europe. What was their mindset about how they were going to adapt to America? Assimilate, right? So it's filling overboard, right? Learn English, don't teach your children Yiddish, the Manavash, none of that, right? Because you want to adapt to America. It's the golden Medina. But what about the Jews who came after the Holocaust?
They left not before they wanted, because they had no choice, and whatever they tried to keep whatever they could.
Exactly. They weren't prepared to adapt to America. They had the mindset, we're going to force America to adapt to us.
So people didn't leave the first time, so
they
had no choice.
Yeah, and they're leaving devastated homes. Like saying, this is such a huge, colossal injustice. We will work 3 times as hard to make sure that we recreate it. That's the same kind of generation we're seeing in Scott with first, second generation refugees who are saying, Our world is turned upside down, but we are going to make it even better here. Yes, Mr. Rose.
It's beyond even that. They want to take what they had in them, and it wasn't just about influence and right. They want to bring something that had been good and essentially make a king new rock.
Yeah.
They wanted to create this. I wouldn't even call it something. They
want to transplant it and make it happen here.
It's in the mother country.
That's what's happening in Spot. It only lasted about 2 generations. Then there was a series of plagues and earthquakes. Northern Israel does occasionally have earthquakes, and the whole Spot society basically collapsed. They still had a population there, but it never rose once again to its former glory. A little bit in the 19th century when some of the Canadian immigrants came, but this was a period of really, really intense nuclear-like creativity that we haven't seen. We've seen it since then. Yes, Mr. Rubin, you want to say something else?
Yes, I would also point out that similar to me, that it was much more pronounced as an American settle would be Nishra. Nishra was created.
Yeah, exactly. Same kind of thing. More to see the shop.
Similar idea.
Exactly, similar. Refugees as opposed to immigrants, right? My grandparents were immigrants, but the post-Holocaust generation were refugees. Very different mindset. Okay, so the book here, this is the Edition Princeps, meaning the very first printing. The manuscript has been lost. He died at a very young age. Many Kabbalists die very young. It's a dangerous intellectual profession. He left behind a whole bunch of manuscripts with his wife and his 8-year-old son, Gedalia. Fortunately, this is at the very beginning of the widespread printing, and a particular rabbi, Rabbi Basola, I think his last name was, I've forgotten offhand, but he came through, he purchased all of them, thank you, purchased all the manuscripts, and later, brought them into print. 1588 is the date of the first printing. It was probably written sometime around 1550, and it became an amazing instant classic. And it is the beginning of a new genre in Jewish literature, which you might want to call Kabbalistic Musar, which the term Musar obviously is anachronistic because the Musar movement would not be born until the 19th century under Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, but let's use it as a kind of the wrong timing, but an anachronistic term for ethical development based on Kabbalistic principles. Right? From Chobos of Levavos, you have kind of like a rational Musar. You see it also in the Rambam and in the Talmud and there are different kind of like tracks, philosophical Musar, things like that. But this is Musar based on Kabbalah. What's the Sephardic connection to Kabbalah?
What's any Jewish connection?
Okay, start with that. So what's any Jewish connection to Kabbalah? Where does Kabbalah end?
It's where the physical world, the spiritual world, understand the connection between the two.
Okay, interesting. I would go make it simple for me. When someone says, "Well, I want to study Kabbalah," what is Kabbalah supposed to be about? What is the topic of Kabbalah?
Understanding, Hashem, the hidden spiritual ideas.
Right, so it's often called Torah Nistar, the hidden Torah, as opposed to Torah Nizra, which is Torah Shabbat and Talmud. Talmud may not feel entirely nigla, especially when you're stuck in a circuit that's very hard, but it is at least, kind of rationally accessible. Kabbalah, on the other hand, or mysticism, if we use that term, is like, it's based on sort of like, beliefs that you take on tradition. The Kabbalah, of course, means to receive. It is received wisdom. And you don't necessarily derive logically. There are certain axioms that you accept, and based on those axioms, you derive additional conclusions. So one of the big issues we will talk about briefly today is the idea of the sefirot, the ways in which God communicates to the universe. The types of material that Kabbalah usually treats are the things that are not accessible through empirical research, like, for example, the nature of the human soul, life after death, God's attributes, things like that, which Torah for us Nigla typically doesn't go into that much. Maybe have a little bit of a gadaja that's sort of inspirational, but it's not like deeply analytical. Kabbalah focuses on this exclusively. In terms of the corpus of Kabbalistic literature, we do have scattered passages in Torah Shem Sav, right? For example, the Brisbane Basarim, the kind of dreams and things like that that happen in the Chumash, and of course much more in Tanakh, the vision of Yechezkel, the Maaseh Merkava, right? The vision of the chariot, which really means the vision of the throne of God that Yechezkel sees when you read about it on Shavuos. Those are definitely Kabbalistic kind of mystical things. And there is a body of ancient literature, very, very old literature, like Sefer HaBakir, Sefer HaYetzirah, and so on. But to get back to the earlier question, Kabbalah really takes off on Sephardim in the 13th and 14th centuries. That's when it becomes a really major object of study, at least as far as historians can access it. From within the Kabbalistic history, you have the idea of a Mekubal, someone who has received the tradition, handing it off to a student who is worthy of receiving information and passing it down generation after generation. But beginning in the 13th, 14th century, that's when we start really seeing lots more literature. That's when the Zohar appears. There are traditional arguments to say the Zohar was much older. It's attributed to the Sumbar Yochai. Many historians say it was actually written in the 13th century. I can only deal with that. There are different opinions on that among many rabbis, but it definitely only goes into circulation, like wide circulation, where you can go and find a copy somewhere in the 13th century. And the Sephardim are deep into Kabbalah. They and the Jews of Provence are the main centers of Kabbalistic wisdom as it develops in the medieval period. So it's natural that when some incredible tragedy happens, the Gerush Sfard, that it's going to be Sephardim who are turning to Kabbalah and Kabbalistic type of wisdom, type of analysis to try to explain their situation, and that's what happens in Sfard. It's as if all the Kabbalists land there, and they start saying, what happened to us? Let's try and figure it out, let's try and recreate it. Yes, Mr.
How well does this relate to the idea that, for example, in government, revolutions only happening when there's no bad happening, and not happening with the phone? So is this like a parallel in Judaism, which is that people will try to explain things when it's bad, and not so it's good?
It's a useful thesis, I think. I think it's a workable thesis. I haven't really put a lot of thought into it, but we definitely have an explosion of literature after crises, theological literature. Like after the Holocaust, there's a lot of literature about the topic of theodicy, the justice of God, which obviously after the Holocaust that becomes a much more relevant topic for a lot of readers. But don't forget, this is also at the dawn of printed books, which makes it a lot easier for it to be reproduced and to stay in circulation, so it's easier for historians to study. Okay, all right. What is this book primarily about? I'm going to leave that in full response in a second, but what the book is primarily about is this pasuk the halachta v'derakav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning how are we supposed to imitate God? Right? The Latin tradition has a term for it, imitatio Dei, the imitation of God, which is a little bit more, stark in its expression of it. The halakha v'derakav does not imply imitate God so much as it implies, following after God. When this question is asked in the Gemara, Sota, if I remember correctly, it says, how can you possibly, cleave to God? Do they prove? God is an all-consuming fire. How is it possible for a finite being to cross that crevasse and somehow, connect with an infinite being? And the Gemara there offers, well, you have to just do what God does. God buries the dead, you bury the dead. God clothes naked, you clothe naked. And it's basically about the ethical play. But where Moshe Cordero takes this is like way past this level, as we shall see, God willing, in about 20 minutes. Notice, by the way, his name, if you look at this, the Ezekiel Princeps, the first printing, so this is the way it should be spelled in Hebrew, and you notice that it has that weird Vav Aleph Yud, as opposed to just simple Veit. If you see modern edition Tomer Devorah, they'll spell it simply like Córdoba, like the city, Córdoba in Spain. Not correct. He was not from there. He was from Portugal. Probably born in Spa, but this is in Portuguese, the name would be Cordoero, which probably means rope maker. His family may have been in the maritime industry or something like that, but because it's so hard to write Cordoero in Hebrew letters, it just got kind of morphed to Cordovero, and that's what most people say today, even though it's technically not correct. Okay, ready to go on? Yeah, let's do this. Here we go. So let's look at the map here. This is a map of the Ottoman Empire, which was this massive Muslim empire based in Istanbul, previously known as Constantinople, which it fell in 1453. To the Muslims, and it was the center of this huge empire that included a good chunk of North Africa, included all of the Levant here, obviously the land of Israel, what we would call today Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, a good chunk of Europe, including Greece, and all the way up to Vienna, really. There was an important battle where the Muslims lost, but they could easily have crossed into Europe proper. This is as far north as they got. This empire lasted for about 600 years, a massive, long empire. It finally fell in 1917. I think it was 1917 and 1918 in the context of World War I, and that's what made possible, among other things, the British mandate over the land of Israel, and ultimately the War of Independence in Israel became an independent state. So the Ottoman Empire controlled Israel for hundreds of years. And it happens that when they acquired in the 16th century this lead area, between 1512 to 1520, that's like just 15, 20 years after the expulsions. And so the Ottoman Turk, the Ottoman Sultan Selim I said, we need to populate this region here. How about we give some tax breaks to textile merchants? And Jews have a long, long history with textiles. Even my own family, my father, Oliver Shalom, his father, Oliver Shalom, they were in what they used to call the schmata business. I know a lot of you are Spartans, so you're usually, deficient. What is a schmata? Rag, right. So that's the way they used to self-deprecatingly call clothes. You know that? That's not Yiddish, right?
That's pretty much it. That, like tomorrow words, that's
So Jews said, okay, great, we're going to move to Tzfat, and we're going to be involved in import-export of bolts of cloth, which they did, quite well. And that was the economic engine that attracted Jews to the region. That and what we might want to call spiritual tourism that attracted even more. Because what's going on there, here's a view of Tzfat. It probably has a name Tzfat from the word sofa, meaning lookout, because it's quite high. It's about 3,000 feet above sea level, so you really get a beautiful view all around. The Kinneret, you can see there, and things like that. But it attracted lots of people, especially interested in something that Rabbi Moshe Cordillero's Rabbi and brother-in-law was very much involved in. Anyone know who his Rabbi and brother-in-law was? Yeah. every Friday night, because the Rabbi Moshe Ferrero's older brother-in-law and his Rabbi, and he was a deep Makubal who lived in Tzfat. And one of the weird things they used to do, the Rebbe and Talmud, is they would go on personal tiulim that we call Gerushim. He wrote a book on it called Sefer Gerushim, which is fascinating. It's really interesting read, where he would describe how Rabbi Moshe Ferrero would describe how he and his Rebbe would go wandering in the forest around Tzfat, and they would just wait for spiritual influences to attach to them. And then whenever something like that happened, they would stop and they would say Tehillim and they would daven and they would do different things. And then his Rebbe would say, this is the burial place of a holy tzaddik. And they would name those places after the burial places of some of the Amoraim and Sinai and things like that. Again, this is where I got cursed. I just said what it says in Sefer Gerushim. You can go look at it yourself. Please don't curse me. But it created, whether they were like nechaving to spiritual influences, and they were actually, finding the graves of Rabbi Shimon Yochai and many other people like that. But we don't really have a historical tradition that goes back beyond 16th century. But they were. They attracted a lot of spiritual tourists. They said, I want to go by the bar of those holy Jews, things like that. They had this custom of painting them with this blue color, which is apparently something to ward off the evil eye. And it made Tzfat not only an economic center, but also a spiritual center. Yes, please. So the Rabbi is a very important part of the story. He did, but he came later. The Ari was living in Egypt, and he was actually not a Sephardic guy. His mother might have been Sephardic, but his last name was Ashkenazi. And he was living in Egypt, and when he read Rabbi Moshe Cordevero's first book, Pardes Rimonim, he said, I can't be here in Egypt. And he went to Tzfat to study under Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was just a little bit older than him. They studied together for 9 months, and then Rabbi Moshe Cordovero died. And the Ari, although he differed with him very significantly, he always calls him his Rebbe, and he said that, and even though his Kabbalah was much more popular, I'll explain the differences very briefly, in my limited understanding. He said, people may study my Kabbalah in this world, but in the next world they study my Rebbe's Rebbe. But this is kind of what's going on, and so I guess Mr. Campbell.
That sounds to look at, and then also overlook no road.
Yeah.
So that also.
It's also part of this whole Hebrews that became culture that developed around Tzfat. Okay, this is of course the famous burial ground in Tzfat where we have so many of the really important figures. You can see that over here is a Ramak from Moshe and Yaakov Cordeiro. We don't know his mother's name. He's buried here, and his Rebbe, Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, and of course his Talmud, the Ali HaKodesh, is also buried there. Rabbi Ali Kodesh. Arya, I guess the racist part of the Arya, Luria Ashkenazi. Yes, Mr.
So I noticed on the grave of the two bits further
the Ramak.
Yes. Much of the very his lessons it's spelled differently than what the person said.
Yeah, it's so correct.
Now, when was the money put up?
Good question. It must have been put up. Well, actually, I don't know when it was put up. When you look at the type of lettering here, this does not look like a 16th century font. This looks like maybe 19th century. And it seems to say on here, though this looks like it might be the original spelling. I don't know. It's a good question. You have to go to Spot to find out, I guess. Okay, so what really is doing there? I mentioned already the kind of the discovery of the unrevealing of the graves. What was Moshe Cordero's primary contribution, and why did his activity really cement this as a town for Kabbalah. So it's primarily this diagram here, sometimes called the Yitzchayim, the tree of life. And if you study Chabad Hasidus, you'll notice right away this is wrong. This is, there's a message in there. Like we have here thoughts about being not right. That's the concept in the base. Where is that? Right? The Chabad sign would have that right here. So where did it go? So the thing is, the Rabbi Moshe Cordevero's Kabbalah does not have that here, and we are from the Chabad version, but they replaced it with that. If I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong about that. But what exactly this is here? By way of disclosure, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, I am past 40, but I've never studied the Kubal. I've looked at these books, tried to understand them, but just messing around like an amateur and probably going to be totally wrong. But I'll give you a very sketchy historian's description of what this is supposed to be. So the question that I posed earlier, let's look at it again. How is it possible for an infinite being, meaning Hashem, how is it possible for an infinite being to create a finite universe? Right? Because if God literally is Ein Sof, no boundaries, then what am I? Am I also God? Or am I somehow separate from God? And what about the material world? Are we going to say that this table is God? Or are we going to say that somehow the table exists in a state somehow separate from God? How does that work? So the Kabbalists before Moshe Cordero, formulated this idea of tzimtzum, which means shrinking, in which, as it were, in order to allow for a finite universe to exist with disparate individual beings of varying levels of sentience, like domain, someach, Mahalek, and Medaber, right? Like rocks and the mineral world and plant life and animal life, and then humans, to allow those different gradations of existence and being separate. Like I don't feel like I am you. We feel like separate people, right? How does that happen? So God, as it were, shrunk himself and allowed a kind of a vacuum where there was not God to exist. These are hard things to really understand. It's definitely not Torah Snegla. You won't be studying it in Gemara, although there are definitely interesting allusions to Gemara to it. And then, in that vacuum of not godliness, he inserted a small drop of godliness back into it to rebuild the world that we experience. And there's a whole bunch of discussions here about how there are 4 different stages, like a cascade of a river waterfall going through 4 different worlds into this, which is the bottom world. But the brief topic I want to introduce here is the idea of how could that process of tzimtzum actually happen, because you still have the problem of infinitude becoming finitude. Following me so far? Okay, so the classic model that is so popularized by the ROTHSCHILD, and I'll explain why it is such an important model for Chabad Hasidus and so on, is the idea of the Shira Akeli, the broken vessel. Right? God, as it were, imagined in a metaphor, is like extremely hot oil, and it's poured into clay vessels. But the clay vessels are not able to withstand the intense heat of that oil, and so they shatter. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. Once when I lived in the Soviet Union way back in the 1980s, I lived there in the 1980s, and material goods were so cheap and awful, low quality. And I was staying in a residence there, and they used to serve you tea in a glass mug. You had to put a spoon in the mug before they poured the hot tea in. Why? Because the glass was so cheap, such bad quality glass, that it would happen 1 every 20, 1 every 30 mugs would just shatter. You put the water in, it's too hot, the glass is not capable of expanding properly, and it just shatters. you put the spoon in, and the spoon, because it has a higher level of conductivity, it absorbs some of the heat, so it is less likely, not for sure, but less likely the cup will explode while you wait until the heat is poured. So that's what Shir Techilim is, that the clay vessels can't handle the hot oil, as it were, godliness coming into the finite universe, so the clay vessel shatters. Luckily, there is another clay vessel underneath the first clay vessel that absorbs both the spilled oil and the pieces of the previous vessel. But it's still too hot, so it breaks again. And this happens 10 different times until finally, through the stages of mixing with the clay, you end up with a state where you have a kind of a muddy liquid that is no longer shattering the vessel. That's the model of Shir Techilim, and according to the Arizal, this is essentially the model of when God comes in through these various sefirot until finally coming down to our world, which is here Malchus at the very bottom. This is the world we live in, which is a mixture of, again, thinking about Chabad kind of lingo, divine sparks that are trapped inside these broken pieces of pottery. This guess, for example, it only exists because there is a tiny microscopic bit of God's essence in it. It allows us to retain its identity, but it's mainly the case, mainly the klipa, the shell of the earlier thing. And that's why Chabad's mission is to go into do mitzvos on his desk, say some brachos, maybe down a little bit, say some tehillim, and that elevates the spark and allows us to return to God, as it were, and bring us closer to the Messianic age. Okay, questions, arguments? So clear, right? This is I'll give you a different example, which I like better and more Cordovera. If you imagine trying to look at the sun, impossible. You can't look at the sun with the naked eye, it'll burn out your retina. It's harmful, you can't do it. But if you take a mirror and you hold it out here and you look at the reflection of the sun, you can look at it just a little bit, right? It's still leaves a mark on your eyes, you can't look at it very long, so you can look at it. What if you take a second mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun? Oh, it becomes much more possible. And if you have 10 mirrors all lined up, then you can actually look at the sun as long as you want when it's in the bottom mirror. Every time the sunlight hits a mirror, it is diluted in strength. It loses some of its radiation, but it also is made impure, right? Because the mirror is never pure. It always has some kind of distortion and color and things like that. So what you're looking at the very end is only a tiny, shadow, bad metaphor, a tiny, fraction of the real sun and its light, but you can get some idea of its approximation. And that's also the spherot, they're mirrors bouncing the light all the way down to knowledge. Yes, enough community between the muscles. Huge knot can be done. The Shira Techilim is and this is weird, I don't really get this at all, but the Arizal says it's some kind of bizarre cosmic catastrophe that the children were not meant to break. Kind of why do we have the eights Ayudea Torah right there in the gun? Right? Why was it there? We weren't supposed to eat it, and we nevertheless. The universe has been ruptured from the very beginning, and we have to fix our energies into trying to bring those lost sparks home. Right? That's real Chabad energy. But the Cordovera model is, what are you talking about? You want to think Hashem makes mistakes? You think that Hashem would know that the kingdom are going to break? That's why the Cordoveran model is much more sedate. It does not have the same kind of call to action that the Arizal's Kabbalah does. And that's why essentially none of the Hasidic groups picked up Cordoveran Kabbalah. But the Arizal's Kabbalah is you can't get away from it. It's so central to the thinking. Again, I caution you, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just spouting things that I read here and there and poorly understood. Don't try this out. Okay. Right, so now, according to the way the Ramak thinks of this, he says, okay, so Hashem set up these 10 different modules of step downs for his light into the universe. And the Ramak said that's like looking right into the sun. We're trying to figure out, we can't do it. But we can look at the way in which he interacts with us. This is not an accident. These are all midos, right? Keter, the crown, whatever that means. Chochmah, wisdom, bina, understanding, chesed, gvura, right? All these, and there are all kinds of interesting permutations of how they correspond to the human body. That's such important. Like the thighs and things like that. You obviously, your sexual organs, because that's the foundation of the next generation. And so the Ramak's thesis, which is so brilliant in Gemara, is if we want to know how to imitate God, how to follow his ways, we have to look at the anatomy of God. We have to look at how does God choose to expose himself to the universe. And if we want to know how we're supposed to behave, we got to know who God is. And that's the Kabbalistic element in his Mussar. It's not, let's look at the mitzvahs as they're written in Torah of Saj, let's look at the Pirushim of Chazal. No, let us get a direct, unmediated, mystical understanding of God, and then we'll be able to figure out how we're supposed to live. It's a pretty aggressive, audacious thesis, but it's absolutely brilliant. And arguments, discussions, so far it's so clear and basic law. I know about that. What you're saying is that the body too? It's also the human body too. It has lots of different metaphors, but it's often connected to something they call Adam Kadmon, the primeval Adam that represents all humanity. It's wild. This is definitely kind of twist. Anything else? Okay, so chapters 1 and 2 are amazing. We're going to look at chapter 1 briefly today, just to give you a sample of what he's doing. But they deal essentially with mercy and humility. The first way that God relates to the world is to mercy. I want to mention to you, by the way, also that although we're going to look at Talmud Devorah, most of what I'm saying to you now has been taken from his earlier work, his magnum opus, which is far less popular because it's a lot longer to read and a lot more complicated. But it's called Pardes Rimonium, and it is the Orchard of Pomegranates. And he was the main contribution that he made is that he said, I'm going to take all this Kabbalistic literature that has existed before, like the Zohar, the Sefer HaBachar, the Sefer HaYetzirah, and I am going to explain it in easy, clear Hebrew. Imagine it's like the Mishnah Torah of Kabbalah. It's like, I'm just going to make this easy for anyone who really wants to understand Kabbalah. I'm going to explain Aleph Beis, and I'm going to walk you through it. I'm not going to use bizarre, convoluted language, and it became an overnight sensation because all of a sudden, so many of these weird Kabbalistic doctrines that are so hard to teach out in the Zohar became accessible to anyone who had Hebrew vocabulary. Lots of cool diagrams in it that he drew himself, really helpful stuff. Okay, but let's get back to our topic here. Chapter 1 is amazing. Chapter 1 says, okay, the very first thing that God does when he creates the universe, what do you think the first decision God makes is? Again, according to the Talmud Devorah, what is it first? God decides I'm going to create the universe, what's the first decision he's going to make? It's great. It's like such a message. What's being waited for? Yeah, good point. It really comes out the idea of God is completely beneficent. He wants to benefit the universe, so that's why we exist. But what's the first thing he does with regards to his steps? That's like kind of the mechanics of it. I'll give it away. It's too great. He forgives it. Like, even before we're created, he forgives us. He says, I know the universe, you guys are going to mess up. I already forgive you. It's like when you have children, we're humans. We're not like this, but I can tell you, I hope you guys, well, who knows, but I have children. And when they were born, I wasn't thinking to myself, oh, this child of mine is going to sin in the future. I was just so thrilled that, I have a human being into my life like this. But if I was, on a higher level, I would say, I know in the future you're going to mess up, you're going to do things, but I already forgive you because I'm so overwhelmed with love. And that's what happens at the very first beginning. Hashem, as it were, forgives the world. How does he forgive the world? 13 ways. That's hence why my title of the book is Kabbalah of Forgiveness, right? The Yud Gimel Midas of Rachamim is the way in which God starts to create the world, and therefore we have to understand what are those 13 ways of forgiving. And again, remember, this is a Musar Seder, so he says, if we can understand how God forgives us in these 13 ways, then we can understand how to forgive other people around us with those 13 ways. That's the whole essence of the first glorious chapter. Mr. Rose.
I'm not sure if it stems from history or source, but I have heard the idea of facetiousness, or simply the idea of Teshuvah actually preceded forgiveness.
Yes, so it's a Gemara. It's actually a Gemara. Teshuvah was created generations before the world was created. So we need to actually but this is not Teshuvah. This is Rahman. This is forgiveness. Like God says, I'm going to create Teshuvah so it's possible for them to do the right thing. But even if they don't, I already forgive them for different ways. Mr. Rubin.
I was going to say before that you sort of answered the question before I asked it, but it's sort of like original sin in the sense that you I see the difference now, but it's not like the idea of forgetting to go in advance or not doing anything from the original sin.
We don't hold this idea of original sin, especially not like the Catholics.
But it's not a covenant verse, but I clarify it.
Okay, good. So also based on this, it's interesting to note that like the 13 midos, the 13 midos of Rachamim, on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, we are always saying the psukim from Torah Shibur Sav, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kel, Racham, Lacham, Barak, Ma'azra, Hezron, Ames, Nosir, Hesla, Lachim, etc. That's, in Kabbalistic literature, that's called the lower expression. That's like the pedestrian version for regular people. But the really important version is what's called the higher expression of it, and that's the one expressed in Niha. Niha, Kamocha, Nosa Al Besha, Sheres Nakala, so the Kapes Chesed, who, those two things, that we say only a Tashlech. And so the book is based on those 13 higher expressions. Okay. I'm going to give you 3 examples of what he says, and I hope you will be inspired to actually read the Sefer. By the way, it is one of the few Sefarim of Kabbalah that, according to Muslim tradition, is open to everybody. You don't have to be 40 years old. You don't have to know Shas and Poskim to read Talmud and Laura, because it has you don't take my word for it. You're ready. But it is like, it's one of those Sforim that are deeply infused with Kabbalah, but are accessible to regular people and accepted for other people. For example, Yishua Salanter suggested people should read it all the month of Elul. Many people read it on a 30-day cycle, so they should read it monthly. Okay, level 1. The first level talks about Hashem and gives us a name that the Malachim use for him. Melech Alu. Can I translate that? Melech Alu? Thank you very much. The insulted king. The Malachim, not us, but the Malachim called Hashem the insulted king. Why would they call him the insulted king? What is that?
Continuously sin against, even though they gives us everything.
Excellent. But why is that? You're saying it exactly right. I want to make it just a little sharper though. It's not only that Hashem gives us everything, and we nevertheless sin. It is that we sin with the things that he gives us. Like Dafka, the Ramak gives an example of, like, if Hashem decide, the only reason our hearts keep beating, right? There's no idea that my voracious is constantly renewed. The only reason our hearts keep beating, the only reason that our lungs keep pumping is because, Hashem gives us the energy to do it. And if Hashem were to say at any point, okay, that's enough electricity for your body, and that's it, it stops immediately. So we're dependent on that. And what if we were to use that specific energy to disobey Hashem and do the opposite of Hashem, and nevertheless Hashem keeps giving us that energy? It's kind of like, if you imagine, let's say a kid has a problem with drugs, and the father says to the kid, son, I don't want you to abuse your body with this. I'm going to give you your allowance. Here's your $50 or whatever. The allowance. Here's $25. Here you go. Please don't buy drugs. And the son says, "Oh, I'm not going to buy drugs, Dad. Come on. This is the money you gave me. I'm going to use it to buy hamburgers or whatever." And then he right away turns around and goes out and buys drugs, with the money that his father gave. Right? So it's not only, and then he comes back for more. He says, "Dad, I spent $25 on drugs. I'd like to have another $25, please." And the father says, "Please don't spend it on drugs." And he goes and does it again and again and again. And that's like the Malachim who see all this, and they know that Hashem could say, "I'm cutting you off. No more money for you." He could say to the second, and he would die immediately. It was the fact that he doesn't, and they see the level of insult that he bears. That's why they call him the Malach. It's like phenomenal. Do I have an example here? Oh yeah, this is kind of, after I wrote the book, it was kind of cool. There was an artist from the Isle of Skye, which is northern United Kingdom, and she made a whole series of montages inspired by the Ramak. And so these are some of their things, the artwork. So that's the first part, the Melech HaLuv. Okay, so that's interesting. Here is where we get a little bit more woo-woo, a little bit more Kabbalistic. You guys know the famous Mishnah in Avos, Ha'osa Avera Achas, Kanalek Teger Achas. Right? If you do an Avera, Chas v'Shalom, you create a Teger. What is a Teger? That's a prosecutor. And what is that prosecutor? What are we talking about?
That doesn't mean that like your local bad person is
very good. So that's like you're right. What the Ramak calls this Tager, this prosecutor, is a Malach Shlili, or a Mazik, a kind of a negative energy being, right? Like when you do a mitzvah, we say to children, right, say a bracha, you create a malach, right? You say a bracha, you have this image of like a holy spiritual energy being released from the child saying the bracha and somehow positively influence the world. The Ramak says the same thing happening in the Veda, but a negative energy. And you have this awful thing that's created that is attached to you, it compares it to a leech. And it's like attached to your back, as it were. It's like a balloon floating behind you saying, so-and-so did this Avera, and I am now going to be a drain on his spiritual energy. Because the Malach Shlili has a level of existence too. Now let me ask you a different question. Who sustains the existence of the Malach Shlili? Right? Nothing exists without God's permission and God's sustenance. So who sustains the Malach Shlili? God also, right? God also creates. So God could say, "Hey, I gave you $25 to buy a hamburger. You went and bought drugs. That's terrible. Now that you've created this monkey on your back, literally, don't come back to me for money." And the monkey on the back needs support too. I'm not going to support that monkey on your back. Go into withdrawal. Go, suffer it out. Because according to the Rambam, which is brought down explicitly in Shabbos Tshuva, like when you do an Avera, there's this physics of spin, that it all has to balance out. Right? If you create a -7 level units of, you create 7 levels of 7 units of negativity in the world. You can't just like walk away from that. You still got 7 units of negativity you're responsible for. It's like you broke someone's window. Well, you got to pay for the window. It doesn't get fixed on its own. So the Rabbi explains in ROTHSCHILD that there are lots of ways you can pay for it. You can pay for it by your personal suffering, right? So that your personal suffering of 7 units balances out the 7 units that you've got. Or you can do tshuva, and that will like compress the amount. You get like a commuted sentence, but ultimately you got to pay for it somehow. So the second level of forgiveness, according to the Ramah, is that Hashem says, wow, my human beings who did such awful things, I should not support the Malachi Shalili that they created. I should say right away to those Malachi Shalili, go back and take your energy from the person who created you. Why should I pay for this? Go back and take it from the person who created you. And that would create tremendous suffering on all of us. But Hashem says, and this is also brought down in the Ramchal there, that Hashem gives us time to pay it off. Hashem says, I know you didn't need to do it. I'm going to keep the payments up on your negative, your container, until you can do tshuva properly. I'll give you time to address it yourself. You can pay for it over a long period of time. You can do different things. You can do mitzvos to try and balance it out. But I'm not going to take it out of you right away. I'm going to protect you. It's as if, one more example, let's say a young woman comes home to her parents and says, oh, mom and dad, I'm sorry, I ran away many years ago and haven't been in touch. I'm really sorry about that. But, the thing is, I fell with a bunch of biker dudes. They're Hell's Angels. And I actually had a relationship with one of them, and this is, by the way, your grandson. You produced by your little 2-year-old grandson. And then she says, it's kind of hard for me to raise this 2-year-old, so I'm going to go back on my hog right now. Not, by the way, with my boyfriend, Luigi. I'm going to get back on the hog with him, and I'm going to leave you this 2-year-old here. Right? And she goes. Right? So the grandparents, what are they supposed to do? Right? They certainly didn't ask for her to fall into this crowd. They certainly didn't ask for her to have a grandchild under these circumstances. But they're not going to ignore the grandchild. They will still, even though they're still angry at their daughter, they'll take care of their grandchild. Right? And it's like Hashem does that for us as well. That's the second level of forgiveness. It just gets deeper and deeper, by the way. There's 13 of these levels. Any questions or arguments about level 2, which is more Kabbalistically rooted, so it deals with the spiritual being. No? Clear? Perfect. It's so obvious, right? Everything is crystal. Okay. Right? Here's another one that I like. By the way, these are like personal photographs. Last time I gave this lecture, I gave it something. So this is my second son, Boaz, who he's always loved fish. Here he's caught a fish. He's always loved fish. He just graduated with a degree in marine science, and he's going to hopefully go study it more in graduate school. This is my father, Ali Shalom, and your mother was kind of told him is my mother here. I can see that they're like showing appropriate levels of amazement that my son got this little 3-ounce perch. So this is where I turn off the video so you can heads up. Yeah, the third level of forgiveness is amazing. It is just like overwhelming. And I will pause for a second. I don't want to record this. I want people to actually do this. I put this online. 1 second. Here Zoom meeting. Zoom meeting. I told that story. No, that didn't get recorded too. I suppose I can edit it out. Alright, so that's like 3 levels. Here's my favorite one. This is the most pragmatic one. We're wrapping up. Who makes your lunch? The Ramak has, this is level 6 out of 13, right? The Ramak has this amazing description of how Hashem, again, also based on the Navi, Hashem decides he is going to destroy the world again. happened several times actually. And he says to Gabriel, who is the malach in charge of like administering punishment, right? Gevura. And he says, okay, go down, and it's a very kind of description. It's also in the Navi, and go into the Galgal, which is like some kind of thing underneath the Mizbeach, and you reach in there and get some kind of like glowing elemental coals. You imagine like some kind of nuclear fission type stuff, and spread it over the Jewish people and wipe them out. And so Gabriel goes to do this. He goes to this Mikdash, goes into the Galgal. This is like on a midrash expanding on what the Navi says. And he's just about to reach in to get these things, and Hashem says, wait a second. Because inside the flame, he sees the picture of a human hand. And the human hand is a symbol of charity. And Hashem, as the word says, just wait for a second. And Gabriel, the Medrash says he waited 120 years there. And then Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're not going to destroy these people. Why? Because even though they're less dimensional in so many ways, they are charitable and they are giving people. And I'm not going to destroy them because they have to fall. So what the Ramach says is that you have to create for yourselves small little icons in your head, like the hand, because the hand was placed there in advance. And when you are angry with people, try and think back to some, positive trait that they have that you have previously committed to memory. And it will help you not be overwhelmingly angry with them. The example that I have for myself is that, I never argue with my wife. She is an absolutely fantastic human being. I hope she's listening to this particular lecture. But never argue with her. But on me, once every 10 years or so, I may get slightly irritated with her, and I think to myself that she always makes my lunch. She actually doesn't do it anymore because I have the meal plan. But before I had the meal plan, she always made my lunch. And so I would have this little image in my head of a tiny little lunch box. Sometimes she would put like little stickers with a face, smiley face on it, things like that. And even if I was a little angry with her, I would remember the lunch box, and it would let me get a toehold, a little tiny grip, to be able to not be totally angry. And that's what the Ramach says that we have to do to get into each other. He explicitly says, by the way, this is especially good for married couples. So, my go-to proven strategies. Okay, there are more, but I think we are out of time. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I hope this illuminated, however, some of the incredible creativity that happened with the Sephardic diaspora in Tzfat. It is a truly amazing period. I encourage you to have a look at Tomer Devorah. Lots of English translations have appeared in the last 10 years. Okay, Rabbi, so on Thursday we'll continue with our discussion of the Sephardic diaspora. Thanks for letting me know.
I was just thinking, I know MMA is obviously it's growing because we're here, and they got John Jones in the crowd, we got Rabbi here, so it's growing. They're starting to acknowledge us, but I can't wait until the day where there's more fights on in the ESPYs. Yeah, where we're doing great things. You know what I mean? I feel it's the most exciting sport. It's so exciting. And even I had pro hockey players, all these guys coming up. Oh man, watch your fight. So even the athletes.
As far as the diaspora, the new world, right? One of the areas where Sephardim went after the Jews
I'm excited for the growth of the sport as well.
of 1492 was the new world. To a certain degree,
Know what it's like to be
we don't have time to cover it. There were some Sephardim who went.
The UFC doesn't renew the ESPN contract. Because there's this
who went out, for example, to India. A lot of Jews.
There's talk of Netflix, there's talk of other networks, there's a bunch of different talk.
Hope to avoid the British government there, but today we're going to focus on those who went and west. And the easiest way I thought to organize it, although it was a little bit messy, we'll go back and forth over, is which imperial powers took control of these territories, what was the fate of the Sephardic Jews in each of these territories? So let's start with Spain, of course, which is the epicenter, since it is after all where we had the Jewish religious law enforcement. Let's make sure we are in fact recording this.
It's easy, you know.
And in fact recording this. There we go. Recording this episode, sorry about that. Let's go back. So in the Spanish years, we should look first of all at the central figure, which is of course Columbus himself. And I just put something online a while ago. You may have seen the video. I'm impressive here, but if you like, you can go online and watch the whole video where I discuss these things in more detail. But as you can see here, really new material, right? 13 October 2024, new DNA analysis of Christopher Columbus's bones indicate that he was most likely a Spanish Jew. Now, the study has been criticized because it was not properly peer-reviewed. That's a pretty significant criticism. And it also seems to have been done, not like really the confines of a normal university, institutional review boards and things like that, but more like kind of something you put on television, and in fact it was on television with lots of hoo-ha and very topic. So I reserve judgment on all those things, but if you take it at face value, then yes, his DNA came back as consistent with Iberian Jews. Now, does that mean he was Jewish? Not at all necessarily so, because we do not have an adequate working definition of what exactly is a Jew. Who exactly is a Jew? We have, let's say, a halakhic definition that if your mother is Jewish, you're Jewish. And in fact, they did find traces of mitochondrial DNA that was consistent with female mitochondrial DNA among other Iberian Jews. It's not a 100% match, but it is significant enough that it indicates that, yeah, he probably did have a mother who was descended from Iberian Jews. And that's a pretty good proof for most people. On the other hand, he didn't clearly identify as a Jew. He identified as a believing Christian, and he genuflected to Christian monarchs with all kinds of Christian, apparatuses and protocols and things like that. At the same time, he was also very, very coy about his background. He liked having some mystery about where he came from, so much so that actually half a dozen countries compete for the title of being his birthplace, including Genoa, Italy, Sicily, and even Poland. They all claim that he was born there, based on one argument or another. So, the DNA study is what it is, whether it's going to be proved or not, we don't know. So let's just look at some of the elements before the DNA studies came out. The first thing is his last name. So Colon or Colon is a common Italian Jewish name, which would support the argument that it came from Genoa or perhaps Majorca. It is also a common non-Jewish name too, though. So there's like no proof to this. It's not like Greenberg or Cohen. It's more like, let's say, Green. Green could be a Jewish name, but it's not the Jewish name. He loved making cryptic origins to his own Jewish origins, and suggesting that he was like King David, or he was like his ancestor King David, which could be, interpreted as kind of like, an incipient narcissistic personality disorder, or it could be just, buffoonery, puffery. But, he said things the fact that he was very close with lots of prominent Jews, including other Hamzatito, and many conversos, many Jews who, of course, were living that kind of double life, descendants of the 1391 pogroms, including de Santagel, who was one of the major backers, Sanchez, and in fact, when he discovered the Americas, he didn't write to Queen Isabella and Ferdinand, he wrote to his converso friends first. as if to tell them, hey, I found a new territory, maybe it's useful for us Jews and conversos. Kind of an interesting sort of thing. He specifically delayed the departure until after Tisha B'Av. He didn't want to leave on an auspicious journey on such an unlucky day or an inauspicious day as Tisha B'Av. And lots and lots of his writings portray very Jewish things, including the very first sentence of his journal of 1492 begins with a discussion of the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That is important to him. It's not secondary to him. When you look at some of his documents, there's a few things that people point out, like, for example, on the top left here, there's this kind of scribble on the top left. It doesn't come out really well in this particular image, but some have suggested that perhaps this is the base A of Baruch Hashem, which you see sometimes in Iberian writings. You see Chabad still writes spread out in base A. With the flip box, typically write base Samach Dalet, the Siyach Dishmaya, but base A is very common. So maybe that's base A, I don't know. There's another bizarre thing. This is his signature here. Here's a clear view of it. It's a clear view of his signature. You can see the Kai row over here is like Christos Berens, which means it's actually a very Christian name. It means the bearer of Christ. So Christopher is not especially a Jewish name, but that doesnn't mean anything because it came from a converso background. They certainly would have given a name like Moshe. And this weird combination of letters up here, which some biographers have somehow interpreted, I never could follow the logic, that this was a secret signature. He wasn't very active on this, and he told his kids he wants them to sign with this as well. And some biographers suggested it is a secret indication that they should take Kaddish for him. So, weird, who knows? But the DNA studies nevertheless tend to support the idea that although he himself, outwardly identified as a Christian, and he had all these kind of coy references to a Jewish background, he probably was descended from converts. Now, what about the rest of Spanish Jewry, right? We know that on the boat were lots of conversos. Jews were especially strong in translation, right? Jews historically master multiple languages. Jews were especially strong in navigation, and you have a lot of people on the boat who are converted background helping them out in this regard. And Jews saw the New World and conversos as well as a possible place for them to land. Unfortunately, the Inquisition followed them to Spain, to the Spanish territories with tremendous gusto. We have examples of cantos de fe that went on for hundreds of years in places like Mexico and Peru, which were under Spanish domination. This is actually an illustration of an canto de fe from 1716. Right? Just put it in your minds for a minute. Can you imagine, the Holocaust, incredibly awful, horrific thing. Can't compare the mechanized death process of the Holocaust to the Inquisition, but when it's all said and done, Hitler was in power from January 1933 until May 1944. Right? That's 45. Excuse me. That's the extent of the Holocaust, in its actual application. The Inquisition is going on for hundreds of years, multiple generations. You would experience it, your children experience it, your grandchildren experience it, 5, 6, 7, 20 generations. It's just mind-boggling that it would go on for so long, and you could never feel totally safe. You could live completely outwardly as a Christian, and you could be totally divorced from Judaism, but the Inquisition could catch up with you with false accusations, torture, confession, public burning, absolutely horrific. And even after death, it's not at all uncommon for people to be, their bones to be disinterred, publicly burned, and of course the whole reason for it was that their property would be confiscated and distributed. So, plenty of Inquisitional activities occurring in the New World, which were not safe in any of the Spanish holdings either. What about the French and the British? So this is actually among the smaller areas. And the main reason for this is because, technically speaking, there were no English or French Jews at this time. That's only technically speaking. England expelled the Jews in 1290. France, 16 years later, but they were invited back into France and then expelled again several times. And you had, from the 16th century, you begin to have the Portuguese crypto Jews making their way into France and even into England as well. You may recall that Gracia Mendes, for example, was someone who actually lived for a while in London, because when they technically were converted to Christianity, they actually had the ability to live in Christian countries, and so many of them took advantage of that. But typically, they would not, begin to express their Jewish identities. We saw when we looked at Bordeaux until the 1700s. So it took a good 200 years before they could actually say, "Hey, it seems to be relatively safe here. Maybe we can buy a plot for Jewish burials. Maybe we can even set up a tzedakah." You recall, Portuguese, they were distinct from regular Christians anyway, so that's how they got there. So you have some of these Portuguese crypto Jews who are making their way through the New World, and beginning to settle in several different places. By the way, how crypto Jews map so you get oriented to it. We don't have any references of crypto Jews in the French holdings in what would be today Canada. None that are known of in what will be later the United States, North America at this time in the early period. We do, however, have lots of them in New Spain, in Spanish Florida, which is under Spaniards at this time. Oops. That's quite useful. And of course, in South America, you'll have a ton of them. What were they doing? So, one of the main economic engines of the colonization of the New World was the triangular trade.
There's a lot of value. When you see flying over guys and you see guys who fight like that, you go, man, there's something that's extraordinary.
Yes, I put it over here. Okay, we're out of scope, but I decided to talk about it right now. This is kind of a fluid map that I took off Wikipedia. The arrows are not precise. But this is basically what dominated Atlantic trade for a couple hundred years. And Jews, as you know, historically always look for new economic niches. It's one of the characteristics of Jewish civilization, is especially because we were divorced from landowning in a big way with the diaspora, and Jews were literate and numerate. They tend to be on the cutting edge of finding new economic niches, new ways to make money, new technologies, new economic devices, all kinds of things like that. Real estate is not historically a big engine for the Jewish activity. It's different in the New World now because we have emancipation and the United States is quite different. But historically, Jews always think for new kinds of technology. One, for example, that relates to French Jews is, I don't know if I told you, is chocolate. Did I tell you about chocolate? Chocolate was unknown to the Europeans, and it was a South American drink. They would take cocoa beans and they would grind them up, mix them with hot water, and that was what they would drink. Hot chocolate was what the South American natives would drink. And it was a Jewish guy in one of these islands in the Lesser Antilles, we'll come to that later, who said, "Wow, the Europeans are going to love chocolate, so it's super expensive to ship it to Europe, right? You have to bottle it, and then you have to ship barrels of it or whatever. It's really expensive." He figured out a way to dehydrate the chocolate, make it into pellets, very light, easy to transport, and he shipped it to France, to Bordeaux specifically, which just created the entire new industry of chocolate. And anytime you have a Snickers bar today, if you're not following Israel, just think that there was a Jew named Andre from the Lesser Antilles here who got the idea of making chocolate available to Europeans in a physical crop. But chocolate was just one minor aspect of the trade. Here's what the triangular trade looks like. Portugal is definitely the biggest country involved in this, although many European countries participated much more. Taking advantage of prevailing wind patterns, the triangular trade will go from Europe. Oh, and also, very important thing, you don't want to travel with empty boats. You cross the ocean with an empty boat is a huge waste of money. It's kind of like if you're an Uber driver and you pick someone up at the airport and you take them into the city, and then you want to go back to the airport. You don't want to go back empty. You want to try and pick someone up who's going to the airport, so that way you're making money in both directions, right? So the idea of the triangular trade is to keep the boats full every time. They leave from Northern Europe, or Portugal in particular, full of manufactured goods. This is also, by the way, very characteristic of colonial power. The way colonial economics work is the colonizer buys raw material from the colonized and then brings it back home, provides work for the people living in the colonial power to process that material and then sells it back to the colonized, which is like pretty exploitative, right? Are you familiar with the flag of India, for example? You know what the flag of India looks like? What's that central thing in the middle of it?
You know what I mean? It's what it looks like.
It's a spinning wheel. It's a spinning wheel. To make thread.
It's not. The British would take their stock and sell it back to them when it's produced.
Exactly. The British would take tons of raw cotton. It was illegal to spin cotton there. They would take tons of raw cotton, bring it back to Manchester, employ tons of British people to make clothing, and then ship the clothing back and sell it to the Indians. And so Gandhi was one of the people who was saying, this is ridiculous. We can make the clothing ourselves so much cheaper with our own natural resources if only we get rid of the colonial powers. So that's what's going on here. The manufactured goods, often made with raw materials taken from the colonized countries, goes down here to West Africa, and they sell things like guns and saddles and boots and all kinds of stuff like that. Here they include rum here. I didn't know they sold rum that way, but whatever they sold to the Africans. Here on the West Coast, a lot of Africans maintained slave depots where they would buy the manufactured goods like cloths and textiles and stuff from Europe. They would buy them with slaves. The slaves would then make this horrific crossing to the New World. The arrow here is not very precise. They're really mainly going. There are some that are going to North America, but almost all of them are going to Central and South America at first. A very small number, comparatively speaking, going to North America. But horrible, awful kinds of crossing. Lots of slaves died on the way. They actually planned on, a certain number dying, and that's the way they budgeted. They sell the slaves here, and then they pick up all kinds of raw goods, in particular sugar, which Jews were very involved in sugar production, tobacco, somewhat less so, but Jews also involved in tobacco, and cotton, also not an especially Jewish activity, but sugar in particular. Jews and the slave trade, hugely controversial topic. The bottom line is, you'll see some people who really, especially when they have an anti-Semitic agenda, they make it look as if Jews are the biggest slave traders ever. Not at all true. There were some individual Jewish slave traders who were, quite notable in their time, but the Jews were basically slave trading at the same rate as all the other groups who were active in the transatlantic slave trade as a whole. So per capita, they're selling slaves. It's not like they were, Sadiji who said this is below us. They actually would own and they would trade slaves just like other merchants. That was part of what was just done in those days. But it is incorrect to suggest that it was an exaggerated or even disproportionate level of ownership. In fact, it depends on how you want to work with data, because Jews tend to have a much lower urban class, especially in the Americas. They actually tend to own fewer slaves per person than people of a similar class. But that's, you can look into that topic if you're more curious. It is kind of less controversial. It's important to note, though, that it's not that Jews never engaged in slaves. They, in fact, did sell slaves. like everybody else. And then finally, the raw goods make their way back to Europe. So this is the triangular trade, and Jews were involved in trying to sell whatever they could. In reality, one of the biggest areas where Jews made a difference, particularly Curacao, which is over here, was not in any of the major things that were sold. Chocolate was one exception, but in supplying the ships. Because the ships would have to come to port, and when they got to port, they would need a lot of stuff. They would need, repairs to their sails.